Chapter 1: The Encircle Mintoff Beasts. Amidst the towering mountains, 100-foot black bull gallops through the rugged terrain, shattering groks and uprooting trees in its wake. Theble's demi norvil sahintoff penis, its forelegs thrash about restlessly while it occasionally glances back, as if some unseen creature were in hot pursuit. The black bull's coatus is chardacerin, indistinguishable from thatofan ordinary black bull, save for its formidable ernts that lend it an air of ferocity. Cursed black bull, hurry, catch up to him. Where-ish? Imist size him, extract the stendons, and consume my heart. Quickly, chase him down, enough with the chatter. Behint the black bull, the mountains tremble, Erdhan stone upheaving a sahor dov beast surges forthwith the mitofan avalanche, causing fellow hills to collapse. The stampedian cluds not just to sand lions, butyl soho stoff bizarre creatures. Theblik bullskid stow halt, turning to confront how advancing beasts, the previous fear in its yes replace it be a glintoff cunning. Facing toward, Theble's form suddenly amplifies, a citrier's back, transforming ginto touring figureofa and dread football headed giant. Its mazave hornsium poised to pyre sethi heavens, wily zanguinri envelops it, and a ghost ligri mistoff malevolence surrounds its imposing physique. Wickboas muscleus thought kuden timidate even themist fearsome adversaries. The black bull gazes scownlieth the myriad of creatures around it and speaks in a measured tone. Your enterprise era vast, yet we succumb to angeraver trifling matters, mere handful soft spiritherbs? Especially you, Chi Shao, Howdery Udaman Daffragmento Federnal Divinagold? And you, Baldy, Adierage, what folly is this? With hands placed firmly in its ships, the black bullgish duress dismissively at the horde. The beasts, incensed bite swords, unleash their wrath, their mortarous intent surge in firth, toppling small hills. A bloodthirstited Duranda hairless lion, Thyreus aflame with rage, declare, impudent whelp, Ishal Bethiana to India. With that, the hairless lion can no longer contain itself, transforming in Tostrikoff golden lightest charges a Thebel. Is this a missing? It's not me fear stime a pluckin' jorfer, Theblik bull retorts, it sees flashing with renewed vigor. In an instant, it transforms into adarting shadow, its travaling thatoff the hairless lion. The collison off golden and blocklight syrup says the lion's razor-sharp claws clash against Theble's fist, leaving the bull unscathed, save for a faint white amarcupanet's knuckles. Fool! Do you think kiv idled away the last millennium? Behold might. The lion, startled and enraged, retreats, while it heather beasts gasp and shock and begin to withdraw. The black bull, noting a Thomas on opportunity, pursues relentlessly, its fists radiating the sharp essence of metallis energy, inflicting minuscule wounds on the flaying beast. Peak true immortal? Chi Shao, why do you hesitate? Having glingered in the true immortal realm for an extended period, Thebel is well acquainted with the unique fluctuation soft power, recognizing that the threshold toth golden immortal realm is butamrsti pawe. Given the youth's potential, it is likely to ascend to golden immortal status before a Thebel, and should it remain inkect, it may possess future ethriot. Thus, if the styli summons the bloodthirstidager trailing behind. The tiger, no full, understands the gravity of thyrinmatian is determined to ensure the youth doesn't note escape. It conjures a virile gaming sword soft sharp metal, their chilling gow rapier sink the eris thiara hurled towards Thebel. All methods Sarah void. With their sounding roar, Thebel unleashes an invisible domain that envelops the entire mountain range, rendering Theswi fly approaching swords invisible to thinnic die. The beast within the domain fin their spirits, Thiladan their body a sluggish, even their magical ability is dissipating in a nothingness. You imbecile! Thebel casts a Fulgland sought the paralyzed Tiger, its eyes filled with disdain. Chi Shao, are you a fool? These whelps specializes in sealing los yenobitterthan and yona thought nomthid, penetrate it. The hairless lion bellows angrily, glaring at the bloodthirstidager, hopefully realizes the gravity of his situation and joints the frailongs alien to confront Thebel. Thought hedager's arrival odds pressure to Thebel, it remains within its capacity to endure given its robust physique, even at erectitude not inflict severe injury. Thebel is devoid of any grand phenomena like celestial flowers or golden lotuses instead. Ida surrounded Sololibiam and Asingaura, its physical prowess rivaling Thatofani Bay from the same material of Tuatris. What are you waiting for? Charge together. I refuse it Obeliev his powers are limitless. The lion, turning back, notices the horde of beasts lingering, the periphery, merrily spectating, and bellows in frustration. Without a doubt, Wusheng aspin enemy for I ears doi outro believe spare you? Up in hearing this, the beast relito hoint he fray. Yet, duetat the overwhelming dominancy of Tibel's technique, any magical ability is the attempt to employer and nullified before they can even approach. Thus, those with hoof scargoforth, those with claw strike, wily Thuaker beings provide a support from the sidelines. In a time, Thebel finds itself on the defensive, its bottom are red with numerous wounds, themist pronounce a deck tending from its left shoulder toitsist, where a flame soft crimson engulfed injury, consuming its essence. Chi Shao, why deploy such a triasura now? What is your intent? They golden Herlian chastises the bloodthirstidiger, who seems to have dealt significant harm with a single strike amidst a chaotic battle. Is theory ad an agenda behind these? With suck thoughts, is Senzof wearing a script sintathi isoful present, including theories. Wusheng, prepare to meteor end. Chi Shao, unwilling to explain, harbors ulterior motives know that the situation has been exposed, their eyes nor course but ofitushing with its might. There a sona simply fitlinger sana longer, it may well bet the nextful. Chi Shao, that's word ofio your sis forged from Chiu amidal. Isn't it? How extravagant. Why not gift it home? Wusheng gasps, gazing at Theskerlit's word with eyes out with desire. Everyone, lend your strength, acclaimed the bull for meself. I want it shied. Thebones belonged home. Chixia disregards him, letting out a furious shout, as the surrounding beasts a Kawin agreement. Fool! The 1,000 calamities and 10,000 blades formation is opponus. With Wusheng's furious roar, Perplenergy filst Hesgaius a colossal formation unfurls from Thebel, engulfing the entire mountain range. Chapter 2 Annihilation of Strong Foe. The being soft primordial wilderness are well versed in the intricacies of formations, just recalling the Wayne's spiring might displayed during the Dragonhand calamity by the extermination sword formation is enough to astonish and a creature if you ild. While many base possess knowledge of formations, few de cateth themselves as to mastering them. Thus, when Wusheng unleashes the formation, an eerie silence descends on range. Those engulfed be the formation are left bewildered the complexity is soft a formation demand exceptional talent, and those below the golden immortal level are beset by tribulations, leaving them little to medo study shucharcany arts. Itis Herrera stroke off fortune f forming nor clanto even have a single member gifted to the way saw formations. Wusheng gaze south thegran formation before him, releasing along Syof relief, his eyes brimming with elation. The anguished cream soft tech creatures within the formation as the purple bladus cleaveth him to shreds sunlight serveto heighten satisfaction. At last, it is complete. All me sacrifice shaven not being in vain. Though Wusheng hails from a distinguished lineage, have find Shimzul financially constrained. Without a luxury of spiritual treasures or materials, has not cois but inscribed formations upon his own body, bearing untold hardships and suffering the tremendous spoken to outsiders. Born off Cydia tribe, Wusheng's spirituas uniquely alterege upon merging with the Sensio future Solatbirth. The Cydia tribe ranks among Arakel soft Timiria race synth the primordial wilderness. Ancient texts descript city ease resembling water buffaloes, possessing massive horns and glossy black hides, subsisting gonyarn, wide excretion sass harpist blades, suitable for weapon crafting. Upon awakening, Huas filled with wonder but remained unperturbed as some modern youth of the century. How could de bunaware t concept of transmigration? Woe among the gas notherboard fantasies? In his school years, hediligently studied Dao Jing, the Yin Hua Jing, and the Duren Jing, eagerly awaiting the day he would transcend. Only to find his dreams realized after years of toil. Though he may know they've begun life in a nurturing environment, he was no tenderly forcen. After the passing of his grandmother, who had raised him, Heffelt lit letigment to thefamala the dramaria dan divorced. The inlipularity lay in his method of transmigration in Nain raw herathers were struck by lightning, metrogic accidents while helping gothers, or simplifel leap to find themselves elsewhere. Had no tech spectato find himself transported wiliusing through past memories fadlicamist, and while he's curious about the circumstance sophish transmigration, Hesse has no need to excessively in it. Having arrived, he resolves to embrace his fate, fulfilling his aspiration soft becoming an immortal hero. He was born of an immortal womb, yet for reasons sunk known, he did not inherit the seed soft city a tribe's cultivation oft metal path, instead awakening gay culiera finita for the laws of sealing. In the primordial wilderness, Ida set the 20 and dread flowers bloom. Myriad fruits will form the paths are infinite, and situ or the fruit soft have paths. Every banges onequist, and evins blings may follow divergent paths. Thalazo Sealinger formidable, embodying the principal fate when own flower blooms, almethods dissolve. Once initiated, Foscan online engage in close combat. In a previous life, Keen counterred a character will share da similar fate. Named Washeng Wasoim pressed Bethanamus grandeur, hath he appropriated for himself. Surely, Hekud not Bertobi called Samething, Asmundanius dog a Gyern bu laughtersom and opposition off respect, so hikazi tamek ya clean break. Moreover, Herteneth sitai line agizabilitata consum gold, utilizing various divine metals sandi vinier on storfina his physique. While cannot claim superioritinal respects, Hahasieto encounter appear whose physical prowess exceed she sonavin among Thuitris, have find Shimsel Feven limatched. That eternal divinigold, renowned at a sonoft heatin primordial divine metals, possesses nothernotable trait save for its extraordinary hardness of indivine flames, canitrifinate, only the fiery oaf sincer heart can. Over the years, he has been onthrin, simultaneous lyrfening his body through sheer willpower, causing a sal reedy massivernsto gleam wit hamita lick purplister. The 1,000 calamities and 10,000 blades, formation a sacreation of eyes, derived from the protective array of Tyron clan, ingenious like combined with Thesperi transformation array and the myriad sword array, found in the ancestral and soft Yox clan. Thoth still semi-wat rudimentary, the formation has been significantly enhanced through his continuous analysis I soft teternal property a soft eternal divine metal, which he has infused in the myriad blades, vastly amplifying thirlithally. Theski is filled with a swirling purplera, a manifestation of teblady and sword energy smitted be the myriad blades, while a countless blades themselves are crafted from little she has refined, easily controlled without a need for dualistic forging. The usual transform in tukers, conceal a dupe in his person, and in terms of destructive power, the ira more than sufficient to annihilate the beings before him. Help, please Sperim, Lord Ox. Wushong, I am willing to acknowledge you am a master, please let me go. Within the formation, the cries, wails, and curses of tech creaturisicoween cessantly. Washanger remains indifferent, pondering the futility fapologies, questioning the purpose of teblity and hishant. Kill. With Amarathought, Washang transforms the sword into a whirlwind, harvesting the lives within the formation. On the Thebaldone, the Crimson Ski, and a harming little purple Martin remain, desperately holding in. Let's fight a Thebaterant. In the formation, Alien and Attiger surge with power behind Thebald figure of flickers the shadow Wolfniner Oringlians, while a Techrams figures accompanied by Theamagio fawing a white tiger, exuding formidable might. Both prepare to unleash their strongest strike, Butatha criticalment, a massive e-hoof descends from the heavens, obliterating Theman Tozangwina past. What a joke. You think you can just to clarify tandactual adoit? Whooshing gazethis foes, dismissing the formation diagram with a sneer. Highs no full he would neviralao easonemia stounleash thyrolt, thematetic ni soon impeded. Thank you, brother Wushang, for sparing me life. I shall survey devotedly from now. Thepperpla Martin transforms into a womanclid in purple, hair terrelate and lashes adding to Orpidia Bueller, captivating in hair appearance. What Ariel thinking? Thepperpla Martin shiny eyes exquisitae have no desiratoruit. With that, Washang Spower fool hands grasp the Martin's delicate neck, twisting it with force, expelling black mustache extinguishes primordial spirit. Utter trash, your seduction art pales in comparison ta toft foxgland. Didio trilibilivi wasanawero fio your instigation in inciting the myriad clans to hunt me down? But more discerning in your next life. With a sweeping motion of Fisliev, Washang collects the scattered spoil sandasin synthethy clouds, vanishing into thedistance. Chapter 3. Breakthrough to the golden immortal dammit. The soul aura of that blood tiger has already dissipated. What should we do now? What can we do? If we can capture the culprit, we may still redeem ourselves. If not, you and I shall await the consequences. On the crimson gold peak, two divine generals were cursing. As a golden immortal level white tiger, even in the ancestral land of the white tiger. He was not an insignificant figure. It was unnecessary for them to intervene in the retrieval of a mixed blood offspring. However, this time, the individual they were tasked to retrieve held an exceptionally high status. Being the daughter of the white tiger saint, who had been lost to the outside world. It was said that the white tiger bloodline was extraordinarily potent, capable of immediate transformation and ancestral return upon entering the soul-cleansing pool. The princess, however, was rather perplexing. Among her kin, the talented individuals vying to become her partner extended from the western extremes to Mount Buzhou. Yet, she ended up choosing such a low bloodline individual. You may not be aware, but it is said that the blood tigers saved the princess's life, and their offspring possesses remarkable innate talent. Before her departure, the princess even left behind eternal divine gold and crimson yuan diamonds. Is that true? That is indeed primal divine gold. What a waste! If it were mine, I could immediately forge my own life treasure. Stop the nonsense. If we can't find the culprit, we might as well prepare for punishment upon our return. At this moment, Wushang was sitting cross-legged atop the mountain, savoring the sword crafted from the crimson yuan diamond. He had also inquired about the identity of the individual named Qishao and had formed a rough guess. For ordinary beings, possessing even one or two spiritual materials was remarkable. Where would they come by such treasures? Thus, after committing the murder, he had swiftly fled. It was time to break through to the golden immortal. Wushang sat in meditation, his aura continuously contracting, the sealing laws operating at their utmost limit, causing even the innate spiritual energy to cease flowing. This breakthrough had long been anticipated. He had effortlessly navigated through the 3 calamities and 9 disasters, with the only troublesome one being the calamity of the Sun wind, which he overcame with his formidable physique. What a joke! After analyzing the eternal divine gold, his body had been striving towards an eternal and indestructible state. He could digest divine iron, let alone a mere divine wind. Moreover, under the operation of the sealing laws, the mighty divine wind that entered his body was only slightly stronger than ordinary wind. Its power limited. The greatest concern, the human calamity, was quietly resolved under his intentional control. Instead of attracting unknown enemies during the breakthrough, it was wiser to deliberately guide some adversaries to undergo the calamity. At that moment, innate spiritual energy coalesced into a green lotus, drifting down gracefully, as the celestial sounds of the great Tao resonated through the heavens. Breakthrough. What a challenge, but finally, I have reached the golden immortal stage. Now I can truly claim boundless magical power, living as long as the heavens. Wushang rose, softly exclaiming. A thin layer of golden light gathered on the surface of his dark body, exuding a divine and majestic aura. Within his body, the seeds of the 3 flowers and 5 qi converged. This was the opportunity for his future path to enlightenment. With the completion of the 5 qi, he established the foundation of Tai. While the blooming of the 3 flowers was the essence of Deluo, for a millennium, he had not been unable to break through, but he had intentionally suppressed his own realm, fearing an unstable foundation. Now, the breakthrough to golden immortal was perfectly timed. As Wushang ascended, the extraordinary phenomena around him gradually receded. His dark muscles and robust horns vanished, transforming him into a graceful youth. The youth had bright eyes and a radiant smile. Clad in a white inner garment and a gray-blue robe, standing 9 feet tall, with long black hair cascading like a waterfall at his waist, a gentle smile melting 1,000 snowflakes, and bright eyes shimmering with the light of countless stars. While one could not precisely describe his beauty, he was undeniably striking, and the dark golden hairpin held his long hair up, making him appear vibrant and spirited. Having seen enough of the funerary-style immortal clothing in his past life, he now found that the gray-blue robe suited him exceptionally well. Finally, he had fully transformed. It truly was no easy feat. Pangu underwent 81 transformations in a single day, the final transformation being the primal Tao body. In this primordial world, Pangu's Dharma form cultivates at the fastest pace, facilitating a deeper comprehension of the great Tao. Wushang sighed. Having grown accustomed to being a bull, he found it unusual to suddenly take on human form. He slightly moved and fortunately, thanks to his past life's foundation, he quickly adapted to this new body. As a transformed beast, the process of shape-shifting was immensely challenging. Having reached the golden immortal realm, he was deemed worthy. What a treasure! This crimson yuan diamond truly lives up to its reputation as the fire of gold. The fiery essence it contained was not in the least inferior to innate divine fire. With this treasure, the path ahead seemed clear. Wushang marveled at the crimson yuan diamond in his hand. He primarily focused on the sealing laws and secondarily on the laws of gold. Initially, he planned to use ordinary 5-element spiritual materials to gather the 5 qi. However, after acquiring the crimson yuan diamond, a new idea began to form in his mind. In the primordial realm, myriad paths intertwine. The 10 innate spiritual roots are predominantly of the wood attribute, yet the peach tree belongs to water, the ginseng fruit tree to earth, and the bodhi tree to gold, thus deriving the 5 elements from wood. His crimson yuan diamond was the fire of gold. If he could gather the 5 elements of gold to achieve the completion of the 5 qi, he could reverse the innate process and attain the identity of an innate beast, that time. His innate talent could rival that of Kong Xian and would not be inferior to that of innate demon gods. The copper from Shoshan, the refined essence of Tai gold, the gold of life, and the divine iron of Zhenhai. It seemed it was time to devise a plan. The copper from Shoshan is the earth of gold, which he was aware of. It was located in the future Taoist venue of the Taching Saint at Mount Shouyang. He had a general idea about the others as well, with the abundant gold energy in the west. There must be Tai gold essence, while the Zhenhai divine iron would likely be found in the 4 seas. As for the gold of life, that could be discussed later if all else fails. He could return to the ancestral land and seek an elder skilled in divination and pay some price if necessary. Wushang conjured a cloud with a wave of his hand and flew towards the distance. He dared not return to his old nest. The Tao ancestor was about to attain sainthood, and in 2,000 years, he would commence imparting the great Tao of the saints. All powerful beings would flock to him. Lacking the ability to attend the teachings, he found it more advantageous to seize this opportunity to seek some fortunes and strengthen himself. He had once been fortunate enough to witness the innate spiritual treasure of the Bull clan in his ancestral land, a grand seal that suppressed the fortune of the Bull clan. With so many spiritual treasures on Mount Buzhou, he did not believe he was the unfortunate one. Even if he had to steal, he would seize it. Chapter 4. The cloudy immortal Wushang traveled at a leisurely pace, meandering along the way. It had only been 100 yuan meetings since Pangu fell, yet the primordial land transformed from Pangu still retained the essence of innate Tao. After reaching the golden immortal realm, breakthroughs in cultivation relied solely on comprehension. Every mountain, stone, flower, and bird could serve as a teacher. When hungry, he would take out blood pills to satiate his hunger. When thirsty, he would lean by the riverside to drink his fill. The beings he had previously slain with potential for refining had all been preserved. The rest were entirely converted into blood pills of spiritual essence, as these beings shared a karmic bond with him and could not be wasted. Having reached the golden immortal level, he could already practice fasting, yet he preferred not to live as a celestial being who merely dined on clouds and dew. Spending days in meditation, acting according to his nature was, in itself, a form of the Tao. Fellow Taoist, please halt. Wushang ambled forward, and the call to stop immediately made him freeze in his tracks, as if enchanted by some unseen force. What is going on? Such words should not be spoken. Could it be that disaster star, Shen Gongbao? No, that can't be right. The 3 teachings have not yet been established. Suddenly, Wushang turned around to see a man with a long beard and a black face. Dressed in dark robes, with a silk sash around his waist, wielding a precious sword, catching up to him, he appeared fierce, yet a gentle aura enveloped him, not resembling a killer at all. What business do you have? Fellow Taoist? Wushang's tone was somewhat cold. Anyone would feel uneasy when startled like this. He could sense that this individual was at the pinnacle of true immortal cultivation. Even if he had not broken through, it would be effortless for him to kill Wushang. I am the Cloudy Immortal, pleased to make your acquaintance. Cloudy Immortal? Wushang was taken aback. He was quite familiar with the Cloudy Immortal, renowned in later generations as the leader of the 7 immortals serving the Jie sect. His status only second to the 4 main disciples in the War of the Gods. He had triumphed over Guang Chengzi and Qi Jingzi, showcasing unparalleled combat prowess, and was ultimately subdued only when confronted by the Western sage. Do you know of me, fellow Taoist? Not at all. The Cloudy Immortal appeared slightly puzzled but did not delve deeper. Are you also here to pay homage at Kunlun Mountain? Would you care to accompany me? Kunlun Mountain? To pay homage, Wushang was perplexed. It was merely 100 miles to Kunlun Mountain, and naturally, beings gathered there to pay homage. Noticing Wushang's confusion, the cloudy immortal patiently explained, "To pay homage? That sounds quite good. In traversing the primordial realm, what backing could surpass that of a saint?" He had been preoccupied with survival and had not considered this aspect. The 6 saints of the primordial era. Nuwa did not establish a sect nor accept disciples, and perhaps could not offer him shelter. There were 2 saints in the West, and he harbored no ill feelings towards the Western teachings, yet the West was too impoverished for his liking. Thus, the 3 pure ones seemed most suitable for him. Regardless of who accepted him as a disciple, he would be amenable. The worst case would be joining the Jie sect. With his foresight, he was confident he could survive the calamity of the War of the Gods. Wait a moment. The Honorable Sage Hongjun is about to impart the great Tao to the saints. The 3 pure ones should have gone to listen to the teachings by now, Wushang suddenly realized and inquired. That is indeed the case, but when the 3 pure ones left Kunlun, they set up checkpoints to accept those who pass upon their return. The cloudy immortal explained in detail, and he could now sense the golden immortal pressure emanating from Wushang, making him speak with a hint of restraint. "Ha, let us go together. Let us go." Wushang, with an air of familiarity, rested a hand upon the shoulder of the immortal of the dark cloud, propelling them swiftly towards Kunlun on a cloud of auspiciousness. In a mere blink, their formidable cultivation allowed them to traverse the 100 miles to Kunlun. Truly, Kunlun is the progenitor of all mountains, a sacred realm of immortals, where the primordial spiritual essence is so dense it almost materializes. Taking a deep breath, Wushang surveyed his surroundings, noting an unexpected touch of mundanity amidst the ethereal beauty of Kunlun. Below, a throng of beings stirred, not merely humans, but a multitude of beastly forms, a vast assembly where most had yet to take on their human shapes. Some meditated in tranquil postures, while others called out to friends among them. A wolf demon brought its entire family, with the playful pups darting about, exploring their surroundings with unrestrained curiosity, nipping at this and that. The multitude of creatures exhibited no ire. Even the most fearsome of them merely tugged at their robes in annoyance, refraining from causing harm. Was it true that the beings of Kunlun were so benevolent? Wushang pondered, astonished. The absence of conflict at the foot of Kunlun was no coincidence. Any bloodshed would summon a formidable presence to quell the chaos, thus maintaining peace. As Wushang and the immortal of the dark cloud journeyed onward, they engaged in conversation. A concealed aura masked Wushang's cultivation, yet the crowd was astute, parting to grant them passage. Were there indeed exalted beings residing within Kunlun? Yes. One elder, named Nanji, was a disciple of the Jade Purity Real Person, and another, a rotund Taoist, was a student of the Supreme Purity Real Person, a stout fellow. Could it be that he was Duo Bao? Wushang had not anticipated that he would take a master so soon. He had been considering seizing the opportunity to recruit a prominent disciple of the Dodamwai friend. "You are quite popular here in Kunlun," he observed as they walked. Throughout their journey, Wushang noticed numerous beings greeting the immortal of the dark cloud. "To be candid, I have already undergone 2 trials. Should I fail to pass this time, it might harm my foundational cultivation," the immortal replied, a shadow of despair crossing her features. "Might you elaborate on the nature of these trials?" Wushang inquired, his expression shifting. "Why not?" The trials consist of 3 stages. The first is the heavenly ladder, which tests one's aptitude, bloodline, and fortune. The second is the array challenge, which assesses one's determination to seek the Tao, independent of cultivation level. The third is the enlightenment trial, which evaluates one's comprehension. At Sanqing Peak, there exists a golden bell where the Sanqing Taoist frequently discusses the Tao, inscribing insights from their understanding. All 3 stages can lead to personal transmission. Upon hearing the immortal's explanation, Wushang's heart sank. Was it truly so arduous? Was it perhaps due to the absence of a formal sect? He felt confident about the first stage, given his exceptional bloodline and considerable fortune, but his confidence waned regarding the second stage and his past life. A mere 30 years had forged his values amidst the temptations of lavishness and worldly pleasures. As for the third stage, he could only resign himself to fate. "Are there any restrictions on the trials?" he asked. "None whatsoever. though excessive strain on one's potential can harm one's foundational cultivation. However, for you, my friend, it should not pose a significant issue. Listening intently, Wushang silently calculated his objectives, aiming to become a true disciple, and if that proved impossible, perhaps he could displace someone from their position as a servant to the seven immortals. Chapter 5. The first trial truly magnificent, Wushang gazed at the heavenly ladder before him, its pristine whiteness reminiscent of jade, a reaction he found unexpectedly profound. Others may not comprehend, but the Iron Clan possessed a deep understanding of the art of artifact forging. They would surely recognize the incredible nature of this structure. The Jade Purity Taoist legacy was rooted in the forging techniques of Pangu, and in Wushang's eyes, the heavenly ladder appeared as a seamless entity. Inscribed with primordial divine scripts in an enigmatic manner, manifesting layers of divine restrictions. The 3,000 steps bore traces of an array, with wisps of cloud-like energy occasionally dispersing and coalescing, resembling a celestial creation in his view. Was it made of Tianyuan platinum? No, it did not quite resemble that. Wushang marveled at the craftsmanship while also being astonished by the materials used. Tianyuan platinum, another form of primordial divine metal, was remarkable in its own right. Formed from condensed clouds, contrasting sharply with the rigidity of eternal divine gold. This material emphasized softness, being exceptionally pliable yet resilient, making it exceedingly precious. Enough of this, I must conquer the trial first, Wushang resolved. His gaze resolute as he ascended the steps, he felt a slight resistance, but he brushed it aside and continued climbing. Another has taken to the heavenly ladder, a voice exclaimed. Old wolf, how long do you think this one will last? With those spindly limbs, perhaps 100 steps at most, another chimed in. This Taoist moves with such lightness. I wager he can conquer the heavenly ladder. Count me in, someone else declared. I bet a millennium's worth of spiritual herbs on him. As the creatures below observed the ascent, they began to speculate, with an old wolf and a turtle most vocally engaged. Many among them had failed in their own attempts at apprenticeship, eager to witness the misfortunes of others. Some sought refuge from adversaries, while others simply wished to support friends with shared interests. In the harsh wilderness of primordial existence, having a few allies could facilitate survival, prompting a gathering of beings to witness the unfolding spectacle. Wushang overheard their banter but chose to ignore it, casting a glance at the turtle that had wagered on his success before refocusing on his climb. The first 100 steps posed no challenge, but by the 500th, he felt the weight of pressure bearing down upon him, though it remained merely uncomfortable. Upon reaching the 1,000th step, the gravity intensified. Wushang's breath became unsteady, and he had to harness the elemental energies around him to alleviate the weariness creeping in. At 1,500 steps, exhaustion enveloped him. His eyes turned crimson, sweat drenched him, and each step left behind a trail of perspiration. Below, the multitude erupted in exclamations. Old wolf, you miscalculated. The moon shadow grass you coveted shall be mine. What is there to gloat about? This lad may not even conquer the heavenly ladder. He is a golden immortal, and you dare call him a lad? You truly know not what you speak. The old turtle, noticing the insolence of the wolf, interjected. Wushang has concealed his aura, yet I can sense it. As a descendant of the Xian turtle, I possess divination skills, and what of it? Last time, the Golden Serpent King was at the pinnacle of golden immortals. Yet he too failed, the white wolf retorted, sulking into silence. The old turtle, disinterested in further discourse, thought it prudent to offer a warning, considering their neighborly ties, and chastised the fool inwardly. The heavenly ladder's trials never judged by cultivation level, but rather by one's inherent potential. Offending such a person could yield nothing but ill fortune. The beings below murmured amongst themselves. The immortal of the dark cloud observed Wushang's unwavering figure as he resolutely ascended the heavenly ladder. Moving with a speed that matched his OWN T 2,000 steps, Wushang's sweat ceased, replaced by the seepage of blood. He acutely felt that the pressure was not solely physical. Even the very essence of his bloodline was undergoing refinement. I must endure, he gritted his teeth, as blood began to ooze from his gums. He had anticipated this stage to be the easiest, Yet it proved to be a grueling ordeal. He could even hear his muscles lamenting. His form beginning to contort, taking on the traits of a bovine demon, with powerful horns threatening to pierce the heavens. At 2,500 steps, was he perhaps a divine scion of the bovine lineage? Unlikely, as the bovine clan had not chosen a scion since ancient times. Below, the creatures watched in rapt attention, their emotions a tumultuous blend of excitement, envy, and determination. A gray wolf, lurking behind the throng, gradually faded from view. The old turtle cast a glance, but chose not to dwell on it. At 2,900 steps, Wushang had entirely transformed into a bovine demon, the clouds atop the heavenly ladder obscuring his form. It felt as though he bore a mountain upon his back, a mountain intent on forcibly merging with his being. His primal bloodline surged, releasing tendrils of grayish vitality from his veins. Wushang bent low, hands morphing into hooves, pressing onward against the weight for another 50 steps. With every step, blood trickled from his body, and his appearance grew increasingly ordinary, resembling that of a common water buffalo, devoid of divine majesty or magical fluctuations. He was returning to his essence, his bloodline undergoing a further metamorphosis. I shall persevere. All methods are void. A surge of light radiated from Wushang, an intangible wave that enveloped everything in its path, obscuring both spiritual energies and Tao principles. Even the primordial inscriptions on the heavenly ladder became obscure. Seizing the moment, Wushang propelled himself through the remaining steps, collapsing in a glorious faint. This marked his first complete release of his innate divine powers, unexpectedly affecting the restrictions of the spiritual treasure. Golden light shimmered upon the heavenly ladder, and various auspicious clouds ascended in unison. Behind him, the immortal of the dark clouds stood in awe, momentarily stunned. Before harnessing the residual energies of the sealing laws to propel herself up an additional 100 steps, subsequently settling on the steps to meditate and recuperate. This was not her limit. The momentum granted her immense strength for the forthcoming challenges. At that moment, an elder appeared abruptly, donned in a yellow robe, his head large with a prominent forehead, and a long white beard that suggested a perpetual smile. He carried a staff adorned with a longevity peach. Glancing at the slumbering Wushang with a nod before tossing the peach towards him, as it entered his body, the peach transformed into a rich essence of life, nourishing his form, visibly restoring his magical energy at an extraordinary pace. Chapter 6. The second trial. Half in slumber, Wushang felt a warm sensation enveloping him, as the primordial runes contained within the purple and red divine metals began to manifest. Both his tendons and flesh showed remarkable enhancement. At the center of his heart, crimson flames danced, and its rhythm grew more robust, the crimson blood taking on a purer hue, shimmering with a crystalline sheen. Awaken, my friend, awaken. A voice urged him gently. Wushang, sensing a presence nudging him, opened his eyes to find an amiable elder before him. Transforming into his innate Tao form, he inquired with curiosity, I am Wushang. May I ask who you are? I am Nanji, a disciple of the Jade Purity real person. You have successfully passed the first trial, the elder replied. With a gentle demeanor, Nanji spoke, revealing his inherently amiable nature and deep admiration for Wushang's resolve, thus approaching him with goodwill. Wushang, having previously encountered the esteemed Taoist Nanji, inquired about the location of the second trial. His mind was filled solely with thoughts of the trial, and considering the caliber of this challenge, he understood that whichever master took him as a disciple would undoubtedly grant him the status of a direct disciple. Do not fret, my friend, Nanji reassured. The heart trial lies before you, but I advise you to forge your innate spiritual treasure before attempting to breach the array. Upon uttering these words, Nanji's form began to fade, ultimately vanishing from sight, though not before playfully winking at Wushang, leaving him with a shiver down his spine. Nonetheless, he comprehended Nanji's intent. Although the reason behind Nanji's assistance remained unclear, Wushang resolved to first create his innate spiritual treasure. This act by Brother Nanji is indeed commendable, he mused. The innate spiritual treasure constituted a vital aspect of one's strength and did not contravene the wishes of one's mentor. It was a rare encounter to meet someone so agreeable. Atop the mountain, a stout Taoist spoke with Nanji. He was none other than Duobao, a disciple of the Upper Clear sect, though Duobao held a higher position than Nanji due to his direct lineage. His later admission to the sect compelled him to address Nanji as brother. Wushang retrieved 2 pieces of innate divine gold from within him, each the size of a head, and pondered the design of his innate spiritual treasure. Specializing in the laws of sealing, he determined that a formidable artifact would suit him best, considering the 4 primary forms of spiritual treasures: bells, tripods, towers, and seals. He swiftly dismissed the idea of a bell. Not only was it considered inauspicious, but the sun's celestial body also wielded a chaotic bell in its conquests, rendering his own bell somewhat lackluster. The notion of a seal was likewise discarded, as it did not align with his aspirations of imperial grandeur. Between the tripod and the tower, he decisively opted for the latter, drawn by its imposing presence. Moreover, the revered Laozi of Taiping possessed the famed heavenly yellow Linglong Tower, which was said to grant invincibility once summoned. Wushang could draw inspiration from its divine form in the future. Wushang wasted no time, conjuring countless sealing incantations with his hands as divine runes danced between his fingers. Resonating with the bloodline flowing within him, the Iron Clan thrived on gold and iron and possessed an innate talent in crafting artifacts, resulting in treasures that appeared as if forged by the heavens themselves. Under the unique incantations, the 2 pieces of divine gold transformed into molten iron, one radiating a purple light, the other shimmering red. As these streams of molten iron collided and intertwined, they inadvertently revealed supreme divine patterns. Merge! The molten iron wove together like a soaring dragon. Wushang forced a drop of his essence blood from his heart. Its brilliance brimmed with the intent of sealing. In his mind's eye, he envisioned the Leifeng Tower from his previous life. The only tower he had personally witnessed, its majestic structure forever etched in his memory. The torrents of crimson and violet began to take on the form of the Leifeng Tower as time elapsed. The shaping process consumed a full century, a feat only possible due to his exceptional talent. The tower rose to a height of 3 feet, comprising 36 layers, its crystalline body glimmering in red and violet hues. Emitting a faint glow, Wushang's satisfaction grew with each glance. In this primordial realm, treasures forged from innate divine gold were likely to be exceedingly rare. Wushang continuously infused the divine patterns derived from his innate abilities into the tower. As all laws are void constituted his innate power, embodying the essence of the sealing laws. Naturally, he aimed to amplify this characteristic within his spiritual treasure. With innate divine gold at his disposal, he was indeed fortunate. The concealed Duobao nodded in approval, then turned to the similarly hidden Nanji, commenting, "Brother, are you so idly engaged?" The beings on the heavenly ladder had increased in number, yet only the cloud-dwelling immortal caught his eye. Presently undergoing a transformation of bloodlines, requiring no oversight from him, Nanji felt a rare moment of embarrassment, as being caught slacking off was hardly honorable. Success! Ha ha! A hearty laugh echoed from behind the two. As Wushang tenderly caressed his tower, unable to restrain himself from planting a kiss upon it. This treasure would henceforth be inextricably linked to his very existence, destined to become the artifact through which he would attain enlightenment. From this day forth, you shall be known as the Hunyuan Immortal Tower. The spiritual treasure trembled lightly, the characters for Hunyuan engraved upon it, and Wushang, enamored, examined it from every angle before storing it within his consciousness. Forged from innate divine gold, it boasted a high starting point, ensuring its power rivaled that of mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasures. The eternal divine gold and crimson diamonds' innate patterns flowed across the tower's surface. Even in its crafted form, they did not hinder Wushang's comprehension of its characteristics. What does Hunyuan signify? Are these characters too weighty? Nanji inquired with newfound seriousness. Although he was unaware of the meaning behind Hunyuan, its mere presence imbued the tower with an inexplicable aura. Uncertain, Wushang replied. Yet I know that if it were merely Wushang, he could not bear such weight. However, with the title of disciple of my esteemed master, even the grandest blessings become manageable. Duobao spoke with utmost sincerity, and Nanji nodded in agreement. This world was forged by Pangu. The 3 Pure Ones are manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, as disciples of the 3 Pure Ones. Our fates are intertwined, thus we are naturally deserving of such blessings. Dear friends, might I inquire where the heart trial lies? I am fully prepared, Wushang declared, sensing prying eyes upon him, as a fellow golden immortal. Even if they held a slight upper hand, they could not entirely shield their observations. Please, come this way, Duobao beckoned, revealing himself, clad in a light golden robe, adorned with a purple gold crown and stepping upon cloud-like shoes. He appeared as a true immortal sage. Chapter 7. The third trial. Wushang followed Duobao in silence, quickly discerning that Duobao was the type of person who adhered strictly to propriety, rarely engaging in light-hearted banter. Although Wushang felt somewhat awkward, he refrained from forcing conversation. After all, in the primordial realm, strength held paramount importance. Any discussions could wait until after the trials had concluded. This is the location of the heart trial. Is this it? There's nothing here, Wushang exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the empty valley ahead of him. Duobao offered no response, turning and vanishing from sight. How arrogant! Though Wushang harbored dissatisfaction, he kept his thoughts to himself. Suppressing any ill words within, as he stepped into the valley, he found no discernible difference from the outside. The flora thrived with vibrancy, while wisps of cloud lingered without dissipating. Yet, something felt amiss as he scrutinized his surroundings. An overwhelming drowsiness washed over him unexpectedly. Even if he wished to resist, it was too late. Wushang struggled, his eyelids engaging in a fierce battle until, in a mere moment, he succumbed to a deep slumber. In his dreams, he transformed into a mere mortal, witnessing his parents from his previous life reconcile and rekindle their love, showering him with boundless affection. He envisioned himself earning accolades at work for his constructive suggestions. Leading to promotions and salary increases, he saw himself reconnecting with the girl he had secretly admired in high school, their hearts intertwining, culminating in marriage. He beheld his children and grandchildren surrounding him, joyfully honoring their familial bonds, with a prosperous lineage flourishing. Everything felt so vivid. He remembered each experience with crystal clarity, as though it were not a mere dream. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was all an illusion. In the dreamscape designed to test his heart, he allowed himself to be engulfed by the mirage. There were too many regrets from his past life. What purpose would it serve to relive them? The illusion sought to entice him into complacency, dulling his quest for truth. Yet, he too wielded the emotions of his previous life to temper his resolve. Thank you for allowing me to experience these moments. But dreams are ultimately just dreams. I must awaken. Wushang opened his drowsy eyes, stretching his limbs, feeling an unprecedented level of comfort from this slumber. All his flaws stemmed from the inherent weaknesses of his past life. Ultimately, formations were merely formations. While they could have profound effects on celestial beings, they lacked the finesse required to manipulate a mortal heart. He recalled the woman who once remarked that he, like a toad, sought the flesh of a swan, remembered the vampire who relentlessly exploited him, seizing the fruits of his labor, and most poignantly, recalled his parents' selfishness and harm. Yet, the past was but a memory. He harbored no hatred or resentment. In this new world, he sought only to tread steadily toward the summit, overlooking all beings. That was quick. How is this possible? Upon his emergence, both Nanji and Duobao wore expressions of astonishment. The second trial was known to thwart 9 out of 10 beings. Even they had only succeeded through unwavering willpower and steadfast convictions. Each time they emerged from the array, they felt utterly drained, grappling with an unimaginable depletion of mental fortitude, unlike Wushang, who appeared so effortlessly at ease. Could you share how you navigated the heart trial? In all honesty, I emerge utterly exhausted each time, Nanji inquired gently, addressing Wushang as junior brother, a title that reflected his acceptance as a disciple after passing 2 trials. Now, Wushang had proven his worthiness to be a direct disciple. Brother, you flatter me. I merely took a nap, Wushang replied nonchalantly, noting Duobao's keen interest. Napping? Are you not concerned about your heart succumbing? Nanji exclaimed in disbelief. Succumbing implies unworthiness. A heart with flaws succumbs. I acknowledge the arduous path of cultivation, but not every method will lead to the dissolution of one's spirit. It is also possible to refine oneself such that one's heart becomes as solid as stone. To resist blindly, in my view, is not advisable. Wuxiang spoke confidently. Junior brother, you possess remarkable talent. I have learned much, Nanji responded, clearly impressed. With a respectful bow towards Wuxiang, Nanji found himself swiftly evaded. Nanji admired Wuxiang's exceptional talent, while Wuxiang held a deep respect for Nanji's vast knowledge. Their conversation flowed with fervor, leaving Duobao, who wished to interject, unable to find a moment to speak. Suddenly, a resonant sound echoed, and divine light burst forth from the heavens. Accompanied by swirling, auspicious clouds, upon the shimmering white jade staircase, a gentle radiance flickered. Could it be that another has successfully passed the Master S trial? Surprised, Nanji reflected on the delightful surprises that had unfolded over the past century. Senior brother, I have yet one final trial to face, and no matter. Let us first ascertain the situation. With that, Nanji seized Wuxiang and soared into the sky, swiftly arriving beside the heavenly staircase. Observing the meditative figure of Wu Yunxian, Nanji found it unsurprising that at this moment, Wu Yunxian's state far surpassed that of Wuxiang's initial encounter. A surge of ethereal energy enveloped him, while a black fish swam gracefully above his head. With a sudden leap, the fish's massive head transformed into that of a dragon, its golden whiskers radiating an aura of power, summoning the water spirits from all directions. Congratulations, Wu Yun. On completing your transformation, I did not expect you to possess the ancestral dragon's blood. Such a treasure. Even if you are unable to be my disciple, your path ahead will surely be illuminated. Nanji, with his gentle disposition, engaged in conversation with Wu Yun without the airs of a senior. Ha ha ha, I must express my gratitude to you, Wuxiang. You have saved me an immense amount of effort. Wuxiang, fully aware of his contributions, replied, You are too humble. This bloodline transformation cannot solely be attributed to my efforts. He was unwilling to take credit for the achievement, recognizing that luck is indeed a form of strength. Indeed, I misspoke. Wu Yunxian smiled, acknowledging the debt of gratitude. Dio, take care of yourself. As for the second trial, I cannot offer you much in terms of advice. I must proceed to the third trial now, wishing you success in your journey. With that, Nanji and Wuxiang took flight towards the third trial, and Wu Yunxian's gaze grew resolute as he watched their departing figures. Chapter 8. The fourth trial. Senior brother, is this what I think it is? Indeed, this is the Jade Clarity Golden Bell that my master forged, which he carries with him. Over time, the bell has absorbed the essence of the three esteemed masters, becoming a spiritual treasure for imparting teachings, later utilized for inscribing doctrines. With a proud expression, Nanji elaborated on the bell's remarkable qualities. Though he had not passed the trial, he had still reaped its benefits. Might I inquire how one successfully navigates the third trial? Wuxiang had resolved not to consult Duobao, for that fool had not disclosed the means to pass the heart training trial. Had it not been for his unblemished resolve, he may have been eliminated in the second round. I must admit, I too failed to pass the third trial. All I know is that entering the bell's domain plunges one into a unique state of enlightenment, where scenes of the three masters expounding their doctrines randomly flash before one's eyes. If one can grasp a singular technique, the bell will chime 9 times, marking the official acceptance as a disciple. Otherwise, one will be expelled by the bell. With unwavering seriousness, Nanji explained to Wuxiang, filled with confidence in his junior. Wuxiang nodded, gazing ahead at the resplendent golden bell, resolutely stepping into its domain. Now that he had come this far, he had to take the chance to test his abilities. He possessed an advantage in enlightenment. It was merely a spark of inspiration that he lacked. Having perused countless fantasy novels in his previous life, he was not short on imaginative thoughts. Sitting beneath the golden bell, Wuxiang remained motionless, feeling the world spin around him. The surroundings, along with the people and objects, began to shift. Suddenly, a stone table appeared before him, where a young man engaged in a chess match with a middle-aged man. The elder watched with a hint of annoyance at the middle-aged man while smiling, as the young man exuded confidence. Surely, these must be the three pure ones, he mused, recalling the legends that describe the elder, middle, and young figures as Ta Qing Laozi, Yu Qing Yuan Shi, and Shangqing Tong Tian respectively. All three were formidable beings destined to become saints and lords. If he could glean even a fragment of wisdom from them, it would serve him well for a lifetime. In his mind, he thought, since this is a moment of enlightenment, it would be prudent to begin with what he excelled in. From birth until now, his mastery lay in the laws of sealing, emphasizing the principle of initial emergence leading to the dissolution of myriad paths. Thus, apart from the notion of emptiness, he could only claim a superficial understanding of other disciplines. In terms of hobbies, he had only dabbled in weapon forging. The Tai clan excelled in this art, possessing unique forging techniques, yet he found himself at a loss as to how he might attain insight into the path of forging from this scene. Wu Xiang shook his head, momentarily unsure of his approach. Just as he focused intently on the chessboard, a wave of disorientation washed over him. Chessboard? Great momentum? Formation? Yes, I am also versed in formations. Wu Xiang slapped his thigh with fervor. Although his expertise in formations was not profound, he certainly had potential. He had witnessed the complete versions of the Spirit Division and 10,000 sword formations in the ancestral grounds of the Niu clan. Even innovating his own unique formation, the 1,000 Calamities and 10,000 Blades formation, a trap as well as a killing formation in those days, he used his primordial spirit as a hammer and the will of heaven as a blade. Painstakingly etching the formation diagram onto his own body, bloodied and battered. The hardships he endured were not for the faint of heart. He was the first in the primordial era to walk the path of embodying the formation. Acting as the formation's core without the need for flags, controlling the myriad transformations of the formation with his own thoughts, it would not be an exaggeration to call him the pioneer of this path. In the vision, Yuan Shi held the white pieces while Tong Tian controlled the black on the board. The black and white pieces morphed into exotic and fearsome beasts, with glimpses of the white tiger and black snake fiercely battling. Creating a lively spectacle, the white tiger harnessed the force of heaven and earth, charging forward with unyielding determination. Yuan Shi's chess strategy was not overly complex. The power of heaven and earth transformed into wings, augmenting the tiger's might and inflicting grievous wounds upon the black snake, forcing it to retreat. The black snake's maneuvers were intricate, evading and countering. Though not yielding significant results, it nonetheless caused the white tiger some distress. An initial formation? The essence of all things begins with the one. The transformations of formations hinge upon this single character. Though the black snake appeared to be in retreat, it always retained a glimmer of hope. The duality? The three talents? The black piece's transformations were even more profound, clearly indicating that Tong Tian had woven exquisite formations into the game. The snake, born with 2 heads, balanced the white tiger's wings, while 3 heads confronted the tiger head-on. Utilizing the celestial will? No, it was seizing the path from the heavens. Though neither Tong Tian nor Yuan Shi had established their own teachings, their doctrines and divine abilities bore traces of future enlightenment. Yuan Shi illustrated the principles of heaven and earth through the form of the white tiger, empowered by heavenly will, manifesting wings of grandeur. Tong Tian feigned weakness while perpetually retaining a sliver of hope, employing the strategy of formations to commandeer the forces of heaven and earth, striving for survival amid peril. Formations inherently embody the principle of overcoming the strong with the weak, directly draining the white tiger's fortune, leading to a shift in dynamics, as the black snake sprouted 3 heads to confront the tiger head-on. Seizing the path from the heavens, overcoming the strong with the weak, the forces of heaven and earth. Remarkable how closely this aligns with my philosophy of embodying the formation. Wu Xiang's eyes flew open, as he wielded the power of a golden immortal to draw upon the forces of heaven and earth. Using heavenly will as a blade, his primordial spirit as a hammer, continually revising the formation within his body in that moment, his physical form shattered, blood flowing profusely. No, it's still not quite right, Wu Xiang gritted his teeth. When the 1,000 Calamities and 10,000 Blades formation first revealed its might, it was through the condensation of excess golden energy within him, complemented by the properties of eternal divine gold, that it achieved success. This was a significant departure from the intent he had just conceived, lacking the essence of placing oneself in a dire situation to spur transformation. I must go all in. Wuxiang intensified the carving of his primordial spirit, his complexion paling as the radiance of formation runes shimmered upon his flesh and bones. With each increment of brilliance, his physical form dimmed further. "Transform!" Wuxiang shouted, his powerful body instantly disintegrating into immeasurable cosmic sand, devoid of bloodshed or cries of despair. "Ha ha! It worked!" echoed Wuxiang's triumphant laughter through the void. Upon the ground, countless grains of sand appeared, some purple, others a vibrant red, intermingling in a breathtaking display, yet the inherent golden energy concealed lethal intent. The surplus golden energy expelled from his body could hardly compare to the innate divine gold characteristics of his attain true form. Each grain of sand formed from his body was equivalent to a sword pellet. Who could withstand the torrent of divine sand that would engulf the heavens? Wuxiang envisioned the overwhelming power of the formation once he fully comprehended the properties of innate divine gold. The divine sand swirled, reshaping into Wuxiang's original form. Though his complexion remained pale, his joy was unmistakable. Beneath the golden bell, the ethereal youth nodded at Wuxiang. "Controlling the forces of heaven and earth with your primordial spirit, your physical form transforming into boundless cosmic sand, embodying the formation. Such remarkable resolve." With that, the golden bell flickered with divine light, sending waves of sound that reverberated throughout Kunlun. With 9 chimes of the golden bell, the entire Kunlun was made aware of the addition of another personal disciple under the 3 Pure Ones. Chapter 9. The profound arts. The 9 chimes of the golden bell struck Nanji with disbelief despite his prior predictions. As one who had experienced it himself, he understood the formidable nature of the golden bell's assessment, and this junior brother had not even reached a millennium in age. He was destined for greatness. "Congratulations, junior brother. Congratulations on becoming a disciple of the 3 Pure Ones. Your future path will surely be smooth." Nanji's face beamed with joy as he spoke. "Oh, senior brother, why mock me? Aren't we both in the same boat?" Nanji emphasized the status of his true disciple, while Wuxiang chose not to engage, skillfully brushing the matter aside with a few casual words. Since the assessment, Nanji had offered him numerous insights, a kindness he would never forget. Even if he were to later become a disciple of the Jiejiao sect, he would not sever his ties with Nanji. There was no other reason but a sense of loyalty. "What are your plans next, junior brother? Will you be waiting here for the master, or do you have other arrangements?" Nanji understood the implication behind his words and deftly sidestepped the topic. "Junior brother, I am not one to sit idly. Meditating and cultivating does not suit my nature. I intend to venture out again, and once the master returns from the Zixiao Palace, I shall formally seek his tutelage." There remained a millennium until the teachings at Zixiao Palace concluded. His experiences were too few. He had not encountered enough to benefit his future path in cultivation, prompting his desire to explore further. Moreover, he planned to visit Mount Buzhou, hoping to witness the ripening of the primordial gourd, a treasure of high caliber indeed. "Do not rush. Dare I inquire if you practice the techniques of the Niu clan?" "Indeed, I do. It is the Niu clan's ancestral technique, the Lujin Maniu Jing Dai in the primordial world." Inquiring about others' divine abilities was a grave taboo, and Wuxiang did not believe Nanji would act without purpose. "Have you ever practiced pure body refinement techniques?" "Brother, please do not keep me in suspense. Be candid. This Lujin Maniujing focuses on the cultivation of the primordial spirit, emphasizing the immortal nature of gold and the indestructibility of the spirit. My lineage, the city sect, boasts a physical strength that rivals body refinement practitioners, hence I have not pursued body refinement techniques." Wuxiang found it hard to believe that someone from the esteemed Sanqing sect would covet his techniques. Nanji smiled, continuing to tease. "Have you heard of the Wu clan?" "I have heard whispers. Though the Wu clan has not formally expanded, their notorious reputation is well established. In recent years, they have slaughtered countless beings, nurturing their descendants with the blood and essence of myriad lives. The leader of their city lineage, a true ancestor of the city, had relocated his entire clan to evade the Wu clan's pursuit. And he was among the few who had strayed from the main group. Of course, it could also be linked to his bloodline's mutation, leading to his lack of favor. The Wu clan was said to be born from the essence of Pango. Possessing unparalleled physical combat prowess, their technique known as the 9 transformations profound art. This technique could only be practiced by those of Wu blood, yet my master is a manifestation of Panga's primordial spirit. A fellow descendant of Pango, through great wisdom and perseverance, the three esteemed masters have created the 8-9 profound art, suitable for the cultivation of other beings. Though I do not know which master you will choose to follow, the 9 transformations profound art can be granted to you in advance. Nanji revealed his intentions without further pretense. The 8-9 profound art? Wushang's expression lit up with joy, for this art is renowned in later generations as a protective technique of the Shinmen. With very few practitioners succeeding, coupled with his formidable physique, it was a perfect match. Will this cause you any trouble, brother? I do not wish for Nanji to suffer for my sake. No trouble at all. It is an inevitable matter. The 3 esteemed masters would not punish me for such trivialities. With that, Nanji waved his hand, and a beam of divine light entered Wushang's primordial spirit. Wushang remained unguarded, quietly observing the profundities of the 8-9 profound art. The 9 transformations of the profound art correspond to the 9 realms of the celestial path, from the earth immortal, heaven immortal, mysterious immortal, true immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, great Luo golden immortal, quasi-saint, to Hunyuan. With his current physical strength, he would soon reach the 5th transformation of the profound art. Before arriving at Kunlun, he had gathered numerous spiritual herbs sufficient to aid his cultivation. Junior brother, I possess no treasures to offer. The only item I can present is this peach of immortality, imbued with the essence of life, which may aid you in recovering from your injuries. With that, he produced a large, vibrant peach, glistening with dew, surrounded by a white essence of life, enough to whet anyone's appetite. Thank you, brother. I shall graciously accept. He did not decline, having exhausted his essence from repeated attempts at body transformation. This peach was indeed a welcome boon. Nanji soared away upon a white crane, while Wushang devoured the peach with great delight, leaving not even the pit behind, and sat in meditation to digest its essence. He vaguely noticed Duobao observing him but paid it no mind. He had no desire to ingratiate himself with others. He was undoubtedly the direct disciple, and who could claim superiority, even if they were to emerge from the same sect. He need not force camaraderie. Once healed, he indulged in a plethora of precious spiritual plants, such as dragon blood ginseng, purple gold vine, myriad transformation grass, and nether flower, consuming them without restraint, truly a case of a cow chewing peonies. His surrounding magical power surged forth, and Wushang unconsciously transformed into his original form, as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth coalesced into a great hammer, relentlessly striking his body, starting from small to large, light to heavy, penetrating from within to without, leaving no corner unaddressed. Wushang's physique gradually solidified, the sound of relentless hammering echoing from his dark city form. A 3-foot treasure tower hovered above him, casting red and purple light upon him, bestowing a sacred radiance. Before long, he attained the 5th transformation of the profound art, the entire process remarkably smooth, a testament to his robust physique. As the radiance receded, he became imbued with an ancient and natural aura, feeling a profound connection with the myriad of creation. Undeniably, it felt exquisite. Wushang stretched his neck and smiled knowingly. Chapter 10. The Qinhua tree. Wushang yawned, his primordial spirit scanning the changes within his body, silently marveling. Truly, the 8-9 profound art is formidable. He had once prided himself on his physical strength rivaling that of the Wu clan, but today he realized he had merely been a frog at the bottom of a well. At this moment, his physical strength had increased by at least 50%, not to mention the benefits derived from the merging of his bodily meridians and magical power. With a long howl, Wushang soared into the skies, departing swiftly amidst the envious gazes of countless onlookers in Kunlun. Nanji values this Wushang junior brother greatly. He will surely seek the tutelage of Master Yuanshi, someone remarked nearby. Before long, Duobao appeared behind Nanji, speaking softly, while Nanji smiled knowingly, remaining silent. Is this truly Mount Buzhou? Majestic and imposing, even having witnessed the wonders of Kunlun, he could not conceal his awe, gazing at the towering peaks. It was difficult to imagine the grandeur of Pangu's form. The distance between Kunlun and Mount Buzhou was not vast, with their geological veins intertwined, yet his speed had never been his strong suit. And he took several hundred years to reach the base of Mount Buzhou. Feeling the remnants of Penga's oppressive aura lingering on the mountain, he was further astonished. The spine of Penga. Wushang could hardly believe that Mount Buzhou would be devoid of treasures. Thus, as he ascended the mountain, he meticulously searched every inch of the surrounding land with his primordial spirit. Countless millennia-old spiritual mushrooms and herbs were abundant. Wushang once again employed his knack for seizing opportunities, collecting them all. However, he was not ruthless. He preserved their roots, leaving a thread of vitality behind. Decades had passed since Pango had split the heavens, and the pressure of Pango had diminished over the years, allowing for an increase in the number of beings near the mountain's base. However, most had low cultivation levels, either earth immortals or heaven immortals, with very few attaining the true immortal realm. Wushang mingled among them, gathering a wealth of information about the primordial world. He learned of the Fox clan princess and her latest romantic entanglement, as well as the scandal involving the Snake clan's matriarch and her brother-in-law. Wushang listened intently, gradually integrating into their conversations. Haha, indeed. I am a person of great fortune. Over these hundreds of years, he had explored numerous locations, witnessed many marvelous occurrences, and observed the survival strategies of low-level cultivators. He had never actively sought treasures, but just moments ago, he felt a tremor in his primordial spirit, as if something was beckoning him. Suddenly, an indestructible primordial light approached him from afar, and Wushang was filled with joy, realizing that fortune had come knocking at his door. A golden streak of light, carrying the primordial light, rushed toward him at incredible speed. Arriving before him in the blink of an eye, I have seen the Tao brother before. I am fated to meet you, today. I have discovered a primordial spirit root and wish to gift it to you. A golden-skirted woman declared, her enchanting eyes glistening as she placed a radiant fruit tree into his hands. Wushang paused for a moment, staring at the shimmering tree, barely a foot in height, but ultimately accepted it with a grin. If heaven grants, to refuse would bring misfortune, he thought. Although he believed that one cannot expect free gifts from the heavens, he would not relinquish a treasure that had come into his possession. As anticipated, two figures soon appeared, their golden lights descending before him as they shouted, "Wretched woman, hand over the primordial spirit root, and we shall spare your life. Tao brother, save me. These two covet my treasure. I beseech you to assist me." The woman, tears glistening in her eyes, pleaded with Wushang, her delicate hand unconsciously resting on his chest. Fear not, fear not. Since you have gifted me the spirit root, it is only right that I help you deal with these two." Wushang contemplated. What exquisite tea talk this is. Such skill could rival the green tea of future generations. Even in his naivety, he understood that this woman was leading him into a trap. Yet he resolved to take action, for he could not afford to lose his spiritual root. Wushang scrutinized the two individuals before him. They were ragged and bruised, as if they had just endured a fierce battle. Their eyes glinted with malice, clad in tattered armor, and a robust tail adorned with sharp stingers trailed behind them, exuding a poisonous mist, reminiscent of a scorpion come to life. How dare such wretched creatures covet the beauty and treasures before them? They shall meet their demise in an instant. Wushang transformed into his true form, the bull demon, and before the two could react, his massive hoof struck them squarely in the chest. Their breastplates shattered, and the poisonous stingers behind them, like agile serpents, lunged toward his thigh. However, his formidable physique withstood the assault. The stingers merely grazed his skin, releasing a wisp of toxic mist. The two scorpion demons were taken aback, realizing they had encountered a formidable opponent, and their hands morphed into enormous pincers, striking fiercely at his thigh. Wushang reacted swiftly, unleashing the primordial immortal tower, which crashed down upon their heads. Damnable bull demon! My lord will avenge me! With a piercing cry, the two cannon fodder were reduced to mere puddles of flesh. Wushang disdainfully shook his head. These mere true immortal realm scorpion demons would have been obliterated with a flick of his wrist had it not been for his desire to experiment with his treasure. "Fear not, my beauty, for I shall protect you," he declared, lecherously wrapping his arm around Lu Ying's waist. Lu Ying felt a twinge of embarrassment, thinking to herself, "What was I thinking? I had assumed he was a delicate beauty. Yet he is a ruthless fiend." She had merely intended to lead him into danger, never contemplating her own entrapment. "Why, Lord, look here. This scorpion demon's abdomen may hold remnants of treasures." Lu Ying's mind whirled, and with a look of astonishment, she squatted beside the severed limb, joyfully calling out to Wu Shang. "Where? Show me." Wu Shang saw through her intentions at a glance and cooperatively began rummaging through the mangled corpse. In an instant, Lu Ying transformed into a golden wasp, her sharp stinger aimed directly at his eyes. Wu Shang's eyelids fluttered, and with a resounding clang, the golden stinger was deflected. The wasp, taken aback, attempted to flee, only to be tightly grasped in his hand. The green bamboo snake's mouth, the wasp's tail sting. "I have eliminated your potential threat, and yet you repay me with malice. Why is that?" The wasp, its expression pitiful, was about to utter more when Wu Shang crushed its entire body, a gust of dark wind escaping his mouth, scattering its feeble essence. To eradicate the root of the problem. It is all about being thorough. Chapter 11. The green snake. Wu Shang gazed at the innate spiritual root in his hand, overwhelmed with joy. Upon returning to its original form, the Qinghua tree stood 3 zhang tall and approximately 1 meter wide. Among the myriad spiritual roots and celestial trees of the primordial world, it was not particularly remarkable, yet the shimmering light of life emanated from it, as if illuminating the very essence of all living beings. This was a genuinely renewable resource in Wu Shang's possession. Whether to host friends or reward juniors, it held immense prestige. Although the Qinghua tree was not a top-tier innate spiritual root, it belonged to the mid-grade category, containing boundless life essence, ideal for healing injuries and nurturing one's roots. He was aware of the tree's dubious origins, but in the realm of spiritual roots, only those with fate could claim it. Unless a great Luo golden immortal intervened, no one could hope to pry it from his grasp. Is it ever going to end? Just as he pondered this, 100 zhang green snakes surged forth with wind and rain, causing the rivers to reverse and fierce winds to sweep through. The newcomer was a formidable being at the golden immortal level, clearly targeting him. All methods are empty. Wu Shang dispelled the otherworldly phenomenon surrounding the intruder and transformed into his 100 zhang bull demon form. Charging forward. "You little brat, you dared to kill my kin, seize my treasures, and yet you come at me first." The green snake, initially stunned by the vanishing phenomenon, was soon consumed by rage as it advanced on him. "Who do you think you are? Just because you say it's yours, does that make it so? Clearly, it is you, old fool, who covets my spiritual root and wishes to claim it as your own. Yet you speak with such audacity." Wu Shang feigned arrogance, distorting the truth, a skill he had mastered. He desired the spiritual root and would not forsake his reputation. What a sharp-tongued, audacious calf! I shall tear you apart. The green snake, incensed, unleashed its full might, reaching the pinnacle of golden immortal. The old serpent had little inclination to respond. Its mouth gaped wide, a foul-smelling liquid coalescing within, transforming into a swift arrow aimed at Wu Shang. Wu Shang dodged left and right. Though his size was considerable, it did not imply slowness. While speed was not his forte, it depended on what he was compared to. A mere old snake certainly did not fall within that category. With the aid of the 8-9 arcane skill, his speed multiplied several times. Observing the old serpent's furious expression delighted Wu Shang. "Come on, old man, come and catch me, you little beast, 1,000 poisons and 10,000 arrows technique." The green snake roared, and in an instant, poisonous arrows split into countless projectiles, raining down upon him like a torrential storm. Arrogant, does the bull lord seem like an easy target? Law of heaven and earth. Wu Shang planted his feet firmly on the ground, his 100 zhang bull demon form expanding to 1,000 zhang, his robust horns seemingly poised to pierce the heavens. This divine ability, while not commonplace, was at least not considered advanced. Most of the great clans in the primordial world had records of such techniques. Unless one possessed a particularly strong physique, other beings practicing it would find their efforts futile. So what if you're large? You shall die beneath my poisonous arrows. the green snake, truthfully, was beginning to feel a twinge of anxiety. Though size was not the sole determinant of combat power, it did imply that his opponent was not to be trifled with. Ignorant fool! Iron hooves trample! The bull hoof descended violently, rippling through the earth's veins, extending far and wide. Wu Shang refrained from using the all methods are empty technique again. It was overly monstrous, and having finally found a worthy opponent, he had no desire to conclude the battle swiftly. Not far away, a mountain, not particularly small, shot up from the ground, hurtling towards him. Wu Shang grounded himself, bracing the mountain with his hands, as countless poisonous arrows collided with it, corroding it into gaping black holes. He did not wish to test the poison on himself, so he utilized this method for defense. Subsequently, Wu Shang hurled the mountain directly at the old snake, who was filled with dread. If struck, escape would be impossible. Snake concealment. The green snake's 100-jong form rapidly shrank, fleeing with great speed. At this juncture, what need was there for a bicycle? Ugh, I mean the innate spiritual root. Surviving was already a stroke of luck. While shattering a small mountain was not difficult, withstanding one with his body was another matter entirely. The rocks near Buzhou Mountain had been tempered by Panga's might. How could they be easily shattered? The old snake was swift, yet even so, its tail was crushed into a bloody mist that lingered in the air, size and shape. A member of the dragon clan. Wu Shang found it hard to comprehend. This creature was clearly a snake yet could employ dragon techniques. The dragon clan could expand and contract, their blood being of the mysterious yellow hue. When it first arrived, it brought wind and rain, and he had dismissed it. If he failed to see it now, he would truly be a fool. How tedious, perish. He had initially intended to hone his combat skills. Yet this slippery opponent evaded direct confrontation. All methods are empty. With a whisper, all divine phenomena gradually dissipated around him. In the astonished eyes of the old snake, its body suddenly enlarged, captured in Wu Shang's grasp. No amount of struggle would avail it. Please, spare me. I can swear fealty to you. The green snake, named Shi Hui, incessantly howled, but Wu Shang remained indifferent. Keeping such a creature nearby would disrupt his peace. With a single motion, he severed it, extracting its essence and commencing a soul search. So this is how it is. The old snake, known as Shi Hui, had an ordinary mother, a green snake, yet its lineage was extraordinary. Being a direct descendant of the green sand dragon lord, true dragon blood, a century ago, a notorious dragon of the same Tai golden immortal level had severely injured the green sand dragon lord. Fearing for his life, Shi Hui had absconded with precious treasures from the dragon palace, journeying through countless hardships to settle near Buzhou Mountain, only to be betrayed by his subordinates. That Luing had once been his concubine, yet boldly seized his command to loot his treasury. She had charmed wandering cultivators, bestowing lavish gifts to resolve her troubles, managing to escape for quite a while, however, with only the most precious innate spiritual root left in her possession. She could never have parted with it, only to find it ultimately in Wu Shang's hands. Karma is indeed a cycle. He was a petty man, deserving of his fate. Wu Shang effortlessly conjured a sharp blade, methodically dismembering the old snake's corpse. Snake skin? Useless. Snake gallbladder? Acceptable. Dragon sinew? Remarkably, it is indeed dragon sinew. Picky as he was, he surprisingly discovered something of great value. The dragon tribe is a treasure trove in itself. Dragon tendons are particularly noteworthy, ideal for crafting ropes and whips. Following the great cataclysm of the Dragon Han era, there have indeed been formidable beings who coveted the dragon tribe. Although the ancestor dragon has perished, a living azure dragon still resides in the eastern extremity, and within the dragon tomb lies the slumbering candle dragon. Should one truly believe the dragon tribe to be easy prey, they would find themselves unaware of their impending doom. Thus, even the most powerful beings could only eliminate a few heavily burdened, malevolent dragons. This dragon tendon is a delightful stroke of fortune. Wu Shang cheerfully cleansed it, replacing his former grass rope. Chapter 12. Secret Realm in the timeless expanse of the primordial wilderness. Wu Shang lost track of how long he had spent there, idly erecting a thatched hut on Mount Buzhou. Each day, He observed the cyclical dance of the sun and moon, contemplating the profound truths of the universe's laws. He never interfered in the conflicts of other beings, unless they dared to act recklessly before him. Otherwise, he simply turned a blind eye. In recent years, he had become engrossed in cultivating a type of spiritual herb known as Mosin flower. Spending his idle moments gazing at the blossoms, occasionally caressing their delicate petals, quietly feeling the flames of their essence searing against him. The laws of sealing operate on the principle of blossoming flowers, where myriad paths dissolve, and with the emergence of a singularity, all paths are unified. Yet, if one cannot personally experience the myriad paths, how can they hope to speak of sealing them? The pursuit of enlightenment has never been a smooth journey. Wu Shang, having achieved golden immortal status in less than 10 millennia, certainly faced considerable hardships along the way. Was this a surge of spiritual energy heralding the emergence of a spiritual treasure? Wu Shang, momentarily distracted from his contemplations, hastily plucked a Mosin flower and chewed it, swallowing it whole. The sharp wails seemed to echo unheard by him. The flower had awakened to consciousness, continuously consuming the essence he exuded over the years for its own growth. However, no formidable being would allow themselves to be entwined in causality outside. Born from him, destined to die because of him. This is perhaps the simplest method to negate causality. Wu Shang was no great sage, and thus lacked the grand compassion that would spare even the life of an ant. Having dealt with the flower demon, he drew ever closer to the area of spiritual energy disturbance. And the smile on his face grew more pronounced. Indeed, was a spiritual treasure about to descend into his grasp? Following the trajectory of the energy fluctuations, he searched with increasing eagerness. Yet, before he could relish his joy for long, a sudden ripple of spatial distortion flashed by, causing the massive young Taoist to vanish from sight. At that moment, within an unknown secret realm, a colossal black bull, towering 100 feet high, lay ensnared in a deep slumber, its thunderous snores causing one to believe it was lost in a most delightful dream. Mysterious and ominous laws swirled around it. Each time one attempted to approach, they were fiercely repelled by a vibrant azure light teeming with vitality. Wu Shang widened his eyes, stretching lazily, then began scanning his surroundings with heightened alertness, momentarily transforming into his innate Tao body, his gaze filled with unease. This was a disaster. What in the world was this? There were no innate spiritual treasures here. This was clearly a bull entering a tiger's den. Wu Shang muttered despondently, sighing in resignation, cautiously surveying his surroundings. At this juncture, if he still believed there was an innate spiritual treasure to be found, he would have to be foolish enough to seek out a block of tofu to dash his head against. He specialized in the laws of sealing, possessing a sensitivity beyond the norm towards the myriad paths. The faint, looming essence of death perpetually encroaching upon him, eroding his physical form. Even the Qinghua tree, an innate root of life, continuously emanated the light of life, forcing the essence of death to retreat from his being. He had undoubtedly become entangled in the schemes of some unknown, powerful entity, one who specialized in the laws of death, not a benevolent soul, by any means in this enigmatic realm. Wu Shang dared not extend his consciousness. Treading carefully upon the desolate ground, fearful of being ensnared by another's machinations. Any entity capable of emanating the breath of innate, undying spiritual light surely possessed strength rivaling that of a great Luo golden immortal. From birth until now, it was this very caution that had allowed him to survive thus far. Just as Wu Shang prepared to remain steadfast amid the chaos, a cacophony of sounds erupted in the sky, roars of tigers, the cries of apes, the calls of dragons, and the songs of phoenixes, creating quite a ruckus. Fully aware that curiosity could be perilous, Wu Shang nevertheless felt compelled to investigate, as a man of the Celestial Empire. He would not pass up the opportunity to witness the spectacle. After all, curiosity might not necessarily lead to his demise. Before he could draw near, he overheard several fierce growls. "Damn you, old ghost! Put down the treasure and spare my life." A black-backed wolf howled, glancing nervously at a hunchbacked elder, yet never daring to take a step forward. The elder coughed twice, furrowing his brow as a plume of purple smoke suddenly erupted from his fingertips. The wolf, seemingly terrified, darted left and right, evading narrowly despite its low cultivation. However, the white dove behind it was far less fortunate, promptly disintegrating into dust, its very soul obliterated. Even so, the foolish wolf continued to shout, "Old ghost, such a treasure cannot belong to you alone. Hand it over at once." Several others similarly unafraid of the elder included a girl clad in resplendent feathered garments, a youth with a sinister gaze, and a silver spider still retaining its beastly form. These individuals were by no means ordinary. Even Wu Shang, having refrained from conflict on Mount Buzhou for many years, had heard of them, each a formidable golden immortal. The girl in the splendid attire was surrounded by raging flames, as if she dwelled within an eternal inferno, a fiery bird soaring freely amid the blaze. The youth with the sinister gaze concealed his presence. Yet the faint green mist emanating from him revealed his mastery of poison. His serpent-like eyes, coupled with an infantile voice, sent chills down one's spine. As for the silver spider, it evoked a sense of trepidation in Wu Shang. Its 8 legs resembled sharp spears, standing in the void, creating strange ripples in the air that formed an invisible net beneath it. The hunchbacked elder regarded the assembly with equal apprehension, as a purple volcano materialized behind him, expelling a terrifying divine flame. Purple Cloud Taoist, Red Kite Fairy, Ironback, and the unknown hybrid spider. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Wu Shang made no effort to conceal his presence, stepping directly into view of the gathering. With his cultivation level, he could not perfectly disguise his identity for the sake of a third party's gain. Moreover, some familiar faces were present, and he intended to reminisce. "Wu Shang, little one, you are here as well?" The hunchbacked elder stared at him with the expression of one seeing a ghost. "Bah, old fossil, still alive, are you? Speak again, and I'll flatten your hump." Wu Shang's expression darkened as he retorted mockingly at the old man. Over the years spent on Mount Buzhou, he had often crossed paths with this elder. Originally a purple camel, he barely ranked among the mid-tier of the myriad races, yet he was a determined and ambitious being, attempting to metamorphose into a Qilin form, often seeking out heavenly materials to awaken his primal bloodlines. In a prior encounter, Wu Shang had brazenly crushed one of his humps, leaving him now as a single-humped camel. Chapter 13. Contest. Purple Cloud, you have stolen something from your fellow Taoists. Surrender it immediately. Wu Shang dug at his ears, disdainfully locking eyes with the old man, prepared for any sudden moves. "You claim it is yours. Yet this treasure was gained through my own fortune. You will not pry it from my grasp." The elder, exasperated, pointed a trembling finger at Wu Shang. "You assert ownership as you please, but I can just as easily claim you are the lost steed of Ironback Taoist. Do you acknowledge this?" Wu Shang, convinced of his prowess in the art of fabricating nonsense, boldly returned fire. Indeed, Purple Cloud. Reveal your true form and return with me." Ironback, transforming into his Tao body, proclaimed from a position of superiority. "Get lost?" Purple Cloud, enraged, erupted in a blaze of purple divine fire that enveloped the assembled. Wu Shang, unflinching, shielded Ironback behind him. The terrifying heat wave surged forward yet dissipated before reaching him, causing him no harm whatsoever. "Purple Cloud, cease your prattling. You cannot protect this item. Yield it. The skilled shall take it. Otherwise, do not blame us for attacking you." The youth with the sinister gaze spoke ominously, and his suggestion evidently received unanimous approval. Taking a deep breath, Purple Cloud casually tossed forth a black-gray, disc-shaped object. "Chaos Element Crystal? This item seems to be fated for me." With an unrestrained cry echoing in his heart, the glint of greed in his eyes was unmistakable. It was no wonder that this group of individuals, despite their mere early golden immortal cultivation, dared to confront the mid-stage golden immortal, Ziyun. The temptation was simply too great. If one could say that innate spiritual materials were rare, then chaotic spiritual materials could be deemed as something one could only hope to encounter. Just the chaotic essence stone alone was enough to stir their hearts. After all, this was the essence of the chaotic primordial crystal. Such a substantial piece was sufficient to incite them to take risks. "Shall we clear the scene first?" Tai Bei suggested tentatively. Upon seeing that everyone agreed, he was the first to act, not with words, but with swift violence. Sharp fangs rapidly pierced the neck of a young maiden, crimson blood gushing forth in an instant. The girl gazed in shock at the scene, her eyes reflecting an almost palpable desire to survive. Yet, Tai Bei appeared oblivious, biting down again with force, shattering her skull and leaving not even a trace of her soul. Others swiftly followed suit, determined not to allow anyone to play the role of the bystander while they were gravely injured. The boundary of golden immortal cultivation marked a line. Slaughtering those weaker than themselves consumed little of their magical power. Among the group, only Wushang remained indifferent, quietly listening to the cries of the weak. It was not that his heart was cold, but rather that in the primordial wilderness, strength reigned supreme, and the slaughter of the weak was a commonly accepted occurrence. Why do you not take action? The venomous-eyed Zhirong questioned fiercely, displeased with Wushang's inaction. Yet, he was met with a colossal fist. Who do you think you are to question me? Wushang retorted, slightly irked, as he wondered if he appeared so easily bullied. Did he think he had not noticed this fellow surreptitiously releasing poison? Underhanded tactics were one thing, but could he not be so lowly? The laws of prohibition surged wildly, firmly protecting him, rendering the invisible poison ineffective before it could reach him. Zhirong was momentarily stunned, only to see an enormous fist, shimmering with the golden laws, morph into a palm just as it approached, delivering a resounding slap across his face. Crack! The sharp sound of the slap resonated, causing Zhirong's left cheek to swell instantly. You shall pay for this, Zhirong reacted swiftly, swallowing the blood in his mouth, his hands transforming into claws, with murky green poison swirling around him. A thick tail shimmering with azure light emerging behind him. Observing this, others hastily chose their opponents. Though the exotic spider was formidable, Qi Yuan, as a member of the feathered clan, had a natural advantage over it. Tai Bei was swift, but the disparity in cultivation with Ziyun was too vast, leaving him to hide in a state of embarrassment. Zhirong unleashed a frenzied assault on Wushang, but just as his claws drew near, they were firmly grasped by a pair of delicate white hands, the tremendous force momentarily stunning him. Is this all you can muster? How juvenile, Wushang scoffed, his disdain palpable as he swung his arm again. Crack! A sound of air splitting echoed as a massive palm struck once more, tearing Zhirong's skin and slapping half of his face. Ah! A real-life version of a one-sided face slap, Wushang exaggeratedly exclaimed, retreating hastily as the fleeting brilliance he emitted was undoubtedly suspicious. Indeed, just as he moved away, the stones beside him abruptly turned black and gray, swiftly corroded. Oh, the one-sided face slap has become enraged. Wushang smiled slightly, a brilliant light bursting forth, a tremendous roar echoing through the heavens and earth. Upon closer inspection, the once relatively handsome Zhirong had transformed into a puddle of muck. It was the kind that could not even be pieced back together. Beside which a silver water bottle radiated a ghostly glow, evidently Zhirong's treasured possession. TSK. 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 What a bountiful harvest! The Hunyuan Immortal Tower absorbed his shattered body along with the spiritual treasure, continuously evolving Zhirong's path within its confines. In terms of strength, both were early golden immortals, yet it was Wushang's overwhelming laws of prohibition that completely suppressed Zhirong's abilities. Until his last breath, he was unable to unleash his full potential, dying in a manner most frustrating. But what concern was that to Wushang? Bored, he turned his gaze to the other battlefields, observing the blood mist swirling and the frequent manifestations of unusual phenomena. Shaking his head in disdain, such flamboyance, as they witnessed Wushang swiftly conclude his battle, everyone else grew anxious, fearful that he might join one of the skirmishes and disrupt the balance of power. Combat intensified, each party exerting their utmost strength, attempting to obliterate their opponents in a single blow. Qi Yuan, shall I lend you a hand? Tai Bei inquired. Fellow, do you require my assistance in dispatching that old fool? Miss, do maintain your decorum. Do not scratch his face, friend, bite his leg. The old fool has an injury on his leg. Wushang seemed like a harbinger of doom. Wherever he went, the battlefield shifted, and no one wished to engage with him. The entire battlefield was in a state of fervor, each participant unleashing their true strength. Yet none noticed that the essence of their flesh and blood dissipated without a trace with every injury they sustained. Chapter 14. The yellow sparrow lurks behind friends. This scoundrel Wushang is an unpredictable variable. Let us send him to meet the great Pangu instead. Tai Bei, overwhelmed by the mental pressure Wushang exerted upon him, proposed such a foolish idea, and no sooner had he finished speaking than he regretted it, fearing Wushang would be the first to join his battlefield. However, upon hearing this, everyone bizarrely ceased their fighting, as if they had collectively arrived at the same thought. Tai Bei wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow, exhaling a sigh of relief. This could be considered a desperate attempt for survival. From the very beginning, he had not intended to face Ziyun alone, for in terms of cultivation, experience, and combat prowess, he was utterly inferior. Even if Wushang did not join his battlefield, he could not hold out for long. He had entirely abandoned his relentless pursuit of the chaotic primordial crystal. No matter how valuable it was, one needed to have their life to claim it. Observing the predatory gazes of those around him, Wushang remained undeterred, instead smiling faintly. "Please, Wushang, do embrace your demise." The elegantly dressed woman suddenly transformed into a resplendent red phoenix. Her crimson feathers glimmered with searing flames, and her elongated tail feathers bestowed upon her an air of exceptional nobility. Truly, the phoenix breed was remarkable. It possessed audacity. However, I wholeheartedly concur with your choice. I implore you, Wushang, to meet your END this moment. Ziyun, donned in tattered purple robes, struggled to maintain his celestial demeanor, gazing at Wushang with a twinkle in his eyes. Attack! With the spider's thunderous command, everyone unleashed their most potent techniques. Phoenix Dance Sword Rain. Purple chi ascends from the east. Spatial annihilation. Wushang executed his evasion technique to its utmost limit. Eyeing Tai Bei's astonished gaze, he rapidly approached him. Just as he prepared to channel all his magical power to flee, he discovered that the usually obedient wind laws seemed to be suppressed by some inexplicable force. The wolf paw, no, the canine paw, had barely taken a step when Wushang seized it in his grasp. "Friend, there has been a misunderstanding. I did not." His words were cut short by a devastating sound, as the legendary Tai Bei, the celestial wolf, was torn asunder by Wushang, before his soul could escape. It was drawn into the Hunyuan Immortal Tower along with his body. "You indeed did not strike at me, but I wish for your demise." Wushang smiled, clarifying his intentions. Tai Bei had never contemplated why Wushang could approach him unscathed at the first opportunity. Wushang surveyed the desolate battlefield, taking in the surrounding scenery, entirely in line with his expectations. Ziyun, that old fool, had already decapitated the red phoenix and was now reveling in its blood. Not far away, the exotic spider was riddled with feathers, a translucent thread connecting it to the disc-sized chaotic primordial crystal. "Old fool, enough with the drinking. Hurry and clean up the battlefield." Wushang shouted loudly at Ziyun. "What are you shouting for? I'm coming." "Do not rush me," Ziyun grumbled reluctantly, stroking his disheveled beard. Their interaction was casual, not at all resembling adversaries. In truth, the two were quite familiar, as those who had been defeated by Wushang yet still lived maintained a reasonably amicable relationship with him. In his youth, Ziyun had fortuitously acquired a drop of blood from an exotic Qilin, and over the years, he had relentlessly defied conventions, tormenting himself, in a quest to break the shackles of his own bloodline. Only heavenly materials and treasures, or the innate essence found in the blood of exotic beasts, could hasten this transformation. Wushang admired his tenacity, and their interactions were harmonious. Within the secret realm, a mere glance between the two had solidified their unspoken agreement. "You have quite a sharp tongue. To think you would have me serve as that fool Tai Bei's mount." Ziyun shot Wushang a displeased glance, muttering, "You are not much stronger. Calling me Wushang the brat, do you truly believe I have no temper?" Wushang retorted, equally dissatisfied. However, neither lingered on these trivialities. Such banter would not cost them a thing. After centuries of companionship, only those of similar ilk could remain together. "How shall we divide the spoils?" "The usual way. You take all the exotic beast blood, and the chaotic primordial crystal is mine. but you must leave the corpses behind. I still need to prepare a grand feast. Wu Shang has become quite adept at the distribution of spoils. The old man is still in a state of transformation and is not in a hurry to refine his life treasure. Hence, the chaotic essence crystal undoubtedly belongs to Wu Shang. From beginning to end, this old fellow has been plotting their flesh and blood. However, these individuals meet their demise without injustice, as the silver aberrant spider clearly covets the essence crystal, maintaining a steadfast objective from the outset. The red phoenix is evidently pursuing the same path as the purple cloud Taoist, intent on returning to its ancestral bloodline and evolving towards the direction of the phoenix. Thus, the insect-like aberrant spider naturally becomes her primary target. It's the onset of battle. A resounding phoenix cry instantaneously rendered the spider's sinews slack, while a torrential downpour of sword rain left it with no possibility of evasion. Only Tai Bei, the most foolish among them, overestimated himself, believing that he could turn the tide with mere words. In truth, even if he were to successfully incite the others, his chances of survival would remain slim. As Wu Shang, combined with the full fighting force of the purple cloud, could easily slay them all, that Wu Shang, gleefully collecting the chaotic essence crystal, meticulously plucked and cleaned the fur from Tai Bei. The entire process was nothing short of proficient. Brother, your skills are truly commendable. The purple cloud Taoist, with a mouth full of food, incessantly praised Wu Shang's craftsmanship. Indeed, dog meat rolls thrice, and even deities cannot stand firm. Have you not heard? Wu Shang replied with a satisfied smile, noting that such ingredients were not something he encountered frequently. Blood pills, for instance, were not something he would consume unless he were desperate or had exhausted too much energy. Is that so? It seems I must pay a visit to the Tengu clan. The old Taoist mumbled casually. As one who had survived the great calamity of Long Han, the essence of the purple cloud was imbued with an unrestrained aura. Yet, considering the era he lived in, the prestige of the innate three clans undoubtedly allowed him to experience the unparalleled glory bestowed by bloodlines, which likely explains this old fellow's obsession with transforming into a Qilin. The two soon immersed their attention in the delicacies before them. Old man, put down that last spider leg for me. Wu Shang had just sipped some rich broth and closed his eyes to refine its essence. Upon opening them, he found the old man joyfully devouring the spider leg. The translucent tender flesh made Wu Shang swallow hard. During this time, both narrowed their eyes, dramatically competing for the morsels. The purple cloud Taoist was no fool. Swiftly transforming into a wisp of purple smoke to escape, Wu Shang followed closely, a slight smile playing on his lips, as if he perceived nothing amiss in their surroundings. Both had clawed their way up from the bottom. How could they possibly miss such a blatant threat? Chapter 15. Battle with the Little Dragon. Old Purple Cloud, have you sensed something? Hurry and run. Wu Shang, that's definitely a big one. Within the secret realm, a purple aura and a mysterious light rapidly retreated, with faint spatial ripples appearing and disappearing behind them. This caused both to frown deeply, their speed increasing a notch. What on earth is going on? Don T asked. It's a purebred Changchong. Having known each other for many years, they would not hastily pursue one another over mere meat. Their instincts were triggered by the almost imperceptible danger they sensed. Changchong? A purebred? Could it be of the Dragon Clan? Wu Shang murmured, quickly realizing the implication. Damn. A mere Dragon Clan wouldn't he dare chase us? Wu Shang steadied himself, glancing around, and at the end of the spatial disturbance, he spotted a robust dragon tail. Heaven's wrath, it truly is the Dragon Clan. We're done for. Law of heaven and earth. Wu Shang halted his flight, his form visibly growing taller and larger. The once delicate youth swiftly transformed into a pitch-black ox demon, with a bull's head and a human body, and formidable horns that seemed poised to pierce the heavens. Profound laws cascaded down like waterfalls, accentuating his godlike presence. Come down, let us fight. Following a thunderous roar from Wu Shang, a piercing sound of air being cut echoed as a sharp dragon claw lunged directly at Wu Shang's ox head. The radiant laws coalescing upon the claw were colossal and boundless, akin to a cosmic spear. The law of the fingertips entwined, an overwhelming force aimed to obliterate Wu Shang, leaving the still fleeing purple cloud Taoist horrified. Holy crap, it's a Tai golden immortal. The purple cloud transformed into his true form, a purple camel adorned with Chilean horns and scales. The purple camel's four legs flailed wildly, almost generating smoke. Wu Shang cast a solemn glance at the old man, his gaze fixed upon the divine dragon before him. He possessed a top-tier bloodline and supreme techniques, making it not difficult to fight beyond realms. Yet crossing boundaries was no easy feat. The disparity between each realm was like a chasm. Unless one wielded overwhelming spirit treasures, it was virtually impossible. The notion of traversing several major realms to slay others, as depicted in novels, simply did not exist. Moreover, the opponent was none other than the most formidable of the innate three clans. The Dragon Clan. Wu Shang's eyes narrowed, observing the serpent form, fish scales, deer horns, and eagle eyes, embodying the traditional image of the Chinese dragon, reminiscent of the legendary Azure Dragon. Profound laws swirled around his body, hinting at the green vitality emerging from the desolate earth. The collision of ultimate life force and ultimate death energy created an anomaly of spatial distortion around him. Azure Dragon, Ant, kneel before me. The Azure Dragon paid no heed to Wu Shang's inquiry, delivering its proclamation with an air of dominion. As for the purple cloud, it didn't even warrant a glance. Kneel? I'd rather kneel to your grandmother. Wu Shang's form suddenly expanded, his fists colliding with the dragon claw, unleashing immense spatial ripples. Somehow, even though the secret realm was vast, the spatial barriers were not particularly strong. Wu Shang staggered back several hundred meters, quickly regaining his stance. The Azure Dragon stared incredulously at the cracks appearing in the scales of its palm. The azure light swirling, restoring its integrity in an instant. Ant, perish! Enraged, the Azure Dragon unleashed a fierce killing intent that forcibly altered the atmospheric conditions within the space, transforming into chilling snowflakes that enveloped him. The extreme fury directed at Wu Shang's provocation was palpable. Regardless of the type of dragon, they held immense control over the elements. The black snow remained dense and unmoving, yet it failed to materialize around Wu Shang. The sealing laws operated with full force, forming amber-hued ripples that calmly lingered beside him. After a moment of silence, both launched their attacks once more. The Azure Dragon's claw left deep gashes along Wu Shang's neck, nearly severing it. Scalding blood erupted from his wound like the blazing sun. Wu Shang, undeterred, temporarily suppressed the Azure Dragon's laws with his sealing techniques, forcing the dragon to engage in close combat. However, his magical energy was rapidly depleting. How could the laws of a golden immortal possibly suppress those of a Tai golden immortal? The consumption was not something outsiders could fathom. Wu Shang, feeling the pressure, delivered a powerful punch to the Azure Dragon's forehead, shattering bones and creating a profound dent, nearly driving his fist into its skull. Yet, both the dragon's horns and head were among the hardest parts of its body. Cursing himself for being foolish, he rubbed his wrist and attacked once more. Ant, I will see you dead, desolate dragon refinement. A sudden, intense spatial fluctuation engulfed Wu Shang, who was momentarily stunned, finding himself imprisoned in a crude space. The Azure Dragon, once a vibrant emerald, now oozed an eerie crimson hue. Although the space was limited, it was entirely under the Azure Dragon's control. No, at this moment, perhaps it was more fitting to call him the Crimson Dragon. Scorching flames ignited within the space, attempting to incinerate Wu Shang entirely, using flesh and blood as fuel. Dragon Clan battle technique. The Azure Dragon transforms into the Crimson Dragon. Ha ha ha, you're finished, Wu Shang, far from angered, erupted into wild laughter. It was indeed a Dragon Clan battle technique, yet it belonged to the innate Crimson Dragon lineage. Wu Shang paid no heed to the flames engulfing him. The delicate flames felt as if they were soothing his muscles, prompting him to close his eyes in comfort. In the realm of death, a primary practitioner of the wood element's vitality, the Azure Dragon would undoubtedly be cautious, refraining from revealing too much. Even so, a Tai was a Tai. It was far beyond Wu Shang's reach. However, since you wish to avoid making a scene, I shall defy your desires. Hunyuan Immortal Pagoda. A pagoda radiating with red and purple hues materialized abruptly, shattering the dilapidated space with a single strike. crafted from the 10 primordial divine metals, destroying a fractured space devoid of the 5 elements, was effortless. Wu Shang sidestepped, observing the panting azure dragon, slightly furrowing his brow as he narrowly evaded a fatal blow. Just when the azure dragon believed it had achieved a significant advantage, unexpectedly, Wu Shang collided head-on. Chapter 16. The Success of the Formation. Although the azure dragon was oblivious to Wu Shang's intentions, he would not let the opportunity to seize the incoming head slip away. Rapidly circulating his magical energy, his eyes emitted myriad divine lights, akin to stars cascading down. The majestic aura of the dragon fist bore the imprint of 1,000 dragons bowing in reverence. Even before it made contact with Wu Shang, an immense pressure surged towards him. Wu Shang, witnessing this scene, grinned widely. Upon contact, the azure dragoness' imposing form shattered, dispersing into countless grains of sand. Dead? Did he die so easily? Upon witnessing the multitude of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, Qinglong was left utterly astonished. He had never encountered such an audacious bull before. Attack! A resounding voice echoed through the void. Just as Qinglong sensed something amiss, a colossal beast's hoof struck him squarely in the face. The clear imprint of the hoof was indelibly etched into his visage, and the noble dragon's form was plunged into a sea of perpetual sand. I shall slay you. Qinglong spat out the sand from his mouth. The overwhelming pressure of the Tai realm bearing down upon Ziyun. The disparity in their bloodlines caused beads of sweat to trickle down the old man's forehead, yet the purple mist enveloping him allowed him to maintain his composure. Your vocabulary is indeed quite limited, he retorted. Next, I shall take your life. The voice of Wu Shang reverberated through the ether. The once mundane and dull yellow sand transformed instantaneously into a crystalline brilliance. Radiating hues of purple and red, the grains shifted, unleashing boundless murderous intent. 1,000 tribulations, 10,000 blades formation, arise. The sand surged forth, each grain resembling a sword pellet, releasing immeasurable metallic energy. This formation had transcended the realms of the divine transformation and the 10,000 swords formation he had previously referenced. Since embarking on the path of transforming his body into a formation, he had effectively carved out his own path in the art of formations, with ample room for further advancement, as for the 1,000 tribulations. He hadn't yet discovered a suitable calamity essence to refine his sword energy, and maintaining the 10,000 swords was already a strenuous endeavor. The terrifying sharpness was entirely reliant on the innate properties of the divine metal. After all, one individual, to this day, truly comprehended little about the way of the sword. A mere formation cannot ensnare me. Qinglong laughed in rage, bellowing as he expelled a resplendent dragon pearl within the pearl. The essence of wood thrived, brimming with an abundance of vitality. Even amidst the restrictive laws governing the entire beach, Ziyun felt the life force waning. However, before the old man could react, the dense death energy in the space erupted violently. Life and death are inherently opposed, yet from death, a glimmer of life may still emerge. The once radiant dragon pearl began to shrink significantly, dimming in brilliance as its vitality swiftly dissipated. No? Qinglong cried out to the heavens. A terrifying dragon roared, dispersing the sand clinging to him. Yet, with the pearl's damage, his own cultivation and magical power suddenly revealed vulnerabilities. The boundless metallic energy seized the opportunity, ruthlessly inflicting wounds upon Qinglong's body. Ha ha ha, now is the moment. Wu Shang cast the primordial immortal tower, the immense sealing force directly suppressing the dragon pearl, the lifeblood treasure of the dragon clan. The pearl embodied the convergence of his own Tao rhythm and the fortune of heaven and earth. By its very nature, it was far from resilient. After sustaining such grievous harm, how could it possibly withstand the onslaught of Wu Shang's innate divine metal? The terrifying suction force inexorably drew the pearl into the confines of the treasure tower. At that moment, Qinglong was continually subjected to the erosion of death energy, his muscles and bones numb, devoid of the strength to resist. Do not look at me like that. You are making me fearful. The boundless sand coalesced into the form of a handsome young Taoist. The dragon without its pearl was akin to a tiger with its fangs extracted. What could Qinglong do but grovel at his feet? Wu Shang, This is Qinglong. Ziyun scurried before him, hunched over like a beggar, his eyes filled with admonition. Wushang smiled slightly, twisting the dragon's head at an awkward angle, denying him even a chance to plead for mercy. This is calamity. This is calamity. Do you even comprehend? He is a dragon, a purebred dragon. Perhaps he is even a descendant of that esteemed lineage. Ziyun paced anxiously, his demeanor exceedingly flustered. From the moment he pursued us, the threads of causality were spun. Can you outrun a Tai golden immortal? In such a scenario, it is either his demise or mine. The era of the three primordial races has long passed. Even if he is the son of the sacred Qinglong, what of it? As long as I do not venture into the eastern extremity, would he dare breach that boundary? Wushang scoffed, all the while beginning to pluck the dragon scales. Yet, his words rang true. The significance of the four extremes was universally acknowledged. Wushang was utterly convinced that should Qinglong dare to act, he would surely be quelled by the Tao ancestor. Upon hearing this, Ziyun paused momentarily, muttering something under his breath. Wushang paid him no heed, confident that the old coot would grasp the implications, and casually placed a tender piece of dragon meat into his mouth. I must say, the flavor is indeed exquisite, Wushang, my dear brother. Might I request that you reserve half of the dragon's blood for me? Observing Wushang indulging to the point of gluttony, Ziyun momentarily cast aside his contemplations. To dare slay a phoenix descendant signified a readiness to eliminate a true dragon. His momentary confusion stemmed merely from a fear of the dragon clan's might. Were he truly a compliant individual, he would not have become Wushang's ally. Reflecting deeply, it was evident that the era of the three races had indeed passed. The two feasted heartily, scarcely pausing to set up a cooking pot. Truly, the raw dragon delicacy was delectable. Something's amiss. Just as Wushang was savoring his meal, Ziyun signaled him with a gesture of caution. Holding their breaths, even Wushang felt a faint ripple of spiritual energy. Impossible! The two turned their gazes towards the dragon's belly, their expressions filled with astonishment. Despite Wushang currently consuming dragon flesh, he had never underestimated this race that had dominated the primordial wilderness for countless epochs. Nor had he anticipated that within the belly of a dragon, there could exist a living being. In a flurry, they cast aside the dragon's belly, and a dark orb sprang forth, towering in stature. Its entire form gleamed golden, exuding an aura of profound death energy. What was remarkable was that aside from its branch-like horns, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a human, albeit disregarding the multitude of golden scales enveloping its body. Including its face, the two were taken aback. What madness had possessed Qinglong to consume such a creature? Even if the laws were at odds, how could he have ingested something so hideously grotesque? Would it not be repulsive? Observing their speechlessness, the young figure bowed slightly and offered a courteous greeting. I am from the Jingguang clan. It is an honor to meet both esteemed seniors. Chapter 17. Jingguang, Immortal Jingguang. Is it that Jingguang? Wushang speculated, yet refrained from making any hasty conclusions, scrutinizing the being minutely. His appearance was indeed imposing, yet was not the Jingguang immortal originally a golden-haired hound? How could it manifest in this manner? The Jingguang clan. Is it the one from the eastern sea, the one that idly fishes for turtles? Ziyun, ever the sage, deduced after a moment of observation. Indeed. Jingguang bowed once more, the golden scales rendering his countenance exceedingly fearsome. The two evaded his bow. Despite his mere pinnacle of Xian immortal cultivation, the might of his physical form was undeniably formidable. Nearing that of a golden immortal, this was the most fitting of peer relationships. Ziyun scrutinized him from head to toe, wrinkling his nose as if he had uncovered a new continent. Yet, you are entirely enveloped in death energy, which does not align with the Jingguang clan. Are you certain you are not from the Mountain of Corpses? Ziyun discreetly increased the distance between them. Wushang, equally astonished, understood that the Mountain of Corpses was far from a benign locale. It was rife with the remains of golden immortal powerhouses, suffused with death energy that obscured the skies. In his past life, he recalled that the classic of mountains and seas documented, 10 miles east of the historical mountains, where many locust trees grow and jade is plentiful. Another 10 miles east lies the Mountain of Corpses, abundant in emeralds, with beasts such as the Jing. The waters of death flowed forth and merged into the Luo River, where exquisite jades abounded. Even in the utmost darkness, a flicker of life could emerge. Within such a place lay the potential for vitality. Souls could extend into new spiritual entities, which was common, yet the path of the great Tao was more akin to the path of death. No, no, no. I primarily cultivate the path of death, yet my essence is safeguarded by virtue. My disposition is relatively gentle, and I harbor no malice towards living beings. Thus, the elders of the Jin Guang clan allowed me to remain. Zhan Guang hastily clarified, fearing that these two formidable individuals would eliminate him. After all, the souls emerging from the Mountain of Corpses were often incomplete, harboring an alternative yearning for the living, and were notoriously brutal and bloodthirsty. And how did you come to be consumed by Qinglong and survive? Both were perplexed. Had Qinglong truly lost his mind? He certainly did not appear deranged. That Qinglong falsely claimed me as a member of his dragon clan, intending to utilize my fundamental laws as fuel to bolster his own life force, which is why he swallowed me. However, I possess a treasure hidden within me, combined with the essence of death that pervades this space, allowing me to communicate with the laws of the external world, thus enabling me to persist within the body of Qinglong. Zhan Guang's expression was a mixture of shame and sorrow as he produced a massive cloth from his trousers and laid it before the two. Today, Zhan Guang presents this treasure to both esteemed friends as a token of gratitude for saving my life. Were it not for the sincerity etched upon his face, Ziyun would have approached to strike him. What kind of treasure required concealment within one's trousers? Did he not fear it gathering dust? Though this was Ziyun's inner thought, he feigned politeness. No, you keep it. It is far too precious. Wushang gazed intently for a moment, quietly sensing the spatial imprint nestled within his mind. Is this the chaos amniotic membrane? With a sense of disbelief, Wushang gazed at the slowly rising chaotic mist above, utterly astonished. What? The chaotic amniotic membrane? What a remarkable treasure! Ziyun rummaged through his mind and finally recalled this artifact, which is birthed from the shattering of chaos and can only emerge after the fragmentation of space. To call it a rare gem would be an understatement. Even the treasury of the Qilin clan does not possess such a thing. It is indeed far too precious for me to accept. Wushang sensed the faint threads of causality and began to form an answer in his heart. Wushang, have you lost your mind? You do not wish to claim such a treasure? Ziyun was somewhat perplexed. Having known Wushang for many years, he recognized him as someone who would never pass up an opportunity to gain. How could he possibly turn down such a marvel? Could it be that the accursed Qinglong has taken over him? Observing the old fellow's strange expression, Wushang knew he was certainly up to no good and began to communicate telepathically. You know nothing. Jin Guang and I share a connection of causality, and he may very well become my disciple in the future. Wushang did not conceal the truth, speaking candidly. Disciple? When did you take on a master? Ziyun exclaimed in surprise. For all these years, he had only known Wushang as a being of extraordinary bloodline and formidable physical prowess, never having heard of him having a master. Initially, he thought Wushang had received a legacy from some esteemed elder. But upon reflection, it was not entirely surprising. A prodigy who battles beyond their rank must surely be a disciple of some great power. Which great power? He asked without hesitation. The Grand Master of the Three Purities from Kunlun Mountain. Wushang himself was uncertain to which master he might pledge allegiance, and thus his words were somewhat ambiguous. Chapter 18. The flock of infernal crows. Ziyun, with an expression akin to that of Shishir presenting her heart, wore a face of utter incredulity. What had he just heard? This was impossible. The Grand Master of the Three Purities, what an exalted being, what an entity. That was the essence of the great Panga himself. In terms of lineage, who could possibly compare? From the moment of their emergence, they were already beings of the Deluo level. Even during the peak of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, they had never considered engaging in conflict with such a figure. What right does Wushang have? Wushang, my friend, you have deceived me greatly. Why did you not speak of this sooner? Damn it, you never asked. Wushang replied telepathically. rolling his eyes in exasperation, unwilling to engage further. Though Jian Guang could not discern the intricacies of their exchange, he felt no malice. He directly divided the chaotic amniotic membrane, giving one portion to Wushang and the other to Ziyun. Regardless of their thoughts, the debt of causality for saving lives must be repaid. Observing Jian Guang's resoluteness, the two no longer hesitated. As they drew closer to the chaotic energy above, they sensed a force that even a Deluo golden immortal would not dare to penetrate without the protection of innate spiritual treasures. They were curious as to how such a treasure could exist in a secret realm that could only accommodate Tai golden immortals. Unable to fathom the mystery, they resumed their feast, discarding the dragon meat, as there were still remnants to be dealt with. After all, such a lavish meal could not be had at every sitting. Brother, something feels amiss. With grease smeared on his mouth, Jian Guang abruptly stood up, his brow furrowing as he called out to Wushang. Ziyun was left speechless. Why were there so many complications surrounding a meal? Wushang frowned, suddenly rising and looking up, shaken by the overwhelming presence looming above. Is that a fierce beast? It shouldn't be, Ziyun exclaimed in shock, quickly denying his own thoughts. As one who had participated in the Dragon and Han Calamity, he knew well how the three innate clans had risen to prominence. It was precisely because they had eradicated the scourge of fierce beasts that they garnered the favor of the heavenly Tao and obtained boundless fortune. Fierce beasts were remnants of the chaotic demon gods or manifestations of suspense, possessing formidable physical forms and harboring deep resentment towards the beings of the primordial world and the world itself, enhancing their corporeal forms by devouring the essence and divinity of living beings. Few knew that before the Dragon and Han Calamity, fierce beasts were the true overlords of this world. Presently, fierce beasts were nearly extinct, with the only remaining sightings occurring in the desolate northern regions. Where are we? At the foot of Mount Buzhou. What audacious fierce beast dares to appear here? Even with Panga's pressure dissipating, it is not a mere fierce beast that can run rampant. We should eradicate them. Initially, Ziyun was intimidated by the aura of the fierce beasts, but upon a sweep of his divine sense, he discovered that they were merely a horde of beasts, not even at the golden immortal realm. Though numerous, they posed no threat to beings of their caliber. Wushang furrowed his brow, but soon his expression shifted to one of delight. In the primordial realm, merit is akin to a universal balm. And if one possesses overwhelming merit, even a sage would not act against them lightly. This was a fortuitous opportunity for merit, as the Hunyuan Immortal Tower transformed into a towering height and smashed down upon the group of fierce beasts. These fierce beasts were no different from ordinary crows, save for their crimson eyes. They exuded an overwhelming aura of death. As the Immortal Tower passed through, the flock of crows was reduced to a bloody pulp. Yet a multitude of crows continued to swarm, as if they were bound to a relentless conflict. The three engaged in battle amid a chaotic scene, exerting their full strength to cleanse the crows. Old man, what kind of fierce beast is this? He glanced quizzically at the knowledgeable Ziyun, hoping he might recognize them. You ask me, whom should I ask? However, I have indeed heard of a type of fierce beast resembling crows. But they should not possess such numbers, Ziyun responded, perplexed, unable to reconcile the fragile race he recalled with the fierce beasts before him. Could it be the infernal crows? I once encountered a record stating there exists a beast that resembles a crow. Though it is less than 3 feet tall, yet carries boundless death energy, eroding the world, feeding on the inexhaustible death aura. They are rare among fierce beasts in that they do not initiate attacks. After Jian Guang spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the endless swarm of crows above. Frankly, this did not align with the descriptions found in his clan's records. The crows' eyes, filled with murderous intent, bore no resemblance to the passive demeanor described. They seemed eager to tear them apart. Everyone, be cautious. The innate abilities of the infernal crow clan involve the division of spirit and transformation. As long as there is sufficient death energy, they can infinitely create new individuals. Given the current situation, it appears we have never truly killed a single one of them. After Jian Guang's warning, Ziyun quickly recalled this race, his brow furrowing as he prepared to engage the others. There are too many. Let us give it our all. Wushang slightly furrowed his brow, then transformed into an immeasurable amount of sand, for the power of division and transformation was exceedingly troublesome. The innate formations of the Nyo clan were founded upon this very principle, and his own method of using his body as a formation drew from its essence. Little did he expect to encounter the true source today. Without hesitation, the crystalline grains of sand shimmered with red and gold light, swirling to form endless sword light, each blade capable of shredding a crow to pieces. The other two did not remain idle. Jian Guang transformed into a towering giant. Although he had not yet reached the golden immortal realm, his racial advantages allowed him to unleash nearly unparalleled power through the law of heaven and earth. His golden fists rained down upon the crow horde, as he too specialized in the laws of death and could unleash his full strength against the infernal crows without reservation. Ziyun invoked the law of heaven and earth, becoming a 100-foot giant, a massive volcano manifesting behind him, violet flames erupting from within, evolving into an immensely terrifying apocalyptic scene. Yet, the old man felt quite constrained. The erosion of the laws of death was far too terrifying, and he dared not confront the accursed crows head-on, retreating while launching attacks. Seeing this, Wushang sighed and tossed the Qinghua tree towards him, its strands of life-giving light cascading down. After all, the laws of confinement are impervious to all, and the impact of the laws of death on him was negligible. The treasure tree would yield far greater benefits in Ziyun's possession. Upon seeing the treasure tree above him, Ziyun let out a cry and intensified his output of divine law, as endless violet flames surged in the sky, the temperature rising to the point where one could feel the distortion of spatial barriers. The trio joined forces, unleashing a torrent of magical energy, with boundless sword light, violet fire clouds, and golden giants relentlessly striking the flock of infernal crows. Under their full might, this horde of crows, barely at the level of today's cultivation, was swiftly annihilated. Throughout the battle, they never discerned which among them was the true entity. Chapter 19. Flesh and blood transformation. Gazing upon the multitude of corpses, Wushang and the others let out a slight sigh of relief, subsequently beginning to collect the precious materials among them. Under normal circumstances, they would have devoured the essence of the flesh to restore their depleting magical power, but these creatures not only reeked of malice, but the endless death energy they harbored filled them with trepidation. Fortunately, the fierce beasts were incredibly resilient. To say they were treasures in their own right would not be an exaggeration. After gathering some true feathers of their innate forms, the group finally nodded in satisfaction. Let us depart. It seems we cannot escape our fate. After a brief respite, Ziyun spoke to the others with a hint of resignation. Following the slaying of the infernal crows, they distinctly sensed a mysterious will guiding them. The overwhelming presence, infused with celestial authority, rendered them unable to escape, compelling them to follow their instincts. Let us proceed. I am eager to uncover what lies ahead. It is said that what is fortunate may not be, and what is unfortunate may indeed be. This principle is inherently understood by all. As three companions journeyed together, they encountered countless fresh corpses being absorbed by this enigmatic realm, their residual vitality devoured by the very essence of the place. The bodies swiftly transformed into desiccated bones, only to succumb to the erosive forces of death and dissolve into dust, vanishing entirely. This bizarre scene sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers, yet Jian Guang remained remarkably composed, fortuitously discovering a fragment of the law amidst the eerie surroundings. Such an object could only be born in places where the laws were condensed to their utmost, or derived from the remnants left by the fall of a great Luo golden immortal. Regardless, neither scenario boded well for them. Following the imposing imprint of the law, they soon arrived at a cavern. Even before approaching, they could already sense the surging waves of spiritual energy. Wushang concentrated his entire magical essence in his gaze, discerning no discrepancies, allowing him to proceed inside with ease. Upon entering the cave, they beheld a pool swirling with flesh and blood, an endless stream of vital essence circulating in the air around them. A blood pool? A pool of laws? The group was perplexed, recognizing that this phenomenon was evidently a confluence of countless beings' blood and essence, still imbued with the paths and laws they had cultivated in life. Before Ziyun could even begin his exploration, Jian Guang eagerly dove in, joyfully swimming amidst the pool. "Come on, fellow Taoists, this is incredibly invigorating," Jian Guang exclaimed, frolicking in the water like a child, consuming the life essence within the pool. His ultimate goal on the path of immortality was to seek life amidst death. How could he possibly forsake such a rare opportunity? Desperate times call for desperate measures. "If I perish, I shall rise anew." After observing for a moment, Ziyun hastily plunged in as well, disregarding any potential dangers that lay ahead, resolute in seizing this opportunity. The two sat cross-legged above the pool's surface, their bodies acting like funnels, continuously absorbing the essence within. The influx of life essence caused their bloodlines to surge, gradually transforming towards their primal true blood. Ziyun's camel-like form, adorned with scales and qilin horns, began evolving into a true qilin, as his hump receded and teeth sharpened, resembling a living, breathing variant of the mythical creature. Jian Guang underwent significant changes as well. The massive form of the dragon-berated giant behind the mountain transformed drastically, its sturdy spine bending, limbs sprouting sharp claws, and the dragon horns atop its head growing ever larger, ultimately resembling a lion draped in long fur. This was an evolution towards the golden-haired hound. Wu Shang marveled at the transformations of the two, but had no intention of joining them. As a primordial beast, he had no need for further transformation. Had it not been for the presence of the Qinghua tree, he might have been tempted. Yet, who could ascertain if there were hidden traps within this place? In such a cursed location, exercising caution was never a folly. Nevertheless, he still collected a portion of the flesh and essence, which seemed inexhaustible, replenishing itself as soon as some was consumed. Witnessing the tumultuous shifts of the laws resembling crashing waves, he summoned the primordial immortal tower. This tower was inherently designed to nourish itself with myriad laws, and he could not possibly refuse such an opportunity presented to him. Even if there were hidden dangers, the resilience of the immortal metal would likely withstand any threat. As he observed the tower rising and falling amidst the essence, its golden and crimson glow intensified, Wu Shang nodded in satisfaction. Days swiftly passed, and as the two who had been in seclusion suddenly opened their eyes, piercing beams of divine light shot forth in all directions. Truly, this journey had not been in vain. Ziyun, pleased, stroked his beard, marveling at how his previously hunched back had finally straightened, expressing his contentment. With the assistance of this life essence, he had saved himself countless years of arduous cultivation on the path of transformation. Jian Guang, resembling an immature child, trembled with excitement, having clearly perceived the golden immortal barrier that had sealed him for millennia. He was now certain that if he returned to seclude himself, he would undoubtedly break through to the golden immortal realm. "Let us depart." Observing the changes in his companions, Wu Shang retracted the still-swaying tower and led the group onward. Perhaps due to the serendipitous acquisition of benefits along their journey, both men displayed expressions of anticipation. Wu Shang rolled his eyes in exasperation. How could there still be opportunities, however, upon glimpsing the radiant stone platform ahead? Their expressions shifted dramatically, with Ziyun paling in horror. His earlier fantasies were mere delusions. Such occurrences were far from normal and undoubtedly harbored deadly peril. The group exchanged glances, scrutinizing the items atop the platform. A stone egg, a command flag, and a divine stone emanating chaotic mist. Feeling the primal urge within their bloodlines, Ziyun hastily activated the Qinghua tree he had been safeguarding, unleashing pure life light that blossomed within his form. "Something is amiss. An inexplicable will is influencing me, compelling me to acquire this enormous egg before me." Ziyun spoke with great difficulty, a mouthful of blood spurting forth, his body radiating the essence of death. "I feel it too," Jian Guang managed to utter, his resistance bolstered slightly by his mastery of the laws of death. Yet, lacking the strength to break through to the golden immortal level made his struggle equally arduous. Wu Shang furrowed his brow, promptly summoning the primordial immortal tower to contain the two and suppress them. He was well aware that the object before them was no trivial matter. He swiftly collected the three treasures resting upon the platform, transforming his body into a streak of light to escape at breakneck speed. Unbridled. Just as he fled, an enormous claw descended from the heavens, tearing through space. Chapter 20. Heavenly punishment to annihilate the demon god Wu Shang fled in a panic. Desperately activating his escape light, fearful of being caught in the ensuing chaos. Heavens! Wasn't it said that this secret realm could withstand assaults at the Tai Golden Immortal level? That was undoubtedly the fluctuation of a great Luo Golden Immortal's primordial spirit. His low cultivation did not imply a lack of understanding. The patterns on that colossal claw revealed the true horror of its inexorable will of death. It embodied a form of ultimate death, devoid of any transformation from death to life, where all vitality served as mere fodder for death. He was certain that the master of that claw was of immense stature. Few would dare to cultivate such an extreme force. The sun, moon, and stars twisted and fell in response to this terrifying power, and the very fabric of the universe crumbled beneath the weight of this deathly essence. He had never heard of any great Luo Golden Immortal possessing such might. A ridiculous conjecture loomed in his mind, yet he dared not voice it. Fortunately, it seemed the Claw's master had yet to fully awaken. Otherwise, with his level of escape technique, he would have been obliterated in an instant. Even so, the exertion left him utterly drained. This method of escape was hardly sustainable. Wu Shang felt helpless. He had no confidence in surviving an attack of this magnitude. Stop playing dead. If you possess any life-saving artifacts, bring them forth. He snapped at the two who were meditating within the tower. At such a critical juncture, these two fools were still preoccupied with their own affairs. I once acquired a sword imbued with the laws of space in a perilous location. This sword can tear through space, though it is damaged and can only strike once. I'm uncertain of its effectiveness, Jingguang said, rising hastily, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Hurry up, Wu Shang, having evaded the deathly aura outside, retorted impatiently that Wu Shang, you must consider the consequences. Even if you tear through space with your golden immortal level cultivation, it would only create a minuscule rift. With your speed, escaping the closure of that rift is impossible, Ziyun interjected. Adjusting his breath, in this urgent moment, he did not wish to speak such pessimistic words, but alas, it was the truth. Shut up. You old fool, today, I shall show you what true talent looks like. Wu Shang channeled his entire magical essence, lifting a shimmering silver sword high above his head. As he invoked his power, the silver brilliance surged forth, and formidable spatial waves instantly enveloped the entire secret realm. Ants, you cannot escape. The supreme will within the realm began to awaken, and terrifying energy surged forth. He could even perceive the distinct patterns of that colossal claw, each line resembling a carving of the Tao, imbued with profound and mysterious intent. Wu Shang's actions evidently provoked this will, and he could sense its thoughts growing more active, the energy within the secret realm intensifying. Fool! You are doomed. Wu Shang gazed at the ominous clouds beyond the rift, unfazed by the impending assault of the colossal claw, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Although the claw may not comprehend his intentions, it nonetheless launched its full might against him, shattering stars and distorting time and space, unleashing a terrifying pressure that engulfed the entire world. Yet before it could genuinely harm Wu Shang, a bolt of purple-black lightning, carrying apocalyptic force, descended from the rift. The collision of light and claw elicited a wretched scream from him. Is this the heavenly thunder? Pangu, is it you? The master of the gigantic claws let out a terrified scream and hastily retreated. Yet, the terrifying thunder penetrated all barriers, tearing apart the frail rift in space, as if this magnificent secret realm were but paper, laid bare to the outside world. What a jest! This was the divine thunder of the heavens. The formidable divine lightning wielded by Pangu to carve the heavens and the earth. How could it be obstructed by a mere secret realm? Fool! Even if you are a demon god wielding the power of death, you should not dare to open a secret realm near the uncanny mountain. It is akin to an old immortal rushing to consume arsenic, truly ignorant of the meaning of death, observing the colossal beast descending from the void. Wu Shang mercilessly mocked. He had long discerned that this creature was extraordinary, its aura and Tao essence far too ancient, exuding a charm surpassing that of beings from the primordial era. Hence, He boldly speculated that this creature was the remnant soul of a chaos demon god, or at the very least, a beast of royal caliber. Regardless of its true nature, the moment its aura was revealed marked its doom. The beast resembled a pangolin, covered in spikes, each bone spur emanating an oppressive force that suffocated the air. With a terrifying aura of death spreading around, corroding the lives in the direction of the uncanny mountain. Pango, your consciousness has faded. To think you would attempt to kill me, the master of death, with a will less divine thunder of the heavens is truly naive. The beast spat blood, rising to its feet, defiantly cursing towards the uncanny mountain, only to witness the thunder in the sky becoming increasingly rampant. As a single crimson eye manifested at the heart of the divine thunder, radiating an overwhelming might. All the lightning coalesced around this terrifying eye, gradually transforming into the shape of a divine dragon. Weaving through the clouds, intertwining to form an unparalleled heavenly punishment. This fool. Wushang shook his head in disbelief. Had it been elsewhere, he might have harbored doubts, but there was no question that Panga's will resided in the uncanny mountain. To bellow in such a place, he must have forgotten the horror of being cleaved in two by Panga's axe. The death demon god quickly regained his composure, unleashing boundless death energy that transformed into a black cloud, attempting to completely engulf the heavenly punishment. The heavens brimmed with murderous intent, and as the black cloud approached the thunder, it exploded in fury, cascading from the heavens as an infinite storm of lightning. Utterly consuming the colossal beast in an instant, screams filled the air, and with keen eyes, Wushang observed black blood splattering and bone spurs flying. Forming a massive aura of death, he retreated repeatedly, fearing the backlash. This was heavenly punishment. To collide meant death, to brush against it meant injury. Even with a robust physique, he dared not play the wolf in sheep's clothing at this moment, as the black clouds dissipated. Wushang swiftly gathered several massive severed limbs, for after the heavenly punishment, a chaos demon god with merely the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal had no chance of survival. Panga's will was not to be trifled with. To attempt an escape at this juncture was utterly foolish, however. He could not shake the feeling that the enormous eye of divine punishment had glanced his way before dissipating. An illusion. It must be an illusion. Before he could react further, countless divine lights descended from the heavens. A terrifying pressure enveloped the entire realm. Were these the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace? Wushang murmured, hastily fleeing the battlefield. Chapter 21. Coincidence. Just as Wushang was making his rapid escape, he suddenly noticed a red light closely tailing him. Turning back, he saw a middle-aged man clad in a crimson robe, curiously observing him. That bull, tell me what transpired here just now. The middle-aged man bypassed him, stepping closer, his curious gaze fixated on Wushang. Though his voice was gentle, the pressure of a great luo emanating from him made Wushang's scalp tingle. That bull? Is he referring to me? Though slightly displeased, Wushang, upon perceiving the man's terrifying cultivation, hastily approached to pay his respects. Wushang pays his respects to the senior. He adjusted his attire and bowed respectfully. A great Luo golden immortal, even among the great clans of the primordial era, was indeed a formidable figure. Now, even the three pure ones would need to seclude themselves for a time to reach the status of quasi-saint. Just now, a chaos demon god provoked the will of the great Pango, resulting in the descent of heavenly punishment that cleaved him to death. He relayed the information he knew as swiftly as possible. Omitting certain details regarding the secret realm, a chaos demon god, at the foot of the uncanny mountain, the middle-aged man did not question Wushang's words, but was somewhat puzzled as to which audacious individual dared to stage such a spectacle beneath the watchful eyes of the great Pangu. Indeed, the reason was not fully known to the young bull either. Perhaps it was simply madness. Wushang, uninterested in continuing this line of inquiry, deftly sidestepped the question. You, young bull, are truly amusing. The middle-aged man, unfazed, jovially patted his head, displaying a remarkably genial demeanor. Immediately thereafter, with a wave of his sleeve, he summoned forth a figure clad in dark yellow robes. The figure wore a golden crown, adorned with a carefree crane cloak, shoes on his feet, and a silk ribbon cinched at his waist. His body bore the appearance of a youthful boy, yet his face was reminiscent of a beautiful maiden. 3 whiskers fluttered beneath his chin, and crow feathers adorned his temples, embodying a true immortal. "How dare you, old man Hongyun, disregard me so?" The Taoist glanced discontentedly at his old friend. Had there not been outsiders present, he might have drawn his treasured artifact to deliver a heavy blow. Ensuring the old fool learned his lesson, "I am Hongyun. This is my friend Zenyuanzi." The man in the red robe paid no heed to his irritation, cheerfully introducing Wushang. "I am Wushang. It is an honor to meet the great immortal Zenyuan and the esteemed ancestor Hongyun." He should have anticipated the identities of these two. Thus, he respectfully bowed to them. Without mentioning anything else, simply based on their characters, these two were worthy of his respect even in the primordial realm. "Little friend, you have heard of us?" Hongyun's eyes brightened with surprise as he regarded Wushang. The great immortal Zenyuan of Mount Wanshou and the esteemed ancestor Hongyun of the Fire Cloud Cave. Both of you are renowned in the primordial realm. Today, to meet you is indeed a stroke of fortune for me. As the saying goes, a flower-laden sedan is carried by all. He would not be foolish enough to offend two great Luo golden immortals at once. "I did not expect that we would have such a reputation," Hongyun beamed, placing his hand on Wushang's shoulder, entirely devoid of the demeanor of a senior, which made Zenyuanzi roll his eyes in exasperation. "Today, I shall take you to broaden your horizons." Without waiting for Wushang to object, he transformed into a streak of rainbow light, vanishing from sight. Zenyuanzi shook his head helplessly, chuckling as he hurriedly followed. As soon as they halted, Wushang found himself gasping for breath. It was no wonder this fellow managed to secure a position in the Purple Cloud Palace. His speed was truly terrifying. Had he not cultivated the 8-9 mysterious art? Perhaps his physical form would have been shattered in that instant. "Little friend, your physical strength is indeed formidable. Today, I shall show you what true opportunities await in the primordial realm." Without awaiting his refusal, Hongyun dragged him towards a valley. As the trio entered, they beheld the 3 pure ones and the figures of Nuwa and Fushi already standing inside. Before them loomed a gourd vine exuding a 7-colored aura, adorned with 7 resplendent gourds. Hongyun and Zenyuanzi greet all fellow Taoists. Hongyun felt somewhat awkward, never expecting that in seeking opportunities for a junior, he would encounter so many mighty beings, making him realize that the distribution of spiritual treasures today would undoubtedly be fraught with complications. Little did he notice that as the 3 pure ones gazed at Wushang, their eyes clearly brightened. Though he had not formally taken them as his masters, Wushang was already entwined with their fortunes. Their bond as master and disciple profoundly deep. Just as he was about to step forward in excitement, he distinctly saw Tongtian shake his head with a smile, casting him a teasing glance. The meaning unmistakable. Wushang silently nodded. While he did not know the elders' plans, it was evident they had ulterior motives, so he refrained from rushing forward to acknowledge them. Meanwhile, both Hongyun and Zenyuanzi swiftly cast layers of protective shields around him, fearing he might inadvertently be harmed in the impending conflict. After all, they had drawn him into this, and should he suffer injuries as a result, Hongyun's reputation in the primordial realm would be utterly ruined. Just as the gourd vine radiated divine light, 2 suns suddenly appeared in the sky. With a sharp cry, endless golden flames came rushing forth, intertwining with unparalleled pressure. "Humph!" Tongtian first cast a glance at Wushang, then coldly snorted, casually waving his hand as boundless azure sword light instantly enveloped the entire sky. Countless spaces were sliced open by the sword blades, creating terrifying spatial turbulence that sent the pure sun's true fire spiraling back. "Your younger brother is impolite. I hope fellow Taoist Tongtian will not take offense." A voice of authority resonated, incinerating the spatial turbulence in an instant. The terrifying sun's true fire gradually dissipated, revealing a dangerous middle-aged man. With a new crown and jade-like features, he was not extraordinarily handsome, yet his presence evoked the sensation of facing the sun, causing one's eyes to sting. Following behind him was another man clad in golden robes, lacking some of the earlier's majesty but exuding a sense of unrestrained arrogance, holding a petite bell as if to proclaim it as his treasure. Dijun and his brother greet all fellow Taoists. Dijun's gentle demeanor, with his eyes radiating the warmth and vitality of the sun, instantly evokes a sense of familiarity and approachability. It appears that the brothers have truly innovated in their understanding of the solar path. As the divine light blossoming from the gourd vine gradually becomes more subdued, all present gaze upon this treasure with eager anticipation. The vine bears 7 gourds, each shimmering in hues of gold, purple, red, green, blue, and black, with a faint violet mist emanating from beneath their glazed surfaces, rendering them utterly captivating. In the present primordial realm, aside from a few spiritual treasures, the vast majority of innate spiritual artifacts reside with the Tao ancestor. The gourds sprouting from this exceptional innate spiritual root possess at least the potency of high-grade innate treasures, and with a bit of ritual refinement, they could transform into remarkable artifacts. Such splendid items would undoubtedly incite envy in anyone. Save for Tai, who was born cradling the chaos clock. Chapter 22. How do I have so many supporters? Just as the group engages in friendly banter, a brilliant light suddenly bursts forth from the heavens. Accompanied by swirling auspicious clouds and a myriad of divine colors, countless innate divine patterns manifest into myriad divine beasts, galloping among the clouds. Ultimately, they coalesce into shimmering sparks that leap from the sky and dive into the gourd vine, which, sensing the energy, channels it directly into the 7 gourds. The gourds sway and collide, producing sounds akin to the striking of metal, resonating with profound mystery. The treasure has already taken shape, but how shall we divide it? Hong Yun's resounding voice echoed throughout the valley. Had one not known his character, they might suspect he was attempting to sow discord. What insights does fellow Taoist Hong Yun have in this situation? One would have to be a fool to undertake such a potentially offensive task. Since Hong Yun has already spoken, Di Jun seizes the opportunity to inquire further. Meanwhile, Zhen Yuanzi, wishing to silence him, realizes it's too late and can only watch his old friend helplessly. The 3 esteemed Taoists of Taiqing, Yuqing, and Shangqing have arrived first. Each should rightfully receive one. The remaining 3 parties shall each claim one, and the specific treasures acquired will depend on each party's fortune. Having said this, Hong Yun proudly stroked his beard, signaling his satisfaction with the proposal. The crowd, upon hearing this, nodded in thoughtful agreement. They were all renowned figures of immense power. Should a conflict arise, it would likely take centuries to determine a victor, leaving the spoils for others to seize, which would surely lead to their lament. As everyone nodded in agreement, the question arose. How shall the final gourd be allocated? Niuhua, observing the lack of a designated owner for the last gourd, cast a curious glance at Hong Yun, silently speculating whether he had some ulterior motive. The last one shall be left to fate. Zhen Yuanzi interjected quickly, fearing that Hong Yun would become the target of everyone's ire. After all, without their faction, the 7 gourds would be perfectly divisible among them. Very well, then, since that is the case, let each apply their own means. Laozi glanced at the assembly and was the first to extend his hand, uttering a mere word of invitation. The purple gourd flew directly toward him. This must surely be the famed purple gold-red gourd that dazzled during the journey to the west. Others followed suit, with the green gourd soaring toward primordial, the blue gourd heading for Tongtian, while the one destined for primordial remained a mystery to him. The one destined for Tongtian had been refined into 2 waterfire Qilin souls, known as the waterfire gourd. The golden gourd flew to Niuhua, presumably the one that had been crafted into a demon-summoning banner. The yellow gourd then soared toward Tai, likely the legendary sword that could slay immortals in later generations. Wu Shang observed as everyone received their gourds, curious if he might also have the fortune to acquire one. However, he hesitated to reach out, especially since Hong Yun, the proposer of this arrangement, had yet to claim his own. After a wait, the red gourd trembled and finally flew toward Hong Yun, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he would have been the subject of ridicule for going home empty-handed. Hong Yun continuously rubbed the red gourd in his hands, elated beyond measure. As a great Luo golden immortal, he might very well be the poorest among them, lacking even a protective treasure. Nonetheless, all eyes were fixated on the remaining black gourd. Everyone anxious not to let it slip away, for it was indeed a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, and no one would ever disdain an excess of treasures. Wu Shang was no exception, yet he sensed a fleeting moment of disorientation in his primordial spirit. Just as he managed to break free from that uncontrollable feeling, The black gourd flew directly into his hands. All gazes turned toward him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. 3 Esteemed Taoists, what good fortune you have to receive such an exceptional disciple. From the moment Fuxi laid eyes on Wushang, he began to calculate, taken aback by the inexplicable kinship that transcended bloodlines. Upon further analysis, he discovered that this little bull was deeply entwined with the 3 purities. This revelation compelled him to cast a puzzled glance at the 3 purities. Exceptional disciple? Who? Hong Yun inquired, scanning the crowd before finally resting his gaze on the little bull he had brought. Are you a disciple of the 3 purities? Hong Yun's expression reflected disbelief as he scrutinized Wushang. Although the innate beast possessed formidable roots, it would not warrant the 3 purities' special regard. These 3 had traversed the primordial realm for countless epochs. Even during the peak of the Dragon Han calamity, none dared provoke them. Could it be that this little bull possessed some extraordinary trait? The more Hong Yun looked, the more intrigued he became. Had it not been for Jin Yuanzi restraining him, he might have reached out to touch Wushang. Wushang, feeling somewhat awkward, took a couple of steps back. Tightly clutching the gourd in his hands, he then boldly approached the 3 purities. Disciple Wushang, greetings to the 3 esteemed masters. He was unsure to whom he would be pledging his allegiance. But he understood the principle that courtesy costs nothing. His formidable physique could certainly make the ground tremble with a bow, so he presented himself with utmost sincerity. Excellent, excellent, as your master. I hope you will not shy away from difficulties and will bravely ascend the path of Tao. I still have one disciple under my tutelage, named Duobao, who is my first disciple. I trust you have met him. I hope the 2 of you will foster a spirit of unity and mutual assistance. Laozi and Yuanshi remained silent, while Tong Tian stepped forward, gently supporting Wushang and delivering a few stirring words. Wushang felt a complex mix of emotions, realizing that he had, after all, become a disciple of the Jie sect. Fate is indeed mysterious. Every action and every choice is predestined. Perhaps from the moment he comprehended the method of embodying the formation, his connection with Tong Tian was sealed. Disciple shall heed the master's command. Wushang nodded repeatedly, determined to pursue the path of Tao, which had been his guiding principle since traversing the primordial realm. As for harmonious relations with fellow disciples, that was likely a tall order. Given Duobao's personality, merely avoiding conflict would be a stroke of luck. Furthermore, considering Duobao's intentions to undermine him during the second trial, Wushang held little affection for this senior brother. Thank you, fellow Taoist Hong Yun, for bringing my disciple here. Were it not for your assistance, this tremendous opportunity might have eluded him. Tong Tian pulled Wushang behind him, slightly bowing toward Hong Yun and casting a warning glance at Tai Yi. The latter's malice was unmistakably evident. Had Fuxi not spoken earlier, he might have contemplated taking action against Jin Yuanzi and the others. It has been stated that opportunities are predestined. Yet this fellow still seeks to bully his disciple. Does he truly believe that Tong Tian's sword is ineffective? Fellow Taoist is too kind. All is a matter of fate. I have taken quite a liking to this little bull. Hong Yun sidestepped Tong Tian's courtesy. Pivoting to lead Jin Yuanzi toward the opposing side of the 2 great sons, positioning the little bull at their center. Even Yuhua and Fuxi exchanged glances, sharing a silent warning toward the 2 golden crows due to that inexplicable kinship transcending bloodlines. The 2 golden crows exchanged bewildered glances, abandoning their earlier intentions, and took flight. It would be unwise to offend so many top-tier divine beings over a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. As they departed, they cast a meaningful glance back at Wushang. Observing the departing golden crows, Wushang felt perplexed. What had he done to provoke them? However, seeing the figures surrounding him, he was left in awe. Where did all these supporters come from? Chapter 23. Ascending Kunlun again after bidding farewell to Hong Yun and the others, the 3 purities took to the clouds with Wushang, soaring toward Kunlun Mountain. And of course, they did not forget to release the golden light and the old purple cloud. Upon returning the Qinghua tree, this fellow displayed an almost reluctant demeanor, akin to a lover saying a final goodbye. Unable to endure his nauseating display, Wushang delivered a swift kick that sent him flying. Observing this, the 3 purities chuckled heartily, while Tong Tian appeared to be deep in thought as Jin Guang departed. Seeing this, he did not forget to remind the fellow to head toward Kunlun Mountain. Perhaps one day, he might catch Tongtian's eye and become his junior brother. Disciple possesses good fortune. Tongtian held the Qinghua tree in his hands, carefully inspecting the rich essence of life it exuded. Nodding in satisfaction before teasingly commenting, disciple possesses no such fortune. Perhaps the heavenly Tao felt compassion, unwilling to let the master's disciple suffer unduly, thus bestowing some opportunity upon me with a smile. Wushang took over the conversation, his gaze filled with sincerity. Observing his demeanor, the three men stroked their beards, laughing silently. Tongtian gently patted his head, returning the Qinghua tree to him. For atop Kunlun Mountain lay a premier spiritual root known as the Fenglei Xianxing, which certainly would not tempt him as a master to covet this mere medium-grade innate spiritual root. Along the way, Wushang and the Sanqing conversed joyously, though he could not claim to be particularly well-versed in the principles of the Tao. His tales of experiences and amusing anecdotes had the three of them laughing heartily, providing ample emotional value. In truth, the Sanqing's knowledge far surpassed that of Wushang. Yet the unique essence of the words spoken by this younger generation held a different kind of allure. And they were more than happy to listen on at last. Observing the continuous stream of climbers on the celestial ladder, Wushang's feelings had transformed dramatically from when he first arrived. He had now become an esteemed disciple of the upper clear, and in terms of status, he had already left them far behind. Gazing at the Kunlun Mountain, whose exquisite pavilions and jade halls he had yet to fully appreciate, imbued with the aura of the Tao and ethereal celestial energy, he could hardly contain his excitement at the thought of studying under a master here in the future. As the golden bell tolled 9 times, both Nanji and Duobao hurriedly approached to pay their respects. Disciple pays homage to master. The two knelt in unison, their eyes widening in surprise upon seeing Wushang beside Tongtian. Rise, rise. During our time of listening to the Tao, you have managed the Kunlun Mountain quite well. This is my newly accepted disciple named Wushang. I trust you have already met. You shall assist each other moving forward. Tongtian's gaze remained fixed on Duobao, as this was directed at him. We obey. The two bowed once more. Their demeanor sincere, he felt somewhat astonished. Why did the interactions between master and disciple seem so formal? It was as if they were strangers. It only served to make him appear like an undisciplined apprentice. Little calf, as you embark on your first journey of apprenticeship, if I, as your grandmaster, fail to present you with a gift, you might harbor unkind thoughts towards me. He'll prevent you from resenting me. Take this 8 transformation golden pill. Noticing Wushang's sudden awkwardness, Laozi quickly interjected, preferring the unrestrained demeanor Wushang had displayed along their journey to the rigidness of his nephew. Grandmaster, you have always held a special place in my heart. My admiration for you knows no bounds. How could I dare to entertain such thoughts? Upon seeing this, Wushang adopted a playful posture, promptly stowing away the gourd of elixirs. What I produce is of the utmost quality. The 8 transformation golden pill must surely be the highest grade of elixir I could concoct before the Sanqing attained their saintly status, a premium elixir that encompassed restoration, healing, and enhancement. Since my elder brother has presented a gift, it would be remiss of me, as your second grandmaster, not to reciprocate. Since you are pursuing the path of divine metals, allow me to offer you this Tianyuan platinum. Yuan sure glanced at Laozi, who was signaling him with his eyes, and chuckled with a hint of reproach. At this moment, the Sanqing, having cultivated their bond over countless eons, maintained a harmonious relationship despite their differences. Casually tossing a piece of Tianyuan platinum towards him, Wushang was left dumbfounded. What does it mean to be extravagantly wealthy? This is the true essence of wealth. Tianyuan platinum is one of the 10 divine metals, born from the boundless clouds. It is the softest of metals, possessing characteristics utterly opposite to the eternal divine iron he had already acquired. This disc-sized divine metal, if cast away, would likely draw countless beings from the wilderness to vie for it, a supreme material for forging. Should he absorb this substance, it would greatly benefit his indestructible body, harmonizing the principles of yin and yang, undoubtedly elevating his physical strength to new heights. Why 2 elder brothers are quite generous, leaving me, as the master, with little to offer. Tongtian had not anticipated such lavishness from his 2 brothers, leaving him, the genuine master, without any gifts to present. Techniques? Wasn't he that expected? Spiritual treasures, though he possessed some artifacts. They were primarily for protection, and he was somewhat reluctant to part with them. The only true gain from this journey, the blue gourd, was something he considered sharing with his disciple. Moreover, observing Wushang's aura, it seemed he was not lacking in resources, placing his master in a rather awkward position. Thinking upon this, Tong Tian directly tossed a 9 heavens divine jade towards him, and in an instant, a surge of enlightenment flooded his mind. This is the true understanding of formation, the essence left behind by the Pangu great deity, the fundamental path of formations. I have observed your talent in this area. I hope you will continue to strive forward and not disappoint your master. As he gazed at the jade disc in his hand, a flicker of astonishment crossed Wushang's face, even causing his hands to tremble slightly. This was indeed the most profound understanding of formations passed down from the Pangu great deity. Even a great Luo golden immortal would be unable to resist coveting it. Moreover, without discussing anything else, this 9 heavens white jade alone could be deemed invaluable. It was said that the Tao's divine patterns required innate divine objects for sustenance. And to think he would have the fortune to witness such a thing. As for the techniques in your mind, they are known as the Upper Clear Immortal Sutra, the foundational method of your master. It contains the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. Reciting it day and night can purify your primordial spirit and enhance your Taoist cultivation. With that, Tong Tian waved his hand, adopting a profoundly mysterious demeanor. Disciple thanks Master and expresses gratitude to Grandmaster and Second Grandmaster for their generous gifts. May the 3 esteemed elders enjoy eternal longevity, and may the sacred path be ever promising. Wushang collected all the offerings. His gaze sincere as he looked towards the Sanqing, bowing deeply, the sound of his head striking the ground echoing incessantly. Had it not been for the solid ground and the suppression of Kunlun's ley lines, the force of his bowing alone could have shaken the very earth. Chapter 24. Transitioning Techniques. Tong Tian was quite pleased with his new disciple's display of courtesy, yet still maintained a stern expression as he said, "Do not adopt a demeanor akin to a coy maiden, Duobao. Find a suitable place for your junior brother to cultivate." With that, the 3 transformed into beams of light, soaring towards their respective peaks. On the eastern side of Kunlun Mountain, there were 3 celestial peaks, Taiqing Peak, Yuqing Peak, and Shangqing Peak, where they each cultivated in their own sanctuaries. The principles of the Tao were inherently different, and their interactions could even exert influence on one another. Except for moments of enlightenment, the 3 would generally convene at Yuqing Peak, maintaining a state of mutual non-interference. It had been some time since they returned from the Purple Cloud Palace. Had it not been for him, the 3 would have likely retreated into seclusion long ago. Even under the teachings of the saints, they needed to solidify their foundations and address any gaps in their understanding. "Junior brother, how did you return with the 3 esteemed elders?" Observing the noticeably relaxed Wushang, Nanji chuckled, clearly appreciating his carefree nature. "By fortunate coincidence." "By fortunate coincidence." Wushang laughed, not intending to elaborate further. Transitioning techniques would require a considerable amount of time. If he had the opportunity, he would be welcome to visit Yuqing Peak. Nanji, not wanting to dwell on it, chuckled a couple of times before transforming into a white crane, soaring into the sky. "Certainly, certainly." Watching Nanji's broad figure, he excitedly shouted, yet suddenly felt a pang of hunger. "Junior brother, do you have any specific requirements for your cultivation grounds?" Duobao observed Wushang with a stoic expression, his heart a mix of emotions. Unable to fathom that he would become the disciple of their master, he held a certain disdain for this sycophantic junior brother, yet out of respect for their master's words, he felt compelled to listen. Adopting a cold demeanor towards him, "I have no particular requirements. A place with mountains and waters will suffice." Duobao was unwilling to engage further, and Wushang, not eager to press the matter, relented, not wishing to impose his warmth upon his cold disposition. He practiced the path of sealing, showing no preference for any specific venue. Even a desolate place would not hinder his cultivation. "Follow me." Duobao transformed into a streak of golden light, swiftly leading the way. Before long, they arrived at a picturesque valley where the scenery was enchanting. Nature spirits danced joyfully, and earth spirits moved gracefully among the mountains, with abundant spiritual energy and a complete resonance of the Tao. Exuding an oddly harmonious completeness. Junior brother, what do you think of this place? Duobao brought Wushang forward, proudly showcasing the uniqueness of the location. This place is indeed strange. It may be vibrant with life, oppressively hot, bountiful with harvest, or cold and desolate. The shifting climates render it an excellent sanctuary for cultivation. Surely, as you practice the laws of sealing, you won't mind the trivial changes in weather. Listening to Duobao's introduction, Wushang's eyes brightened. In the vast wilderness, the four seasons had yet to establish themselves, and even with a deity capable of manipulating the weather, the seasons had not been distinctly demarcated. Go think that within Kunlun Mountain, there existed a realm where the four seasons rotated, and he had chanced upon it. Indeed, truly remarkable. He had no desire to engage in further idle chatter with Duobao, excitedly pacing back and forth upon the land. Duobao, not wishing to prolong the conversation, transformed into light and departed. Wushang continued to explore, soon discovering a cave not far away, which was clean and tidy. He stomped the ground, gathering the water spirit energy from the ley lines into a spring within the cave. He casually caught 2 red carps, allowing them to swim freely in the spring. Still feeling the vast emptiness, he ventured down the mountain to gather a few white lotuses, which he placed within the cave to infuse it with a touch of vitality. He had roamed the primordial land for many years, amassing numerous treasures. Though not of high grade, they were abundant and varied. Among them were exquisite pearls and gemstones, resplendent silks, all present in ample supply. He subsequently established a series of rooms, including a meditation chamber, an alchemy room, and a resting area, which lent this modest cave a unique aura of Taoist elegance. Under the enhancement of his magical powers, what would typically take years to construct was nearly completed within just a few days of his diligent efforts. Pavilions and jade towers were absent. Instead, there was only an authentic, natural charm. Indeed, quite remarkable. As he admired his creation, he nodded in satisfaction and with a grand gesture inscribed 3 solemn, sacred characters at the entrance. Xuanxin Cave. With a thought, the Qinghua tree from his primordial spirit soared into the cave. Embedding itself in the rock wall and radiating streams of life energy, rendering the space profoundly enigmatic, he adorned the cave with the spiritual treasures he had collected over the years, transforming it into a dazzling spectacle of luminous treasures. Sitting cross-legged on a woven mat, he continually perused the text of the Shangqing celestial scripture within his primordial spirit. The pressing matter was to transition his cultivation method. Fortunately, the technique he had practiced prior was of considerable caliber, resulting in a remarkably pure magical energy, facilitating a swifter conversion. The scripture was brief, yet each character was intricately carved from ancient divine script, elucidating the most primordial truths of heaven and earth. With each recitation, his primordial spirit became clearer, as if he were immersed in an ocean of the Tao. The verses flowed through his body along an arcane pathway, gradually replacing the magical energy formed from his previous practice of the Lu Jin Maniojing, causing his entire being to emit a bright, translucent radiance. This was the unique divine ability derived from the Shangqing celestial scripture, known as Shangqing celestial light, which possessed the power to dispel malevolence and avert calamity. Standing as a top-tier divine ability among protective auras, it required no conscious effort to activate. It automatically shielded him, an extraordinary phenomenon indeed. As he chanted, he could not help but reveal his true form. Transforming into a great black ox, quietly prostrated upon the high platform, exuding an aura of profound mystery. The rich Taoist essence outside had intended to manifest boundless divine forms behind him, yet it was silently extinguished by the aura radiating from him. Surrounding his body was an invisible force that wore down all paths, leaving only wisps of golden light dancing about him. The black ox snorted, as streams of green light ebbed and flowed through his energy channels, while the scripture in his mind inscribed mystical seals upon his primordial spirit. A terrifying force erupted instantaneously, sweeping away the innate spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius. As the energy surged and receded, threads of black silk were gradually expelled from his primordial spirit, dissipating like black smoke in the vastness of the cosmos. This little ox, truly a remarkable opportunity. Far away in the Shangqing Palace, Tong Tian sensed this surge of power and, with a casual wave, suppressed all its essence. He then chuckled softly, shaking his head in silence, for he had not anticipated that this newly accepted disciple would resonate so harmoniously with the Shangqing celestial scripture, capable of invigorating the text to cleanse his primordial spirit. This rendered his primordial spirit even clearer and more luminous, making it increasingly suitable for cultivation. Perhaps it was the innate pride and arrogance of a transmigrator that led him to subconsciously embody the sentiment of "my fate lies in my own hands." Not in heavens, little did he know. It was precisely this arrogance that, in an unseen manner, allowed him to align with the true essence of the Shangqing celestial scripture, seizing the path to transcendence. This could be regarded as a fated connection between him and Tong Tian. Chapter 25. The transformation of the celestial tower. Time flowed, and the years sped by. Wu Shang maintained his form as the great black ox, quietly lying within the cave, as countless arcane symbols continued to evolve above his body. The divine script propelled ethereal energies that coursed within his primordial spirit, cleansing it. The black ox snorted, slowly opening his eyes. As divine light shifted, he transformed back into a strikingly handsome Taoist clad in a gray-blue robe, with star-like brows and sword-like eyes, a visage of celestial elegance. Has so much time truly passed? Wu Shang mused, surveying the protective divine light emanating from his body. Sighing softly, he had thought that transitioning his cultivation method would consume 400 to 500 years. He never anticipated that the profundity of the Shangqing celestial scripture would resonate so harmoniously with his mindset. A quick calculation revealed that he had consumed merely 200 years, significantly faster than expected. Regardless, it was a fortunate occurrence, and he chose not to dwell on it, summoning the swirling Hunyuan celestial tower from his primordial spirit. The tower, transforming into a foot in height, spun rapidly in his hand, emanating two streams of divine light, one purple, one red, radiating boundless sharpness, appearing resplendent and formidable. Wu Shang shook his head quietly, inwardly lamenting. So ostentatious. This is hardly in alignment with my character. As a being of low-key luxury and profound depth, I cannot afford to be so flamboyant. With this thought, he produced the long-prepared Chaos Origin Crystal and Chaos Stubborn Stone. Each stone was comparable in size to a grinding wheel, exuding an ancient, weighty aura. Merely gazing upon them felt as though one might succumb to chaos, leaving one's spirit shaken. The Chaos Origin Crystal represents the quintessence of primordial stone. Capable of bearing the 3,000 paths, an elite chaos spiritual material, coveted even by the Deluo Golden Immortals, serving as a top-tier material for refining one's innate treasure. As for the Chaos Stubborn Stone, while slightly less precious, it was still a product of chaos. This substance, though incapable of inscribing Taoist methods, bore a weight far beyond that of mere dust, far more terrifying than the essence of the nine heavens. Such substantial volume, even his robust physique found it laborious to contain in unison. He could only imagine the formidable strength the Hunyuan celestial tower would attain. Placing the two materials together, he bit his finger, forming hand seals, and stepped upon the heavenly gang steps, his divine form mirroring his movements. His speed was swift and agile, his fingers dancing like butterflies among flowers, leaving behind afterimages that dazzled the eye. The blood that dripped to the ground ignited into crimson flames, surging forth and consuming the two divine materials. The Titai clan excelled in weapon crafting, focusing primarily on metallic materials, for the ability to consume gold was not a burden every race could bear. Yet, the chaos attribute materials did not throw him into disarray. The method for refining innate treasures had been disseminated since the onset of the Long Han calamity. The illustrious names of the Dragon Pearl, Phoenix Feather, and Qilin Seal had long echoed through the primordial realm. Consequently, the methods for refining innate treasures became widely known. While blood-based refinement was not the most powerful method, it did enhance the treasure's affinity with the practitioner. Allowing for seamless wielding, the tower possessed a spirit, seemingly sensing Wu Shang's intent, suddenly emitted a powerful suction, drawing the two divine materials within. Wushang seemed to recall something and hastily added some Tianyuan platinum into the mix. As crimson flames spread across the tower's body, red, purple, white, black, and gray lights transitioned back and forth upon the tower, transforming the originally resplendent Hunyuan celestial tower into a rather awkward sight, resembling a child's crude drawings. Of course, he was not inclined to stand idly by. He consciously manifested the three-headed, six-armed divine form, a secret technique accompanying the 8-9 mysteries, possessing an incredibly terrifying offensive capability. At this moment, 6 arms continuously formed divine seals, densely inscribing New Year symbols into the crimson flames. The flames surged, engulfing the tower entirely, revealing glimpses of the internal Hunyuan celestial tower, where the red essence diamond unleashed terrifying divine fire, elevating the crimson flames to an unprecedented realm. The tower absorbed the flames steadily, coming to rest securely in his grasp. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the once intertwining purple and red tower had now transformed into a gray-blue stone tower with a metallic sheen. It appeared ancient and grand, exuding an aura capable of suppressing the myriad realms. He caressed each intricate pattern upon its surface with fascination, and with a slight exertion of magical energy, he could see it radiate with purple, red, crimson, and white light, possessing an extraordinary mystique. Has the foundation of the tower been replaced as well? Wushang murmured softly, his eyes betraying an unmistakable joy. No matter how exceptional the Tian divine gold, it could not compare to the rarity of chaos spiritual materials. Now that the tower's foundation had been entirely replaced, it was likely that the grade of this spiritual treasure would see a corresponding enhancement. Yet, why did the Hunyuan celestial tower seem to evoke a sense of incompleteness? He could even sense that he could not gauge the treasure's grade. Alarmed, he observed closely, noticing that particles and dust were continuously falling from the base of the tower. Inside the tower, the crimson flames continued to burn fiercely, as if ceaselessly refining the tower itself. Refining itself? Has the tower's spirit reached such a level? In the absence of wine, one could indeed consider it a stroke of fortune. Should the materials remain inexhaustible, the quality of the pagoda would incessantly ascend. At that juncture, with a little addition of merit, he would even be confident enough to rival the ethereal and intricate heavenly profound tower. However, this was merely boastful chatter. If he truly possessed such an abundance of merit, he would gladly expend it all to forge a golden wheel of merit, leaving no one to underestimate him in the future. Observing the diligent enhancement of his pagoda, he felt a momentary pang of embarrassment. With treasures evolving to such an extent, how could he, as the master, allow himself to languish? Thus, he promptly consumed the meticulously divided Tianyuan platinum. Returning to his original form as he resumed his prostration upon the high platform, succumbing to a deep slumber, the white divine metal was continuously decomposed, yielding an exquisite power, and from a distance, his physique appeared to slightly twist. The collision of supreme gentleness and unwavering strength relentlessly unlocked the potential within his physical form. On the ground, white and purple intertwined and clashed, drawing a pure and natural Taiji diagram that elevated him skyward. The two divine metals exuded an endless aura of sharpness, attempting to utterly sever him, and even before the sword aura could fully manifest, it had already mercilessly obliterated his foundational path. Any force that dared to flounder before the laws of confinement was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Not only was it suppressed, but it was also utterly annihilated, showcasing its overwhelming dominance. The Iron Clan traditionally thrived on consuming metals. It is unlikely that any member of the clan could truly achieve the swift and stable cultivation he had. Chapter 26. Farewell to the clouds. 300 years swiftly passed, time slipping away like the strands of hair that fell from him in his previous life, never to return. Transforming into human form, he stretched languidly, embodying a posture of utter relaxation. He was never one to remain in a single place to steadily enhance his cultivation. Consuming celestial vapors was inherently unsuitable for someone of his coarse nature. Thus, this prolonged period of arduous training was indeed a rare treasure for him. Over these centuries, he had integrated the properties of Tianyuan platinum into his very being. rendering his sinews and muscles not only harder but imbued with additional resilience. His physical strength had escalated several levels. Not only that, but he had also utilized the already decomposed Tianyuan platinum to forge a flute from the true feathers of the underworld raven. To be candid, he held little enthusiasm for sword-type weapons, nor did he have any particular thoughts on other offensive spiritual treasures. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to craft a flute. Gazing upon the swirling black mist and rising cloud-like essence of the flute in his hand, he found himself increasingly pleased. Under his meticulous refinement, it had reached the pinnacle of a post-heavenly inferior spiritual treasure. Although its grade was not high, its potential was immense, and he was confident he could elevate it further. Such a spiritual treasure would not only be easy to manipulate, but would also enhance his ethereal aura. However, when played, it would invariably envelop a radius of 100 miles in black mist, with the underworld raven aiding him, causing all vitality in its wake to wither away. Indeed terrifying, yet not quite fitting for a celestial being. Gently waving the flute could even evoke countless sword auras. Truly remarkable, and he affectionately inscribed the characters Furring Shadow upon it, stroking it with fondness. Initially, he had intended to forge an ancient zither, yet despite practicing thousands of times in his mind, the actual execution resulted either in snapped strings or broken bodies. It seemed he had fallen victim to the curse of playing to a cow. He indeed possessed no talent in the art of zither. Ultimately, he remelted all the materials, which led to the creation of the current Ing Shadow Flute. To think that even the esteemed Kunlun sacred realm could attract thieves, bewildered. He noted that he had previously laid simple formations around the area. Yet now, there were clear signs of intrusion, with glaring footprints surrounding his cave. It appeared that the intruder had lingered at his entrance for quite some time. Had he not discovered the absence of any precious belongings, he might have been driven to fury and rushed out already. Stealing from your own grandfather's house. Truly reckless. Damn it, just wait until I catch you. Although he had lost nothing, he was now a golden immortal in his own right. Should a thief breach his abode, he would be utterly humiliated to the extreme. By heavens, what audacity! To dare intrude here. Do they truly think this is their backyard? Sensing a slight fluctuation in the formation, fury welled within him as he gently placed the Ing Shadow Flute to his lips, parting his crimson lips to produce a hoarse and eerie melody. The flute's notes resonated, black mist enveloped the surroundings, and an endless aura of death permeated the valley, causing countless flowers, birds, fish, and insects to lose their vitality, transforming into black dust that melded into the thick fog. The underworld ravens, emitting hoarse cries, incessantly reformed within the black mist. And as the sound waves dwindled, numerous low growls echoed from within the fog, accompanied by glimpses of crimson pupils. Wait, brother, it's me. Before he could continue playing, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Brother? Who? Are you calling me? He momentarily failed to react. Having only become a disciple a few hundred years prior, how could there be a younger brother? Such a significant event should have warranted the tolling of a great bell to alert him. Damn it! Is this charlatan so unprofessional? With that thought, he summoned all his magical power, continuing to play the Ing Shadow. The melody, not particularly beautiful, perhaps even described as eerie, swirling throughout the valley. The suffocating aura of death spread relentlessly, consuming all vitality. It is I am the cloud. The figure within clearly could no longer endure, frantically calling out. The cloud. It couldn't possibly be that rascal Cloud, could it? Realizing this, he hastily altered the tune, shifting from a frantic tempo to a gentle and soothing rhythm, causing the overwhelming aura of death to retract back into the flute. The once ominous and terrifying valley suddenly cleared, revealing the barren ground. In an instant, all spiritual herbs and celestial blooms withered and died, and a disheveled, crimson-skinned giant staggered towards him. Is that not my friend Cloud? Look at this mess. It's as if the flood has swept through the Dragon King's temple, one family not recognizing another. Quick, come inside and rest. He hurriedly assisted the giant, whose skin was corroded, into his cave, as he drew from the spiritual spring in the mountains to wash his wounds, He also plucked several golden green leaves from the Qinghua tree and offered them to him. As he swallowed the leaves, the flesh that had been corroded by the endless aura of death visibly began to regenerate. The light of life enveloped him from the inside out, suffused with boundless vitality. "Brother, you have made me suffer greatly?" The cloud clung to his leg, wailing inconsolably, as if he had endured some grave injustice. Who would have thought that this burly giant could cry so openly? Brother? Could it be, having listened to this fellow continuously calling him brother without further inquiry, a thought lingered in his mind, one that remained unconfirmed. "Brother, you may not know this, but after you left Kunlun Mountain, I too passed the heart refinement trial. Though I was not destined for the third trial, I have nonetheless entered the gates of the three pure ones. During your seclusion, I was accepted by the Master as a servant. Though I am not a direct disciple, I am permitted to serve the Master and practice the great method of the three pure ones." As he spoke, the cloud summoned a divine light from his body, which was clearly the embryonic form of the upper pure light. It seemed this fellow had not missed a chance to eavesdrop. Initially, he had thought that the attendants of the seven immortals were only accepted after the true disciples were taken in. Yet it seemed that this had occurred much earlier than anticipated. However, upon reflection, it was only natural. If the celestial sage were to recruit disciples one by one, the scale of celestial glory would surely take an eternity to accomplish. "Brother, now that we both cultivate under the Master, should I err in any way, please do guide me." As he spoke, the cloud produced a basket of spiritual fruits from his bosom and placed it before him. The intention unmistakable. Watching this comical scene, he could not help but chuckle. He had never imagined that this burly fellow could possess such an endearing side. He swiftly waved the items back into his own possession. "What is this, little brother? I came to participate in the three pure trials by chance, successfully, so why must we stand on ceremony?" He was indifferent to the cloud's trivial offerings. This fellow possessed formidable combat prowess in the future, and should they forge a close friendship, it would undoubtedly provide an additional layer of assurance amidst the chaos of the primordial world, preventing him from facing overwhelming odds alone. Chapter 27. A Request, Brother. Look, ahead lies Qingyan Peak, where the Qingming grass grows, enabling one to directly enter the Qingming realm, proving immensely beneficial for cultivating evasion techniques. This is Lian Lake. The petals of the white lotus have the power to clarify one's spirit. On that eastern ridge, the forget-me-not grass grows, allowing one to forget their sorrows. Throughout the journey, the cloud incessantly introduced to him the distinctive landscapes of the upper pure peak. Though he had only been a disciple for a brief period, he had developed a considerable familiarity with every plant and tree in the area. Aside from closely serving the celestial sage, he had devoted most of his time to tending to these medicinal herbs. Although he did not understand why Brother Wushang showed interest in these herbs, he, as a younger brother, would certainly exert himself to collect them for his esteemed brother. Indeed, as Wushang spoke, he bent down to gather the ethereal plants. After crafting the shadow flute, he resolved to collect the purest essences of flora and fauna in order to nurture his treasures, ensuring he did not fall into the pitfalls of elemental counteraction. Fortunately, he did not require any rare spiritual herbs. With the presence of the Qinghua tree, other medicinal plants were merely embellishments, thus not consuming too much of his time. This provided an excellent opportunity to explore the vast Kunlun Mountains. As he had been in seclusion for far too long, it was almost laughable that, as a direct disciple of the Upper Clear, his understanding of Kunlun was inferior to that of a mere attendant. With the amiable Huangxian as an uninvited guide, he thought to himself, why not take advantage of this? Junior brother, where do you reside now? If you find yourself unoccupied, let us take a stroll together. Huangxian's simple nature was indeed to Wushang's liking, so he did not mind maintaining a closer rapport to him. "Why, Master instructed me to establish a cave dwelling at the bottom of the Lotus Lake. Do come in for a visit." As he spoke, Huangxian transformed into a golden-finned aefish and dove straight into the water. Wushang chuckled and followed suit. The harmonious flow of gold and water did not diminish his combat prowess in the slightest, even underwater. In a brief moment, the two arrived at the lake's bottom, where a cluster of buildings stood, adorned with jade carvings and bursting with the essence of water, further enhanced by the scattered pearls. giving the entire palace a resplendent aura. Is this your cave dwelling, junior brother? Wushang found it hard to believe that such an opulent structure was his domain. It is a humble abode. I hope you will overlook its simplicity. Huangxian, seemingly oblivious to the astonishment in Wushang's eyes, spoke with a calm demeanor, though his gaze bore a hint of apology. There is no need for such modesty. While splendid, it lacks a certain natural charm. At a loss for words, Wushang could only nod impassively, while internally feeling a tinge of disdain. He still found it hard to fathom how this burly, dark-bearded fellow managed to create such a lavish abode. He harbored serious doubts about whether the lineage of dragons endowed one with a unique talent for construction. In comparison to this crystalline palace, his own abode felt utterly inadequate. Here, brother, have a taste of this exquisite nectar granted by our master. It is truly delightful. As a first-time visitor, Huangxian seemed eager to showcase everything in his home, forever grateful for the assistance Wushang had provided during their first trial. Quite good indeed. After taking a delicate sip of the jade liquid, Wushang felt an invigorating lightness envelop his entire being. Even the rhythm of his Tao resonance seemed to grow more vibrant. If you have something to discuss, do not hesitate to speak. Our bond is quite profound. And should there be any way I can assist, I shall do so wholeheartedly. At this point, if he could not discern the underlying intentions, then he would truly be dull-witted. If it were merely a visit to admire the grandeur of Kunlun, one could argue it was a mutual exchange between brothers. However, an invitation to his home surely implied a request for assistance. You are quite forthright, brother. I shall be equally candid. I inadvertently damaged the King Kong fruit cultivated by our senior brother while serving our master. I hope you can help facilitate an apology on my behalf. At this point, it was evident that Huangxian's expression shifted dramatically. The King Kong fruit? An accident? Wushang regarded him with a peculiar expression, incredulous at the situation. Though the King Kong fruit was not of the innate variety, it possessed remarkable properties. Its appearance belied its formidable hardness, and consuming it could enhance one's corporeal foundation. For those who did not cultivate their body, it would be challenging to damage such a thing, even intentionally. Had this fellow utilized a hammer to shatter it? I was feeling the pressure of the golden immortal barrier, and based on some profound sayings from our master, I managed to piece together a body-refining technique. While training at Chelan Cliff, I accidentally struck a branch of the fruit tree with a punch, and unfortunately, it was the King Kong fruit cultivated by our senior brother. Upon hearing Huangxian's explanation, Wushang felt somewhat speechless. What kind of individuals were these? In later generations, one would almost be revered as a master at the pinnacle of the Xinxian realm, yet they found themselves in such a predicament. To be honest, my relationship with senior brother is rather strained. Should I attempt to mediate, it might only complicate matters further. He reflected on his relationship with Duobao and promptly shook his head in refusal. I would not want to risk worsening the situation and incurring his wrath. What shall we do now? Huangxian sat despondently upon the couch. Truth be told, his impression of that senior brother was not particularly favorable. He appeared quite formidable, often dealing with disruptive rogue cultivators, which lent him an air of authority. Do not wear such a glum expression. While it may be difficult to mediate, I do possess knowledge of a method for healing your fruit tree. Wushang feigned profundity, shaking his head and proudly boasting to Huangxian. What method could you possibly have? Huangxian blinked, momentarily taken aback. To my knowledge, you excel in the art of sealing and have made considerable achievements in that field. Though you have also dabbled in the principles of gold, what could you possibly do to heal a fruit tree? You underestimate me, do you? Wushang frowned slightly, displeased with Huangxian's demeanor. Was he truly belittling him? While he may not specialize in healing fruit trees, the roots of life in this world could not escape the cycle of life and death. By drawing upon the life essence of the Qinghua tree and harmonizing it with the King Kong fruit's attributes. Healing a mere acquired spiritual root was hardly a challenge. In fact, it would not even harm the vitality of the Qinghua tree. Chapter 28. Healing the fruit tree. Upon hearing Wushang's explanation, Huangxian's joy was palpable. As if he were a jubilant giant, transforming into a swirl of dark light, he whisked the unsuspecting Wushang away. Though Kunlun Mountain appeared modest in size, it stretched for tens of thousands of miles. Teeming with countless breathtaking sights, in less than half an hour, the two arrived at a cliff radiating a mysterious yellow aura, with purple mist rising and spiritual light flickering, filled with boundless mysteries. Is this the Qilin Cliff? Observing the rich Tao essence, Wushang could not help but murmur softly. While it was not as intricately transformative as his own domain, it exuded an unparalleled grandeur. Even the massive boulders at the cliff's edge were continuously inhaling and exhaling innate spiritual energy. Radiating a profound aura. As he stepped forward, he sensed the dense Wutu essence in the air, with gravity twice that of ordinary regions. Indeed, this is the Qilin Cliff, just ahead. Wangxian eagerly pointed out the direction, enthusiastically describing the surrounding scenery, clearly having visited multiple times before. This place is indeed an excellent site for tempering the body, Wushang murmured, nodding in satisfaction. As a practitioner of physical strength, he was always intrigued by such terrain. As he walked, he absorbed the rich Tao essence around him, feeling a palpable celestial might gazing down upon him, causing his blood to surge. Brother, look, this is the King Kong fruit. The duo paused beside a towering tree, approximately 9 zhang high, exuding a vibrant golden aura. This tree radiated an unmatched sharp golden energy, with roots sprawling up its trunk, adorned with a multitude of golden scales. Wushang gently caressed the overlapping scales, feeling the sharp brilliance emanating from them, and nodded in satisfaction. Fortunately, the damage is not severe. As his fingers fell, he grasped the broken branch in his hand under Wangxian's eager gaze, lifted it into the air, and pressed it against the fracture. The emerald green life energy surged into the tree, restoring its iron-hard trunk to its former glory. Observing the transformation of the sharp golden energy, he nodded in satisfaction. Though not an innate spiritual root, it has made commendable progress in the path of gold. The iron claw is the pinnacle of golden divine beasts. Although it has mutated, it does not mean it has forsaken its original craft. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Too much rigidity leads to breakage. Wushang gently stroked the trunk, speaking softly. Were it not for your ownership, I would have gladly uprooted it and taken it with me. It worked! It worked! Wangxian exclaimed excitedly beneath the tree. Heaven knows how anxious he had been lately, as an attendant who fortuitously joined the Sanqing sect, having only been a disciple for a century. He had inadvertently damaged the prize tree of the foremost disciple of Upper Clear. With the aura growing increasingly potent at the entrance of Duobao's cave, he knew this senior brother was about to emerge from seclusion, leaving him feeling quite apprehensive. Wushang was truly his fortuitous star, having helped him pass the first trial set by Sanqing during their first meeting, and resolving a long-standing dilemma during their second. Were it not for the fear of Wushang's disdain, he might have rushed forward to embrace him. Wushang, there is truly no need for that. Meeting is a sign of fate. I present this to you. Disregarding the piercing gaze of the ominous cloud spirit, he waved his sleeve, enveloping the towering tree in a radiant aura of pure white golden energy. The ethereal essence emanating from Tianyuan platinum held profound significance for the diamond fruit tree, aiding it in comprehending the true essence of the interplay between rigidity and flexibility. Relying solely on his own abilities to capture the erratic celestial vapors and condense them into Tianyuan platinum would consume an unfathomable expanse of time. Even after countless eons, he might still remain oblivious to the opportunity for enlightenment. The divine tree possessed a spirit, acutely aware of the immense benefits the individual before it offered, trembling with excitement. At the very crown of the tree, it coalesced a magnificent surge of auspicious crystalline energy, producing a fruit radiant with divine light that drifted gracefully before him. The fruit of origin, such a treasure need not be so. Truth be told, gazing at the fruit before him stirred a profound yearning within him. This extraordinary entity had crystallized autonomously from the essence of heaven and earth, requiring no waiting for flowering and fruition, but rather gestating from its own source. Truly a rarity, he could guarantee that possessing this fruit would significantly propel his understanding of the golden path within the golden immortal realm, coupled with his continuous analysis of the Tianyuan divine gold. He felt confident in making a decisive leap into the mid-tier of the golden immortal stage. Observing the unwavering determination of the diamond fruit tree, he refrained from further declining. Hesitance was not his nature. Though it was a mere gesture, the rarity of Tianyuan platinum far surpassed that of its fruit of origin. The distinction between innate and cultivated was but a single word, yet the disparity was akin to a chasm. Elder brother, let us depart swiftly. The divine tree had completed its restoration, and the cloud spirit was eager to escape this place of strife. However, fate had other plans. Just as he prepared to react, he felt an overwhelming celestial might descend upon him. Countless bolts of lightning coalesced above them, and a colossal silhouette of a pagoda undulated within the clouds, exuding an aura that suppressed the myriad realms. Truly, elder brother possesses exquisite taste. Upon merely breaking through his cultivation, he comes to this Chilan cliff to test his abilities. Observing the burgeoning aura of Dao Bao, he instantly recognized that this individual had ascended to the mid-tier of the golden immortal stage. His expression grave as he gazed at the imposing figure hovering above. "What have you done to my fruit tree?" Dao Bao ignored his words, fixated on the drastically diminished essence of the fruit tree. His demeanor stern as he glared at the two below. "Elder brother, are you not observing?" Though Dao Bao was a disciple meticulously nurtured by the Sanqing, he was no fool. Had the conversation been conducted in a cordial manner, he would not have adopted such a tone. This individual only perceived the diminished aura of the fruit tree, oblivious to the intricate opportunities entwined within its roots. Immediately demanding accountability, did he truly believe that a mere bull would not defend itself? Chapter 29. Confrontation with Dao Bao. In response to Wushang's scornful provocation, Dao Bao was evidently no pushover, landing firmly on the ground. With a divine seal in hand and scriptures on his lips, he transformed into a towering embodiment. His furious gaze fixed upon the two-humph. "Do you think you are the only one capable of transformation? Law of heaven, image of earth." This technique, commonly regarded as pedestrian in the primal chaos, became terrifyingly formidable under the enhancement of the 8-9 profound art. Had he not taken on an apprentice, Wushang might have swallowed his pride, but now that he had pledged himself to Tongtian, he could not afford to falter. Otherwise, what was the purpose of his cultivation? It was not arrogance. Through countless trials and tribulations, his combat experience had become second nature, and he held little regard for a disciple coddled by the Sanqing. Both could see the seething fury reflected in each other's eyes. And without hesitation, they vanished, engaging in battle. Their speed was astonishing. Despite their massive forms, their swiftness remained unaffected. With each exchange, fists met flesh, resonating with the clang of metal upon metal. Dao Bao swung a fist. Countless stars fell from the heavens, the interplay of yin and yang reversing, the five elements roiling, an overwhelming pressure cascading from the firmament, bearing down with the might to subdue all creation. That fist neared him. Wushang nimbly evaded. Though his physical form was formidable, he was not foolish enough to invite harm. Moreover, he discerned that, in terms of physical strength, Dao Bao was not his inferior. In certain aspects, he might even surpass him. Leaving Wushang astounded, clearly unprepared for his punch, imbued with a majestic celestial aura, to be so easily sidestepped, Dao Bao found himself momentarily dazed, only to see Wushang transform a fist into a palm, with fingers that clasped like chains of the heavenly Tao. He seized Dao Bao's arm with a forceful grip, blood gushing forth. Had Dao Bao not retreated slightly, he might have lost his entire arm in that instant. Presumptuous, supreme clear divine thunder, descend. Witnessing his injury, Dao Bao stepped back. His eyes ablaze with fury, as his hand seals grew increasingly rapid. The tumultuous clouds above, previously disturbed by their clash, began to reassemble. Endless black lightning tore through the sky, torrential rain cascading down, the earth quaking. Stones shattering, trees splintering, transforming into countless arrows hurtling toward him. "Do you truly think I am defenseless? All methods are empty," Wushang bellowed, an expansive and majestic aura emanating from him, dispersing outward, causing the impending thunderbolts to vanish in an instant. The torrential rain ceased, arrows shattered. The tempest of wind and lightning, the overwhelming forces of heaven and earth, were instantaneously quelled by his strike. as an unseen might bound all within the laws of the cosmos. Such extravagant displays! Wushang snorted disdainfully, a towering avatar suddenly manifesting behind him. A bull demon, its dark fur bristling. A pair of horns poised to pierce the heavens, as this spectral form merged into his being. Wushang's physical power surged once more, propelling him toward Daobao with even greater swiftness. His speed was extraordinary. In this realm of stagnated laws, he left behind a fleeting afterimage. Daobao, caught off guard, suffered injuries in his hasty defense. Yet he was not dull-witted. A massive pagoda silhouette materialized behind him, merging into his form, radiating a resplendent golden light, an overwhelming brilliance coalescing within him, emanating a terrifying aura capable of subduing all pathways in existence. The path of supremacy? The pagoda of Daobao? Wushang recalled hearing of Daobao's pursuit of the path of supremacy, especially considering the demeanor he displayed before the celestial authorities. It was evidently not feigned. Even in the presence of Tongtian, he maintained an air of composure, clearly influenced by the laws. However, the true form of the pagoda was beyond his expectations. According to legend, Daobao's essence was that of a treasure-seeking mouse. Yet that seemed implausible. A mere treasure-seeking mouse, even the foremost among them would hardly possess the credentials to enter the Sanqing's fold, much less as a foremost disciple, among the myriad races of the primal chaos. While the ability to seek treasures might be rare, it was by no means uncommon. With such roots and talent, he would not have captured the Sanqing's eye. Observing the avatar behind him, he began to understand why Daobao's physical strength had unexpectedly surpassed his own. After all, the manifestation of a congenital spiritual treasure could account for such pride and power, which was not entirely inconceivable. Stop. Do not continue fighting enough? The cloud spirit watched in shock as the battle unfolded. Utterly astounded, he had never anticipated that Wushang would be so audacious as to engage in combat with his elder brother over a mere disagreement. He had initially intended to mediate between the two, hoping to clarify matters, yet before he could even react, they had plunged into a fierce confrontation, one that shook the very foundations of the world. Feeling the raindrops suspended in midair, the cloud spirit grew increasingly anxious. He had thought to intervene in their battle, to turn the tide, yet whenever he attempted to approach, an inexplicable force repelled him, rendering him incapable of even entering the fray. The power he had once taken pride in proved insufficient to grant him the right to join the battlefield. Above heaven and below earth, I stand unrivaled. Daobao surveyed Wushang with grave intensity, stepping onto the path of supremacy, one hand pointing skyward while the other pointed toward the earth, spinning his arms in a grand arc, reversing yin and yang, compelling all things to submit to his will. Fool, have you not heard the saying that a single technique can traverse the world? All methods are devoid of self. All laws return to emptiness. Wushang possessed but a few techniques, yet he wielded each with a newfound brilliance, regardless of whether it pertains to the supreme path or the 5 elements contained within the doctrines of Taoism. Under the fluctuations of this formidable power, everything seems to vanish without a trace. The supreme path transforms into a violet blade, piercing through numerous obstacles, landing before Wushang. However, the terrifying force, after being significantly diminished by the laws of confinement, fails to even break his skin. Daobao, filled with resentment, possesses extraordinary abilities, yet finds himself quite frustrated when faced with Wushang's brazen and unorthodox combat style. Despite wielding myriad techniques, he can only sigh helplessly. Exerting all his strength to engage in a physical struggle, in terms of bodily strength, he might have had the upper hand, for the innate spiritual treasure harbors the undying essence of primordial light, greatly enhancing his physical form. Yet, Wushang's vast combat experience proves to be unexpectedly formidable, as each strike takes him by surprise. He had thought that by restraining his opponent's hands, he could easily subdue him. But to his astonishment, Wushang's robust arms suddenly turned soft and boneless, akin to a constrictor snake, tightly coiling around his neck. With just a slight exertion, he could have easily severed his head. Fortunately, he managed to shrink his body in time, narrowly avoiding disaster. Otherwise, that fleeting moment of confrontation would have become a pivotal turning point in the battle. Chapter 30. The teachings of Tongtian Duobao recited the Shangqing scripture, and under the scripture's enhancement, his protective divine light grew increasingly radiant. Just as he sought to extricate himself, he noticed a thin layer of light emanating from Wushang's body as well. Though not as dense, it was undeniably the Shangqing celestial light. The terrifying defensive capability crumbled instantaneously upon the collision of these similar forces. The Shangqing scripture? How could this be? Duobao gazed in astonishment at Wushang's protective divine light, utterly shocked that the fellow could master the technique in such a brief span of time. How could it not be? Do you think you are the only genius here? Wushang scoffed, his grip tightening with the intention to rip off Duobao's head. Duobao let out a muffled groan, severing his own arm to successfully break free from the stalemate. Master brother, such resolve. He had not anticipated that Duobao would resort to such a desperate measure to resolve his crisis, and a glimmer of admiration flickered in his eyes. Junior brother, your profound skills are truly beyond my reach. Duobao stated impassively, his corpulent form radiating divine light, as streams of undying primordial light coursed through his flesh. Suddenly, a resplendent golden pagoda appeared in his hand, emanating boundless pressure. Master brother, you are impressive as well. But do you think I lack a tower? Saying this, an ancient stone pagoda materialized in his grasp, spinning with vigor. The moment the pagoda appeared, chaos surged, the universe itself seemed to invert, and the endless rivers of the Tao were obliterated around the stone tower, bending the myriad pathways to its will. As the two pagodas collided, a singular sound resonated, causing countless beings in Kunlun to bow in submission, pressing themselves to the ground, gasping for breath as if a colossal hand were constricting their throats, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression that made their very souls shudder. Both combatants recoiled a step, their faces paling. Duobao's lifebound artifact is indeed a primordial treasure, his very essence. He had not anticipated suffering a setback on their first collision. Wushang, on the other hand, was quite pleased. Though the Hongyuan celestial pagoda was crafted from exceptional materials, it ultimately was not a primordial entity. Merely a mid-grade postnatal treasure could withstand the clash, and it did not falter. What more could he ask for? He believed that one day, his ultimate treasure would unleash a might capable of suppressing all realms. Seeing neither party gaining the upper hand, they silently closed their eyes. Reciting scriptures, Wushang, in particular, focused, a radiant golden symbol forming between his brows, transforming into a sharp sword light, emanating a murderous intent that summoned sparse black snowflakes to swirl in the skies of Kunlun. Enough! You all should hasten forth, a resounding voice echoed in their ears. The group exchanged glances, tacitly retracting their final trump cards. The trio reluctantly transformed into streaks of light, ascending towards the Shangqing peak. Simultaneously, they felt a twinge of anxiety. Although they had agreed to assist each other, this encounter had escalated into violence, and who could predict how Tongtian would punish them? Upon seeing Tongtian's stern visage ahead, they could faintly perceive the flow of time reversing and the fragmentation of space leading to apocalyptic visions. The three of them instinctively took 2 steps back, resembling quail. Tongtian remained silent, his eyes tightly shut. As verses began to flow from his lips, heavenly inner sound, 3 blue looms, waves of the platform. Earthly outer sound, heavenly decree long, humanity ever tranquil. When the azure scrolls and yellow ribbons are worn, invoking the name of the young lad within, restraining my tongue beneath, solidifying liquid to concentrate the spirit, severing the sources of death. Jade void returns to the mysterious, heavenly dawn golden sky advances, the emperor's scene resounds brightly, the flames feast on the jade continent. Left hand guiding the child deity, right hand commanding the eternal support, illuminating the true brilliance of the 9 skies. The sun's radiance unfolds the mysterious, dry scenes birth the collar, within lies the ethereal void. Granting me longevity, 1,000 movements begin anew. The yellow talisman safeguards virtue, donning brocade to enter the divine. The Great One commands the root of fate. May the young master align with the talisman. Is this the Shangqing scripture? Wushang had never anticipated that Tongtian would not only refrain from punishing them but would personally expound upon the Shangqing scripture, though the 3 pure ones had yet to attain sainthood. The content of Tongtian's teaching still drew the favor of heaven and earth, as celestial flowers rained down and golden lotuses erupted from the earth, with endless spiritual essence coalescing into azure petals descending from above. Wushang quickly settled into a meditative position, his brow radiating boundless divine light, meticulously savoring the brilliance within the scripture. He was already familiar with the entirety of the Shangqing scripture, yet Tongtian's recitation, infused with different intonations, rendered it exceptionally comprehensible and enlightening. Indeed, it seemed that even a pig could attain enlightenment under such circumstances. Thus, he swiftly consumed the primal fruit bestowed upon him by the King Kong fruit tree. This action caused Duobao, the leader, to furrow his brow. Observing that all three disciples had fallen into a state of enlightenment, Tongtian nodded in satisfaction and continued to expound upon the great Tao. The azure petals fostered their comprehension of the Tao, while the golden lotuses continuously enhanced their physical forms. Though thin, over time, it constituted a commendable method of cultivation. Time hastily passed, and the boundless profundities within the Shangqing palace swiftly dissipated, prompting the three who were in a state of enlightenment to simultaneously frown and abruptly open their eyes. This indecisive sensation nearly induced a sense of nausea, compelling them to endure their discomfort. Casting pitiful glances at Tongtian, Wushang felt quite satisfied with his mid-stage golden immortal cultivation. Each of his breakthroughs had been devoid of the so-called extreme compression. In his view, the release after extreme tension and a natural breakthrough bore no significant difference. As long as his foundation remained solid and his cultivation felt genuine, there was little distinction. Duobao and Wu Yunxian also noted Wushang's advancement. One wore a slightly furrowed brow while the other displayed excitement. Yet due to Tongtian's presence, neither expressed much. Duobao, my disciple, go to Qilin Cliff for seclusion. You are not to emerge without my summons. Tongtian's expression turned grave, his icy tone seemingly freezing the entire Shangqing palace. Disciples obey. Duobao offered no resistance, slightly bowing before transforming into a streak of light flying towards Qilin Cliff. And you, young bull, far too unruly, returned to seclusion as well. Although it was still a command for seclusion, Tongtian's tone towards him was remarkably gentle, which allowed Wushang to silently breathe a sigh of relief. No, master. The disciple has only just emerged from seclusion and cannot remain idle. Please, let me do something else. He was reluctant to retreat into seclusion again, fearing that prolonged confinement might drive him mad. Oh, you stubborn one. If only you had patiently explained to Duobao, he might not have resorted to violence. Tongtian reached out, adjusting Wushang's crown, gently patting him. Chapter 31. The celestial tactics. Wushang, though an adult, did not resent Tongtian's intimate gestures. Rather, he thoroughly enjoyed the sensation. Master, your reasoning is flawed. It was clearly my elder brother who spoke disrespectfully first and then struck first. How can you place the blame upon me? You truly favor him, Wushang pouted, articulating his grievances in a rather aggrieved tone. That's you. Tongtian laughed heartily, vigorously patting his shoulder. Throughout the endless ages, he had encountered many individuals of genuine character, but none quite like Wushang. Since you find it unjust, what compensation do you seek? Tongtian, intrigued, wished to tease him further. The disciple is not skilled in combat. I wish to learn more divine techniques to protect myself. I humbly request your guidance. Master. He was uncertain whether the 36 heavenly tactics had been disseminated from the Purple Cloud Palace, but regardless, the esteemed 3 pure ones must possess some form of divine secret techniques. You claim you are not adept at combat? Tongtian regarded him with a teasing smile, having observed the skirmish between the young bull and Duobao from the outset. Not to mention the principles of the Tao, merely in terms of martial prowess. He had undoubtedly surpassed Duobao by a considerable margin. Each time, he instinctively sidestepped lethal measures, indicating that this young man had already internalized killing as an instinct for survival. One could say his skills were decidedly proficient. The ever-watchful Yangxian, positioned at the lower ranks, felt a pang of embarrassment. His senior brother was truly unrestrained in his speech. Did others fail to notice what he himself had not? He prided himself on his cultivation. Yet he couldn't even breach the battlefield. If that is the case, whatever you wish to learn, I shall teach you. Tongtian chuckled heartily, boldly tossing a jade talisman into his embrace. The Tao ancestor once imparted the Heavenly Gang's 36 techniques, which are the pinnacle of divine abilities leading directly to the Great Tao. However, since you primarily focus on the sealing arts, most of these techniques hold little utility for you. As he gazed at the jade slips thrown by Tongtian, Wushang was on the verge of leaping with joy. Was Kunlun Mountain truly abundant in Jotian divine jade? Master S words are misguided. The Tao is formless and infinite, and moreover, the stones from other mountains can indeed serve as a means to refine jade. Mutual verification will undoubtedly lead to significant advancement in my cultivation. Furthermore, if one does not personally experience the essence of the Great Tao, how can one speak of sealing myriad paths? Wushang cherished the jade slips as if they were treasures, fearful they might be reclaimed. Yangxian, watching from the side, felt a twinge of envy. This sentiment holds merit. However, the path of the Great Tao is fraught with challenges. As your master, I still hope you will act within your means. Tongtian concurred with Wushang's sentiments, but wished for him not to aim too high, lest he be sidetracked by divine abilities and neglect his cultivation. Yes, I shall certainly obey, master. Wushang nodded fervently, his head bobbing like a pestle, and before he could rise to express his gratitude, he felt a sudden vertigo. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself already within the confines of his Tao grounds. Brother, you truly are remarkable. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he noticed Yangxian gazing at him with admiration. It was not that he was overly dramatic. He had witnessed it clearly, generally, including the senior brother. Everyone approached the master with utmost seriousness and caution. Yet, here with Wushang, not only was the expected confinement absent, but he also received a plethora of divine techniques, rumored to be bestowed by the Tao ancestor. Certainly top-tier abilities. What are you doing here? Wushang felt a bit bashful under Yangxian's scrutiny and looked at him with curiosity. I'm not sure either. My master seldom allows me to serve closely. I mostly tend to some flowers and spirit beasts. Occasionally attending lectures from the great uncle and second master. I suppose master wishes for me to follow you. Yangxian expressed his realization, soon forming his own conjectures. What? You also attend lectures from the great uncle and second master? He never imagined this fellow possessed such good fortune, making him, a true disciple, feel somewhat inadequate. Perhaps he should simply become a servant. Indeed, I possess some fortune, but perhaps my destiny is insufficient. I've always felt muddled during the teachings of the three masters. Making little progress, Yangxian shyly scratched his head and spoke candidly. From now on, focus on listening to Master S teachings. If there's anything you do not understand, feel free to seek me out for mutual verification. Listen to this. What a veritable display of humility. He could probably guess why this fellow felt somewhat lost in comprehension. The paths of the three purities differ greatly, and even after the three attain sainthood, conflicts of the Great Tao may arise. Continuing in this fashion would inevitably lead to confusion. Unless he is the sort of person devoid of thoughts and opinions, anyone would likely become ensnared in misconceptions. With leisure to spare, I was just preparing to study the divine abilities bestowed by Master. I wonder if you would be interested in joining me? Upon hearing this, Yangxian nearly leaped with excitement, eagerly nodding his head. As a servant, most of his martial texts originated from Tongtian's brief teachings. He had never anticipated that Wushang would be willing to share such comprehensive knowledge. This is all suitable for me. As he gazed at the gradually emerging divine characters upon the jade slip, Wushang selected the techniques most fitting for himself. Although the 8-9 mystical arts are profound, they lack top-tier achievements in many aspects. He needed to address his shortcomings and amplify his strengths. He was not particularly adept at speed and had initially considered the 5 elements Great Escape technique, but as his gaze passed over the shimmering golden light, he instantly identified the technique most suited to him. Regarding strength and combat, he decisively opted for the mountain-shaking and earth-shattering techniques and supplemented his skills with the dragon-subduing and tiger-capturing technique. To avoid the awkward predicament of depleting his magical energy, he also selected a method for 9-breath calming, aimed at restoring his energy, which, when cultivated to perfection, could provide a continuous source of power. After finalizing his selections, he curiously glanced at Yangxian, wondering what his thoughts might be. If there were techniques they could study together, they could discuss and advance collectively. As for me, I have no other aspirations. I merely wish to learn a technique of evasion and a method of combat if possible. It would be best to lay a solid foundation for my future path of cultivation. Wangxian scratched his head in frustration. Momentarily unsure of what to choose, however, he was not foolish. He understood the true combat prowess of Wushang, contemplating how to strategize with him so he might catch up to his senior brother's progress as swiftly as possible. Chapter 32. Practicing the techniques beneath Qingqing Peak, two enormous figures continuously wove through the clouds, the terrifying pressure rendering the entire area exceptionally tense. A tall man, cloaked in shadows, wielded divine seals in his hands. As endless thunder roamed within his grasp, the thunder coalesced into a colossal serpent, brimming with a destructive aura, as five-colored light danced with the movements of his fingers, launching toward a delicate young Taoist not far away. The young Taoist, nimble in his movements, radiated golden light, reciting divine texts, transforming into a beam of golden energy that deftly evaded the onslaught of thunder. Yet, the thunder infused with celestial might was not so easily evaded. It intertwined, forming a colossal net of lightning, seeking to seal off all his escape routes. All methods are empty. Wushang chuckled lightly, as those thunders that had yet to approach him were silently obliterated by a peculiar force. Had he not sensed a significant depletion of magical energy, he might have thought it all a mere illusion. The burly man felt a surge of irritation. His magical energy swelled, manifesting a beastly form with a dragon's head and a fish's body behind him. Bolstered by this form, he felt as if he had returned to his peak state in an instant. Do not underestimate me, brother. Mastering the five thunders, with a mighty shout, the man's aura exploded forth. And the immeasurable thunder, reinforced by his magical energy, grew even more terrifying. The sky split open, unleashing black lightning and blood-red rain, suffused with a destructive force. In this frenzied arena, the handsome young Taoist resembled a nimble monkey, darting through the boundless thunderous prison enveloped in golden light. Each time, he narrowly escaped being struck, yet it was always just a hair's breadth away. A small mistake could lead to monumental consequences. Must I teach you this principle? Observing the increasingly serious expression on the young Taoist, the burly man felt a twinge of anxiety and became more solemn. The two were none other than Wushang and Wangxian, diligently honing the heavenly gang techniques. Both possessed commendable innate talents, allowing them to advance rapidly in their training. In contrast to Wushang's decisiveness, Wangxian found his choices considerably more challenging. Wushang initially intended to select the five elements' great escape for him to lay a foundation for consolidating the five energies within him. However, considering that he had integrated the blood essence of the ancestral dragon, he decisively replaced the five elements' great escape with the mastery of the five thunders. After all, both techniques were related to the five elements, and the thunder arts were better suited to his draconic lineage. Consequently, all subsequent choices were fundamentally tied to dragon-related secret arts. The dragon can be large or small, hidden or summoned. He specifically chose the method of the large and small wishes. The dragon rides the clouds, the wind follows the tiger. He meticulously selected the techniques of cloud riding and mist traversing. To enhance his combat experience, he also taught him the methods of summoning wind and rain, and dragon subduing and tiger capturing. In summary, from any perspective, Wangxian currently possessed no discernible weaknesses. With Wushang's deliberate guidance, he stood out even among the realm of the Xinxian. Wangxian's movements accelerated, and soon his fists collided against Wushang's body, the sound of metal striking metal echoing continuously. Under the overwhelming intent of his punches, Wushang perceived the vast rivers and seas surging toward him, carrying with them the immense momentum of heaven and earth. Combining softness and strength, the interplay of yin and yang. A flicker of astonishment crossed the depths of Wushang's eyes. Though this fellow, the dark cloud, had long practiced the principles of water, his previous demeanor had always been bold and audacious, exuding a masculine dominance. Never had he anticipated that he could attain such profound insights at the pinnacle of the Xinxian realm. Yet, he was not one to be trifled with. Upon witnessing this, he ceased to hold back. His palm transformed, akin to a nimble serpent, darting through unexpected spaces, each strike inciting a visceral urge to spit blood. His fingers spread slightly, drawing together, incessantly etching a plethora of wounds upon his form. The originally pristine black robe now tattered beyond recognition. Resembling little more than a ragged garment, he formed a hand seal. The boundless holy light blossoming from his hand, and all the observing beings could distinctly sense a blade poised above their necks. Unease settled upon everyone present. He abruptly stomped the ground, and a small peak ascended from the earth, soaring into his grasp. As his hands converged, an endless brilliance of sword energy erupted from the mountain's summit. Could the might of shaking mountains and parting seas truly be wielded in such a manner? Dark Cloud murmured in disbelief, shaking his head in resignation, retracting his manifestation. He sensed that if he did not relent, this sword peak would come crashing down upon him, setting aside the terrifying weight. The mere dispersing sword energy was already daunting enough for him to contend with. This was his first encounter with such a technique, lifting a mountain and hurling it at an opponent, with an expression of awe etched upon his face. In the primordial chaos, many beings could indeed destroy a small mountain, even those newly initiated into the celestial path. However, few could raise a mountain peak with such ease. Yet, as he understood, the warriors of the Witch clan typically excelled in this art. His junior brother was indeed a source of self-reproach. After minimizing his form, Dark Cloud bowed with a face full of emotion, his heart swelling with admiration. There is no need for such humility. Over the past centuries, I have witnessed your progress firsthand. If you can enhance your mastery over the Five Thunders, even as a weaker golden immortal, you could still make a mark. Wushang felt a twinge of sentiment regarding this fellow's advancement. No wonder he could later chase after Guang Chengzi and Qi Jingzi single-handedly. The thunderous techniques were undoubtedly powerful, yet his younger brother lacked the innate talent in this regard, unable to unleash such might. He chuckled, shaking his head, thinking that his senior brother was somewhat overestimating him. If it were the path of water, perhaps he could manage, but with thunder techniques, he truly had no confidence. Are you foolish? Thunder is indeed fierce, yet mastering the Five Thunders relies on the interplay of the five elements. If so, why not begin with the water-evil divine thunder? Wushang minimized his form, patting his shoulder with a gaze that questioned his intelligence. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. The Dark Cloud, eyes glimmering with excitement, turned to him, secretly marveling at his true disciple status, which offered him a glimpse into a promising future. Enough of the trivialities. Today, I shall introduce you to a friend. Wushang patted his shoulder once more, pulling him into a stream of golden light, vanishing in an instant. When they reappeared, they had already arrived at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, where the clamor of voices filled the air. Compared to the time of the Three Purities teachings, the crowd had only swelled in numbers. The sounds of shouting and bartering echoed, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Dark Cloud was quite renowned among the scattered practitioners at the mountain's base, and now that he had caught the attention of the esteemed Three Purities, all gazed upon him with a mixture of reverence and awe. Those aware of Wushang's identity retreated, their eyes aflame with unspoken intentions. Paying no heed to the glances of others, he attuned himself to the lingering auras around him. Moments later, his eyes brightened, and he swiftly made his way toward a spot not far off. Brother Jingguang, an old friend has come. Why not reveal yourself? In an inconspicuous cave shrouded in shadows, Wushang sensed the surging energy and deathly aura within. Unable to restrain his exuberance, Jingguang, obeying his summons, also arrived in the realm of Kunlun Mountain. If he could count him among his brothers, he would gain more allies. Haha, it has been a long time. Fellow Taoist, your cultivation has surpassed all previous heights, leaving me in awe. A hearty laugh echoed from within the cave as a creature with a golden face and sharp fangs emerged, each step unleashing a wave of deathly energy that extinguished all vitality in its wake. Dark Cloud Taoist? What brings you here? Upon seeing Wushang's figure, Jingguang was visibly thrilled. With each step, his appearance shifted, his fangs retracting, revealing a gentle visage, transforming from a three-zhang giant into a graceful youth clad in golden robes. Even the suffocating aura of death receded slightly in that moment. However, Upon encountering the dark-bearded Dark Cloud, he displayed evident astonishment, unable to fathom why this Kunlun disciple would be present here. Junior brother. Do you know Jingguang? Wushang inquired, surprised that as far as he knew, Dark Cloud had not left Kunlun since passing the 2 trials, while Jingguang had only recently arrived from the Eastern Sea. Thus, they should have had no prior interaction. Senior brother, you are introducing me to the Taoist Jingguang. Why didn't you say so earlier? In recent years, Taoist Jingguang has tirelessly honed his bloodline, forcefully overcoming the heavenly ladder set by our 3 masters. You might not know, but I personally received him when he passed the trials. Dark Cloud amiably patted Jingguang's shoulder, indicating that they had known each other for quite some time. With Wushang interjecting humorously, the 3 soon found themselves in a harmonious rapport. Dark Cloud even produced a celestial brew he had crafted on Kunlun Mountain, a recipe he had gleaned while observing his master refine elixirs. Combining it with some heavenly nectar he had pilfered from the celestial vault, a truly remarkable spirit drink. Typically, he would not have been willing to share such a treasure, even with old friends. All 3 were uniquely gifted in the path of body refinement, and as they drank, their spirits soared. The divine nectar was hardly potent enough to incapacitate them. However, in their revelry, they could not resist engaging in discussions about the great Tao. The path of sealing, to restrain all things, to obliterate all existence, extinguishing the myriad paths of the world. In this manner, one flower blooms, and all paths fade away. The Tao is formless, the law is boundless. Annihilating all worldly laws, grinding down the heavens' great Tao, with only the Tao reigning supreme. Only I alone shall stand exalted. In the throes of their revelry, he shared his insights on the great Tao in mere moments. The law of sealing was tyrannical, enigmatic, and revolting. All paths and laws dissolved before him, leaving only the raw flesh to battle against him. Yet, his physical form was extraordinary, endowed with an iron blood lineage, and having cultivated the pinnacle of body refinement techniques such as the 8-9 profound arts. He had already amassed the capital to stand as a peer among his contemporaries. Dark Cloud and Jingguang were stirred, neither concealing their aspirations, as they articulated their own paths of cultivation. Wushang, well-versed and knowledgeable, offered guidance along their respective journeys. Although their paths diverged, it did not hinder their budding friendship. Among them, Jingguang's path was exceptionally clear. The path of death was one he would devote his entire life to mastering. After witnessing the immeasurable might of the death demon god, he had developed a profound commitment to his chosen path. Dark Cloud and Jingguang were peers in cultivation, yet Dark Cloud often absorbed teachings from the 3 purities. Despite occasional ideological conflicts, he had gleaned invaluable insights from their brief exchanges. In terms of prowess, it was indisputable that Dark Cloud held the upper hand. Born close to water, he possessed an extraordinary comprehension of the water Tao. Yet both Wushang and the 3 purities advised against him pursuing this route. While the principles of the 5 elements ranked among the foremost within the myriad paths, the inherent conflict of their interactions posed a significant risk in the absence of mastery. Having previously consumed the blood essence of the ancestral dragon, should he choose the path of the dragon, he would undoubtedly face restrictions from lineage and karmic ties, forever barred from transcending the ancestral dragon's legacy. Thus, he ultimately resolved to adopt the principles of thunder as his foundational law, using the 5 elements as a basis to evolve the true path of the 5 thunders. According to Wushang's estimations, this fellow's future potential would undoubtedly surpass his original trajectory. Brother Jingguang, everything about you is commendable. However, the eerie atmosphere is quite unsettling for me. Dark Cloud, his lips parched from drinking, surveyed the terrifying surroundings. His brow furrowed in discontent as he voiced his grievances to Jingguang. Why, younger brother, has just comprehended the foundations of the Golden Immortal and is still unable to fully consolidate his own law's resonance. So I hope the Taoist will not take offense. Jingguang bore no ill will. He had encountered Dark Cloud a few times, and, while their exchanges had been limited, he recognized him as a forthright and straightforward individual. Furthermore, the fact that Wushang had saved his life on 2 occasions made it easy for him to accept this boisterous Taoist, thanks to the recommendation of his savior. That is indeed reasonable. However, your cave is quite small to begin with. and bringing in your pet is rather inappropriate. Yes, he observed the approaching crimson eyes and the overwhelming aura of malice. Jingguang felt a sense of bewilderment. Pet? What pet? Jingguang blinked in confusion, unaware that he had ever owned any creature. Sensing the increasingly oppressive malevolent energy drawing closer, he swiftly stood, clutching a spear crafted from some unknown beast bone that had materialized in his hand. His gaze fixed intently on the approaching entity. What beast emerges from Kunlun? Wushang has never placed much importance on trivial matters of etiquette. He had long sensed the lurking presence of creatures at the cave's entrance. Mere pets that hardly constituted a significant concern. It was not until he observed Jingguangshan's serious appraisal of the surroundings, conducting a spirit scan of the area, that he gasped in astonishment. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a ferocious beast resembling a bull, adorned with 4 sharp, elongated horns, possessing eyes akin to a human's and ears like a pig's, emitting a howl reminiscent of a wild goose. An overwhelming aura of death emanating from its very being. With its iron hooves pounding the ground, the already fragile surface split open, forming a massive chasm. Had it not been for the protective formation laid down by Jingguang, that strike alone would have undoubtedly shattered the earth. Do not tell me this creature is Zhuhai. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Was this not a breed long thought extinct before the cataclysm of the Long Han era? It was indeed a nightmare in broad daylight, a sight to behold, however. The subsequent actions of the beast truly conveyed what it meant to wield boundless ferocity, what it meant to be the overlord of a bygone epoch. Chapter 34. Zhuhai. As all three beheld the fearsome creature before them, they expressed their profound astonishment. A species believed to be completely extinct suddenly manifesting before them in such a formidable manner would leave anyone dumbfounded. Clearly, Zhuhai had no interest in discussing his origins. With his hooves striking the ground, he produced a sound akin to the trembling of mountains, the terrifying malevolence corroding the surrounding walls, causing the once solid rock to cascade down like mud. Behind him appeared 6 pitch-black voids, deep and capable of devouring the souls of others, with a vague vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood materializing behind him. With each step he took, a tremendous force obliterated the formation patterns surrounding him. Disruption of the laws? Wushang furrowed his brow, watching this creature warily. Beasts of such ferocity typically dwelled in the frigid wastelands. Sightings in the primordial realm were exceedingly rare. Previously, it had perished within the deathly confines of the Nazhaushan, and now it re-emerged in Kunlun Mountain. Could it be that a significant upheaval had occurred in the primordial world? He felt a sense of caution, reluctant to act hastily for fear of becoming ensnared in some terrifying fate. Impudent, audacious. While he could restrain himself, both Huayongxian and Jingguangshan could not. They acted simultaneously, charging towards the cave. Their bodies transforming into towering giants, they thrust their arms into the opening, dragging out the still-dazed Zhuhai. The terrifying force of annihilation rendered their hands bloody and mangled, devouring death, commanding the 5 thunders. They disregarded their injured arms, channeling their full magical power to suppress Zhuhai. Countless bolts of lightning descended from the heavens like apocalyptic calamities, forming a thunderous purgatory that ensnared Zhuhai within its grasp. Yet, no matter how fierce or domineering the lightning was, it failed to trouble the beast in the slightest. Not even breaking its skin, Jingguang's hands gestured in the void, coalescing a dark bow and arrow within his grasp. With both hands drawn taut, he unleashed an arrow imbued with the essence of death. The black arrow surged forth with incredible speed, morphing mid-air into a serpent with sharp fangs that lunged at Zhuhai. The dark mist enveloping the fangs corroded a layer of Zhuhai's skin, yet it swiftly healed, rendering their combined assault devoid of tangible harm. In fact, the deathly miasma dissipated significantly beneath the violent clash of thunder. Brother, look at the situation we've created. After finally breaking through the beast's skin, had it not been for Huayongxian's thunder, I firmly believed I could have inflicted deep wounds. How dare you blame me? Huayongxian, too, felt a tinge of annoyance. He had not been unaffected himself. You, with all your fur, have the audacity to call me a monkey? Enough talk. A beast of golden immortal caliber is not so easily dealt with. Wushang observed the two in silence. Until they broke through the golden immortal realm, they were destined to remain in a state of awkwardness, hindered by the laws. They exchanged glances, suppressing their dissatisfaction, and resumed their scrutiny of the fearsome creature before them, secretly lamenting their fortune for catching it off guard. Were they of equal standing, they would dare to battle the beast. Yet the creature had already ascended to the golden immortal realm. Should they provoke it? They would undoubtedly find themselves in dire straits. Wushang exhaled softly, his wrist twisting as a long flute, resembling an ink-wash painting, appeared in his hand. As he played gently, a multitude of melodies enveloped the valley, and the previously docile Zhuhai suddenly became agitated. The deathly aura within the earth surged violently, forming a dark domain that completely enclosed him. Zhuhai's iron hooves struck the ground, and its 4 horns radiated black divine light, attempting to break through the encroaching sense of crisis. Yet, no matter how fiercely it struggled, the dark mist remained an impenetrable barrier. The thick fog resonated with the low, raspy caw of crows, and the sharp, eerie notes of the flute only intensified the beast's agitation. As the tones shifted, the hoarse howls enveloped the area, and the once vibrant immortal's abode fell silent, countless vital energies suffocating in the grip of death, leaving Zhuhai's flesh and blood corroded and mangled. Everyone knew that ferocious beasts possessed robust vitality, and Wushang, too, refrained from acting recklessly, opting to play once more. However, this time, the sound was no longer strange and hoarse. Instead, it resonated with a resounding clarity. Countless swordlights surged forth from within the dark mist, obscuring the onlooker's vision, rendering everything unclear save for the occasional flicker of divine light and the heartrending wails echoing through the air. "Brother, what is this?" Huangxian regarded Wushang with curiosity, uncertain of his brother's intentions. This situation seemed less like a hunt and more like a deliberate torment. He had never heard of such a peculiar inclination in his brother before. "Brother, what is your aim?" Having spent much time with Wushang, he had developed the habit of inquiring whenever he was perplexed, fearing his brother might not understand. Just a thought crossed his mind. "Brother, as a golden immortal, I still lack a suitable mount. This creature that has delivered itself to me is indeed tempting." He made no effort to hide his intentions, laying his plans bare, as the dark mist dissipated. Aside from the lifeless environment, only the bloody Zhuhai remained, gasping for breath, revealing the torment it had endured. "Brother, I have urgent matters to attend to. Let us postpone our reunion. I hope Jingguang can swiftly pass the second trial and rekindle our brotherly bond." With that, he ignored the two, transforming into a golden streak of light and soaring towards Kunlun Mountain. "I have lived long enough and never heard of anyone taming a ferocious beast as a mount. Brother, have you ever encountered such a phenomenon?" Jingguang, regaining his composure, inquired, casting a puzzled glance at the equally bewildered Huangxian. "Indeed, it is a rare sight. This is the first time I have witnessed such a scenario." Huangxian numbly shook his head. The two exchanged glances and began to clear the surrounding area. After thoroughly subduing Zhuhai, he approached Yuqing Palace with trepidation. He understood how absurd it was to take a ferocious beast as a mount. And now he could only place his hopes on Yuanshi Tianzuan, hoping that through the power of the spiritual treasure, Zhuhai could be utterly subdued. "Wushang pays his respects to second master uncle. Wishing you eternal longevity." Without any other preamble, upon arriving at the foot of Yuqing Peak, he knelt straight down, performing a grand salute, his head colliding with the ground, producing a resonant sound. This left the Baihe Tongzi, who had been waiting at the foot of the mountain, utterly astonished. What is the meaning of this? It seems that even my ancestors did not bow this deeply when paying respects to the real person of Yuqing. Nevertheless, concealing his shock, he responded in a hushed tone, "Brother, there is no need for such grand gestures. The master already anticipated your arrival and specifically sent me to wait here." Chapter 35. Refining Artifacts. Wushang pays his respects to second master uncle. Wishing you eternal blessings and longevity equal to that of the heavens. Before Yuqing Palace, Wushang performed a full 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations, leaving Baihe Tongzi, who was leading the way, utterly perplexed, hastily retreating. "Isn't this a bit excessive? He already bowed at the foot of the mountain. Why must he bow again before Yuqing Palace?" Baihe thought to himself, feeling a mix of admiration and disbelief. Brother, I have already told you that there is no need for this, Baihe implored. You do not understand. I bow not only to my second master uncle, but also to the real person of Yuqing, one of the three pure ones of Penghu. Bow without sincere reverence would leave my heart in disquiet. Wushang replied, shaking his head as he earnestly approached Yuqing Palace. Nothing ventures to the Three Treasures Hall uninvited. You, little bull, are both being coy and bowing. Get to the point and present your offerings. Suddenly, Yuanshi Tianzuan manifested, radiating with 9-colored divine light, a wheel of boundless wisdom illuminating the world, with a luminous halo appearing behind his head. His visage bore a dignified air, causing the 3,000 great paths to yield before him. As if he were the very embodiment of celestial law, wielding unparalleled brilliance and authority. However, his gaze towards Wushang softened, differing from the stern demeanor of Ta Ba. Though he had not communicated much with this little bull, he could sense his straightforward and candid nature. Indeed, nothing escapes your keen perception. Wushang, feeling slightly embarrassed, rubbed his hands together and chuckled. It was indeed his oversight. Since emerging from seclusion, he had yet to pay a visit to his esteemed second master uncle. To approach him only when in need felt somewhat improper. With a hint of shyness, he released the slumbering Zhuhua and, mustering his courage, placed the shadow flute beside him, gazing expectantly at Yuanshi. After all, it was no small feat to have such a formidable figure as Yuanshi attend to him. Surely it could not be merely for crafting a beast-taming artifact. Observing him with indifference, Yuanshi merely flicked his fingers and brushed Wushang aside. His fingers gently converged, conjuring a flame devoid of color that blazed fiercely in his palm. The surrounding space warped, time fractured, and from this flame emanated a palpable sense of lethal threat. Akin to a sovereign of flames radiating an awe-inspiring aura, no matter how intently Wushang scrutinized it, he could not discern the origin of this enigmatic fire. Although he had not witnessed the 10 great primordial divine fires, he had heard much about them and had never encountered a colorless flame. Yuanshi showed no intention of explaining. With a casual wave of his hand, a plethora of materials manifested within the grand hall. Feathered gold, wishful divine iron, sunstone, Bailuo divine jade, dragon scale iron birch branches, and the eternity divine iron he was well acquainted with. Master uncle, the admiration I hold for you flows like an unending river. Wushang had never anticipated such generosity from Yuanshi. It was a rare and astonishing sight. Yuanshi cast a stern glance at him, engrossed in refining the materials, yet the smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed his good spirits. Wushang promptly fell silent, focusing intently on Yuanshi's crafting techniques. Unlike his own complex methods, Yuanshi's approach was straightforward. His hand seals lacked any extravagant manifestations, nor did they conjure golden lotuses in a dazzling display. The entire process appeared seamlessly natural and harmonious. Imbued with the essence of the Tao's simplicity, under his skillful control, all materials transformed into a pure liquid. With another wave of his hand, a drop of blood, resembling a blood diamond, suddenly appeared at the heart of the slumbering Zhuhua. The blood coagulated yet radiating astonishing vitality. Divine patterns surged forth, with countless Tao runes converging to envelop the divine materials, gradually shaping them into an ancient spear suffused with a radiant purple glow. The spear curved and transformed into a nose ring, adorning Zhuhua's snout. By the heavens! It has reached the level of a high-grade post-heaven spiritual treasure. Truly, one cannot underestimate the prowess of a master craftsman from the primordial era. Had I known it was of such caliber, I wouldn't mind having it hung from my nose. Wushang mused inwardly, harboring feelings of discontent. If one were so inclined to wear it as an ornament, it would indeed be a disservice to him, a disciple of the highest purity, to be reduced to a mere mount. Yuanshi's voice echoed suddenly within his mind. Within the Jade Purity Palace, few thoughts could elude his perception. Best to hang it on this foolish beast. Its demeanor complements the nose ring perfectly. Glancing at Yuanshi's teasing gaze, Wushang resolutely stated that, in comparison, he would never consider donning such an ornament. He was not deranged enough to forsake his status as a cherished disciple to become a mere mount. Observing the still slumbering Zhuhua, a thought crossed his mind, and an infinite divine light surged into its body. Under this surge of power, Zhuhua emitted a pained cry akin to a wild goose, thrashing about on the ground. The agony stemming from its very soul rendered it unable to seek life or death. Though fierce beasts lacked a primordial spirit, it did not mean they were devoid of intelligence. At that moment, Zhuhua regarded the two before it with awe, daring not to move. With aspirations greater than its current abilities, it sought to capture a fierce beast as its mount. While this creature was momentarily subdued, it still required daily recitations to cultivate and enlighten it. This spear would be regarded as Zhuhua's life treasure, yet Wushang would retain absolute control over it to prevent any potential rebellion in the future. Yuanshi haughtily transmitted the control spell for the spear into Wushang's EA-ard. As for the recitations, he had ample experience. In his past life, he had even raised a husky, and he firmly believed that a combination of physical discipline and spiritual enlightenment would surely endear this creature to him. Second Master Uncle, what do you think of this? Wushang hesitated for a moment before addressing Yuanshi again, gesturing toward the flute still floating in midair. The Hunyuan Immortal Tower had already birthed its own intelligence, capable of self-enhancement. There was no reason for a mount's spiritual treasure to surpass his own humph. A superfluous addition, utterly nonsensical. Yuanshi cast a cold glance at the long flute, as if it were some unsightly object. With a casual wave, he dispelled the black mist enveloping the flute, erasing all traces of the essence of death, leaving only the original intertwining of the nine heavens divine jade and the Tianyuan platinum. Wushang's expression shifted in shock. The essence of death from the Ming Crow was the primary offensive means of the shadow, and without this ability, the flute's efficacy would be significantly diminished. Before he could voice his concerns, Yuanshi began to weave intricate hand seals. An endless stream of profound runes surged into the flute, as the remaining by Luo Divine Jade and Eternity Divine Gold were transformed into liquid, completely enveloping the flute. Countless metallic sword glimmers flashed across the flute, which now emitted a verdant glow, and one could vaguely hear the melodious sound of the flute resonating softly as the flute's melody played. The myriad sword glimmers danced in harmony, filling the entire Jade Purity Palace. You are cultivating the path of metal, naturally aligned with the sword. Why indulge in the path of death instead of honing your swordsmanship? If your master were to know, you might truly become my mount, Yuanshi remarked, nodding in satisfaction at the newly transformed flute. Teasingly, Chapter 36. The Establishment of the Purple Mansion. I humbly request a name from Master Uncle. Wushang bowed deeply, incredulous. Under the banner of a high-grade post-heaven spiritual treasure, what more could he desire? Indeed, under the masterful refinement of Yuanshi, the flute had transcended its former self, joining the ranks of high-grade post-heaven spiritual treasures. Trading a name for a spiritual treasure was a deal even a fool would not reject. Jingshan? Yuanshi pondered for a moment before uttering two profound words, and the spiritual treasure responded, gradually replacing the essence of the shadow. From this day forth, it would be known as Nu Hulu Jingshan. Just as Wushang prepared to express his gratitude again, the sky abruptly grew oppressive. A solemn voice, accompanied by boundless merit, resounded from the heavens. We, the Eastern King and the Western Queen Mother, today act upon the decree of the Tao Ancestor to establish the Purple Mansion, governing the myriad immortals of the primordial world. Purple Mansion. Established, as their voices echoed. Towering figures suddenly materialized in the minds of all beings. The male immortal, crowned with gold, wielded a golden staff, exuding an air of solemnity, his golden eyes surveying the multitude with disdain. The female immortal, resplendent in her elegance, adorned with ethereal garments and a phoenix hairpin, waved her hand, conjuring countless stars. Wushang gazed in astonishment at this scene, marveling at how mere quasi-saints could project their images into the minds of all beings. Without the Tao Ancestor's involvement, he could scarcely believe it. Master Uncle, he was at a loss for words, looking at Yuanshi in confusion. Let us go to Panglai. Yuanshi's expression remained stoic, neither joyful nor sorrowful. As he ascended on clouds, soaring eastward with Wushang. Atop Taching Peak and Shangqing Peak, two streaks of light arose, accompanying Yuanshi. They were Laozi and Tong Tian. To Wushang's surprise, he also spotted a plump figure trailing behind Tong Tian. Disciple pays respects to master. Greetings to master uncle. Long time no see, master brother. You've certainly rounded out quite a bit since our last meeting. Wushang couldn't help but tease upon seeing the rotund form. Just as he was about to continue, Tong Tian shot him a disapproving glance, silencing him. Little Niu, it seems I have neglected to notice when you switched allegiances. Tong Tian's tone was stern, clearly displeased with Wushang's position behind Yuanshi. Oh dear, master. What do you mean by that? The three pure ones are one. As your disciple, even you cannot prevent my heartfelt admiration for my second master uncle. Master uncle, you must adjudicate. Wushang remained restless, dodging Tong Tian's scrutinizing gaze and taking refuge behind Laozi. Though Tong Tian's words were in jest, mishandling this matter would please neither party. He preferred to shift the issue onto Laozi, for as the eldest brother, how could he remain aloof while his younger brothers quarreled? Ha! You little Niu are quite clever. Laozi adjusted the crooked crown of Wushang with a bemused smile. Tong Tian and Yuanshi exchanged knowing glances and shook their heads. Amused, after all, their disciple was sensible and respectful towards his elders, so what reason did they have to be angered? As he aptly remarked, the three purities were united as one, and throughout the countless ages. They had undoubtedly encountered innumerable disagreements, yet they had never once exchanged harsh words. They were rather pleased with Wushang's antics, considering it a delightful diversion on their journey. Aside from the taciturn duo Bao, the others flew merrily towards the eastern sea, laughter accompanying them. Wushang was filled with anticipation. Penglai, the fabled immortal island. This was one of the three great islands birthed from fragments of chaos, a premier dojo that even the heavenly Tao could not penetrate, which, in certain respects, rendered Kunlun Mountain somewhat inferior. The three flew effortlessly, embodying the essence and cultivation of the three purities. They felt no need to put on a show for the two others. While he did not comprehend why the Tao ancestor had appointed these two as masters of the immortal path, he was resolute that they would not allow this so-called sovereign of the immortal path to overshadow them. It was more accurate to describe their presence as a form of amusement rather than a congratulatory visit. Upon their landing, a group of diminutive spirits hurried forth to inquire about their origins. Had it not been for a young woman clad in green who intervened, they might have inadvertently offended the three purities. The spirits, unaware of the esteemed countenance of the great beings, sought their understanding. In contrast to the little ones, the woman exuded grace and poise, her presence remarkably pleasant. Go think that this little green bird has achieved such fortune. We are well acquainted with these two. This is a congratulatory gift. Go and inform them quickly. As the green bird, a messenger of the Western Queen Mother and a native of Kunlun, how could she not recognize the three purities? Hearing Laozi's words, the green-clad woman transformed into a green bird and, carried by a gentle breeze, swiftly soared towards the island. Each feather shimmered with a verdant halo in the sunlight, rendering her appearance both sacred and serene. The three purities, accompanied by their esteemed disciple, arrived to extend their congratulations, presenting a gourd filled with golden elixirs. A melodious bird call resonated from the green bird, its cheerful notes eliciting warmth in the hearts of those present. They advanced leisurely, their footsteps in perfect harmony, creating the illusion that the very space around them was constricted, propelling them swiftly forward. The island appeared modest in size, yet it was suffused with the essence of spatial compression. Wushang surmised that it was certainly not smaller than Earth in his previous life. Along the way, white apes leaped, cheilants raced, and rare treasures of heaven and earth were abundant. Spirits, formed from the essence of grass and wood, occasionally peeked out, shyly observing the newcomers before retreating, their adorableness undeniable. He contemplated capturing one to take home, yet under Tong Tian's stern gaze, he promptly abandoned this immature idea. Instead, he fixated on a spirit that trailed behind them. These little beings adorned with sky-high hairdos and donning golden bodices, their eyes akin to black pearls, irresistibly endearing, and most importantly, they possessed remarkable agility and strength. From Wushang's observations, they were exceptionally lively, not merely manifestations of the spirit of plants, but rather beings of flesh and blood, with faint traces of laws discernible upon their forms. Gazing at them, Wushang's mouth watered uncontrollably. Don't you see? They are not ordinary beings. Tong Tian, observing the curiosity of his two disciples, could not help but elucidate. Sowing beans to create soldiers? Manipulating the forces of creation? The two exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes alight with intrigue, soon followed by profound shock. The notion of sowing beans to create entities with corporeal bodies was comprehensible. Yet the idea of manipulating creation to directly forge a living soul was quite extraordinary. Yin and Yang coexist and oppose each other. You may have heard of the origins of these two immortal kings. They are born of pure Yin and pure Yang energies, the union of which constitutes creation. I suspect these two have become Tao companions, leading to such a breakthrough in the path of creation. Fearing that the local lord might discover their gossip, Tong Tian deliberately transmitted this through his divine consciousness, casting a furtive glance around. Chapter 37. The ultimate tugging their pace was swift, and before long, they reached the grand hall of the banquet. Aside from Wushang tightly clutching a little spirit, which caused Tong Tian to feel somewhat embarrassed, the atmosphere could be described as harmonious. You three friends possess exquisite taste. The Eastern King was the first to rise, exuding the aura of a quasi-saint. As a powerful quasi-saint, his speed was such that even from Kunlun Mountain to the Eastern Sea, he could arrive in the blink of an eye. Calculating the time, even with the interactions of the three purities and their young disciple along the way. It was indeed leisurely, however. He dared not express his frustration. Let alone the formidable cultivation of the three purities, even the Tao ancestors' regard for them kept him in check. Congratulations to both of you on achieving the status of immortal kings. It is truly a cause for celebration. Laozi beamed at the Eastern King, who was indeed an esteemed figure appointed by the Tao ancestor. Friend Laozi, you flatter me. Please, take your seats, the Eastern King replied jovially, clearly pleased with Laozi's compliments. Wushang could easily discern the shift in the expressions of the celestial beings at the banquet, unsure of Laozi's intentions. Among them, Tai displayed an unmistakable fury, practically itching to confront and eliminate Laozi. In contrast, Dijuan appeared unperturbed, calmly sipping his wine as if oblivious to the tension. Witnessing this, Wushang could not help but marvel. Truly, the leader of the demon race possessed a demeanor that was unmatched by ordinary individuals. Master, why does the Grand Master say such things? Wushang, puzzled by the three purities' stance, turned to Tong Tian for clarification. It's merely flattery. Do not be deceived by the Eastern King's pride. He is entangled not only with the two golden crows of the Sun Star, but also with Nuwa and Fushi, and even has significant ties to my own master. The annihilation of the Purple Mansion is inevitable, but we must not disregard the Tao ancestors' standing. Tong Tian, observing Wushang still clutching the little spirit, felt a sense of helplessness. He shrank the little being and tucked it into Wushang's sleeve while simultaneously communicating telepathically. Goodness, this fellow is courting death to forge connections with so many powerful beings, yet remains so brazen. He truly does not understand the gravity of his situation. Looking at his relatively handsome face, Wushang felt a tinge of pity, almost wishing to inscribe the words "You shall perish" upon his forehead. Young friend, why do you gaze at me so? The powerful being, perceptive as he was, sensed the unusual scrutiny, even if it was merely a whisper of his true name. It's nothing, just taken aback by the true visage of an immortal king. Momentarily at a loss for words, Wushang, caught off guard, blurted out his thoughts, instantly regretting his words. Flattery was one thing, but this was pushing it too far. Indeed, as soon as his words fell, the assembled powerful beings halted their conversations, casting him peculiar looks. Ha ha ha, young friend, you are truly sincere, inheriting some of Tongtian's straightforwardness. The Eastern King laughed heartily, the joy of recent days compounded by the unreserved praise from Tongtian's disciple, making him beam even brighter. Since you admire them so, I shall gift you this group of spirits. As soon as the words left his lips, dozens of little spirits clad in golden bodices transformed into streams of golden light, rushing into Wushang's sleeve, leaving him overjoyed. I thank the immortal king, Wushang exclaimed, exhilarated, bowing deeply. Who would refuse such a generous gift? A few compliments were a small price to pay, with no loss to himself. Noticing Tong Tian's embarrassed expression as he took his seat, Wushang intended to retreat but was suddenly grasped tightly by a large hand. Before he could react, he felt the world spin, and the sun and moon dim. Upon regaining his senses, he found himself before two figures, one resembling a youthful boy, the other bearing a beautiful visage, with 3 wisps of hair flowing down and crow feathers adorning their head. One wore a purple golden crown and a carefree red crane cloak, while the other donned shoes and a waist ribbon. Having encountered Hongyun Laozu and Jinyuan Daxian before, Wushang quickly bowed in respect. They were among his powerful backers. "You little rascal, sharing is caring. Quickly hand over those beans." Hongyun Laozu, resembling a child, shamelessly extended his hand, clearly determined to receive his share. "Elder, how can a venerable quasi-saint like yourself exploit a junior like me?" Wushang replied, rolling his eyes at Jinyuan Daxian's exasperated expression. "I don't care. Were it not for me, you would never have acquired a top-grade innate spiritual treasure on your journey to Buzhou Mountain. Hand it over, or I shall not relent." Hongyun, like a stubborn child, clung to him as if fearing he might flee. Wushang, bemused, thought it absurd that a mere golden immortal could escape the grasp of a quasi-saint. "Quickly produce 20. Let me see 20? I don't have that many. Just kill me instead," he exclaimed, incredulous. The Eastern king, that miser, had only given him around 30.5. Wushang held up 5 fingers, his expression unyielding and resolute. "You little rascal, you are far from generous." The eyes of Hongyun widened in disbelief. Never had he encountered such a cunning youngling. 15.4. The situation was deteriorating instead of improving, and he was playing completely outside the rules. Were it not for the fact that he was utterly outmatched, he would have been reluctant to part with even a single one. He had noticed that these little ones, merely decorative figures for Dong Wang Gong, still contained the essence of creation. Losing even one would be a grave loss for him. 10.3. Just 3. Watching that impudent brat Wushang stubbornly cling to his demands, Hongyun felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that by the end, he might end up with none at all. As a quasi-saintly being, it was already a considerable affront to solicit from the younger generation, and he certainly could not resort to outright theft. Weighing the beans in his hand, he let out a dissatisfied huff, saying, "You appear so honest, yet you are as sly as a fox, unwilling to concede even the slightest loss. One must understand that sometimes suffering a loss can lead to fortune. Then you can have it." "I won't." Wushang shot him a glare, exasperated by Hongyun's incessant prattle. Seeing him at a disadvantage, Wushang's mood brightened considerably, and he retorted, "And do you not know that one should not judge a person by their appearance? Just look at my senior brother. Though he may not be the most handsome, he is certainly a man of great depth." Hongyun and Zenyuzi exchanged glances, unsure how to respond to this audacious young man. "You are quite adept at spinning tales, but aren't you afraid of being beaten to a pulp by your senior brother? Now, be off with you," Zenyuzi chuckled, waving his sleeve to send Wushang flying. The familiar sensation of spinning and disorientation struck him once more. Chapter 38. Huang Zhong Liu. "Is that not Wushang the Great? How could you bear to return? I thought you had forgotten your way home." Upon Wushang's return, he was greeted by his master's sarcastic voice. Internally, Wushang scoffed. He had not realized that Tong Tian possessed such insights into the duality of yin and yang. "Speaking in such a manner that was utterly discomforting as your disciple, I naturally carry the weight of your magnificent presence and unparalleled Tao rhythm. It is no wonder that the esteemed ancestors and great beings alike have turned their gazes towards me, momentarily overlooking you, master. Truly a transgression. However, master, you cannot fault me. After all, not everyone can have a mentor as graceful, charming, and extraordinary as I. What could Wushang do but fabricate tales with his eyes wide open? Ha ha ha, there is no need for such flattery. I am well aware of my own prowess." Tong Tian laughed heartily, his initial displeasure dissipating instantly. Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged incredulous glances, having traversed the vastness of the primordial world for countless years without ever encountering someone so shameless. Duo Bao wore an expression as if he had seen a ghost, never having imagined that his master had such a side to him. it was all that wretched Wushang's fault. Ever since he arrived, all the elders had begun to act strangely. So, how many did you lose to Hongyun? Yuanshi, wishing to avoid further outrageous declarations from the shameless master and disciple duo, casually inquired about Wushang's gains and losses. 3? Just 3 would suffice to placate that rascal Hongyun? Yuanshi expressed disbelief. Hongyun was notorious for his lack of decorum among the younger generation. He demanded over 20 from me, and after several rounds of tugging, I managed to settle for 3. Wushang was taken aback. From his second uncle's words, it appeared that Hongyun was indeed a habitual offender. Thankfully, he had been on guard, or else he would have suffered a significant loss. Not bad, not a loss, Yuanshi nodded, wary that this young rascal might feign generosity, fearing he lacked the discernment to recognize that the so-called essence of creation was none other than the fabled 3 lights divine water. Otherwise, he would likely not have been willing to part with a single drop. Here, consume this quickly. It is the only good thing at this banquet. With that, Yuanshi tossed a fruit imbued with divine light and suffused with a mysterious yellow aura towards him. Though it appeared to be merely a fruit, Wushang felt as if he had caught a mountain. Had it not been for his extraordinary physique, he might have struggled to hold on to it. Huang Zhongli? Wushang gasped in astonishment. Had he not seen the characters inscribed upon the fruit, he would never have believed it to be real. It was utterly astounding. Who could have imagined that such a fruit could elevate an ordinary individual to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal? Were it not for the subsequent difficulty in furthering his cultivation, he would have surely swallowed it whole. Second uncle, Wushang hesitated. The fruit was indeed remarkable, but the after-effects were daunting. He was confident that his achievements would not be limited to just the great Luo Golden Immortal. Do not worry. Your senior brother has already consumed one. Yuanshi smiled warmly. For them, such a fruit merely satisfied their craving for novelty and was better utilized for nurturing disciples. Most of the great beings present did the same. After hearing Yuanshi's words, Wushang felt reassured. He glanced at the composed duo Bao and, without further ado, swallowed the fruit. Had Yuanshi not intervened just in time, he would have embarrassingly coughed up the pit. Feeling a surge of immense magical power stirring within him, Yuanshi and Tong Tian simultaneously acted, sealing the undigested fruit within him with intricate hand gestures. Were it not for the faint traces of the mysterious yellow aura continuously refining his body, he might have doubted whether he had indeed consumed the Huang Zhongli or had fallen under some illusion. Tong Tian and Yuanshi exchanged satisfied glances and nodded in agreement. This seal will not dissipate until you have thoroughly digested all the mysterious yellow energy. You may also attempt to comprehend it. It will be of great benefit to your cultivation of sealing techniques. Tong Tian clapped his hands, pleased with the outcome. He had also noticed that this young rascal's foundation was unexpectedly solid, rivaling that of Duo Bao, whom they had painstakingly nurtured. Thank you, master, and thank you, second uncle. Wushang bowed respectfully, rubbing his stomach as he scampered forward to retrieve the pit he had expelled. This object held great potential for refining tools or nurturing new spiritual roots. And wastefulness was not a virtue he wished to adopt. Upon returning and seeing Tong Tian's face darken again, Wushang could only sigh, realizing that one does not truly understand the value of household expenses until they manage their own affairs. Straightening his attire, he respectfully bowed to Yuanshi. He believed that a spiritual fruit of Huang Zhongli's caliber would be rare even among the 3 pure ones, with each person only able to possess one at most. The fruit that Duo Bao had consumed must have been granted by Tong Tian, while Laozi, having received such a spiritual fruit, would undoubtedly use it for alchemical purposes. Thus, this one must have been given by Yuanshi. Such immense kindness would forever be etched in his heart. Fellow Taoists, since we are fortunate to gather here, why not engage in a discussion of the Tao? Seeing that the great beings showed little interest in the song and dance performances, Dong Wang Gong put forth this suggestion. Hmph, what a clever scheme! Tong Tian snorted disdainfully. What you do not know is that this Dong Wang Gong cultivates the pure Yang Tao, establishing his destiny through purity. His Tao holds no reference for other practitioners. It was merely an attempt to secure an opportunity for his disciples through the Tao rhythms of the gathered great beings. Noticing Duo Bao and Wushang's confusion, Laozi took the liberty to explain telepathically. As Wushang surveyed the gathered great beings, he indeed saw expressions akin to those who had just consumed something unpleasant. However, out of respect for the premier spiritual root, they reluctantly revealed their top 3 flowers and began expounding upon the great Tao. What a lack of social grace, so short-sighted and lacking in vision. No wonder their brilliance is fleeting. Such a celestial king should not be allowed to live. Laozi and Yuanshi remained relatively humble, discussing some techniques regarding alchemical refinement and tool crafting, providing a fresh perspective for the Zifu practitioners. Tong Tian, however, was not of the same temperament. Although he generously expounded upon the upper clear Tao, his teachings barely reached beyond 5 meters, with only Duo Bao and Wushang comprehending them thoroughly. Tong Tian was not a stingy person. He would not hesitate to share his wisdom even when faced with wild beasts. However, given that Dong Wanggong's actions were particularly repugnant, he felt irritable and would not let the Zifu practitioners benefit from his teachings. Such is the nature of emotions and sincerity. Chapter 39. The Tao of Creation. Penglai Island was a realm of boundless wonders, vibrant with colors. Clouds swirled, the Kuanping soared, golden crows cried, and divine trees swayed. Manifesting endless marvels, a multitude of beings listened enraptured, some with bowed heads and gentle smiles, others in jubilant ecstasy, while some fidgeted restlessly, their brows furrowed, unable to discern the nature of the teachings among them. A fire cloud crane seemed to have grasped some profound mystery from Hong Yun's teachings, directly transcending tribulation to become a golden immortal. Wushang closed his eyes, unable to suppress the manifestation of his Dharma form. A massive, pitch-black water buffalo coiling behind him, peacefully slumbering, its body adorned with countless primordial divine patterns that flickered in and out of visibility, merging into multicolored gases that entered his being. With each breath he took, the surrounding myriad paths extinguished and all methods faded into non-existence. Duobao is similarly adorned. The 5 elemental energies shimmer faintly upon his chest, while a tower of treasures encircles him from behind, radiating a sudden brilliance. The path of supremacy suppresses all other ways in the world, manifesting an aura of unparalleled dominance. A century passes in the blink of an eye, and the great practitioners, in unison, cease their teachings and incantations. All phenomena vanish instantaneously, as if nothing had ever transpired. Wushang feels a twinge of discontent. This ambiguous state of being is truly uncomfortable for him. However, following this sermon, his cultivation in the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm has undoubtedly solidified considerably. We still have mundane affairs to attend to, so we shall not disturb the 2 esteemed celestial kings, the old master declares, rising first. After a distant bow, he transforms into a streak of light and departs, with Tongtian Yuanshi following closely behind. Although he is surprised at the hurried departure, upon reflecting on Dong Wanggong's schemes against the multitude of great practitioners, he finds solace. Who would feel at ease under such machinations? The old master, at least, has the courtesy to inform him, unlike the likes of Ming Hiku and Pong, who can't even be bothered to offer a word of farewell, as if fearing they might lag behind. He can clearly see Nuwa and Fushi, their expressions frigid, as if they were poised to commit murder. Master, I do not comprehend why the 2 deities, Nuwa and Fushi, would find themselves at odds with Dong Wanggong. Wushang expresses his confusion. Outside Penglai Island, he is perplexed. As fellow great practitioners, he has never heard of any prior interaction between them, so where did such deep-seated animosity originate? Ah, this you do not understand. Replies Tongtian, Dong Wanggong, and Shi Wangmu embody the primordial pure yang and pure yin energies, while Nuwa and Fushi also carry the essence of utmost yin and utmost yang. The union of yin and yang is the essence of creation, regardless of whether it is pure or not. Fortunately, Nuwa has traversed far along the path of creation. Otherwise, they would have clashed long ago. At this point, Tongtian cannot help but express some sentiment. The bond between Fushi and Nuwa is profound. Fushi has even willingly bestowed his own source of Tao upon Nuwa. The path of creation is profound and unfathomable. And while it may be lacking in combat prowess, it does not align with my style. What a pity, indeed. Wushang, unable to grasp the intricacies involved, shakes his sleeves and shakes his head, lamenting that someone of his brutish nature is perhaps only suited for straightforward physical confrontations. What foolishness you speak! Who told you the path of creation is not adept at combat? Tong Tian is bewildered by his disciples' numerous misconceptions. Nuwa is not one to shy away from battle. That is perhaps the most amusing joke I have heard on this journey. That madwoman, nearly achieving mastery of the path of creation, can conjure worlds with but a thought. When engaging in combat, she can casually unleash a world, and should one clash with her, a fragile body could easily be shattered into countless pieces, leaving not even a complete primordial spirit behind. With a Shihua knife in hand, she has carved her way from Mount Buzhou to Phoenix Nest Mountain, instilling fear in the hearts of countless great practitioners. With the laws of creation at her side, she is fearless in the face of death. Unless absolutely necessary, even I would prefer not to engage with such a madwoman. Nuwa is benevolent, yet this benevolence is not born of love, but forged through countless battles. Aside from the two from the Sun Star and the Kuan-Peng ancestor of the North Sea, she has gathered a vast number of beings at Phoenix Nest Mountain. None can afford to underestimate this force. Return and study diligently. Do not measure the wonders of the primordial world with your ignorance. Tong Tian admonishes, turning his back with a look of disdain for Wushang's embarrassment. Wushang scoffs, for how could one at his level of cultivation possibly grasp the intricacies of the laws of creation? He has only just brushed against the threshold of the small mastery of the sealing laws, and he is still far from that lofty realm. He would wager that even Duobao is unlikely to possess such knowledge. He could hardly fathom that the Nuwa, reputed in later times to be unskilled in combat, was so fearsome in the primordial era. Before he could ponder further, Tong Tian's voice echoed. Disorder has erupted across the land of the primordial. An occurrence of spatial tides that transpires once every epoch, drawing forth numerous ferocious beasts from the extreme north into the primordial realm. To quell this chaos, all races have mobilized to suppress it. The South Sea is overrun with beasts. You will assist the South Sea aquatic race in restoring order. This will serve to hone your combat skills and accumulate merit. Duobao, you too shall go, lest you claim favoritism from your master. Observing Duobao shrink behind Yuanshi upon hearing this news, Tong Tian furrows his brow. As an elder brother, how can you repeatedly be outdone by your junior and still have the audacity to hide? Aren't you ashamed? It is my duty to obey the master's command. Duobao can only comply, for this high disciple nurtured by the three pure ones has never shied away from challenges. His reluctance to engage stems merely from a desire to avoid standing alongside Wushang. After the last hasty confrontation, he has come to understand that it was his own fault. Yet the Vajra tree holds immense significance for him. Since the moment he awakened his intelligence, he has remained tethered to its branches, symbolizing unparalleled importance. However, in terms of character and other aspects, he truly wishes to avoid associating with Wushang. I shall obey the master's command. Wushang had not anticipated the existence of spatial tides in the primordial realm. No wonder there have been occurrences in Kunlun Mountain. Though the ferocious beasts may lack the power they once wielded, they remain significant players in the calamities of the era, inherently born as warriors of slaughter. In terms of destructive capability and combat proficiency, they far surpass the beings of the primordial realm. He is well aware of his true combat strength and does not feel the need for further honing. Thus, he is disinclined to participate. Yet, seeing Duobao's unwilling expression ignites his ire. Fumbling about, and you still hesitate. In matters of life and death, what gives you the right to decline? He can surmise Tong Tian's intent, which is merely to foster mutual assistance and camaraderie among them. Through the trials of life and death, they are to forge a deep bond of brotherhood. However, Duobao, who cultivates the path of supremacy, speaks with a haughty air, looking down upon the world. Such a person, unless he possesses the strength to crush him, would find it beneath his dignity not to step on him a few times. Seeing both men accept their orders, Tong Tian nods in satisfaction. Yet, he fails to notice the skeptical expressions on the faces of both the old master and Yuanshi. Chapter 40. The serpent swallows the dragon, oh dear. Is this not quite the coincidence, brother? You too are heading to the South Sea. Above the ocean, two figures weave through the clouds, hastening southward. One possesses a delicate visage, while the other is robust and corpulent. Both surrounded by divine radiance and ethereal energy, appearing as if they have transcended the mundane world. They are none other than Duobao and Wushang, having departed from Penglai Island, with their mere golden immortal cultivation. Their magical power is insufficient to sustain their transformation into streaks of light for the entire journey. To be regarded as mighty beings is merely a facade, for in the primordial world, golden immortal level beings are nearly as common as weeds. Fortunately, Wushang possesses the treasure of Zhuhua, or else he would have to endure the arduous journey on a cloud like Duobao, which, while not exhausting, is nonetheless a long trek. Brother, why do you lack a mount? Do you not fancy one? Observing Wushang's gaunt expression, Duobao is disinclined to engage, distancing himself from him. While he is curious where this unfortunate fellow acquired a ferocious beast as a mount, he is not curious enough to approach for a closer look. The malevolence emanating from the ferocious beast stems from the calamity of creation. Celestial beings do not dare to approach lightly, for a minor misstep could shatter their celestial radiance or injure their immortal bodies, and a grave mistake could taint their essence, leading to utter annihilation. Wushang, having cultivated the sealing path, is impervious to all laws, and even the malevolent energy from the calamity of creation cannot harm him in the slightest. Coupled with his resilient physique, he is well equipped to deal with such a foolish beast and has no desire to join in on this commotion. Receiving no response from Duobao, he is not surprised. To alleviate the tedium of the journey, he busies himself catching fish and shrimp, sifting through the wave. He has yet to exchange a single word with Duobao. In his good humor, he does not mind providing a bit of sustenance for the marine life. When in a foul mood, he specifically targets the more combative and bloodthirsty creatures for a delightful seafood feast. The delectable taste piques Duobao's curiosity, yet he suppresses his desire for the sake of his brother's dignity. Something feels amiss ahead. Duobao's expression turns grave as he gazes intently at the waters ahead. Sensing the formidable fluctuations of magical energy that possess the might of a golden immortal, they are on a mission and dare not delay. Let us take a detour. Wushang's face remains impassive. The potent fluctuations of magical energy speak for themselves, and he perceives them from several kilometers away. Having survived for so long, he has learned to seek advantage and avoid harm. In a world rife with conflict, curiosity can lead to peril not just for cats, but even for bulls. Duobao furrows his brow but ultimately nods in agreement with his suggestion, for he too wishes to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, events rarely unfold according to their desires. Just as the two are about to turn, a massive fireball hurtles toward them. Its intense draconic aura and searing intent compel them to glance aside. Wushang thrusts out a hand, and the fireball, akin to a miniature sun, seems to be diminished by an unknown force. By the time it reaches his palm, it has shrunk to the size of a fist. He observes the fireball intently, and aside from the explosive draconic aura, it bears no other information. He casually swallows it, savoring the laws and intentions it contains. Not bad. It must belong to the pureblood lineage of the Red Dragon. Quite young, likely not yet at the golden immortal level. He smacks his lips, mildly reflecting. Flying over the sea, calamity descends from the sky. Brother, it seems we cannot escape this fate. Gazing upon the sky, where flames billowed in chaotic abundance, the two knew they had drawn attention. In an instant, they transformed into a streak of light, racing swiftly into the distance. At first glance, it appeared as though a 9-headed serpent was incessantly battling a crimson dragon. The dragon reared its head, ceaselessly gathering massive fireballs in its mouth, attempting to unleash a fiery assault. Yet, just as it seemed poised to strike, the serpent's razor-sharp claws would intervene. Although the serpent's power was evidently not on par with the golden immortal, it managed to exert the might of one, bolstered either by protective treasures or arcane techniques. The serpent, adorned with 9 heads, possessed a serpent's body and sharp dragon claws. Its 9 heads either spewed forth poison or unleashed toxic flames, exuding a palpable aura of malevolence and grotesqueness. The crimson dragon, albeit possessing an extraordinary lineage, was evidently still young. Despite their seemingly comparable prowess, it frequently found itself at a disadvantage, losing chunks of its flesh to the serpent's relentless attacks. Blood spread through the seawater, which should have attracted countless aquatic beings eager to feast. Yet the overwhelming pressure emanating from the two combatants sent all nearby creatures fleeing in trepidation, fearing the repercussions. Junior brother, which side should we assist? Duobao, observing the scene, felt a twinge of confusion. Had this been Kunlun Mountain, he could have dispatched both parties. Yet, amidst this boundless ocean, he was at a loss regarding whom to support. Departing was not out of the question, but it was evident that the two beasts had sensed their presence, redirecting their attacks toward them. The ties of causation had already been woven. Even if they wished to retreat, it would be impossible. They might even face pursuit from both sides. Although they bore no fear, they also had no desire to engage in such cowardice. We cannot leave. Let us observe for now. Wushang furrowed his brow, uncertain of how to proceed. The ocean was the domain of the dragon clan. Recklessly slaying dragons could very well provoke a formidable entity. Yet, the serpent's audacity to engage in such a serpent-swallowing dragon act in these waters suggested it possessed some form of backing. Coupled with its exaggerated appearance, he could not help but think of a certain malevolent beast. However, that creature had likely already ascended to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, making it highly probable that this was its progeny. With the three pure ones as his support, as long as it did not involve the Tao ancestor Hongjun, he feared no one. Foolish dragon, if your claws are of no use, donate them to a more deserving dragon. And those teeth, have you no fangs? Bite its tail. Observing the clumsy antics of the crimson dragon, Wushang could not restrain himself from offering unsolicited advice. Though his words were harsh, the young dragon clearly took them to heart. Roaring fiercely as its claws began to inflict deep gashes upon the serpent. Despite the serpent's formidable recovery abilities, it could not withstand the dragon's frenzied assault for long and soon began to bleed profusely. In pain, the massive serpent concentrated poison within its maw. While it excelled in both fire and water techniques, it was evidently no match for the dragon clan before it and could only resort to underhanded tactics. You dolt, how dare you still be distracted at this moment? Use both your mouth and claws. Was your mother taken advantage of by a stupid turtle while carrying you? You disgrace your noble bloodline. Wushang could hardly believe his eyes. He had never witnessed such abysmal combat skills. Logically, even a newly hatched dragon should possess the inherent combat techniques of their lineage. How could it be so pitifully inept? Watching the battle left him feeling utterly frustrated. Though the young dragon was following his commands, its evident lack of combat experience could not be compensated for with mere words. It was continuously torn apart by the nine-headed serpent, its visage resembling a battered pig's head. You foolish turtle, get away. Chapter 41. Capturing the serpent monster, Wushang could no longer bear to watch. While he held no particular fondness for the dragon clan, he had once prided himself on being a descendant of dragons. How could he allow this loathsome creature to tarnish the dragon bloodline? With a swift motion of his hand, an invisible force swept the foolish serpent aside as he took out a jade flute and began to play delicately. The divine notes of the highest Tao manifested upon the flute. Begone! How dare you insignificant immortals interfere in my affairs? Do you wish to court death? Do you know who my father is? The serpent spat out a mouthful of dragon blood, its 18 crimson eyes fixated on him with a murderous glare, as if it intended to devour him whole. This fool, does he not know who his parents are? Though he thought this, he did not cease playing the flute. As the divine notes emerged, the once tranquil sea became tumultuous, churning with towering waves that sought to strike the heavens down. Countless blades, either mingled within the waves or converging from all directions, formed an enormous cage that ensnared the serpent tightly. What is happening? Wasn't this supposed to be a spectacle? Why has it turned into a brawl? Duobao was taken aback by Wushang's decision as he swiftly retreated with the injured Crimson Dragon. As for intervening in their conflict? What a jest! Aside from the fact that his relationship with his junior brother had not reached such a level, the serpent's exhibited golden immortal prowess alone was not worth his effort. If he could not even handle this creature, he would have long since ceased to endure Wushang's scorn. Yet, as he gazed at the flute in Wushang's hand, Duobao was filled with confusion. He had no knowledge that this fellow possessed such a treasure, and judging by its power, it had clearly reached the level of a high-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. Surely it was not intended to ambush him? Ignoring Duobao's wild speculations, Wushang focused intently on playing the flute, quietly feeling the power of this treasure. This was his first performance after it had been reforged by Yuan Shi. It must be said, it lived up to its reputation as a high-grade spiritual treasure. He hardly expended much of his magical energy, yet managed to conjure this grand spectacle, which truly took him by surprise. Within the watery prison, the serpent continuously spewed forth flames and water jets imbued with potent toxins. However, no matter how hard it struggled, it could not break free from this confinement, its expression growing increasingly frantic. "My father!" The serpent barely completed its sentence before the reflection of the divine blades swiftly approached, and it did not even register the slightest pain before 3 of its heads fell into the sea. Purple blood rapidly spreading through the water. What a mouthy creature! Regardless of your background, I dare say you have crossed the line. With the 3 pure ones backing me, I am emboldened. Watching the serpent's severed neck sprouting flesh buds at an alarming rate, Wushang's patience began to wane. His magical energy surged as he poured all his strength into the flute, seeking to obliterate this creature entirely. "Immortal, please hold your hand." The small crimson dragon, now in human form, rushed forward to intervene. "What is this? Are you pleading for him?" Wushang felt a hint of displeasure as he contemplated whether to eliminate this creature as well, to eradicate the root of the problem. "It's not like that. This fellow's father is a being of great Luo golden immortal caliber. At the moment of his life and death, he might awaken the imprint deep within his primordial spirit. The might of the great Luo is beyond our capacity to bear." Sensing the faint killing intent, the small crimson dragon hurriedly explained, fearing that any delay would result in the dragon's head rolling. "Why didn't you say so earlier? That simplifies matters." Observing the dragon's battered visage resembling that of a pig's head, Wushang forced a smile, casually conjuring a towering pagoda of stone, which emanated a faint chaotic mist. Swirling ominously, the terrifying suction pulled the bewildered 9-headed serpent directly inside. For a mere early-stage golden immortal creature, employing the primordial immortal pagoda could be considered overkill. Why say earlier? Who knew you would be so keen on slaughtering that you might even take me along? The small crimson dragon felt utterly aggrieved, unable to voice its grievances as it gazed at the kind-faced portly figure. The great Luo golden immortal, combined with the serpent's original form, likely made this creature the offspring of the 9 infants. Nevertheless, my pagoda is forged from chaotic stone, capable of isolating heavenly secrets. The issue is manageable. Wushang, satisfied, caressed the primordial immortal pagoda while explaining to the two, "Senior brother, look at them. Even a great Luo golden immortal can leave behind measures on their offspring, whereas we are left in such a dire state." Reflecting on his status as a disciple of the esteemed 3 pure ones, Wushang felt a twinge of embarrassment at their lack of protective measures. "Don't tell me you have something." Seeing Duobao's expression of wanting to speak yet hesitating, Wushang's defenses crumbled. "I possess a sword talisman bestowed by my master, capable of unleashing his full power in 3 strikes. Sufficient to manage any crisis," Duobao replied somewhat proudly, finally clearing his doubts. "The heavens are unjust, and my master is unjust." The countenance of Wushang underwent a dramatic transformation, akin to one who has suffered an immense grievance. The promise of impartiality had seemingly been shattered by an unmistakable bias. Duobao, however, possessed neither the leisure nor the grace to soothe Wushang's wounded spirit. Instead, he soared southward, accompanied by the Crimson Dragon. He had no intention of revealing to this fellow that every time his master and second uncle adjusted his hair crown, they would leave behind a protective measure within his strands. Intriguingly, it seemed that his second uncle had never shown him any particular favoritism. Above the clouds, in gratitude for the life-saving kindness bestowed by Duobao and Wushang, the little crimson dragon willingly transformed into its true form, carrying Duobao away at an astonishing speed. It must be acknowledged that although this little creature stood at the pinnacle of the Xianxian realm, its speed was by no means lacking. Such an act, to a pure-blood dragon, could be considered a lowering of status, yet it also demonstrated a commendable sense of gratitude. "You little rascal, clearly I was the one who saved you. Why do you carry my senior brother but not me?" Observing the majestic form of the divine dragon, he felt a twinge of envy. Since his arrival in this primordial world, he had never ridden a dragon. "First, I am not a little rascal. My name is Aoluin, the future lord of the West Sea. Secondly, you exude an aura of dragon resentment, and my bloodline instinctively reacts with aversion towards you, esteemed immortal. One wrong move, and I might inadvertently send you tumbling into the sea. This is beyond my control." The little crimson dragon spoke with a sense of grievance, unable to meet Wushang's gaze. "Aoluin? Which Aoluin?" In that moment, he was too astonished to process that this little creature could indeed be the infamous old mud eel of future lore. As he pondered the so-called dragon resentment, could it be the long serpent from the Death's secret realm? It seemed that serpent, too, belonged to the pureblood dragon lineage. With this thought, Wushang grew cautious, his eyes darting about, not expecting that the dragon race possessed such secretive arts to record their enemies. After all, they were in the boundless ocean, and one could never tell when an ancient dragon might emerge to end his life. Chapter 42. The dire state of the South. See the vast expanse of the primordial world stretched endlessly. Yet the East Sea and South Sea were not so distant. Unbeknownst to them, they had already reached the borders of the South Sea. Throughout the journey, Wushang had been diligently studying the techniques of playing the divine flute. While the sword chi emanating from it was undeniably impressive, the absence of melody diminished its charm. The flamboyance was insufficient. Through his continuous observations of the ocean's ebb and flow, he composed a piece titled Tides of the Azure Sea. This composition could evoke extraordinary phenomena of the boundless ocean, causing disturbances in the souls of those who heard it, rendering their magical abilities obscure. Drawing from the ocean's infinite nature as the source of power, the more the enemies resisted, the more ferocious the attacks became. A commendable technique for confronting foes. Though he had never delved deeply into the art of water manipulation, he was well versed in the way of metal. Aware that within the 5 elements, metal and water foster one another, thus mastering it was not overly challenging. Alas, Duobao and Aoluin's ears bore the brunt of this endeavor. To say they were tormented would be an understatement. For Wushang's talent and musicality was evidently lacking. Meanwhile, Aoluin, this little rascal, persistently utilized his innate dragon essence to cleanse the resentment from Wushang, repaying the debt of life-saving grace. This method proved immensely taxing, and his once vibrant dragon scales lost their original hue, becoming somewhat desiccated and taking on a peculiar beauty. He even harbored doubts that if too much of his dragon essence were depleted, he might transform into a white dragon. Had it not been for Duobao occasionally infusing this little rascal with magical energy, he might have collapsed along the way. Upon entering the South Seas territory, Wushang and Duobao frowned deeply at the pervasive aura of calamity that enveloped the waters. They were aware of the current perilous state of the South Sea, but had not anticipated the situation to be so dire. All around them lay the severed limbs of marine beings, casting a faint crimson hue across the waters, the air thick with the scent of blood, making it seem as if they had stumbled into a sea of slaughter. Sending shivers down their spines. "Where shall we head next?" Wushang inquired curiously, glancing at Aoluin, who had come to confront the ferocious beasts. Surely, he was more familiar with the waters than these 2 terrestrial beings. "Immortal, follow closely behind me. With me leading the way, you need not worry," Aoluin declared, his dragon claws waving as endless clouds coalesced beneath him, radiating a gentle glow as they sped ahead. "Trust you? If I had any proficiency in divination, would I need you to guide me? And who was it that led us toward the mainland?" Wushang retorted with a dissatisfied pout, letting out a cold snort. At this juncture, he had no choice but to follow this little creature into the abyss. Though he was unfamiliar with the path, he could discern the general direction. They were clearly heading toward the South Sea. 10 years prior, this little rascal had led them northward, and had he not awakened in time, they might have already reached the North Sea by now. Aoluin's dragon head swayed slightly, its sensitive ears flicking as it feigned ignorance of Wushang's remarks, channeling all its energy into propelling the clouds beneath them. Wushang observed Duobao, who maintained a serene demeanor, seemingly unfazed. Were it not for his knowledge of his senior brother's true nature, he might have begun to suspect that this little rascal was indeed Duobao's progeny. Given Duobao's meticulous character, he had not uttered a single harsh word throughout their journey, nor had he even listened to any criticism. Wushang even questioned whether this fellow had been rendered mute by the little creature's antics. Immortal. Just ahead lies the South Melody Immortal Island, the current largest battleground against the ferocious beasts. Aluin exclaimed excitedly as they beheld the vibrant, radiant island ahead. At last, we have found our way. Heaven knows the pressure of being pursued by a fierce beast rider has caused me great anxiety. Fearing that one misstep might lead to a bite, that accursed Zhu Huai always gazed at him with such intensity, sometimes even salivating, leaving him in a constant state of trepidation. Upon catching sight of the island, Wushang and Duobao simultaneously exhaled in relief. They had finally arrived, yet questions lingered in their minds. Wasn't it said that ferocious beasts were rampant? Where were they? Where were the inhabitants of the South Sea? Throughout their journey, apart from the severed limbs and dismembered bodies, they had seen nothing else. Fellow cultivators of the South Melody Mountain, I am. In matters of self-introduction, Duobao found no need for Wushang's assistance. As the head disciple, the spotlight was not yet on him, nor did he covet it, though he feigned modesty. However, before Duobao could finish his sentence, a powerful bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Zhu Huai. The silver lightning was imbued with the will to annihilate all things, and it bore the faint signs of sentience. The attacker exhibited remarkable skill, ensuring that the strike did not affect him. Nor did it even provoke his protective divine light. As a being of kingly caliber among the ferocious beasts, Zhu Huai's defenses were formidable, and he merely shook his head, deflecting the attack, leaving only a white mark in its wake. Wushang was momentarily taken aback. What was the meaning of this? Surely, they were not unwelcome to the point of being attacked. Junior brother, it's Zhu Huai, Duobao exclaimed, his eyes filled with urgency. Just as Wushang began to comprehend Zhu Huai's identity, a multitude of divine lightning, ice arrows, wind blades, and sword beams rained down upon him like a tempest. Each of these attacks emanated a force rivaling that of the golden immortal level. What the hell? Summon! Wushang cried out, as the primordial immortal tower erupted from his brow, soaring above him and expanding into a towering entity, its immeasurable divine light radiating outward. A cascade of chaotic divine light descended from the tower, enveloping him in a protective barrier. All laws are void, all forms are empty. Wushang transformed into a towering giant, the celestial light of the upper Qing enveloping him like a silken garment, as invisible sealing laws swiftly spread. Numerous secret techniques were unleashed, and with the aid of the sealing laws, countless attacks either vanished entirely or struck the primordial immortal tower, inflicting no harm upon him, as Wushang retracted his divine powers. He stood panting, though the events transpired in an instant. They had drained 90% of his magical energy. He was confident in his ability to remain undefeated among his peers, but he was not so arrogant as to believe he could simultaneously battle hundreds of foes of the same rank. Fellow cultivators, please refrain from hostility. We are disciples of the three pure ones of Kunlun Mountain, here to assist you in exterminating the ferocious beasts. Duobao, who had been hiding behind Wushang, boldly stepped forward, transforming into a towering figure, radiating a brilliant golden light, appearing both sacred and serene. Well, isn't it a bit late to step forward now? Wushang internally roared, disdainfully pouting his lips. It must be said that the stout fellow had indeed demonstrated exceptional skill in water evasion, not only escaping himself but also bringing Aluin along, with both of them now hidden behind him, fearful of being implicated. His agility was surprisingly at odds with his physique. Chapter 43. Lately so? It is the disciples of the three pure ones. Pardon my rudeness. I, the humble Lately, have met with both of you. A resounding voice emanated from the island, and shortly thereafter, a dignified middle-aged man soared forth, riding the very thunder itself. With starry brows and piercing eyes, his long black hair cascaded behind him like a waterfall, shimmering with brilliant flashes of lightning. clad in a black robe adorned with the imagery of cascading thunder and roaring thunder dragons. It was evident that this was a remarkable spiritual treasure. His cultivation was profoundly advanced, having likely touched the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal, with a robust aura of the 5 elements continuously emanating from his chest. My esteemed master favors this junior disciple, having subdued this foolish beast as his mount. I hope my fellow cultivator will forgive this. Duobao, having shrunk his form, looked upon the man before him with a beaming smile, shedding his previous imposing demeanor. What words are these, my friend? The revered 3 pure ones embody both virtue and skill, serving as our models. Your younger brother possesses remarkable cultivation, emerging unscathed from such attacks, truly impressive skills. Alas, it seems I, the humble Taoist Minglang, have been remiss. Observing the lively exchange between the two, Wushang was somewhat taken aback, unaware that his senior brother was so adept at socializing. That usual brooding expression he wore, was it for my benefit? At this moment, Wushang felt a twinge of discomfort, akin to having bitter melons stuffed in his mouth, realizing that he was the one under attack while the two conversed so amiably. Thunderly's identity was no ordinary one. He was likely the rumored offspring of the thunder god Lei Zhe. Mastering the path of thunder, Lei Zhe harbored ambitions of wielding heavenly punishment. It was said he was also the 6th ancestor of the dragon clan. Do not misjudge. Perhaps fearing Wushang's impulsiveness, Duobao communicated with him through sound transmission, imparting a word of caution. Thunderly, esteemed brother, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. To be candid, I am Wushang, and before taking my leave to join my master, I wandered in the eastern regions of the primordial chaos, where I had already heard of your esteemed name. Seeing you today, you truly embody grace and majesty. Wushang could not let the opportunity to curry favor slip by. Swiftly bypassing Duobao, who wore a look of exasperation, to warmly engage with Thunderly. Greetings, fellow Taoist Wushang. I have indeed heard much of your renown. I am humbled. In response, Thunderly offered a slight bow. He had vaguely heard whispers of Wushang, though it seemed the latter's reputation was somewhat unsavory. Yet, since he had already become a disciple of the 3 pure ones, those rumors must be exaggerated, Thunderly thought, shaking his head to dismiss further contemplation. Indeed, we may have overlooked certain formalities earlier. On behalf of the island's inhabitants, I offer my sincerest apologies. Please accept this humble offering of thunder true water as a token of my regret. I hope you will forgive me. Thunderly, recalling their earlier actions, promptly produced a vial of precious true water. What treasures had the disciples of the 3 pure ones not encountered? This water was renowned among the top 10 innate true waters. Birthed only from the boundless thunder, and could only be produced in abundance within the Thunder Great Marsh. Gazing at the vial filled with the essence of creation and destruction, Wushang thought it would be a worthy gift even for the disciples of the 3 pure ones. Thunder true water? No, this is far too precious. Wushang's eyes widened with excitement at the sight of the floating lightning, yet he restrained his impulse and returned the vial. Please, take this. I feel an instant kinship with you. And such trifles are of no consequence. Thunderly, with a generous spirit, once more presented the true water to Wushang. Though he felt a pang of regret, as such treasures were scarce even in the realm of Lei Zhe. He recognized that he had committed a transgression and must make amends, for himself and for the island's denizens. The karmic debts of a disciple of the 3 pure ones are not easily repaid. Then I shall humbly accept this gift. It seems we are indeed fated to meet. If not for our differing ancestries, I might have thought you were a long-lost brother of mine in this vast sea of humanity. What are the odds that your lightning would strike me? What a delightful twist of fate. Brother, as I am new here, would you be so kind as to enlighten me about the current situation? As Wushang threw his arm around Thunderly, Duobao's eyes nearly fell from their sockets. He had never encountered such audacity. What vast sea of humanity was he referring to? Aside from the mounts, it was just the two of them. Moreover, it was clear that Thunderly had struck him with lightning. When had he ever aimed at Wushang? He prided himself on being adept in social interactions, yet he had never witnessed anyone transition from a mere acquaintance to a close brother in such a short span. This was absurdly rapid. Wushang, this is already considered slow. That was thunder true water. Whether for consumption to undergo transformation or for tempering spiritual treasures, it was an exceedingly rare gem. Had he known, he would not have faltered against such attacks. Watching the two, Duobao hastened to catch up, fearing he would be left behind. Juhai cast a meaningful glance at the depths of the sea, scratching his head as he closely followed behind them, sensing countless malevolent gazes fixated upon him. The situation on the island was intricate. On one side were the aquatic beings led by the dragon clan, and on the other were the land cultivators who had come to assist. Due to the generally weak sea beasts, there were no great Luo golden immortals engaged in battle. Among them, there were only 4 Tai golden immortals stationed on Nanku Island to suppress the area, with less than 2,000 golden immortal cultivators. Most of the land's beings were second-generation disciples with masters, sent to accumulate merit and hone their combat skills, and it seemed the same was true for the two of them. Observing the weary duo, Thunderly endeavored to provide a detailed account of the current situation. No great Luo beasts? Then why have the beings of the South Sea suffered such heavy losses? Even a starved camel is larger than a horse. No matter how reclusive the dragon clan may be, they would not retreat to such an extreme. Surely, they would not rely on beasts to eliminate their foes. Wushang's mind raced with possibilities, pondering whether this venture was worth the risk. What manner of sea beasts were they facing? Know thyself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated, he thought. He had no desire to engage in an unprepared battle. They are the Ming snakes. Thunderly's words caused him some embarrassment. The Ming snake resembled a serpent with 4 wings, its sound akin to a chime, and its appearance heralded drought. This creature commanded the power of desolation, yet in the sea, its abilities should have been severely hampered. How could they have endured such a devastating encounter? To be frank, we lack experience in battling these beasts. Their overwhelming malevolence can corrode our protective divine light. We can only rely on our magical powers to fight back. One of our Fox clan sisters was utterly dissolved by that terrifying malevolence during battle. Seeing the confusion in Wushang's eyes, Thunderly promptly clarified. However, the scrutinizing gaze from Wushang made him feel somewhat bashful. Chapter 44. The foolish duobao at the banquet. A multitude of celestial beings engaged in jovial conversation, toasting and drinking. Aside from Thunderly, the least among them were disciples and descendants of great Luo golden immortals. It was quite natural. They resembled a cadre of wealthy second-generation entrepreneurs relying on their parents for support, possessing ample capital to continually experiment. Each one had solid backing, while the scattered cultivators of the primordial chaos, with the exception of a few with a sense of justice, would rather keep their distance. Those were fierce beasts, beasts inheriting the will of the chaotic demon gods. They would do anything to avoid this alarming territory, let alone risk their lives. Even if there were scattered celestial beings to greet them, their circle was not one that could be easily integrated into. In that moment, Duobao appeared utterly at a loss. While he was accustomed to socializing, he had never transformed from complete strangers into close friends over drinks, as the foremost disciple of the 3 pure ones. His pride and confidence prevented him from engaging in such demeaning behavior. In contrast, Wushang exuded a seasoned charm, warmly greeting both those with backgrounds and those without, regardless of their cultivation level, as if he were the host of this gathering. And as the true host, Thunderly showed no signs of irritation. He did not mind Wushang taking the lead, reciprocating with equal enthusiasm. The pair drank until their faces flushed, and in their revelry, they even engaged in games unknown to Wushang, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Report to the generals. A large number of fierce beasts are approaching. Just as the festivities reached their peak, a soldier with a lobster-like head burst in, frantically relaying the news. His armor was battered, and his long antennae trailed behind him, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. How dare such a mere beast disturb my enjoyment? Someone, quickly assist me in donning my armor. A burly man, red-faced from drinking, barked orders at his attendants. Is there truly such a simpleton among our ranks? Wushang shook his head in disbelief, curiously sizing up the fellow. It was evident he hailed from the Sea clan, having not joined the dragon army to confront the enemy from another direction. It seemed he had some backing, but Wushang was left wondering about his true form. Though he was curious, it was not the opportune moment for idle speculation. Due to his involvement and excessive enthusiasm, the crowd had descended into this state of inebriation, a condition from which he could not distance himself. He hastily exhaled a breath of icy air, enveloping everyone in its chill, and then waved his sleeve, dispelling all traces of intoxication from their bodies with a celestial radiance. He could already envision the dire consequences should this group suffer severe injuries or fatalities due to their drunkenness. Although the three Pure Ones provided a protective shield, who could ascertain what hidden maneuvers these powerful beings might employ? If they acted shamelessly against him, even the three Pure Ones might not be able to shield him. "My dear brother, you have a good heart." Layli clasped his hands together, aware that if this group encountered trouble, he too would not escape unscathed, for he was the nominal leader. "Dear friends, follow me into battle." Seeing that the crowd had regained their senses, Layli gestured grandly, and an endless divine brilliance emanated from him. Outside the grand hall, innumerable black calamity clouds began to coalesce in the sky. Permeated with an aura capable of annihilating worlds, it was hard to fathom that such power could be wielded by a being of the golden immortal level. Countless blood-red lightning bolts transformed into terrifying thunder dragons, weaving through the clouds, their sentience evident as they glared fiercely at the beings below. Even the mere sound of their roars sent shivers down the spines of many, observing the thunder dragons darting through the clouds, their scales clashing and creating explosive sounds. Wu Shang could not help but marvel at the prowess of the descendants of the great deity Lei Zhe, wondering what might be the true might of the deity himself. The lightning struck relentlessly, battering the serpentine beasts that roamed the skies. Though these ferocious creatures were serpentine in nature, they possessed two pairs of wings of varying sizes, granting them extraordinary agility and immense impact against the resisting forces. The thunder dragons either bit at the tails of the serpents or exploded amidst their ranks, creating further chaos among them. Despite the overwhelming display, they had yet to inflict any true harm, with only a few scorched patches from the lightning strikes, failing to cause significant damage to the serpentine horde. Following this, fireballs, sword lights, arrows, and a myriad of spiritual treasures rained down upon the serpent throng. Witnessing this scene, Wu Shang silently shook his head. Although the attacks were formidable, they did not penetrate the defenses of the beasts, which were far from foolish. They shared a connection, their malevolent auras intertwining to form a protective shroud that safeguarded them closely. He even observed his senior brother Duobao, perhaps lost in a frenzy to showcase his might, recklessly charging into the beastly horde, wielding his dual weapons with abandon. The golden pendant of the treasure tower hung down, making him appear sacred and inviolable. As he gestured with a hand seal, sharp sword lights shot forth from his fingertips, akin to heavenly blades, imbued with the will of heaven and earth. The sword lights radiated fervently, each gleam bearing witness to his supreme path and laws, unleashed with unrestrained vigor. Although he bore no true sword, as a disciple of the celestial realm, how could he truly be inept at wielding one? The formless sword energies, enveloped in a noble purple hue, manifested intermittently amidst the beastly ranks. In that moment, the purple brilliance behind him was so resplendent that it made him seem like the sovereign of the universe. However, he remained blissfully unaware that he had ventured deep into the heart of the beast army. The serpents hissed, consciously tightening their battlefield, encircling the bulky figure within. Was their intellect compromised? "Master, you truly know how to create trouble for me." Among the crowd, some had begun to sense the anomaly, urgently calling out to Duobao. Yet he seemed deaf to their warnings, as if his ears were stuffed with straw. In truth, at the depth he had plunged, even the transmission of a Tai golden immortal might not reach him. Alas, it falls to me to intervene. Wu Shang sighed helplessly, and before the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he suddenly transformed into a 100-jong giant. The giant strode forward, a flash of golden light, and in the blink of an eye, reached the edge of the battlefield. "Brother, you are being foolish. The malevolent aura of those beasts can corrode protective celestial light. No matter how tough the earthly skin, it cannot withstand it." Each individual present was exceptionally gifted. They were not ignorant of the common techniques like law of heaven and earth. If such methods were effective, they would have employed them long ago. Wu Shang remained silent, merely smiling, as he waved his massive arm, effortlessly parting the nearly formed formations of the ferocious creatures as if they were mere dumplings. All malevolent energies attempting to approach him were either repelled or dissolved by an invisible force. Chapter 45. A life-saving grace. The crowd gaped in astonishment at Wu Shang's actions, feeling as though they had fallen into the trap of an illusionist. How could he so easily disperse what they had labored so hard to break? As Wu Shang's hand reached out, a bull-headed figure with a human body, radiating a dark glow, emerged behind him. With its legs firmly planted on the ground, it stood proudly, its powerful horns aiming to pierce the heavens. The bull demon's phantom melded with him, transforming his previously delicate features into a visage of rugged strength, rendering him sharply defined. Even he had to temporarily evade the offensive of an army composed of golden immortal beasts. If not for the support behind him, he would have long fled. Fool, what are you still doing there? As the malevolent aura was stripped away, Duobao, seemingly blinded by bloodlust, wielded two massive swords. No, rather, two great five-element sword chi, rampaging through the beast ranks. Without the protective canopy of malevolent energy, the beast's defenses plummeted, allowing those behind him to revel in their slaughter. Countless techniques were unleashed upon the beasts, tipping the scales of battle in their favor. Do not compel me to slap you in front of so many witnesses. Wu Shang gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down as his body trembled. Who did they think he was, that his sealing laws did not consume energy? The farther Duobao pressed forward, the greater the pressure on him. Yet, this fool continued to charge recklessly ahead. Fortunately, the Tianyuan Platinum bestowed upon him remarkable resilience, allowing his arms to grow at an unnatural speed. With a flourish of his sleeves, he swept away a throng of serpents. This is not right. Duobao's situation is abnormal. In the crowd, a youth clad in peculiar attire, with 4 fissures on either side of his forehead, his blood-red pupils fixated intently on the still maniacal Duobao, wore a grave expression. Upon hearing this, Wu Shang's demeanor shifted. This was the scion of the six-eyed Xiandiao clan, known for their mastery of curses and unparalleled vision, capable of perceiving what others could not. If he spoke of a problem, Duobao was undoubtedly in grave trouble. Wu Shang paused, realizing that among all present, he understood Duobao best. Proud as he was, Duobao would never tolerate Wu Shang's words about slapping him. Under normal circumstances, he would have sought vengeance immediately. With this thought, Wu Shang could no longer afford to continue battling. He shrank his form and concealed himself behind the others. The Hunyuan Immortal Tower hovered above his head. Emitting wisps of chaotic mist, as he played the divine sound flute, it produced a clear and melodious sound, akin to the music of the heavens, intoxicating and entrancing. His very soul seemed to meld with the melody, each note imbued with emotion and power. The onlookers felt as if an endless sea lay within their hearts, tranquil, rippling gently with the breeze. As the tempo quickened, the ripples transformed into surging waves, crashing violently against the shores of their hearts, each impact draining their color. Yet, the divine sound flute had yet to be fully refined by him, inevitably affecting his allies. Such an assault from the level of the primordial spirit was not easily defended against by anyone. Endless sword lights surged forth with the melody, filling the entire realm with a terrifying presence. Numerous serpents plummeted from the sky, stirring up clouds of dust. The ashen scales bore numerous cuts, blood flowing like streams, soaking the ground beneath. The battlefield lay in disarray, with both enemies and allies suffering varying degrees of injury, signaling the onset of an impasse. How could this be possible? The melody of the flute abruptly ceased, leaving Wu Shang in stunned silence as he gazed at Duobao, who was suspended in the sky, his body smeared with blood and his expression vacant. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth continually coalesced around him, encircling him before surging directly into his corpulent form. The imposing aura emanating from his late-stage golden immortal status instantly expanded, driving Wu Shang to the brink of madness. With my efforts to safeguard you, you dare to break through in this forsaken place? I, the protagonist, do not enjoy such treatment. What gives you the right? Duobao let out a long howl towards the heavens, the crimson hue in his eyes gradually dissipating. Yet the incoherent murderous intent lingering within still sent chills down one's spine. Witnessing this, Wushang's previous sense of imbalance was swiftly alleviated. Entering the Tao through killing? Oh, Duobao, you have indeed reached this point. It had never occurred to him that beneath Duobao's endearing visage lay such unadulterated murderous intent, a talent that, if not devoted to the underworld, would be a waste indeed. It seemed evident that this fellow was also contemplating an alignment with the Western teachings. How intriguing, truly fascinating. The three pure ones would not tolerate a disciple who entered the Tao through killing, yet this path, combined with his innate supreme Tao, was undoubtedly unfit for the position of chief disciple. No wonder the majority of the outer disciples under Tongtian allowed Zhao Gongming to govern the celestial beings beneath him. Were Tongtian to enter seclusion, if Duobao were to lose control, he might swiftly establish a decisively ruthless celestial dynasty. Merely contemplating it is terrifying. Thank you, junior brother, for your rescue. Duobao opened his eyes, suppressing the murderous intent within, and looked at Wushang with a complex expression, momentarily at a loss for words. As for this junior brother, he had always found it difficult to muster enthusiasm. Ah, it is my duty as your junior, Wushang replied awkwardly, equally inexperienced in dealing with such a Duobao. The two exchanged a silent glance before soaring in opposite directions. One needed to recuperate his magical energy and wounds, while the other sought to consolidate his cultivation, each with their own tasks at hand. Emotional expressions could wait for another time. Chapter 46. The Pitfall. At the banquet table, the celestial beings gathered merrily, laughter and chatter filling the air. Unlike the superficial politeness of before, now everyone regarded Wushang with eyes brimming with admiration. Lei Li frequently approached him for toasts, displaying fervent enthusiasm. Obviously, the abilities Wushang exhibited could be deemed their shield for survival. The sensation of rendering all laws null and void was profoundly shocking. Should such a person become their enemy, they would be utterly suffocated. Yet if he were to stand as an ally, they would awaken with laughter. For nearly a century, every confrontation with the Ming Snake Army had cost them dearly. They lacked high-end combat strength, but had always been deficient in the capacity to confront the overwhelming heavenly annihilation chi. Were it not for that terrifying flute, which could not distinguish between friend and foe, compelling Wushang to refrain from unleashing his full power, they might have cleared this battlefield long ago. Elder brother, does your lineage of the three pure ones favor the use of tower-shaped spiritual treasures? You and brother Duobao as well. I recall my father mentioning that the Taiji celestial master possessed a treasure known as the heavenly and earthly profound yellow Linglong Tower. Said to be a treasure of virtue. Once summoned, it renders one invulnerable, establishing an unparalleled position. All three esteemed ones favor such artifacts. As soon as the words left his mouth, the previously lively atmosphere froze. As all present contemplated the implications, if this were true, who in the vast wilderness would not wish to join the three pure ones? Both Duobao's Duobao Tower and Wushang's primordial immortal tower had exhibited tremendous renown, whether dazzling with divine light or suppressing the heavens. Even the flute, with its fleeting glance, was an extraordinary postnatal spiritual treasure, the highest caliber of artifact accessible to beings of their level. The speaker was none other than the saint of the six-eyed Xian Minx, named Li Ju. Despite being in the early stage of Golden Immortal, his mastery of curses rendered even advanced practitioners hesitant to engage him lightly. Wushang cast a glance at his peculiar attire and could only concur. All mere coincidences, just coincidences. For others, Li Ju might be a nuisance, but for him, he could extinguish him with a mere flick of his hand. Races like the fox, cat, and mink, known for their weak strength yet formidable magical prowess, were no different from actual kittens and puppies in his eyes. He gazed in disbelief at this group, pondering how they could entertain such absurd notions. Had their wits been dulled by drink? Senior brother, off to slay fierce beasts again. His peripheral vision caught sight of Duobao, whose face was as cold as ice, striding outward, and he greeted him nonchalantly. Duobao nodded, casting a strange glance at him, uttering no further words as he continued on his way. Others merely shrugged it off. Beyond essential respect, they were reluctant to approach Duobao. It was not that he was difficult to interact with. But the intense murderous intent behind his eyes was nearly palpable, sending shivers down their spines. Were it not for the confirmation of safety from the 4 Tai golden immortals stationed on Nanku Island, they would have likely vacated this perilous place long ago. Since Duobao had embraced the Tao of killing, he had unleashed his full potential, rampantly slaughtering within the ranks of fierce beasts. Between the two, one focused on defense while the other on offense, they had developed a certain synergy over the years. Aside from Duobao frequently regarding him with a peculiar gaze that irked him, their relationship was harmonious. After feasting and drinking, Wushang transformed his form, soaring to a height of 100 zhong, weaving through the throngs of fierce beasts. His body shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, to prevent the fierce beasts from connecting their auras. They had no choice but to send Wushang forth, after equipping him with numerous protective treasures, while they each charged into the battlefield. They were all prodigies. No one was unaware that offense was the best defense. After enduring for so long, they finally had the chance to retaliate, leaving no room for defense, each engaged in a frenzied slaughter. The unused protective treasures were nearly all affixed to Wushang. His singular task was to rampage across the battlefield, severing the connections among the Ming snakes. The celestial beings roared in fury, divine beings lamented, and the howls of the fierce beasts seemed to become the battlefield's dominant melody. They were all deities from various realms, yet converged here for a singular purpose, to exterminate the fierce beasts. Initially, their aim may not have been to protect the myriad beings of the wilderness, but they indeed safeguarded them, through the reciprocity of fortune. He could faintly sense his own virtue continuously rising. The battlefield was suffused with celestial energy, flashes of spiritual light, and a surging murderous aura engulfed the entire island. Observing the relentless counterattacks of the Ming snakes, Wushang instinctively sensed something amiss. Although the fierce beasts had been retreating in recent years, they should not have been entirely devoid of resistance. How could battles that had persisted for so many years before his arrival reach a conclusion in such a brief span? He may be proud, yet he was not arrogant. When he spotted a long mast rising from the ocean's surface, an inexplicable surge of panic welled within him. The mast drew nearer, and suddenly, he felt an unseen will locking onto them. He attempted to shout, but his voice could not escape. It was as if, from some unknown point in time, the malevolent aura of heaven and earth had thickened to a nearly tangible form. Upon closer inspection, the surrounding celestial beings seemed unaffected, as if he were the sole target. Were it not for the suppression of sealing laws clinging tightly to his skin, he might have believed it was merely an illusion. He, Wushang, had become the target. The intelligence of the fierce beasts was insufficient to orchestrate such a scheme. The only capable and qualified beings to scheme against them could only be their own kind. Wushang channeled his full magical energy, observing Duobao rampaging on the battlefield, pouring all his power into the primordial immortal tower. The dim tower transformed into a massive structure, launching toward Duobao, as the vanguard of the battlefield. Duobao had always stood at the forefront, and that ominous mast was approaching his direction. The only course of action was to ensure this rotund fellow's survival first. Even someone as formidable as Duobao remained oblivious to the surrounding strangeness. His innate senses perplexed as he glanced back at Wushang. He then beheld Wushang grinning widely as he hurled the celestial tower toward him, appearing as if intent on flattening him. This is it? Is this fellow attempting to kill his own brother in broad daylight? In a moment of urgency, the thought flashed through Duobao's mind. Fool. He then faintly heard a series of angry curses. Is he cursing me? Duobao's expression darkened. Even with the life-saving grace, he could not endure such humiliation. Just as he prepared to retaliate, darkness enveloped his vision. In the final moments before succumbing to the abyss, he glimpsed the terrified faces of his comrades. Chapter 47. Duobao severely wounded. Sea-splitting dragon whale? How could this be? The members of the dragon clan stood before the unfolding scene, their faces ashen and their expressions frozen in shock. Before them loomed a monstrous entity. Its body 1,000 feet wide, resembling a whale, adorned with a multitude of scales and a grimy an intangible aura of annihilation relentlessly permeated the AI art. The protagonists of the last calamity. The dragon clan had thrived on the extermination of ferocious beasts, blessed by fate and endowed with formidable combat prowess, making their strength undeniable. The sea-splitting dragon whale had been their primary adversary at that time. It is difficult to fathom that this royal beast of the ferocious kind bore the name dragon solely because it feasted upon dragons, possessing an unusual affinity for draconic creatures. It was indeed a beast of the pinnacle of Tai. Everyone, flee! Some in the crowd recognized the creature and ceased their struggle, sprinting away with all haste, wishing they could sprout additional legs. Senior brother. At that moment, Wushang's discomfort dissipated, his eyes reddening as he brandished his flute, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that spread across the vast sky. From the sea, a cacophony of anguished wails intertwined with the sword light erupted, causing countless serpents to plummet from the heavens. While he excelled in wielding sound to control swords, it did not imply he was deficient in swordsmanship. With an empty mind, he could still evoke boundless sword intent, not to mention possessing a formidable weapon. Though he and that rotund fellow had their differences, they were still brothers of the same school, unworthy of being belittled by some beast. As the sovereign among ferocious beasts, the sea-splitting dragon whale exhibited the combat strength befitting its royal status. Its single horn on its brow flickering with a dark radiance. This brilliance, akin to a sharp spear, sliced through the very fabric of existence. Its brilliance was blinding, rendering direct gazes impossible. Wherever it passed, everything became extraordinary. The cries of living beings filled the air, as if they were enduring some horrific punishment, the spine-chilling roars instilling dread. Yet, Wushang's and Rayleigh's attacks barely penetrated its armored scales. Rayleigh, strike its eyes with lightning. And you, fish, concentrate your golden sword energy to pierce its rear. Frustrated, Wushang set aside refining his mystical techniques, fully activating his spiritual treasure while orchestrating the battlefield. It was acceptable to abandon the fleeing ones. But those who remained must demonstrate their due strength. The two individuals, upon receiving instructions, nodded in unison, shivering internally, resolutely deciding to avoid provoking this harbinger of death. Aside from some scattered, inconsequential attacks, the three launched a coordinated assault. Rayleigh could unleash offensives rivaling the Tai Golden Immortal level, while Wushang's extraordinary spiritual treasure could hold its own. As for the lad from the Arrowfish clan, his role was to maneuver and strike from the shadows. For a moment, their synergy was commendable. Fortunately, though their methods were somewhat unscrupulous, they proved effective. The sea-splitting dragon whale thrashed restlessly in the ocean, its lower body marked with evident crimson stains, even the area around its eyes exhibiting varying degrees of charred blackness. Roar! The dragon whale, feeling the pain, unleashed a terrifying roar that echoed like a dragon's chant mingled with a tiger's growl, causing the surrounding space to seem to freeze and time to slow to a crawl. They gazed around in terror, witnessing the world crumbling, as if it were the end of days, the interweaving of time and space. Could it be? No, this is impossible. Though ferocious beasts do not require enlightenment like cultivators when ascending to the Deluo Golden Immortal level, they still need primordial essence for their advancement. The most direct manifestation of this is the innate, indestructible spiritual light that gathers the essence of the primordial chaos. Yet, this spiritual light is also pivotal to the formation of an innate spiritual treasure. Wushang happened to know that Duobao was indeed a manifestation of an innate spiritual treasure. All these coincidences, if they were not suspicious, he would not believe it even if one killed him. If the sea-splitting dragon whale were to break through to Deluo Golden Immortal, it would imply that Duobao's situation was dire. Is this creature truly dead? The methods bestowed by the master should not be reserved for when I am to conduct your funeral. Should they? Though he was unaware of Duobao's current predicament, it did not hinder his internal curses. If he possessed the methods granted by the celestial being, this creature would have long since become a salted fish. Indeed, what a predicament! As the sea-splitting dragon whale's counterattack grew ever more fierce, a resounding voice echoed from all directions. Impudence! A colossal hand, hundreds of feet in size, descended from the heavens, pinning the dragon whale down with unyielding force. This hand obscured the sky, resembling a towering mountain, its palm radiating dazzling golden light, as if the wrath of a celestial being were ablaze. The dragon whale sensed the threat of death and struggled desperately. Yet that hand clamped down like a vice, rendering escape impossible. In this heart-stopping scene, the emotions of all the celestial beings present relaxed, their gazes fixed intently on the confrontation between the hand and the dragon whale. As if they could perceive the intensity of their clash, the hand was evidently composed of innate spiritual energy, yet it felt excessively tangible. He could even see the patterns of the heavenly Tao within the creases of the palm. It was as if all the paths and laws of this world were encapsulated within. The sea-splitting dragon whale fought valiantly against the grip of the massive hand, its black horn emanating a dark halo. However, streams of pure spiritual energy surged from the palm, obliterating the malevolent aura enveloping it. Roar. The sea-splitting dragon whale let out a mournful wail, the brilliance of its horn failing to spread before being reduced to mere sludge. How utterly thorough its demise! Thank you, Master. Wushang looked upon the breathtaking scene, his gaze unusually tranquil. With the support of a pre-saint, one could feel this level of assurance. 300 years hence, I shall return to Kunlun with your senior brother. Observing the dissipating hand, Wushang was uncertain of his master's ulterior motives, but he buried his doubts deep within. The remaining celestial beings bowed and knelt, for this was the Taoist of the three pure ones. Even their forebears treated him with utmost caution. Perhaps he was not there to assist them, yet this act of salvation was undeniably genuine, and kneeling was no disgrace. Wushang glanced at Duobao, bloodied and battered upon the sea's surface, intending to assist him, only to find that Duobao seemed to be glued to the ocean, and despite his efforts, it proved fruitless. How can this be? He furrowed his brow, channeling his power to tear Duobao from the sea. Duobao grimaced, spitting out a mouthful of blood, momentarily at a loss for words. How truly foolish! Can't you see that I am healing by drawing upon the ocean's strength? Your interference has only worsened my injuries. Chapter 48. The traitor. Seeing Duobao roll his eyes, Wushang felt a pang of guilt and dared not meet his gaze. Reluctantly, he offered a few drops of thunderous true water as a token of apology. Duobao's injuries were far graver than Wushang had anticipated. While superficial wounds could be managed, he had inexplicably lost half of his primordial essence. It was no wonder the sea-splitting dragon whale could break through amidst battle. For this fellow was undoubtedly instrumental in that feat. Had it not been for Huang Zhongli's assistance, Duobao might have perished outright. After all, a deficiency in primordial essence equated to a wound to one's Tao, which was not easily remedied. Observing Duobao's condition, Wushang boldly speculated that he must have intended to break through rather than retreat, otherwise, he would not have risked so much. Tong Tian likely understood his intentions, which was why they had been granted 300 years to recuperate. The thunderous true water had particular efficacy in aiding breakthroughs. Wushang mused inwardly, truly worthy of being the eldest disciple of the Jiejiao. Such audacity and talent. Bah! Regardless, I could never undertake such self-destructive actions. Senior brother, you should focus on healing. The matters ahead will be handled by me, Wushang declared calmly, his demeanor unfazed. The comrades nearby were momentarily bewildered, unsure of his next move. Just as they remained in their stupor, he suddenly transformed into a beam of golden light, charging forward like a razor-sharp blade. The sound of air being split thundered, prompting the observing celestial beings to instinctively shift aside. A youth clad in dark robes attempted to evade, only to find his neck caught in an iron grip, rendering him nearly breathless. He felt the pressure mounting, as if his neck were on the verge of snapping. His throat emitted a hoarse rasp, yet he could not articulate a cohesive cry. Brother, what is the meaning of this? As Li Ju's vision blurred, he sensed death drawing closer with each passing moment. Do you think I am a fool? Wushang scoffed, disdain evident in his expression at Li Ju's pitiful demeanor. How did you know it was me? Faced with the exposure of his identity, Li Ju abandoned pretense. Though he could not escape the iron grip, his earlier timorousness replaced by a newfound boldness. I don't know. I merely wanted to give you a scare. With a subtle smile, Wushang gathered his fingers with force and, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, yanked Li Ju's head down with a swift motion. The onlookers were taken aback, barely able to react. When a crisp sound echoed as Li Ju's head was effortlessly severed, the unfortunate soul bore an expression of shock and confusion, as if he could hardly believe he had been so easily vanquished. Wushang gazed silently at Li Ju's lifeless body, his heart brimming with complexity. I detest betrayal above all else. He was not naive. Those who could conspire against him in silence were merely a few he had associated with over the years. The most likely culprit among them was this individual who wielded the power of curses. Although it was a sudden explosion, he was 90% certain that this fellow was responsible. His furtive demeanor was such that one would scarcely wish to look at him a second time. Previously, while he appeared handsome and poised, Wushang could discern the presence of concealed treasures beneath that facade. Indeed, when this individual met his demise, his visage was so grotesque that it was almost unbearable to behold. As if he had been haphazardly assembled by a creator. His forehead was narrow and flat, his eyes so small they were nearly invisible, always glinting with a furtive light. His nose was broad and flat, his lips thick and protruding, giving him an awkward appearance. Worse still, his hair was sparse and unkempt, hanging limply like a tangle of weeds, evoking a sense of disarray and neglect. He was perpetually clad in bizarre attire. Garments that defied comprehension in both taste and style. Sometimes they were garish hues of black, other times tattered and torn, and on occasion, he would even venture out in women's clothing. His fashion choices consistently left others bewildered and uncomfortable. Had it not been for his repeated probing, one might have suspected him of being another time traveler. My father will avenge me. I shall make you pay dearly. A faint crimson glow erupted from the boy's corpse. Swiftly fleeing into the distance, Wushang observed quietly, harboring no intentions of pursuit. Brother Xian, what is this? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had transpired. When their attention turned to Lei Li, he reluctantly spoke up. He made a move against me, though he concealed it well. When my senior brother was killed, I experienced some disturbances in my body, and this object here should be the bait to lure the sea-splitting dragon whale. Yet, I remain perplexed as to why he would conspire with ferocious beasts. What advantage could it possibly bring him? Wushang scrutinized a bullet he had retrieved from the glistening black fur of the creature. The bullet exuded a strong scent, seemingly capable of awakening the deepest desires within a person. This must be the reason it attracted the sea-splitting dragon whale. I have encountered this scent on the dragon whale before. A youth with a face resembling that of a grave digger approached, sniffing disdainfully before nodding in acknowledgement. He specialized in the lower realms and was particularly sensitive to this scent. I might know the true reason. Lei Li remarked, his face contorted with displeasure. In recent years, Li Ju's father, Li Xiao, has maintained close ties with the master of Penglai Island. This is likely a coercive tactic from the Purple Mansion. If these ferocious beasts can bolster the reputation of Penglai Island and unite the forces under the Eastern Prince in an unprecedented manner, it would undoubtedly be justifiable. Lei Li's words drew the crowd's attention. He certainly possessed considerable knowledge, yet Wushang sensed that the goals of the Eastern Prince transcended mere reputation. Would a dignified celestial king risk the world's disdain to raise ferocious beasts? After all, he was anointed by the Tao ancestor, inherently legitimate, and had no need to take such perilous risks. Contemplating the speculations surrounding the identity of the divine lord of Lei Zhe, it was evident that this involved schemes against the Dragon Clan. He surmised that the Purple Mansion might wish to entangle the Dragon Clan in this epoch. The Dragon Clan, affluent and dominative of the seas, undoubtedly posed a significant temptation for the Eastern Prince. If the sea-splitting dragon whale were to wreak havoc, the Dragon Clan would have no choice but to submit to this seemingly benevolent celestial king. In the shadows of this conspiracy, the true beneficiaries of honor and acclaim would likely be the Purple Mansion. Wushang felt he had unraveled the truth, pondering the Tao ancestor's thoughts with a sense of melancholy. How could one be so reckless? Contemplating the control of the primordial chaos by such madmen, Brother Xian, your act of letting him go was indeed wise. The blood-red pearl he wields is his father's eye. Who knows what hidden power might lie within? Upon hearing Lei Li's words, Wushang exhaled in relief. Such familial loyalty was commendable. He himself was uncertain whether that individual's means of dealing with him involved that very eye. While not fatal, the sensation was genuinely disconcerting. Fortunately, he had acted swiftly, leaving behind the complete physical form, perfect for skinning and crafting a fur vest. Having previously slain a purple marten before breaking through to the golden immortal realm, perhaps he could also procure a gift for Duobao. Purple should suit him splendidly. Chapter 49. The birth of the underworld crow, crafting 1,000 paper cranes and tying them with a red ribbon. Today is a fortuitous day. Auspicious indeed. A youth clad in a grayish-blue Taoist robe hummed a tune, leisurely gathering the remains of the ferocious beasts on the island. The lingering, terrifying malevolence dissipated rapidly whenever it came into contact with his jade-like fingers, as if worn away by some mysterious force. The young man collected all the fragments together, singing a cheerful melody. The accumulation of numerous ferocious beast corpses harbored a malevolent aura detrimental to the primordial world, and one could only wonder whether something bizarre might emerge from it. Rather than allowing such a fate, it was better to render it useful. Of course, this process would be significantly more harmonious if one could ignore the ghastly wails echoing in the background. A century passed in the blink of an eye. In the primordial world, time seemed the most inconsequential of treasures. Here, the years flowed gently, stretching out into eternity, with everything unfolding at a languid pace. The sun rose in the east and slowly set in the west, day after day, year after year. During this century, he did not engage in the hunt against the ferocious beasts, but meticulously measured every inch of the small island. Personally sorting through each piece of flesh, he bore a heavy heart for slaughter. Since traversing the primordial chaos, he had fought for his survival, losing count of the lives he had taken. The prolonged conflict with the ferocious beasts ignited his bloodlust. While observing the tides and the clouds became a form of cultivation for him. Cultivation without the refinement of the heart leads to emptiness and death. This had always been his guiding principle. Naturally, had he not been followed by a large tail, he would have likely found greater contentment. Currently, aside from a few indigenous inhabitants, only he and Duobao remained on the island. Over the years, Duobao's injuries gradually healed. And whenever he engaged in introspection, Duobao would silently stand behind him, quietly absorbing the profound essence of serenity that emanated from him. Initially, Duobao merely accompanied him during his meditative practices, but it slowly evolved into an unbreakable bond. Following their recent battle, although they still shared little conversation, an unspoken understanding blossomed between them. In the primordial world, true friends are rare. Yet a worthy adversary is equally precious. Upon realizing this, he gradually allowed Duobao to continue following him. He struggled to comprehend the changes in Duobao. Every time he drew near, he sensed a profound resonance of the 5 elements, perhaps seeking to rebuild his foundation through their harmonious interactions, or to suppress his own murderous intent through their opposition. Regardless, this bore no relevance to his own cultivation path. As long as Duobao remained a competent rival, he would accept him. Nevertheless, he could still feel the overwhelming aura of killing intent emanating from Duobao. Even a simple stumble on a stone would cause this fellow's presence to surge dramatically. Wushang distinctly felt that Duobao was exerting immense restraint. Heaven knows why a supreme practitioner of the Tao would harbor such a deep-seated thirst for blood. Zhu Huai, if you dare to consume the flesh and blood of the sea-splitting dragon whale again, I shall slay you. As Wushang and Duobao refined the flesh of the ferocious beasts, he sensed a disturbance, glancing up to see Zhu Huai, that foolish beast, occasionally stealing glances at him, and in the moment he looked down, greedily feasting on the flesh of the sea-splitting dragon whale. The Ming snake, among the ferocious beasts, was inconspicuous, and such flesh hardly caught his attention. The sea-splitting dragon whale, however, was of royal lineage, a rarity among its kin, and this was his first encounter since birth. If he could completely devour it, it would undoubtedly lead to a transformation of his bloodline. Yet, it seemed this treasure was closely guarded by its master. He could not fathom why a native creature of the primordial realm would be interested in the flesh of ferocious beasts. After all, they could not consume it. Just as he remained bewildered, he suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure that left him weak in the knees. Upon looking up, he beheld a colossal egg, approximately 3 feet tall and pitch black in hue. trembling uncontrollably as it sensed the vibrant life force emanating from the blood pool. Why, precious, do not be anxious. Today is your day of birth. With a ferocious swing of his arm, a flicker of light passed by, and a droplet of blood, intermingled with golden radiance, hung suspended in midair. Junior brother, do you intend to tame a ferocious beast? To be frank, while concocting the blood pool, Duobao was utterly perplexed by his junior brother's intentions. Upon beholding the gigantic egg, he could no longer maintain his composure. This was unmistakably the aura of a ferocious beast. He could hardly fathom why his junior brother would carry such a terrifying entity with him. The malevolent energy radiating from it was not in the least inferior to that of the sea-splitting dragon whale that would devour it whole. Is this my first time taming one? Observing Zhu Huai, who was restlessly fidgeting beside the blood pool, Wushang rolled his eyes in exasperation. But are you certain you can control it? Duobao still harbored some concerns. He had never heard of anyone successfully controlling a ferocious beast through means. Such creatures could easily turn against their tamers if mishandled. Fear not, senior brother. You must place your trust in Second Master Uncle. Second Master Uncle? What does this have to do with him? Duobao was bewildered but chose not to press further. Wushang smiled faintly, his fingers tracing an arcane pattern, as he meticulously inscribed a complex formation into the surface of the egg, drawing from the golden-hued blood. When Yuanshi crafted the beast-controlling artifact for him, he had not done so in secret. Thus Wushang was well acquainted with the primordial markings necessary for mastering a ferocious beast. After reviewing a plethora of formation manuals, he modified the patterns into one capable of subjugating the beast. Making this his inaugural attempt, as his movements quickened, a thread of golden lines suddenly appeared on the eggshell, remarkably beautiful. The colossal egg trembled violently, and a droplet of blood, dark with a hint of purple, gradually seeped from its surface. Wushang, exhilarated, swallowed the substance whole, his gaze fixated on the immense egg. The egg shook frantically, and the blood and flesh pool below surged with the essence of heaven and earth, akin to tumultuous ocean waves. Endless vitality from the blood transformed into a silken stream, swiftly entering the egg. With a crack, amidst the anticipation of the two, fissures multiplied, culminating in a spectacular explosion. Wushang beheld the scene before him in astonishment. Collecting all the shards of the eggshell, as a massive raven materialized in place, flapping its juvenile wings, it was entirely obsidian, shimmering with a purple glow under the sunlight, its eyes reflecting an abyssal darkness interspersed with pure gold. Exuding an air of majesty, with each flap of its wings, it grew stronger, the essence of death coalescing within its gaze, making it daunting to behold. Soar forth, my dark emperor. Wushang, overwhelmed with joy, felt a whisper of consciousness resonate within his mind and couldn't help but affectionately stroke the little creature's head. Shouting in elation, Chapter 50. Return to Kunlun. The sky resembled an expansive, boundless canvas, imbued with shades of blue that exuded purity and tranquility. The golden light cascading from the sun adorned this vast tapestry with a brilliant hue. Wushang and Duobao swiftly navigated through the clouds, the celestial energies seemingly attuned to their joy, with a gentle breeze caressing their faces and bestowing upon them endless warmth. Clad in a grayish-blue robe, Wushang rode a similarly hued water buffalo, while a black raven perched upon his shoulder. This peculiar ensemble exuded an ethereal aura, leading one to believe he was a transcendent being. Zhu Huai's transformation was entirely thanks to Duobao's exceptional manipulation of fate. Riding a royal beast was still somewhat ostentatious for him, and to avoid being casually dispatched by some bored celestial practitioner, he had Duobao alter Zhu Huai's appearance. Observing Zhu Huai's beaming face, Duobao furrowed his brow and kept his distance. 1 Zhu Huai was already enough for him to handle with caution, and with the addition of a ferocious beast, his still recovering body could hardly withstand the strain. Throughout the primordial world, only Wushang, this peculiar individual, would entertain the notion of taming ferocious beasts. The little raven occasionally ventured from his shoulder, reveling in the vastness of the world below. Wushang felt reassured. Though the creature was small, its intense aura of chaos and the essence of death were not to be trifled with by even the most formidable of beings. it would often divide itself into avatars. Soaring across the primordial land, the raven was not bloodthirsty. Rather than engaging in direct combat, it preferred to reap the benefits after others had finished their battles, swooping in to absorb pure death energy. As long as it was not attacked, it would not retaliate. Even in its deathly forms, it remained unaffected, with the death energy it absorbed eventually returning to its original self through an unknown channel. This ability to split into countless incarnations was truly unreasonable. As long as one avatar survived, the raven would never perish in a world dominated by slaughter. Nurturing a raven was far less troublesome than raising a Zhu Huai. The two moved swiftly, one employing the 5 elements' great escape, while the other rode the tireless beast, returning to Kunlun Mountain in mere decades. Gazing upon the majestic mountain range of Kunlun, resembling a colossal dragon winding its way through the landscape, one could not help but marvel at the grandeur and mystery of the celestial path. The undulating peaks stood like towering beasts, safeguarding this vast expanse of land. The eternal snow atop the mountains sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, akin to the most resplendent of stars in the firmament. Even after witnessing it numerous times, Wushang was filled with awe. Kunlun Mountain, I have returned. Wushang let out a long howl, restraining his voice within a limited range. The excitement of returning home was palpable, yet it was prudent to remain low-key. To declare oneself as young master on Kunlun Mountain might lead his 3 masters to deem him arrogant. This was in stark contrast to the mature and composed persona he had cultivated. Come, come, let me see what my young master under the heavenly gate truly possesses. Before his smile could fade, a hearty voice soared through the heavens, causing his grin to freeze in place. Duobao could not suppress his laughter. Though he felt it lacked decorum, his ample flesh quivering with mirth. Master, your disciple has spoken foolishly. At that moment, Wushang was at a loss for how to respond, merely fumbling for words. Get down here. Before he could further defend himself, a sharp reprimand echoed from the skies. Wushang, resigned, had no choice but to confine Zhu Huai within the treasure tower, shifting his emotions to closely follow Duobao, as the eldest senior brother. It was time to fulfill his role as for the little raven. It seemed oblivious to the unfolding events, its claws tightly gripping the fabric of Wushang's shoulder, unperturbed by his commands. Wushang could only acquiesce. Upon entering the upper clear peak, he and Duobao were taken aback by the sight before them. They were not surprised by Tongtian's presence here, but the multitude of unfamiliar faces left them perplexed. These are my direct disciples, Duobao and Wushang. You should greet them promptly, Tongtian announced, particularly emphasizing Wushang, who dared to refer to himself as young master even on Kunlun Mountain, a title that even the master would not dare to underestimate. Tongtian regarded the two with a teasing expression. Truth be told, he had grown accustomed to the absence of the mischievous little buffalo during this time. We greet the eldest senior brother and second senior brother. The assembly of immortals bowed in unison. Though there were only a few dozen of them, the atmosphere was grand and imposing, prompting Wushang to envision a scene where myriad immortals flocked to pay their respects. After rising, they all wore friendly smiles, curiously observing their second senior brother. There is no need for such formalities, fellow disciples. Since we have entered the Master's teachings, we are all family. Within a family, we need not stand on ceremony. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out anytime, Wushang said, stepping past Duobao to warmly greet the crowd. Smiling amicably would not cost him anything, and a few kind words could earn him goodwill, making it a worthwhile endeavor. Only a fool would attempt to assert dominance at such a moment. Duobao had intended to add something, but he could not emulate Wushang's style and could only nod in acknowledgement, leaving the crowd with an air of profound mystery. You little buffalo, truly lacking in decorum. I thought you were going to flaunt your status as the young master of Kunlun Mountain. Tongtian was unwilling to let him off the hook. Revisiting the earlier topic, truly, one does not see the new and smile. They only hear the old weeping. Now that you have junior disciples, you still jest with me, with such gems at your side. Master, do not forget about us mere mortals. Isn't that right, Duobao senior brother? Wushang retorted without mercy, effectively countering Tongtian's remarks. Duobao rolled his eyes in silence. If he was a mere mortal, he certainly did not want to be dragged down with Wushang. I, a dignified innate spiritual treasure taking form, who among you is a mere mortal? With a gaze imbued with melancholy, Wushang regarded Tong Tian, and this self-deprecating retort was the best he could conjure at this stage. Inciting a chorus of laughter from the disciples, one would have anticipated that a figure of such stature within the esteemed Shangqing sect could be so affable. After all, every flower-laden palanquin is borne by many, and for such a high being to refer to them as precious jewels was music to their ears. Having lived for so many years, they had never encountered such an intriguing individual. Moreover, before this elder brother Wushang, even their usually austere and dignified master seemed less exalted. Their interaction resembled that of a father and son rather than the typical reverent teacher-student dynamic. You little rascal. You truly deserve a beating. Just as he believed this was mere jest, he witnessed Tong Tian wave his sleeve, and before he could react, his body was abruptly forced downwards, pressed into the earth with a comically absurd appearance. Chapter 51. House Theft. The Purification Mind Spell, Supreme Star of Taishang. Adapt without pause. Exorcise evil and bind spirits, divine Qianqi of the netherworld. Ward off malice and guard the truth. Throat Spirit Tiger Bin. Breath Spirit guides the tide. Safeguard life and body. Wisdom is clear and pure. Mind is tranquil. 3 Souls endure eternally. The spirit shall not be lost. Purification Mouth Spell, Danju Mouth Spell. Expel filth and eliminate miasma. Tongue Spirit corrects principles. Life Command nourishes the spirit. Mind Spirit Danyuan. Allow me to transcend truth. Thought Spirit refines liquid. Dao Qi endures. Purification Body Spell, Lingbao Celestial Venerable. Comfort the form. Disciples Souls. 5 Organs in the dark. Azure Dragon and White Tiger. Various troops assembled. Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise. Guardians in form. Land God SP Spell, Yuan Sure S Tranquility, on the summit of Shangqing. Auspicious clouds rose, revealing the boundless mysteries of heaven and earth at this moment. The heavenly way responded, with supreme golden flowers descending, and the earth erupted with golden lotuses, showcasing the immense power of a quasi-saint. Even though the Shangqing celestial scriptures had been heard numerous times, Tong Tian's varied intonations and rhythmic recitations never failed to evoke the most primal truths of the universe. The disciples beneath him listened raptly, some revealing their true forms with boisterous roars, others remaining contemplative with smiles, and some even manifesting boundless, inclining their ears to listen intently. A quasi-saint, having attained a level of sanctity, had transcended the realm of the great Luo golden immortal I in this solemn and austere setting. A handsome figure was half sunk into the earth, while the upper half lay casually, appearing utterly incongruous. He wanted to rise, yet his master seemed to have played some trick, for with every slight movement, it felt as if he bore the weight of a great mountain, rendering him utterly miserable. When he wished to plead for leniency, he heard his master commence expounding on the great principles. An opportunity he did not want to miss, yet, no matter how he struggled, his eyelids grew increasingly heavy until he finally succumbed to a deep slumber. Even the raven perched upon his shoulder appeared to have closed its eyes at some point. Wushang slept soundly, yet his snoring, which could only be described as thunderous, was so loud it disturbed Tong Tian. Frowning deeply, Tong Tian could bear it no longer and waved his hand, sealing Wushang's mouth. Wushang grimaced, nearly choking, as his body instinctively switched to breathing through his nose. With Tong Tian's command, the disciples opened their eyes in unison, their expressions revealing a lingering sense of unfulfilled desire. We thank our Master for bestowing us with the teachings. The multitude of celestial beings bowed together, sincerely expressing their gratitude to Tong Tian for his impartation of wisdom. Observing his fellow disciples, whose magical powers were uneven and whose celestial light was impure, Wushang found himself at a loss for words. Upon his initial arrival, he had not scrutinized them closely, but now, they appeared to be anything but respectable. While he understood that the disciples of the Jiejiao were often a mixed bag, it seemed unreasonable for standards to be lowered so drastically. Those who had not fully transformed were somewhat acceptable, yet what was to be said of the one radiating a palpable aura of blood and malice? It seemed his master was truly indiscriminate in his appetites. Wushang turned to observe the expression of Duobao, who was evidently frowning as well. "Dear fellow disciples, I am eager to return home. Should there be any matters, feel free to seek me out at any time." Wushang forced a smile, transforming into a beam of golden light, vanishing before them. What a motley crew, he thought. Feeling utterly vexed, he did not immediately return to his own abode but first visited Taixing Peak and Yuqing Peak to pay respects to his two Sherbua. He could clearly perceive that Yuan Shi's mood was exceedingly poor. His brow furrowed as if he were ready to explode at any moment. Wushang dared not provoke his ire, and after a brief stay, he flew back to his own mountain peak. Upon reflection, it was understandable. His second Sherbua valued talent and adhered strictly to etiquette, yet his master's disciples were nothing but a collection of ruffians and miscreants. It was no wonder his mood was so foul. However, Wushang soon experienced the joy of his second Sherbua. Upon returning to his Xiankong cave, Wushang furrowed his brow, sensing that the formations he had previously set up had been thoroughly tampered with. After finally breaking free from the array, he discovered that the 3 characters spelling Xiankong Cave had inexplicably been altered to Lionheart Cave. What the hell? Have I been robbed? Wushang could hardly believe his eyes. Since when had anyone on Kunlun Mountain dared to disregard him? Carefully sensing the Qinghua tree within the cave, he noted that while the tree had not been refined, its leaves had been completely stripped away. This is intolerable. Come out. Wushang's expression darkened to the color of a pot's bottom, his entire magical power boiling at that moment. The true essence of the 4 symbols rotating in this place came to a sudden halt. Who dares to act so brazenly here? Before he could catch sight of the intruder, a furious shout erupted from within the cave. The overwhelming surge of magical power made the voice resound like a lioness roar, causing the laws of heaven and earth to tremble. "Second brother, what brings you here?" The Chiosho immortal, a tall figure with golden hair and a green face, staggered out, clearly taken aback upon seeing Wushang. "You, my junior brother, have taken over my cave. Should you not offer me an explanation?" Wushang's face remained impassive, devoid of joy or sorrow, yet those familiar with him knew he was on the brink of fury. I was unaware this was your cave, second brother. I thought it was unclaimed land. I hope you can forgive me, however. I have grown rather fond of this place. I hope you can be lenient." The large man stammered through his first sentence, his gaze betraying an unabashed greed in the second. "Be lenient? How absurd. This is like an old woman crawling into bed with a man, completely unaware of the implications." "Do you wish to hear what you just said?" Wushang's voice was frigid, as if it carried an endless wave of cold. The murderous aura that could slay myriad beasts erupted at that moment. "Humph. I only call you second brother out of respect. I am the personal attendant of the master. How do you wish to proceed?" Seeing the lion-like arrogance in his expression, Wushang could not help but laugh. A massive black bull demon materialized behind him, its horns robust enough to pierce the heavens. The bull demon exhaled, and the endless principles of the universe disintegrated beneath its towering form, as if countless stars were burning, releasing their final radiance before vanishing into the abyss of the cosmos. Its gaze was deep and enigmatic, as if it concealed the secrets of the entire world. Its muscles were as hard as steel, brimming with boundless power. Each breath it took resonated like thunder, instilling awe and fear in those present, rendering everything it gazed upon silent. Under the control of his bodily functions, the Chiosho immortal trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, in his eyes, this handsome second brother transformed into the very center of the universe, making everything else seem insignificant. As a great golden immortal, he could not even perceive the unique fluctuations of the laws that belonged to him. Chapter 52. The formation of Jiejiao. How could this be? We are both golden immortals, yet why is there such a vast disparity between us? Even the laws that usually drew near to him dissipated in the terrifying gaze of the bull demon. Wealth can sway the heart. He admitted to harboring an insatiable greed for that mid-grade innate spiritual root. But this was no crime worthy of death. He could sense the overwhelming killing intent lurking in the depths of Wushang's eyes. The accursed raven perched upon Wushang's shoulders stared at him with a gaze that suggested it was watching a corpse, making him profoundly uncomfortable. Second brother, I was merely jesting earlier. It does not need to come to this. The Qiu Shou immortal gulped, extinguishing any thoughts of drawing his weapon to fight. You have but one opportunity to strike. Wushang remained expressionless. Were it not for the fact they were on Kunlun Mountain, he would have already decapitated this fellow. How could he still be wasting breath here? Too much. The Qiu Shou immortal's face flushed red, as if deeply insulted, yet he dared not make a move. The reason was simple. His primordial spirit was sending frantic warnings. You will die. A most terrible death. Sighing at the sight of this cowardly figure, Wushang shook his head, transforming into a towering giant before the Qiu Shou immortal's astonished gaze. With 5 fingers gathered, he grasped the Qiu Shou immortal in his hand, and before the latter could react, a meteor shot forth from Xiankong Cave. Following closely, anguished wails erupted from the meteor. I was indeed too merciful. Nevertheless, he should be grateful to have become his master's disciple. With a sigh of sentiment, Wushang transformed once more into his refined form, and with a graceful sweep of his sleeve, he banished the traces of battle. Most importantly, renaming the Lionheart Cave to the mysterious Heart Cave. How much longer do you two intend to linger? Wushang cast a displeased glance at the 2 figures concealed within the clouds. Senior brother possesses immense magical prowess, and I, your junior, am in awe. 2 voices resonated, revealing Wuyun Xian and Jingguang Xian descending from the cloud, their formidable powers surging with an obscure harmony of laws, evidently having broken through to the golden immortal realm. Though their aura was not entirely stable, they were certainly far superior to the earlier lackluster Qiu Shou Xian. Greetings, my 2 junior brothers. In my haste, I neglected to extend my congratulations, Wushang remarked, his eyes sparkling as he invited the 2 to enter the cave for a discussion. Being of the same kin, there was no distinction between us. It would be absurd not to assert the senior brother's stature at this moment. The 2 exchanged silent glances, but their annoyance dissipated, for it was precisely Wushang's temperament that brought them a sense of reassurance. Far more comfortable than dealing with someone insincere. Upon entering the cave, all 3 of them frowned in unison, a flicker of displeasure crossing their faces. It was appalling that such a splendid abode had been reduced to this state by that ruffian. The stench of blood and slaughter permeated the air, and everywhere was tainted with a nauseating odor. The lotus pond was sullied with oil and grime, enough to induce revulsion. It was beyond comprehension how that individual managed to wreak such havoc. Their expressions darkened further as they spotted the mangled remains of a white crane upon the table. Everyone knew that the white crane of Kunlun Mountain belonged to the family of their senior brother from the South Pole. If this were to be discovered, it would certainly stir up a considerable uproar. This was utterly intolerable. No, I must confront him, Jingguang Xian exclaimed, visibly infuriated. Even he, who was not particular about his surroundings, could no longer endure it. My tree, how could I survive without you? Wushang lamented upon seeing the barren Qinghua tree deep within the cave. This divine tree concentrated all its essence in its leaves before bearing fruit, and now it had been ruthlessly stripped bare by that scoundrel. No, even if I cannot eliminate him, I cannot let him off lightly. He must pay a heavy price. It is said that male beings become clean and orderly when struck. So let us strike him. With this thought, a glimmer of resolve flickered in Wushang's eyes. In the primordial land, a wailing meteor suddenly felt a chill between its legs as its primordial spirit frantically sounded the alarm. Wuyun Xian and Jingguang Xian exchanged glances and simultaneously cast their spells, summoning gentle breezes to cleanse the filth from the cave. Wuyun Xian produced a jade vial, continuously sprinkling the spirit water within to purify the cave's impurities. The invigorating essence of the water swiftly restored some of the cave's original aura. Now, what is the situation with Qiu Shou Xian? You 2 have not kept me informed. Wushang glared at them discontentedly as he settled them in. It was one thing for him not to be present at Kunlun Mountain, but what about these 2? It is a misunderstanding, senior brother. We have been awaiting the opportunity to break through to the golden immortal realm. Had it not been for our master announcing the commencement of the grand teachings, we might still be in seclusion. Wuyun Xian replied, feeling wronged, never expecting the situation to turn against him. Very well. It is not your fault. Now, what exactly is going on with Chouchou Xian? How is it that upon my return, I find myself with so many new junior brothers and sisters? Wushang, having no intention of reproaching them, smoothly shifted the topic. The two from the Sun Star must have felt a sense of urgency, compelling the myriad races of the primordial world to join them. Thus, the beings at the foot of Kunlun Mountain have increased in number. Except for a few who passed the first trial and an even smaller number who passed 2 trials, most were merely accepted under the Master's sweeping hand, all under the pretense of being fated to be with me. As Wu Yunxian spoke, he appeared somewhat speechless. As one who had genuinely passed through the trials, he naturally looked down upon those who took shortcuts. The identities of these individuals would undoubtedly lower their status. Is there anything worth discussing? Wushang inquired curiously, furrowing his brow. Indeed, perhaps you have not noticed the female immortal beside our master, Wu Yunxian replied. Her name is Jinling, and she is the next to pass the 3 trials after you, ranking among the direct disciples. Alongside our attendant, apart from junior brother Jingguang, we also have added Pai Lu Xian, Jinggu Xian, Chouchou Xian, and Lingye Xian, aside from the mysteriously sourced Pai Lu Xian. Jinggu Xian and Jingguang Xian have passed 2 trials, while Chouchou Xian and Lingye Xian have each passed 1 trial. Wu Yunxian summarized the new disciples, his face filled with disdain as he mentioned Chouchou Xian and Lingye Xian. Has Jinling already taken her vows? With the attendance nearly complete, it seems I must hasten my progress. Observing the ever-expanding ranks of the future, a sense of urgency welled within Wushang. As you break through, I too must express my intentions. This thunder true water shall suffice to help you swiftly solidify your realms. Wushang gazed at the two, casually handing over 2 jade cups. Chapter 53. Late stage breakthrough. The two looked at the cups before them, feeling the overwhelming thunderous spiritual energy within, their excitement reaching unprecedented heights. Though there was only a single cup, they could sense an endless ocean of thunder raging within. This was thunder true water, one of the 10 innate true waters of the primordial world. Even a Deluo golden immortal might not possess such a treasure. The destructive and transformative essence contained within was crucial for solidifying their realms, especially for Wu Yunxian, who had entered the path through the way of thunder water. It was undoubtedly the ultimate treasure that suited him best. Drink up. There is no need for such formalities between us. Seeing the two hesitate to drink, Wushang smiled gently, softly urging them. In his view, no matter how precious a treasure, if not utilized effectively, it was no different than a pile of refuse. The two exchanged glances and downed the divine water in one gulp. Crackling lightning danced across their bodies, soon enveloping them in a charred blackness. As their magical essence surged, the blackened layers rapidly shed, revealing fresh skin beneath. This cycle continued, as the profound truths of their laws became increasingly subtle until they were concealed within their beings. Wushang observed with a faint smile, adjusting his posture to recline casually upon the ground, casually reinforcing the formation outside the cave. It was time for him to make a breakthrough as well. The languid youth vanished, replaced instead by an ancient, dark water buffalo that stood its ground. The hoarse cry of the underworld crow pierced the air as tendrils of black mist surged from its mouth, transforming into an identical underworld crow that perched outside the cave, motionless as it surveyed the surroundings. Wushang's aura intensified, reaching the later stage of the golden immortal, then the pinnacle, with formless waves radiating from his form, causing the natural laws emanating from Wu Yunxian and Jingguang Xian to dissipate entirely under this overwhelming power. Initially, he intended to break through directly to the Tai realm, but after a moment's deliberation, he decided to proceed with caution. Only by establishing a solid foundation could he aspire to ascend to greater heights. He did not wish to suffer significant losses due to minor gains. After experiencing multiple teachings from Tongtian, consuming Huang Zhongli in the Purple Mansion, and partaking in life-and-death confrontations with fierce beasts, breaking through 2 minor realms was within his capabilities. As soon as Wushang opened his eyes, he met the unwavering gazes of Wu Yunxian and Jingguang Xian. "What are you staring at?" Startled, he instinctively took a step back and shot them an exasperated glance. "Senior brother, how have you achieved such a significant advancement in your cultivation in less than a year?" Wu Yunxian expressed envy toward this method of breakthrough, having never witnessed such rapid progress before. Seeing his senior brother stretch as if awakening from slumber, one might mistakenly believe he had merely taken a nap. To break through is to simply break through. Is it so surprising? With such a profound accumulation, not breaking through would be abnormal. Senior brother, begone. As Wu Yunxian approached with a smirk, Wushang, though uncertain of his intentions, sensed mischief. He kicked out, sending a bolt of purple-black lightning soaring from the mysterious heart cave. Wushang had shown restraint. The most it did was send him flying a few hundred meters. Otherwise, he would have met a fate akin to Qiushou Xian, obliterating his laws and resonance. Now that he had been expelled from Kunlun Mountain, he would surely suffer broken bones upon landing. Don't lay hands on me. I can walk by myself. Upon seeing his senior brother's gaze fixed upon him, Jingguang hastily retreated, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Wushang chuckled and similarly transformed into a streak of escape light, disappearing into the mysterious heart cave. Since I am here, why hesitate to enter? Wushang rubbed his hands outside the Shangqing Palace, pacing back and forth. Upon hearing Tongtian's voice, he felt a surge of joy. Disciple did not commit any wrongdoing, merely avoiding direct confrontation with your sacred words. Wushang responded cheerfully, exhibiting no hint of trepidation. Qiushou Xian has spoken out of turn and is at fault. What wrong have you committed? You, little bull, cease your prattle and swiftly disclose your true intentions. Tongtian feigned anger as he patted his head, deftly adjusting his crooked hair crown. The Eastern Prince, Wushang, hesitated before continuing, a hint of anxiety in his voice. As you suspected, the six-eyed mystic ferret has indeed aligned itself with the Purple Palace, and the clan leader of the mystic ferret tribe has perished beneath the sword of my master. How could the two immortal kings possibly accept this? Wushang was astounded. A great Luo golden immortal might seem insignificant to the two. Yet this was the Purple Palace's inaugural action in the vast wilderness. Such a public humiliation would surely drive the Eastern Prince to madness. Although the path of yin and yang was profound, it paled in comparison to my master's philosophy of seizing the heavens. Tongtian held his head high, exuding pride in having struck a blow against the pinnacle of the immortal Tao. Moreover, facing 2 against 3. Defeat was inevitable. After uttering these words, Tongtian remained oblivious to the disdain flickering in his disciple's eyes. So it was an ambush. Tongtian did not withhold any details of that battle from Wushang. He could tolerate schemes against himself, but he would not permit anyone to plot against his disciples. If Daobao allowed that vile creature to consume the treasure, even if it defied the will of the Dao ancestor, he would slay the Tude. What do you see here? Tongtian boasted, presenting a bowl and showing it off incessantly. The broken bowl. Wushang glanced at it, not even pausing to contemplate before exclaiming, "You ignorant fool." Look again. Tongtian frowned deeply, casting an irritable glare at the man, frustrated by his lack of discernment. A bowl? A begging bowl? The Eastern Prince and the Western Mother? Could this possibly be the pure water bowl? Wushang scrutinized it for a moment, incredulous. Indeed. This is the illustrious pure water bowl, a supreme innate spiritual treasure. This item was bestowed by the Dao ancestor, and his own master dared to wield it? Wushang could hardly believe it. Don't look at me like that. I was merely seizing the dragon head staff, and it was the Eastern Prince who insisted on exchanging it for the pure water bowl. Tongtian shot him a glare, expressing his dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, Wushang rolled his eyes in secret. What difference did it make? Wasn't the dragon head staff also a gift from the Dao ancestor? Moreover, hadn't the Western Mother vanquished the Eastern Prince? It was the Eastern Prince who lost, yet she was the one deprived of her treasure. The Purple Palace boasted numerous spiritual treasures, and the Western Mother had plenty of other treasures at her disposal. Why should he concern himself with that? The Huang Zhong Li and 5 Pin Pine were all in Panglai, not to mention the Eastern Prince's other treasures in the Upper Clear Palace. Few secrets could elude Tongtian's scrutiny, and a commanding voice resonated within his heart. However, Wushang couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness at these words. It was indeed ironic that the illustrious Pangu Orthodox lineage, in the world created by Pangu, was somehow less affluent than others. Disciple expresses gratitude for the treasure bestowed by the master. Seeing Tongtian lost in thought, Wushang hurriedly held the broken bowl with reverence and bowed deeply. Chapter 54. Unabashed, his own master had been impoverished for countless epochs. It seemed he would not mind enduring further destitution. I am your own disciple. How could you bear to see me in such dire straits? Besides, master, you are not truly poor, are you? What kind of impoverished wretch wears a heart-piercing lock around their neck and carries a purple lightning hammer at their waist? Wushang, utterly forgetful, internally mocked Tongtian with fervor. Tongtian sensed this and his expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a soot-covered pot. Get lost? Before Wushang could react, he felt an overwhelming force hurl him into the air. The piercing scream echoed across the entire upper clear peak, drawing the attention of many of Tongtian's disciples. Indeed, the second senior brother was worthy of his title, for only he could garner such affection from the master. Whether through their own eyes or snippets of conversation from the cloudy immortal, they all held a deep admiration for this enigmatic second senior brother. Who else in the world could receive such favor from the master? With a resounding crash, the solid rocks of Kunlun Mountain met Wushang in an intimate embrace, though perhaps it was more accurate to say a negative embrace. Heaven knows how the renowned Shantin stone, known for its hardness, could crack upon colliding with a living being. Wushang spat out a few blades of grass and dust, struggling to extricate himself from the massive stone while mumbling softly. Truly, my master is remarkable, his divine might unparalleled. Every action possesses tremendous power. I am in awe. Wushang's eyes sparkled as he stifled a laugh. Bowing earnestly, he had thought, one can never overpraise. Today's experience proves its worth. He caressed the bowl in his hands, his spiritual power probing its depths, sensing the boundless might contained within as he explored. It felt as though an endless river of stars was encapsulated in the modest bowl. With countless celestial bodies shining brilliantly, some exuded grandeur, while others were cloaked in obscurity, and some radiated fearsome celestial might. He yearned to retrieve them, yet discovered that they were mere illusions, akin to flowers in a mirror or the moon reflected in water. Apart from a pool of clear spring water, the images of the stars faded, as if everything he had witnessed was but a fleeting dream. One must not dismiss the fact that this was indeed a supreme innate spiritual treasure bestowed by the Tao ancestor. Containing boundless three-light divine water. The golden sunlight divine water scorches the flesh, while the silver moonlight divine water erodes the primordial spirit. Pouring down, even an undying golden immortal would struggle to escape death's grasp. However, when these two types of divine water are mixed with the purple starlight divine water, they yield the coveted three-light divine water, one of the 10 supreme innate true waters. This water can revive the dead and restore flesh and bone without question. It is a top-tier creation artifact, and every drop would incite fierce competition among the great Luo golden immortals. Presently, he possessed a whole pond of such water. Ha ha, I've struck it rich from now on. I shall be a prosperous figure, Wushang rejoiced, tenderly caressing the pure water bowl. With this treasure, it was as if he had acquired an endless supply of three-light divine water. In a wonder people claim Tongtian dotes on this second disciple. This was his first direct experience of such affection, filling his heart with profound gratitude toward Tongtian. In the midst of reveling in his master's playful banter, he had forgotten to inquire about cultivation matters. After a moment of reflection, he smacked his thigh, secretly lamenting his oversight. Yet now, even if given the chance to return, he would not dare, fearing Tongtian might change his mind and reclaim the treasure. Leaving him with no place to weep, shifting his gaze, he flew toward the neighboring Yuqing Peak. Second Master Uncle, have you been in seclusion? I have come to visit you again. With that, Wushang waved his sleeve, causing nearby bamboo to twist in an uncanny manner, gradually transforming into a beautiful fruit basket. He placed the rare spiritual fruits he had gathered into the basket, though they were not particularly prestigious varieties. Their flavors were exquisite. The moment he knelt, he felt a shift in space, time lingering, as a terrifying wave of magical power enveloped him. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in the Yuqing Palace, where Yuan Shi regarded him with great interest. Disciple Wushang pays respects to Second Master Uncle. wishing you eternal blessings and the everlasting flourishing of the holy Tao. Wushang knelt again, only to feel a gentle force lifting him up at his knees. There are many disciples under your master now. There is no need for such grand gestures, Yuan Shi smiled, a cloud resembling white jade appearing beside Wushang, gesturing for him to sit. He did not mind the deep bows from Tongtian's disciples. Nor did he care about Tongtian's perspective on him. He was more concerned that Tongtian's disciples might follow suit and disturb him at Yuqing Peak. Except for this little calf, he wished to avoid those who were rough and uncouth. Oh, senior brother Nanji is here too. Quickly, have some fruit. I specifically picked these for you from afar. Noticing the inconspicuous presence beside Yuan Shi, Wushang greeted him warmly, casually wiping his hands on the crystal grapes he had just produced. Nanji smiled and shook his head, but ultimately accepted the grapes. This Wushang disciple was as carefree as ever, endearing him to those around him. Speak. What issue brings you here this time? He knew this little fellow would not come without reason. Bringing gifts indicated a request. You misunderstand me. My admiration for you is as vast as the heavens. Wushang feigned a hurt expression, speaking with feigned grievance, but his demeanor was calm. However, upon seeing Yuan Shi's strange smile, he hurriedly shifted the topic. If he continued, this proud master uncle might punish him in some way. Disciple has encountered some problems in cultivation and has come to seek your guidance. When attempting to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal stage, I sensed an obscure feeling, as if the heavenly Tao were issuing a warning, leaving me unsettled. Wushang furrowed his brow, recalling the scene during his breakthrough. The Tai Golden Immortal stage involves gathering the 5 elemental energies of heaven and earth, integrating them into oneself, thereby laying a solid foundation for one's Tao body. The 5 energies within can protect the cultivator from the suffering of mutual restraint. If it were an ordinary innate spirit attempting to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal stage, they would certainly not experience such a situation. In the vast wilderness, it is understood that while one flower blooms, myriad paths flourish. Even among brothers, it is impossible to cultivate identical paths, as this has become common knowledge in the world of the wilderness. Yet, you, this peculiar being, with your cultivation of the sealing method, if you were to incorporate the ordinary essence of the 5 elements into your body, you would either extinguish that essence completely or be overwhelmed and burst apart by it. Yuan Shi stroked his azure beard, observing this young bull with keen interest, eager to see his reaction. To his surprise, the little fellow seemed unconcerned, instead gazing at him with fervor. Chapter 55. Solutions. Seeing the shameless antics of those young bulls, Yuan Shi could easily discern the intentions of this little one, and indeed, I possess solutions, and not just one. It all hinges on your choice. Yuan Shi, stroking his azure beard, was not angered by Wushang's brazen behavior, but rather offered several options. The first method is to completely abandon the path of qi refinement and focus solely on physical cultivation. While this would not hinder your exploration of the great Tao, the path of qi refinement would become utterly irrelevant to you, akin to the shaman beneath Mount Buzhou. The second method involves my refining you into a Tao soldier, and with your family's profound understanding of the metal Tao, you could enhance your cultivation by devouring metals. However, such an approach would limit your future achievements, and you would no longer be considered a living being with flesh and blood. Upon hearing these 2 methods, Wu Shang's face was etched with resistance. What nonsense! To become a Tao soldier? If betrayed by enemies, where would he find solace to weep? I know your ambitions are grand, hence there is a third method. This method can perfectly resolve your dilemma, yet it is quite intricate and requires your own effort. Observing Yuan Shi's composed demeanor, Wu Shang's eyes gleamed with hope as he bowed again. I humbly seek your guidance. Second master, as long as there is a method, time may be tight, but with the 3 purities as a backing, no matter how intricate, he would find a way. All things in heaven and earth, whether cultivators or mere blades of grass, are rooted in the essence of the 5 elements, which give rise to the principles of their collision, mutual generation, and mutual restraint. The innate divine metal, profoundly mysterious, is a divine object born from the convergence of the laws of gold and all things in heaven and earth. Among them, Tai golden essence, sea subduing divine iron, copper of the first mountain, life gold. and blood diamond represent the 5 elements of gold. You must use these 5 divine metals as a foundation to forge a supreme innate body, and then employ a transcendent divine object to assist in your breakthrough. Once Yuan Shi finished speaking, Wu Shang's face darkened incrementally. How precious are innate divine objects? Even a Deluo Jinxian might not possess many. He needed to gather all 5. Fortunately, he already possessed the blood diamond. Otherwise, he could only imagine the arduous effort it would take. He also had some heavenly yuan platinum and eternal divine gold, but neither of these were related to the 5 elements. How troubling. It truly is vexing. Divine objects are elusive, and innate divine objects are shrouded in heavenly secrets. How could he possibly manage this? Wu Shang scratched his head in frustration, momentarily at a loss. Junior brother Meng Lang. What a fool you are. What difficulty is there in this? Stepped in Nanji, who had been watching the spectacle, a smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. What do you mean by that? Senior brother? His eyes lit up. This fellow is a true immortal of fortune and virtue. Surely he has some avenues. He had heard of the 5 elements of gold. Not to mention, junior sister Jean Ling has transformed from Tai golden essence. She is your own junior sister. With your persuasive skills, are you afraid of not acquiring it? As for the copper of the first mountain, I happened upon some by chance. It should suffice for you. Thus, what you truly need to seek out are the sea-subduing divine iron and life gold. Nanji shook his head slightly, unsure whether to scold his junior brother. How could he be distressed over matters so near yet so far? Even if he couldn't find them, he still had 3 elders to rely on. It was indeed foolish to worry over what need not be worried. Thank you, senior brother. My Valley of 4 Seasons boasts unique scenery. You, a busy man, have yet to visit. You must make time to come, Wu Shang exclaimed with excitement, astonished by how easily this matter could be resolved. He had originally suspected that the copper of the first mountain was related to Shouyang Mountain and had considered raiding it. But now it seemed far simpler. Nanji truly lived up to his reputation as a future true immortal of fortune and virtue. He was indeed reliable. However, Nanji's smile stiffened, and he nodded awkwardly. He had never visited the Valley of 4 Seasons. Each time he went, the master was absent. What was he to do? Wu Shang remained oblivious to Nanji's discomfort, continuing his arrangements. The life gold is located in the west. While the sea-subduing divine iron will be more challenging to find. The vast ocean is expansive, and you have significant ties with the dragon clan, so proceed with caution. Observing his disciple's awkwardness, Yuan Shi shook his head helplessly, unable to refrain from changing the subject. Moreover, the dragon clan, as the protagonists of the last calamity, was certainly not as weak as they currently appeared. The ancestral figures of the Azure Dragon, Candle Dragon, and Lei Zhe led him to suspect that the ancestral dragon had never truly perished. According to his calculations, this young bull would likely encounter some troubles on his journey. Unable to quell his worries, Yuan Shi instinctively adjusted his hair crown, enhancing the contained power once more. Feeling the terrifying sword aura imbued with the might of heaven and earth, he silently nodded. This was likely the most formidable in the primordial world. A mere spirit treasure of no rank, yet it harbored the offensive capability of the most esteemed beings of heaven and earth. The second sermon of the Tao ancestor was about to commence. During our absence, it is imperative to impose discipline upon the younger disciples and fulfill the responsibilities expected of a senior brother. Reflecting on Tong Tian's disciples, Yuan Shi shook his head in resignation. Such individuals were utterly distasteful to him, and to witness their beastly behavior within the sacred land of Kunlun was truly outrageous. He had even personally intervened to rescue some of Nanji's kin from harm. Had it not been for the consideration of Tong Tian's reputation, he would have swiftly eliminated them. Huh? Isn't this my senior brother's responsibility? Wu Shang turned his head away, unwilling to engage. He held little regard for Duo Bao, but saw no need to snatch the so-called position of chief disciple. Upon arriving in the primordial world, his goal had always been longevity and freedom amidst the cosmos. Even knowing the dire fate that awaited Jiejiao, he had never contemplated altering that outcome. At most, he would save a few close companions capable of shouldering the banner of Jiejiao. Tio act as a caretaker. That is out of the question. Tong Tian and I have already discussed this. With your character, You are most suited to mediate the conflicts among the many disciples. You possess sufficient strength to suppress them. Do not let my expectations of you go unfulfilled. At this point, Yuan Shi had no intention of allowing him to refuse, placing a heavy burden upon his shoulders. As he prepared to retort, Wu Shang suddenly felt time around him reverse, the stars shifting and space distorting. A blinding light compelling him to close his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself back at the spot where he had first arrived at Yuqing Peak. If not for the sight of the woven fruit basket vanishing, he would have thought everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. Very well, Wu Shang muttered reluctantly, turning to leave. He faintly heard Yuan Shi's admonition. The pure water bowl is of great significance. Do not reveal it easily before others. Chapter 56. A trade of treasures. 3,000 years have passed. Those with fate may come to Zixiao Palace to listen to the teachings. In the skies above Kunlun Mountain, the authoritative voice of Hong Jun Daozu resonated, and where the sound traveled, celestial might surged, and myriad paths fluctuated. Countless golden flowers descended from the heavens, mingled with a faint trace of spiritual essence. Though this spiritual resonance was scarce, it could awaken the slumbering minds of the ignorant, guiding them onto the path of cultivation. In the Valley of the Four Seasons, Wu Shang gazed at the drifting snowflakes. Sighing silently, what was inevitable had finally arrived. Over the years, he had contemplated resigning from Tong Tian multiple times, seeking to leave Kunlun in search of his Tai foundation. Yet each time he was met with his master's ruthless refusal. The reason being, the copper of the first mountain was already sufficient for his current stage of refinement, and being overly eager would only destabilize his foundation. He even considered sneaking out, but each attempt was thwarted by an invisible barrier. Unwavering against his myriad efforts, in despair, he bribed the water and fire youths who served him closely. From this little rascal, he learned the original words. Wu Shang, this little bull, will not be allowed to leave Kunlun Mountain until he undertakes the task of managing the celestial beings. Left with no choice, he could only wait for Tong Tian to leave Kunlun Mountain. The vastness of heaven and earth would then be his to roam freely. Go. Deliver this 3 lights divine water to Qinhe Peak and Mingjue Cave. If I find out you two have been secretly pocketing it, beware. Wu Shang playfully tapped the heads of the 2 little ones, his eyes conveying a hint of warning. These little ones, clad in golden belly bands, were efficient in their tasks, yet their intelligence left much to be desired. They often caused mischief, and had he not disciplined them strictly, they might have dismantled his Xuanxin cave. Had it not been for witnessing his master enlightening the water and fire youths, he might have almost forgotten about these little rascals. Rest assured, my lord, we will ensure the items are delivered to the 2 masters. 2 small creatures nodded excitedly, feeling that Wu Shang had bestowed upon them immense trust. Watching the departing figures of the 2 little ones, he silently gazed at the snowflake in his hand, his thoughts drifting to an unknown realm. Qinhe Peak and Mingjue Cave Heaven served as the sanctuaries for Nanji and Duobao, respectively. As for Duobao, there was no need for elaboration. This fellow, still nursing old wounds, would not recover swiftly even with Huangzhong and Li dangling above him. The Sanguang Divine Water, a supreme healing artifact of the world, combined with a small branch from the Qinghua tree, should suffice for his recuperation. As for Nanji, it was even less to discuss. The copper from Shou Mountain, the size of a grinding disc, had been sent over. Whether it was a gesture of goodwill or carried ulterior motives, he felt compelled to respond. Such treasures as the Sanguang Divine Water, even when given away, bore great significance. As a direct disciple of the 3 Clear sect, even though the 3 Clears had yet to attain sainthood, their disciples enjoyed profound fortunes and abundant wealth due to the intertwining of destinies. Although he had never witnessed Duobao wielding any innate treasures aside from the Duobao Pagoda, his instincts told him that this character was undoubtedly extravagant. Pai Lucian, I greet you, senior brother. Just as Wu Shang was lost in contemplation, a bright voice interrupted his reverie. Pai Lucian, what brings him here? Wu Shang pondered, waving his sleeve to deactivate the protective array, his gaze intensely fixed on the figure outside. Apart from a handful of outer disciples, neither the 7 celestial attendants nor the newly recruited Jin Ling had ever come to pay him a visit alone. Truth be told, He held a keen interest in Jin Gu Xian and Pai Lu Xian. They were among the rare few who had successfully passed through the two trials, indicating that both possessed exceptional talents. Perseverance and temperament. He couldn't fathom why this individual had come to seek him out alone. Ah, it is indeed junior brother Pai Lu, a rare visitor. No wonder I heard the magpie spirit calling at the door today. It turns out a distinguished guest is arriving. Wushang quickly approached, warmly greeting him. Before him stood a handsome young man, adorned with a dark leaf crown, stepping on cloud-soled shoes, dressed in a dark green robe that accentuated his striking appearance. He exuded vitality from head to toe, his golden immortal cultivation robust and steady, not in the least inferior to Wu Yun Xian and Jin Guang Xian, and far superior to that foolish Qiu Shou Xian. What brings you here today, junior brother? Wushang sensed that he was not one for idle chatter, unlike those outer disciples who would flatter him only to approach him later with ulterior motives. Senior brother, I shall speak plainly, for there is no need for pretense, though you possess a gourd-shaped spirit treasure. Upon witnessing Wushang's straightforward demeanor, Pai Lu Xian sighed in relief and spoke candidly. Wushang furrowed his brow. The matter of acquiring the innate gourd was known only to a select few present. Not even Duobao was aware of it. How could he know? With his cultivation level, he shouldn't have had any interaction with beings of that caliber. Could it be, concerning the path to enlightenment, I implore you, senior brother, to clarify if it exists. I would be willing to exchange a precious treasure for it, ensuring you do not suffer any loss. Upon seeing Wushang's expression, Pai Lu Xian realized there was a possibility and spoke urgently. Concerning the path to enlightenment, in his previous life, speculation surrounded this mysterious Pai Lu Xian's identity, either the gourd attaining enlightenment or the reeds achieving the same. Thus, it must be that the Eightfold Path is indeed a gourd. Is this the item you refer to? With a thought, Wushang conjured a gourd radiating black, mysterious light, abruptly appearing in his hand. Although the gourd was small, it emanated boundless power, as if it sought to suppress the heavens and the earth. He possessed great magical prowess, a formidable physical form, and a sharp spirit treasure. The only aspect he could consider a shortcoming was his somewhat insufficient magical energy. He had intended to use this grand treasure to forge a device that would continuously produce elixirs or divine water, but hesitated, feeling it too wasteful, thus delaying his actions. With the presence of the pure water bowl, an exquisite innate spirit treasure, this item became increasingly superfluous in his hands. If he could exchange this for a commendable treasure, he might be inclined to negotiate. Yet, he remained skeptical about what confidence this fellow possessed to boldly assert the acquisition of a top-grade innate treasure. Indeed, it is this item, Pai Lu Xian exclaimed excitedly, stepping forward to caress the gourd's surface as if admiring an unparalleled beauty, sending shivers down his spine. In that case, might I ask if senior brother would consider parting with it? After a moment, Pai Lu Xian reluctantly released the black gourd, summoning an ancient zither into his hands. The zither was not large, possessing 9 strings, its body scorched as if consumed by fierce flames. Displaying a charred HUES, the melodious notes resonated throughout the valley. An invisible force surged forth, attempting to ensnare Wushang completely. Is this a top-grade innate treasure? Wushang gasped in astonishment, looking at Pai Lu Xian in disbelief. This robust fellow, adorned with such a heavy treasure. Indeed, it is a top-grade innate treasure. Hearing Pai Lu Xian's affirmation, Wushang almost thought this fellow had lost his mind. Could it be that a ferocious beast that feasts on brains had emerged in the primordial world? Brain-eating beast? Who would be foolish enough to exchange a top-grade innate treasure for a mid-grade one? Moreover, when did top-grade innate treasures proliferate to such an extent that a mere golden immortal cultivator could possess such a weighty artifact? Junior brother understands that such a trade would be highly disadvantageous for you, senior brother, yet I possess little else of value to offer. Pai Lu Xian, observing Wushang's puzzled expression, felt anxious. Besides this spirit treasure, he had no other resources. Exchanging a magical treasure of the demonic path with a true immortal of such caliber seemed profoundly skewed in favor of senior brother. Would he be cast out? Disadvantaged? What loss are you referring to? Wushang was momentarily taken aback, increasingly convinced that his junior brother had indeed gone mad. Although ancient zither of this nature weren't suitable for him, it was still a top-grade innate treasure. Exchanging a useless gourd for a useless zither bore no loss for him, especially considering the fortuitous opportunity of trading a mid-grade treasure for a top-grade one. Since it pertains to your path to enlightenment, I have no reason to retain it. Take it, junior brother. Saying this, Wushang hastily handed the gourd into his embrace, fearful of any change of heart. He refrained from uttering any polite refusals, recognizing that this fellow was quite sincere. Further politeness might confuse him, leading to a freebie. Matters concerning the path to enlightenment are of great significance, so I shall not intrude further. I bid you farewell. With that, Pai Lu Xian bowed slightly and turned to leave. Displaying a sense of urgency, junior brother, do visit often. I am eager to discuss the great Tao with you, Wushang called out, appreciating such an earnest junior. Initially, Wu Yun had also seemed straightforward, but he had since become cunning, always attempting to extract something from him. Looking at the top-grade innate treasure before him, Wushang fell into deep contemplation, murmuring softly, "If only you were not a zither! What a pity, indeed!" He wondered if he had fallen under the curse of playing to the wrong audience. Despite numerous attempts at refining his zither skills, he received no effective feedback, as if cursed by the heavenly Tao. Fortunately, this transaction was not at a loss, alleviating his previous misgivings, in the future, whether to use it for slaying corpses or gifting it to his disciples. It was a commendable choice. The sixth desire's heavenly demon zither? It stirs the most primal desires within cultivators, weaving boundless illusions that lead them to degradation. A premier demonic artifact. If the Fushi zither is the progenitor of all zither, then the zither of enchantment is the lord of all melodies, the additional two strings capable of simulating the myriad sounds of the world. He pondered how Pai Lu Xian had come to possess such an item. For it must have played a crucial role during the calamity of the Dragon Han era, when the demonic ancestor Luo Ho wreaked havoc upon the innate three clans. Nevertheless, it no longer mattered. Now that it was in his possession, it belonged to him. Sigh, a storm is brewing. Yet, what concern is it of his? With a moment's playfulness, he set aside the wine cup and stored away the zither. Listening to the cawing of the dark crow in his ears, he sighed inwardly. Although he remained secluded, it did not imply he was oblivious to the happenings on Kunlun Mountain. The dark crow possessed a remarkable innate ability. Capable of manifesting countless forms, keeping a vigilant watch over every movement on Kunlun Mountain, Duobao continued to suppress his murderous intent, maintaining an indifferent demeanor towards the newly inducted disciples. He harbored a desire to shoulder the responsibilities of his senior brother, but feared that in a fit of impulse, he might slay them all. Thus he kept the outer disciples in suspense. Jin Ling, entirely detached from worldly affairs, sensed a pressing urgency after perceiving the cultivation levels of Duobao and Wushang, either deep in seclusion or on the path to it. The dark crow circled her cave abode, yet she never emerged. Consequently, those of the highest status on Kunlun Mountain were instead the few who served Tongtian closely. Ironically, those qualified were unwilling to meddle, prompting the likes of Choushou Xian and Lingya Xian to step forward. Both possessed commendable cultivation. Although their methods were not particularly advanced, they excelled in forming friendships, garnering a decent reputation among the outer disciples. And in the midst of toasting and exchanging cups, they forged numerous alliances. Just as Tongtian departed, these two fellows sought out Duobao, likely intending to stir trouble. Drink today, be merry today. Tomorrow's woes shall wait for tomorrow. Wushang sighed, biting into the radiantly gleaming copper ingot, savoring it slowly, a sip of wine. A bite of copper, indeed a moment of ease and comfort. This copper from Shoshan was truly worthy of its reputation, possessing a profound weightiness that, despite little consumption, left him feeling quite sated. Moreover, it resonated with the Huangzhongli sealed within him, imparting a sense of immense heaviness to his being. It also harmonized with the Chishuezhuan, causing his complexion to oscillate between a deep crimson and earthy yellow. He formed hand seals and chanted incantations, as the remaining copper from Shoshan transformed into liquid in his grasp. The liquid swirled, weaving innate divine patterns before him, manifesting an infinite charm. This was a unique technique of the Zirong clan, utilized to refine divine metals and gold, a skill he had mastered. As the liquid churned, faint impurities evaporated in an instant. He hastily summoned the Jing Shin Di and the Hun Yuan Xian Ta. The divine liquid split into two, continuously absorbed by the two treasures. Both were mature spiritual treasures, with the remnants of their subtle consciousness capable of autonomously refining such divine materials, requiring little effort. Soon, a soil yellow radiance appeared on the misty tower of the Hun Yuan Xian Ta, looking exceptionally resplendent. While the Jing Shan Di acquired a touch of steadiness, success, Wushang rejoiced, momentarily at a loss for words. These two treasures were his most cherished possessions, having grown alongside him. Witnessing their continuous strengthening brought him immense joy. As he toyed with the spinning treasure tower, he felt an indescribable anticipation within. Would it still be a mid-grade spiritual treasure? Nevertheless, it was nearing completion. This treasure was intrinsically linked to his fate. Forged from chaotic spiritual materials, even if its rank was not high, its solidity and heft sufficed for him as a golden immortal practitioner. Now, with the enhancement of the Shoshan copper, it would likely serve well even as a blunt instrument. A great task accomplished, it seemed time to hasten his progress. Having experienced the benefits brought by the Shoshan copper, he was filled with expectation for the subsequent divine metals. However, it was time to tidy up this mess on Kunlun Mountain. Chapter 58. To kill the chicken to warn the monkeys under the command of the Upper Clear sect. All immortals were to gather at Mirror Lake 3 days hence, and none must err. On Kunlun Mountain, the disciples beneath Tongtian heard a voice of authority reverberating like a great bell, stirring their very souls. Whether resting or in seclusion, all opened their eyes simultaneously. Some sighed in relief. Others cheered joyously, while some furrowed their brows, directly voicing their displeasure with curses. Yet, all their varied reactions were captured by the Dark Crow, acting as a moving camera. If action were to be taken, it would be bold and decisive. Timidity had never been his nature. Should any outer disciple dare to act out, he would not hesitate to make an example of them. On Chinha Peak, Nanji stroked his beard with a smile, murmuring, Kunlun Mountain is finally bustling. Yet his tone was filled with a sense of schadenfreude. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. On a tranquil lake surface, a gentle breeze caressed, causing the lotus leaves to sway gracefully, while small fish leaped from beneath the foliage, creating ripples that cloaked the lake in an invisible veil. Wushang sat quietly upon a large lotus leaf, observing the vibrant blossoms, his expression serene. The mountains behind him rolled like a great dragon in motion, lush trees thriving all around, painting a scene brimming with vitality. A lake, a leaf, a Taoist, and a water buffalo resting beside him formed a picture of tranquil beauty. Refreshing to the soul. Wushang, my brother. Long time no see. Above the lake, a white heron danced gracefully, its wings tracing beautiful arcs across the sky. Wu Yunxian leaped down from the heron, settling quietly before him. Come, sit. Wushang's eyes opened slightly, nodding in acknowledgement. Saying little today, he needed to establish his authority, maintaining the dignity of a direct disciple, lest it be undermined. Hearing this, Wu Yunxian casually drew a lotus leaf closer, smiling as he took a seat near Wushang, mimicking his pose of observing the heart. Wushang, my brother, it has indeed been a while. Jian Guangxian's entrance was less grand than Wu Yunxian's, but equally striking. His golden robes billowing without wind. With each step, an overwhelming aura of death emanated behind him. Had he not consciously restrained himself, the entire Mirror Lake would have been plunged into lifelessness. Wushang could not be bothered to engage him. Merely nodding, then sitting closely beside Wu Yunxian. With their support, the multitude of immortals under Tongtian arrived in succession, some riding clouds, others transforming into streaks of light, while others, like Wushang, brought along their mounts, each showcasing their unique abilities. At last, he spotted his junior sister Jean Ling, who appeared understated and reserved, her cultivation reaching the mid-stage. Perhaps it was due to her recent breakthrough, for her aura fluctuated noticeably, even exuding a sense of barely contained energy. As the time approached, Wushang surveyed the gathered immortals and slowly began to speak. I am Wushang, appointed by the master to instruct all the immortals today. His voice was grave, but before he could finish, a figure riding a blood-red streak of light descended upon Mirror Lake. The intoxicating scent of alcohol instantly caused several to furrow their brows. "Apologies, brother, I am late. Please forgive me." Looking at the swaying, inebriated figure who spoke with hiccups, Wushang wore a gentle expression. "It is of no consequence. As brothers, we ought to unite in friendship. This is but a trifling matter." "I shall not take offense." The Taoist with blood-red ram's horns likely did not anticipate Wushang's amiable disposition. After exchanging glances with a certain individual, he gradually relaxed. "Ha ha ha, then I thank you, brother. I say, since we have all been accepted as disciples of a renowned master, we should indulge in the freedom of the world, enjoying life to the fullest. Audacious, to be so disrespectful before Brother Wushang." A voice interrupted, rebuking the drunken Taoist. "As cultivators of the supreme path, having taken our vows under the master, we ought to be even more diligent. How can we wallow in indulgence?" Before Wu Yunxian and Jing Guangxian could respond, it was the usually quiet Pai Lucian who took the lead in support. "Who are you? A wandering spirit, a solitary ghost, barking like a dog while the cat does not catch the mouse." It was unclear whether this outer disciple was genuinely intoxicated or simply bold. But he unleashed a barrage of insults at the honest Pai Lucian. Pai Lucian's face turned crimson, his hands trembling uncontrollably, suppressing the murderous intent within. If his eyes could shoot divine light, surely this fellow would have 2 new holes in his body. All eyes turned to Wushang, then to the two who had clashed, curious how he would resolve this conflict. At this moment, he was inwardly delighted, never expecting a monkey to emerge so swiftly, which saved him the trouble of searching. Wushang remained silent, sitting calmly at the center of the lake, his figure suddenly transforming into a giant, several dozen feet tall. His palm extending as endless intricate metallic divine patterns manifested upon it. The ram-horned Taoist had already intended to flee, yet he never anticipated the giant palm's speed. In an instant, he was captured within Wushang's grasp. "Brother, spare me, brother, spare me." The ram-horned Taoist could hardly believe Wushang truly dared to act, hastily pleading for mercy. Did he not fear the master's reprimand? To be foolish to such an extent was truly beneath contempt. "Considering you are but a pawn in someone else's scheme, I shall spare your life. However, while you may escape the death penalty, you cannot evade punishment." Wushang cast a disdainful glance at him, slightly tightening his fist. The sound of a wretched scream echoed within his palm, and with a casual flick, he tossed the Taoist away. The crowd frowned in concern, recognizing that every bone and sinew in his body had been shattered. Recovering would likely take a century at least. The intoxicating brew of the drunken immortal, laced with the mind-bewildering pill, was intended to induce a loss of composure, or perhaps to showcase the might of Brother Wushang. "Why does the esteemed Xiaoshu Xianshers Jr. not enlighten me?" Wushang, with an impassive expression, gazed at the Xiaoshu Xianshur seated among the crowd. The sight of this individual made him break out in a cold sweat. "Brother, you misunderstand. I am not well acquainted with him," Xiaoshu Xianshur hastily clarified, eager to avoid a direct confrontation with Wushang. "No matter." Wushang, uninterested in his explanation, interrupted him outright. Before Xiaoshu could catch his breath, Wushang waved his sleeve, sending him flying as if swatting away a fly. He had never regarded him as significant before his breakthrough, and even less so now. Such trivial beings were akin to earth chickens and tile dogs. Had it not been for their location on Kunlun Mountain, he could have easily crushed them. For the first time, he felt the constraints imposed upon him by being a disciple of the Sanqing. Chapter 59. Wushang's teachings. Now that the trivial matters are settled, we may commence our serious business. Wushang clapped his hands and returned to his normal size. "I trust that most of the disciples present are not particularly inclined to engage in discussions of scripture. Not only do you lack the desire, but I share that sentiment as well. Were it not for my master's repeated pleas, I would have long departed Kunlun Mountain to venture forth." Wushang, suddenly relaxed, leaned casually against Zhu Huai beside him. The stark contrast astonished everyone, and before they could acclimate, Wushang continued, "However, as disciples of our master, You have enjoyed the myriad conveniences bestowed by the Sanqing and must bear the corresponding responsibilities. I am indifferent to how profound your cultivation is or whether your magical abilities meet my satisfaction, but surely you must have mastered the foundational Qingxian scriptures. He surveyed the assembly, noting how many had yet to fully convert their techniques. Wushang reclined lazily against Zhu Huai, his tone casual, yet it turned severe at the end. Those who had not completed their conversions lowered their heads in shame. Brother, we have only just joined our master's sect, and our techniques have been pieced together from mere fragments. It is hardly our fault, a timid rabbit-faced disciple stammered. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she mustered the courage to speak first. Wushang glanced at her and nodded. No matter, from this day forth, every 3 years, I shall impart teachings and resolve your doubts. He remained unperturbed by her retort, calmly assuming the mantle of instructing the assembly. The formerly lethargic outer disciples now glimmered with renewed vigor. Their eyes fixated on Wushang, astonished that their second senior brother was the one to enlighten them. Seeing the crowd poised and ready, Wushang nodded in satisfaction and embarked on his journey of instruction. In the depths of the cave lies the profound mystery. The resonating essence of Taiyuan fills the 8 directions with divine might, guiding me naturally. The spirit treasures and talismans proclaim to the 9 heavens. As the celestial forces converge, the myriad beings are liberated through the incantations of the primordial texts, recited in reverence, invoking the spirits of the mountains and seas. As he spoke, profound scriptures flowed from his lips. There were no extravagant displays or golden lotuses springing forth, only the pure essence of the Tao and its principles. The Taoist rhythms that thrived upon Kunlun Mountain seemed ignited by some unseen force, causing the entire mirror lake to exude an extraordinary allure. The assembly of immortals occasionally furrowed their brows, then broke into joyous laughter, some even transforming into their true forms, leisurely capturing the missing verses within their primordial spirits. The wondrous scriptures prompted the lotus flowers to bloom in unison, their movements on the tranquil lake surface appearing remarkably harmonious. Wushang himself seemed to enter a realm of profound enlightenment, feeling the bounteous gifts of the celestial way and the purification of his spirit. In this moment, all notions of boundless slaughter and treachery evaporated, allowing him to forget all worries and fatigue, fully embracing the beauty of nature. The restlessness of his unbroken state had finally settled into serenity. In this moment, the lake was not only a treasure bestowed by Kunlun Mountain, but also a sanctuary for his soul. The beauty and tranquility of this place would forever linger in the hearts of the assembly. Indeed, Wushang possesses remarkable fortune and auspiciousness, remarked Nanji, gazing from afar at Xinhe Peak while stroking his beard in admiration. The realm beyond the Golden Immortal is exceptionally profound, and it becomes increasingly challenging to attain enlightenment through mere recitation of scriptures. However, upon reflection, it seems reasonable. Delivering teachings to others serves as a form of organizing the Dao. By addressing others' gaps, one deepens their own understanding. Duobao, having arrived unannounced, casually placed the gravely injured Qiushou Xianshi and the Yangjiao Daoist. Akin to lifeless clay, upon the lake's surface, he settled beside Wushang, utilizing the tranquility to temper the murderous intent within his heart. Although he was disinclined to engage with the two, he recognized the opportunity. Should they truly fall behind, they could become a future nuisance. It was better to let them listen. With curiosity, Duobao studied Wushang, never imagining that such a being, steeped in bloodshed, could possess such a serene disposition. This Wushang resembled not a disciple of their master, but rather a disciple of their grandmaster. The scriptures were brief. His responsibility was merely to provide the complete text, not to elucidate it. So he concluded his recitation promptly. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to find Duobao, the rotund figure, gazing at him with curiosity. Who wouldn't be frightened? The assembly of immortals, upon awakening, collectively bowed to Duobao. We pay our respects to the senior brother. The distinction between a true disciple and the foremost disciple of the Sanqing was considerable, yet among all of Kunlun, Wushang had never regarded it as significant. Brother, do you not intend to provide a detailed commentary on the scriptures? A bold bird-like disciple inquired, recalling the usual process followed by Tongtian. Well, I could just chew it up and feed it to you. Or perhaps I could simply cultivate for you. Wushang silently screamed in his heart, yet his expression remained unchanged as he patiently explained. Repetition of the scripture reveals its meaning. The same great Tao is perceived differently by each person. Most of you present have yet to break through to the golden immortal stage. The essence of gold is eternal. In the eyes of great practitioners, it represents the beginning of cultivation. If you rely solely on me for explanations, you will find it difficult to step beyond my path. Wushang's patient explanations and thoughtful reassurances made the undercurrent of laughter among the disciples, particularly the cloud-dwelling immortal, all the more pronounced. Laziness is laziness. Yet you speak so grandly. He had received Wushang's guidance even while in the Xinxian realm. Though he thought this, he had no intention of voicing it. As a beneficiary, he had no reason to burden Wushang. He could only revel in his own amusement. Wushang cast a glance at him, feeling vexed, and conjured a pair of large hands with his magical power, dragging him into the depths of the lake. You can laugh as you please, but why be so lewd? It is better not to see at all. After all, the lake cannot drown fish. You all must remember the scriptures and diligently cultivate. 3 years from now, I shall assess your progress here. Should you be found lacking, do not blame me for reporting to our master and expelling you from the sect. With that, Wushang faded from view entirely, vanishing without a trace. Without a hint of pressure, this group of indolent souls would likely continue to linger aimlessly. Chapter 60. Qiushou Xianchu's plans. The myriad gods pay homage, commanding thunder and lightning, causing demons to tremble and spirits to forget themselves. Within lies the force of thunder, the thunder deity concealed in name. The cave's wisdom unfolds, the 5 energies surge, golden light swiftly manifests, enveloping the true immortals, unveiling the mysteries of the scriptures. Above Mirror Lake, the assembly of immortals loudly recited the Qingxian scriptures. Though they grasped not the true meaning, they felt the surging waves of the Tao resonating through them. Meanwhile, Wushang lay languidly upon the water's surface, quietly grooming Zhu Huai's fur, reflecting, truly, fierce beasts are deserving of their name. How untidy you are, yet you bear not a single louse. Such is the nature of the world. He searched thoroughly but found nothing, casually plucking a handful of long fur, which caused Zhu Huai to shake his head in displeasure. Seizing the moment when Wushang was distracted, Zhu Huai cast a sidelong glare at his master. Were it not for the disparity in strength, he would have relished the opportunity to bite off his head. Although the Niu clan bore a resemblance to him, their delectable taste left him longing for more. Suddenly, amidst the recitations of the assembly, a long, black whip manifested as an endless shadow, striking the cloud-dwelling immortal. He had clearly seen it coming, yet no matter how he dodged, the whip struck his back with resounding force. Nearly bursting his eyes with rage, Wu Yun, if you dare to doze off again, next time I shall stab you with my sword. With a slight lift of his eyelids, Wushang spoke without the slightest hint of courtesy. This whip was forged by him casually, lacking any extraordinary effects, save for inflicting considerable pain. Wu Yun, having cultivated the 8-9 mystical arts, possessed a formidable physique, thus requiring such a type of spiritual treasure to instill a lesson in him. Senior brother, you already have the monkey to honor the chicken. Why must you make things difficult for me? Wu Yun silently transmitted his thoughts, feeling quite wronged. Enough of your nonsense. If I don't hit you harder, it would be an affront to the 2 drops of 3 light divine water I bestowed upon you. Wushang couldn't be bothered to engage with him further. Were this the modern world, he would undoubtedly report this fellow for extortion. He needn't even step outside to inquire. In the vast wilderness, who wouldn't want to partake in such dealings? Senior brother, you never mentioned you possessed such a treasure. Wu Yun lamented, had I known, I wouldn't have spoken so rashly. Do you think I care? Wushang replied, raising his head to see this pitiful creature gazing at him. Hand outstretched, as if seeking favors, he responded decisively, unwilling to entertain further dialogue. The celestial beings around them remained oblivious to the atmosphere between Wu Yun and Wushang, each pretending not to notice as they continued to recite the upper clear celestial scripture with unwavering focus. Initially, they felt a sense of shame, but as more participants joined, the resonance of the scripture invoked an increasing Tao rhythm. Even the transformation of their techniques accelerated, much to their delight. Gradually, reciting scripture by the mirror lake became an essential part of their daily routine. At the back of the crowd, Lingya watched Wu Yun's plight with trepidation, casting a furtive glance at Qiuqiu. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a secret transmission. Wushang is bullying us too deeply. We, the offspring of the earth and sky, were born free. How can we allow ourselves to be so oppressed? Listening to Qiuqiu's indignant complaints, Lingya quickly lowered his head. Huh? Has this fool forgotten how he was trampled by Wushang? What insights does senior brother have? As a junior, he deemed it necessary to understand this fellow's intentions. No insights, however. I have already contacted our eldest senior brother. I observe that he is quite inclined to manage the Celestial Assembly. He is our eldest senior brother, after all, and should naturally assume the responsibility of overseeing us, rather than allowing Wushang to do so. I have already coordinated with several junior brothers. When the time comes, we can shift our allegiance to the eldest senior brother's domain, and we might find things easier. Seeing the smug expression on this blue-faced man, Lingya felt reluctant to dampen his spirits. The eldest senior brother appeared formidable and had returned alongside Wushang. Suggesting a close relationship, approaching him recklessly might yield worse outcomes than remaining with Wushang. I know what concerns you, junior brother. I have already inquired with the white crane in the mountain, and our eldest senior brother's relationship with Wushang is quite poor. They have even clashed violently before, so rest assured. Qiuqiu was not foolish. He could easily perceive the disdain in Lingya's eyes and boldly put forth this trump card to alleviate his worries. Is it truly so? Indeed. Upon receiving the affirmative response, Lingya's eyes lit up with intrigue. Even amidst the treacherous wilderness, rife with bloodshed, he was a dominant force thanks to his bloodline. However, since arriving at Kunlun Mountain, he had faced numerous setbacks, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened. Aligning himself under the auspices of the multi-treasure sect seemed logical, and even if conditions were less than ideal, how bad could it truly be? Having made up his mind, he looked at Qiuqiu and nodded decisively. Senior brother, recent rumors suggest that the eldest senior brother wishes to take over the responsibility of managing the Celestial Assembly. During the intermission, Jingguang glanced at Wushang with some hesitance. He shared a good rapport with Wu Yun and was somewhat aware of the tensions between his own senior brother and the eldest senior brother. He had heard that several outer disciples were eager to defect to the eldest senior brother's side, and he couldn't let his own senior brother suffer a loss. Oh? Is that so? Wushang's eyes brightened with surprise as he looked at him. Senior brother, are you not angry? Jingguang was taken aback, unable to comprehend his senior brother's reaction. What is there to be angry about? I have never held any interest in this task. If someone is willing to take it over, I would welcome it. Moreover, do you consider this a good thing? That gluttonous multi-treasure, beset by murderous intent, will hardly care for the disciples who flock to him. Let him manage. He has a fierce temper and many rules. A minor misstep could lead to the slaughter of all those fools. Conversely, neglecting the task would be disrespectful to our master's teachings. Therefore, it was highly likely he would seek someone to oversee the Celestial Assembly, while he merely maintained a nominal role, allowing the chaotic thoughts of the assembly to refine his own Tao heart. Upon hearing this, Wushang surmised multi-treasure's intentions and disdainfully shook his head. Those who cultivate the supreme path often possess a certain ruthlessness. Most disciples who flock to him would likely learn nothing and waste precious time. So, shall we simply allow them to depart? Jingguang queried uncertainly, as this was a task assigned by their master. And his senior brother might find it difficult to evade this duty. Those with weak Tao hearts will naturally leave. We need only accept a few who possess resolute hearts. Wushang chuckled and shook his head. Tongtian would not penalize him for this reason. Each person has their own karmic ties, and those who choose to leave voluntarily are of no concern to him. Chapter 61. Shiji Kunlun Mountain, with its expansive forests and undulating peaks, resembles a colossal dragon winding through the landscape. The towering trees reach skyward, their foliage filtering sunlight into a magnificent tapestry. The faint sound of scripture recitation permeates the air, awakening the innate wisdom of countless beings, prompting them to cultivate instinctively. Within the woods dwelled many rare creatures, some tranquil, others sacred, all curiously observing several stealthy figures. Senior brother, are you truly leaving Kunlun without your oversight? I fear the majority of disciples will flock to the eldest senior brother's side. Our situation will no longer be so comfortable. Even if you disdain power, you must consider your own well-being. At the forest's edge, a robust man clad in a black robe earnestly counseled, I do not concern myself with such trifles. If my cultivation soars to unmatched heights, I truly do not believe anyone would dare provoke me. Wushang waved his hand dismissively, his face a mask of disdain. Having arrived in this primordial world, why engage in petty intrigues? When calamity descends, not even the disciples of saints are exempt. Even saints themselves may become ensnared. Senior brother, please do not speak so. Under your stringent policies, many disciples have already developed a dislike for you. If they were to hear this, it would tarnish your reputation. Wu Yun was nearly at a loss for words. He had never interacted with multi-treasure, yet his senior brother's nonchalant demeanor left them in a quandary. Although they belonged to the same sect, Wushang, by nature, would not object even if he allied with multi-treasure. Yet he wished to avoid letting the foolish Chosho exert authority over him. If they dislike me, so be it. If one person dislikes me, that is their issue, but if many do, it indicates they are undoubtedly united. If you are unwilling to stay, come with me to venture forth. Wushang remained indifferent to the opinions of inconsequential individuals, exhibiting a remarkable composure. Upon hearing this, both Wu Yun and the onlooking Jingguang gazed at him with fervent anticipation. Why not say it sooner? This is precisely what they were waiting for. Given their current level of cultivation, they were assured they would no longer be bullied. Their earlier remarks were primarily aimed at accompanying Wushang on a leisurely jaunt, rather than an arduous journey. Whether it was the 8-9 mystical arts or the upper clear celestial scripture, they had grasped the essence. All they needed to do was progress steadily in their cultivation. Even the 36 celestial techniques had several forms reaching the minor success stage, granting them sufficient combat capability to command respect outside. They had no desire to remain cooped up in Kunlun Mountain. Born of the earth and sky, their heightened strength had fostered a deep yearning for the outside world. Quickly, Shurji, hasten and activate the mystical arts to take us all out, whether through water escape or earth escape. Wushang and his companions had attempted this numerous times, yet they were unable to depart Kunlun Mountain. Tongtian had been quite ruthless, sealing even the underground rivers. However, Wushang speculated that his master might not have anticipated such a measure to restrain innate abilities. As this was the most primal essence of a living being, surely he would not have considered this aspect. I am willing to give it my all. A female immortal adorned with a plain cloud crown and draped in a dark yellow robe, exuding an ethereal elegance, seemed to embody the favor of heaven and earth. Though not a stunning beauty, she radiated warmth and gentleness. This place was filled with sealing imprints, and as a mere true immortal, she had little confidence in her ability to transport 3 golden immortal powers. Had it not been for the enticing rewards, she would have been disinclined to attempt this task. Wushang and the others looked at her with eager anticipation. This young sister demonstrated unwavering determination in her quest for enlightenment. Although her innate talent for cultivating the upper clear celestial scripture was lacking, Wushang had still conferred the 8-9 mystical arts upon her. The reason was simple. She possessed a natural affinity for this area. A golden-hued divine light enveloped them all, creating a unique vibration with the earth. At that moment they seemed to hear the very breath of the ground. Each held their breath, the divine light trembled, and suddenly, everything went dark before their eyes as they vanished from their original spot. Have we truly emerged? Wushang excitedly scanned the surroundings, turning back to catch a glimpse of the barrier behind them. Ha ha ha, I am finally free. Wushang laughed heartily, for only he knew the extent of his confinement during this period. Indeed, being a caretaker is the most vexing of tasks. However, before they could revel in their joy for long, a dizzying sensation struck, the divine light surged, and celestial beings descended, countless mysterious energies instantaneously augmenting the barrier behind them. This is bad. We must flee. As the words left his mouth, a terrifying force of suction emanated from the barrier, freezing their triumphant expressions in place, followed by a tumultuous spinning sensation. The runes flickering on the barrier, combined with the surrounding living flora and fauna, as well as the mountains and earth veins, formed a complex and wondrous mysterious formation. Not far from the barrier, in a flowing crystal-clear stream, the water rippled like a mirror, where a verdant lotus gently swayed, and countless divine patterns rapidly converged within the green lotus. As if everything that had just transpired was merely an illusion, my master is truly cunning to trap me. He even resorted to using formations. Wu Shang glared angrily at the green lotus, gritting his teeth. How could he be so foolish? Such an obvious formation went unnoticed. Had he known earlier, he would have crushed that flower without hesitation. Yet now, it was too late. He never anticipated that someone would place the formation outside the formation itself. Such a heretical approach could only be devised by his unscrupulous master. Brother, what shall we do? The cloud immortal looked somewhat dejected, glancing at his elder brother, hesitant to speak. There's no choice but to return home. Breaking the formation is, in fact, quite simple. As long as he is willing to slaughter the surrounding creatures and destroy the Kunlun mountain veins, he could escape in the blink of an eye. But he was not foolish. How could he easily invite such tremendous karma upon himself? Merely destroying the Kunlun mountain veins alone would likely lead to his demise when the calamity descends. Wu Shang shook his head in resignation, casually tossing a piece of chaotic stubborn stone the size of an egg toward Shurji. This item is an excellent choice for forging a life weapon or enhancing one's roots. However, as long as Shurji is not foolish, she will wisely choose the latter. Thinking of the muscular maiden adept in the 8-9 mystical arts, unmatched in strength, he felt some anticipation for the confrontation between Shurji and Tai. Tai, Demonis, surrender your life. Shurji, take your grandmother. Tai met his end. Just imagining that scene was exhilarating. Wu Shang chuckled softly, leisurely making his way towards Mirror Lake. Chapter 62. Fortune favors the bold within the Xuanxin cave. Wu Shang lay languidly on the stone bed, surrounded by the vast waves of law fluctuations. A group of small golden beans incessantly tapped against his body, producing sounds akin to metal clashing. A semi-transparent phantom continually swayed before them, occasionally revealing a satisfied smile. This technique for projecting one's primordial spirit is indeed quite effective, being one of the accompanying arts of the 8-9 mystical arts. While it does not significantly enhance combat power, it is undeniably profound. In later generations, a certain monkey nearly perfected this divine ability. Wu Shang, imitating him, diligently practiced the art. Since realizing he could not escape, he had completely given up. He no longer attended lectures or engaged in philosophical discussions, nor was he interested in cultivation. As far as practice was concerned, he hadn't spent a single moment on it. Naturally, his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. No matter how much he trained, he could not break through. Moreover, his innate talent and foundation did not require accumulation, so he preferred to lie flat and enjoy life. Were he not too lazy to move, he would have even considered instructing a few Crane clan maidens to perform dances for him. A few drops of Sangguang divine water would surely entice his senior brother from the South Pole to make this deal. Occasionally, when boredom struck, he would share a drink with a few close companions and discuss the law. Under his subtle persuasion, Shurji successfully joined his ranks, and after several rounds of coaxing, she chose to forge a giant axe as her life weapon. Even the Tiangang divine ability she selected encompassed methods for subduing dragons and tigers, moving mountains, and filling seas. This filled him with great anticipation for Shurji's future. Moreover, whether by fate or coincidence, the Cloud Immortal, the Golden Light Immortal, the Pilu Immortal, and now Shurji, all those close to him, seemed to possess commendable talent and body refinement. Additionally, with the 36 Tiangang divine abilities he bestowed upon them, their small team surprisingly lacked any apparent weaknesses. My lord, a female immortal has arrived at the door, claiming she has matters to discuss with you. A little bean bounced in, shaking its body incessantly. Wu Shang returned his primordial spirit to position, playfully observing the small creature, then flicked it away with a light tap. Please come in. Through the formation, he already knew who the visitor was. He was merely curious about her purpose. Greetings, second senior brother. Observing the woman clad in golden robes, exuding ethereal grace, she was different from Shurji, who was gentle. Her beauty was breathtaking, and boundless phenomena manifested behind her, causing earth, fire, water, and wind to stir. Wu Shang curiously scrutinized her. This junior sister had never missed a lecture at Mirror Lake, yet they had never interacted, leaving him unsure of her intentions today. "What brings you here, junior sister?" He could discern that Jinling and Duobao were of similar temperament. Both earnest and somewhat rigid, so he bypassed pleasantries and directly inquired Yuem. Jinling paused, taken aback by the directness of this brother, renowned for his smoothness. She quietly sighed in relief as her prepared responses dissipated. "I have come to inquire about something. May I ask if the Thunder True Water in Cloud Immortal's possession was bestowed by you, senior brother?" "Indeed. Might I inquire if you possess more of this treasure?" "Yes." Jinling's eyes brightened, realizing Wu Shang's forthrightness had not been in vain. "How much do you have left?" "I am willing to trade with Tai's essence gold." In her earlier years, to prevent herself from falling into the cycle of the 5 elements. Severing her cultivation path, she forcibly altered her path and reformed to the 4 symbols. Though it was a considerable leap, her talent allowed her to navigate this path successfully. However, her body still instinctively resisted her chosen path. Necessitating resolution of this issue, it is well known that lightning can destroy gold. If she could transform the destructive force of thunder into the foundation of creation, all her difficulties would be easily resolved. According to her master's description, only the Thunder Divine Water could achieve this. She had already planned to beseech the Thunder Lake Great Deity for some. Had she not fortuitously seen the Cloud Immortal playing with this divine water, she would have remained unaware of how close this treasure was to her. "Yes, I do have some. Just not much." Wu Shang frowned slightly. This item had originally been given sparingly by the stingy Lei Li. He had already gifted some to Duobao and given a bit to the Cloud and Golden Light Immortals, and he had yet to enjoy any himself. As he spoke, Wu Shang summoned the remaining handful of divine water. The divine water swayed in the air, appearing as though there was but a little, yet the contained destructive force caused the water to roll tumultuously, exuding an aura of impending waves upon seeing the seemingly condensed thunderous divine water. A hint of obsession flickered across Jinling's face. "That's enough. This is sufficient." Jinling's emotions were complex. She had initially thought Wu Shang's claim of having little meant just a drop or two, never anticipating it would amount to such a handful. Surely, this is a bit too extravagant. Does he even comprehend the true value of what he possesses? This item is crucial for my cultivation, so I shall not disturb you further. I hope you will understand. With that, she placed a piece of Tai essence gold, the size of a human head, on the ground and transformed into a beam of golden light. Swiftly departing into the distance, it was evident that she was indeed in a hurry. Wu Shang did not engage in further pleasantries. Allowing her to leave it was a pity. He had not yet tasted what the Thunder True Water was like. He vowed that the next time he acquired a treasure, he would be the first to act, for he could not afford to slight himself. Shifting his gaze, he regarded the Tai essence gold on the ground. His fingers moved slightly, and the grand treasure came to rest in his hand. It had even been refined. How thoughtful, Wu Shang mused. It seemed this junior sister was not as cold as she appeared. Wu Shang, seated upon the high platform, fell into contemplation. Ever since his return, it seemed that whatever he desired would effortlessly fall into his hands, whether it was fortune smiling upon him or mere coincidence. He could not tell. Logically speaking, slaying fierce beasts indeed brings merit, and he had contributed significantly, yet it hardly warranted such exaggeration. First-rate innate spiritual treasures and innate divine metals had begun to make him anxious. Could it be that some ancient being was plotting against him? "I wish for the chaos bell." Wu Shang tentatively spoke. Observing the lack of response, he calmly shook his head. Indeed, it seemed he was simply fortunate. Unperturbed by the oddity of his fortune, he resolved to confront whatever challenges arose. As the saying goes, when soldiers arrive, they shall be met with soldiers. When water comes, it shall be damned. Even if the heavens were to collapse. He had his master to support him. He effortlessly divided the precious Tai gold, absorbing and refining it with practiced ease. This process had become second nature to him. Both he and his spiritual treasure had matured into adept entities. He was now adept at self-forging, capable of handling it with finesse. Chapter 63. Western Kunlun. Within the depths of Xuanxin Cave in Western Kunlun, Wushang reclined languidly on a stone bed, savoring grapes and munching on sunflower seeds. Utterly at ease. The seeds originated from a sunflower tainted by demonic energy. He had forgotten the exact species, but it bore a striking resemblance to a sunflower, engulfed in black flames. These flames could consume flesh and incinerate souls. Boasting considerable power, yet in his hands, they barely had a chance to retaliate before he effortlessly severed their heads and even feasted upon their primordial spirits. The fragrance of the sunflower seeds was intoxicating, requiring no roasting, rendering them a rare spiritual delicacy. Apart from a few he had planted in the valley, the rest were consumed as snacks. Senior brother, a fight has broken out outside. While he was relishing his treat, Jane Guangxian and Wu Yunxian barged in unexpectedly. A fight? Who is involved? Where? What is the situation? Wu Shang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he sprang from the bed. The tranquil moments had lingered long enough, and he was unaware of which divine being had conferred upon him this newfound entertainment. It is the junior brother Qiushou and senior brother Nanji. Apparently, it started because Qiushou devoured a celestial white crane, which is a relative of senior brother Nanji. After a moment's contemplation, Jan Guangxian elucidated the circumstances, inwardly lamenting that even great golden immortals could refrain from indulging. Who among the Kunlun knew of the intricate ties between the Crane clan and Nanji? The blame lay squarely on Qiushou's insatiable appetite. Ah, I see. He then performed a hand gesture, conjuring divine light that coalesced into a magnificent mirror in midair. This was the heavenly tidal technique, capable of revealing the happenings across the realms, capturing the scenes of the Yanfuxian world. Although he had not diligently practiced, manifesting the events occurring in Kunlun was no challenge. The three of them eagerly scrutinized the figures reflected in the mirror. Foolish. While senior brother Nanji possessed profound cultivation, his display was excessively grandiose. Just moments ago, a well-timed trick could have sent him into disarray. Wushang offered a sharp critique, yearning for a chance to personally intervene. And even Wu Yunxian and Jing Guangxian nodded in agreement. Most who had not experienced life and death struggles would exhibit such flaws. It seemed his second uncle had protected him too well. Moreover, Nanji indeed lacked talent in combat. Though he was a celestial beast, his physical prowess was unremarkable, and he ought not to waste time on legwork like Qiushou. Senior brother, look. This foolish lion may lack formidable techniques, but one must admit he possesses unique insights in practical combat. Observing the lion's lewd and despicable maneuvers, Wu Yunxian felt no shame, instead nodding in satisfaction. In the face of life-and-death combat, the notions of fairness and righteousness held no significance. Nanji appeared to recall his strengths, forming hand seals as numerous, auspicious energies transformed into chains that surged toward Qiushou. This left the foolish lion overwhelmed. In the presence of overwhelming power, his magic was mediocre, and even his protective treasures were rendered ineffective. Under such circumstances, defeat was merely a matter of time. By the way, senior brother, shall we not lend a hand? Jin Guangxian looked at Wushang, puzzled. After all, they were fellow disciples, and merely spectating felt rather unseemly. To what end? Not a chance. Caught between a detested junior brother and a benefactor senior brother, he would be out of his mind to intervene. Jan Guangxian, unable to comprehend the nature of their relationship, could not grasp Wushang's indifference. Rest assured, no harm will come. Even if trouble arises, there are those who will bear the brunt. Wushang glanced at the still-bound Qiushou, feeling slightly bored, and waved his hand, dispersing the mirror. His elder brother, Daobao, was no idle figure. In the face of such events, who else would step forward if not him? It certainly would not fall on his shoulders as the second brother. Ah, I almost forgot to mention. I've devised a way down the mountain. Are you two coming or not? Suddenly remembering something important, Wushang addressed the duo eagerly. Down the mountain? How? Their eyes lit up with anticipation. They had nearly given up on the idea, only to find it had taken a new turn. This vast Kunlun mountain was not merely the domain of their master. Wushang smiled knowingly, speaking with hidden significance. Western Kunlun? The two exchanged glances, exclaiming in delight. Since the establishment of the Purple Mansion, The Western Queen Mother had relocated to Panglai, leaving only a few Qingyao behind to guard the area. Be courteous or bring a gift. It should not be too difficult to pass through the gates of Western Kunlun. The three exchanged knowing looks, silently nodding before transforming into streaks of light, soaring westward. As for the affairs of Kunlun Mountain, they would leave it to their elder brother to handle, beneath the three pure ones. Wu Shang, a direct disciple of the Upper Pure, had come to pay his respects at the border of Eastern and Western Kunlun. Wu Shang summoned his magical energy and bellowed toward the realm of Western Kunlun. My master has already gone to the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the Tao Ancestors' teachings, and is not at home. I hope the esteemed disciple of Upper Pure will visit again another day. A melodious voice echoed in their ears, reminiscent of a mountain stream, enchanting them immensely. But the Qingyao fairy is present. My master has also gone to the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the Tao Ancestors' teachings. I thought, being neighbors, it would be remiss not to visit, so I specifically came to pay my respects. Wu Shang smiled, articulating his intent in an exceedingly familiar tone, making it difficult for her to decline. Guests arriving without proper welcome is a loss on my part. I hope the Taoist friend will forgive me. After a brief moment of contemplation, the voice rang out brightly, and a rainbow-like bridge appeared beneath them, lifting them upwards. Soon, a powerful gust of wind enveloped them, and they sped toward the realm of Western Kunlun at an astonishing pace. He did not grasp the workings of this phenomenon nor discern the grade of this spiritual treasure. So he chose to focus instead on the scenery of Western Kunlun, in contrast to the imposing grandeur of Eastern Kunlun. Western Kunlun exuded a delicate charm, teeming with ethereal creatures and celestial beasts. From white apes leaping to spirit deer racing, and even auspicious beasts frolicking about in terms of biodiversity, it far surpassed Eastern Kunlun. However, if one were to consider the rare and unique beasts nurtured by Tongtian, outer disciples, it could be said to be evenly matched. As the rainbow bridge came to a halt, they beheld a serene figure clad in green, standing gracefully, radiating warmth as she gazed at them. Chapter 64. Wu Yun battles the green-clad fairy. The disciples of the three pure ones have come. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please forgive me. The green-clad fairy spoke with a clear voice, stepping forward to perform a bow, her curious gaze appraising them. It is we who intrude. What offense have we caused? Fair maiden, as the saying goes, distant relatives are not as useful as close neighbors. We have been disciples for quite some time. Yet this is our first visit, so it is we who are at fault. Wu Shang deftly evaded the fairy's bow, approaching with an air of composure to engage in conversation. The two junior brothers, one with a solitary expression and the other with a morose demeanor, though not unattractive, were nonetheless somewhat awkward in the presence of the enchanting maiden. What folly it would be to allow those two to engage her directly. It would surely complicate their descent from the mountain. To be safe, he decided to take the lead. Hearing this, the fairy smiled, finding this disciple of the three pure ones to be quite amusing, in contrast to the other great beings she had encountered. I am Wu Shang. May I inquire how to address you, esteemed friend? Since her true form was a Qingyao, he could not refer to her as the Qingyao fairy. That would be somewhat disrespectful. At the same time, he presented a prepared fruit basket, filled with crystal grapes, Mingluo fruits, Yunling fruits, and a plethora of exquisite spiritual fruits, not necessarily rare in number but exceptional in flavor. The green-clad fairy has seen Wu Shang. My friend, she accepted the fruit basket, her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized him. Speak candidly. My fellow disciples and I wish to utilize the celestial pathway of Western Kunlun to depart from the Kunlun territory. My master has been in seclusion for quite some time, and when he left, it was in haste. The descent from Eastern Kunlun is fraught with formations, and as I wish to take my junior brothers out for experience, I have come to disturb you. Wu Shang recounted the events with a blend of earnestness and levity, portraying his master as a somewhat clumsy figure while largely adhering to the facts. Given his master's magnanimity, it was unlikely he would hold any grievances. Of course. What could be difficult about that? Qingyi exhaled with relief and spoke casually, stating that if it were a different matter, he might need to hesitate for a moment. But as it was merely a request, she could make the decision herself. Even with the Queen Mother present, such a minor request would not be denied. Wu Shang. that may not be the case. After all, the pure water bowl of the Western Queen Mother is now in my possession. Who knows if it will stir any ripples? The descent from the mountain could happen at any time. Having long resided in the West Kunlun, I have seldom interacted with the outside world. I hope to seek guidance from all of you on the Three Pure Ones' teachings, and I would be most grateful for your generosity in sharing your wisdom. As he spoke, Qingyi gazed at them with eager anticipation, her eyes sparkling, unaware that among the disciples of the Western Queen Mother were indeed some who were battle-hungry. Excellent! The three exchanged glances and nodded in unison. While they dared not speak for others, they were resolute in their commitment to battle under the banner of Tongtian. The foremost female immortal, Qingyi, had come to challenge. With a graceful stride, Qingyi moved with the wind, suddenly retreating several hundred zhong. Ha ha ha! The Taoist of the Three Pure Ones, the Cloud Master of Tongtian, has encountered an immortal maiden. The Cloud Master stepped forward swiftly, his form shifting as he opened up the distance between them. His cultivation was on par with Qingyi's, making him the most suitable to initiate the combat. His eyes closed tightly, then suddenly flung wide open, unleashing a torrent of thunder from his pupils. The once serene skies of West Kunlun were suddenly shrouded in dark clouds. With countless bolts of lightning weaving through the tumultuous atmosphere, creating a grand spectacle. The way of thunder? Qingyi murmured, her brows slightly furrowed. Thunder is renowned for its ferocity and dominance, with few rivals in the same realm. As she altered her hand gestures, the gentle breeze behind her transformed into a tempest, with azure wind blades flickering ominously, possessing the might to cleave through anything. The wind blades, akin to ruthless claws, mercilessly tore at the clouds above, attempting to draw this terrifying phenomenon into a swirling vortex. The way of wind? Indeed, quite impressive. The Cloud Master wore an expression of delight, his eyes glimmering as the clouds that had been at risk of being caught in the tornado regained their solidity. Within the cloud layers, rampant thunder surged and collided, ultimately merging into colossal thunder dragons descending from the heavens. The overwhelming majesty of the celestial forces materialized in that moment, coalescing before the two into an endless realm of thunder. The surging lightning sealed off all of Qingyi's escape routes. No matter how swiftly the winds moved, they could not evade his onslaught. This was his domain. Qingyi found herself in a precarious position. The ferocity of the way of thunder was not something the lightness of the wind could withstand. A direct confrontation was futile. She was unable to fully harness the agility of the winds. From the very beginning, she had been at a disadvantage. Wushang chuckled softly, finding satisfaction in the Cloud Master's performance. To unleash one's full strength is not only a sign of respect for the opponent, but also a respect for one's own life. In the primordial chaos, those who feign weakness may indeed find themselves becoming the prey. It was evident that Qingyi had suffered from a lack of combat experience. Nevertheless, she was no ordinary servant. Having been meticulously trained by the Western Queen Mother, behind her, a great azure bird manifested with divine speed, its countless feathers radiating a brilliant glow. With a sweep of its wings, innumerable radiant feathers transformed into wind blades. Charging toward the Cloud Master, the wind blades shimmered in the air, emitting a piercing wail reminiscent of countless wailing spirits, inducing a chill in the bones. Each wind blade resembled a sharp, flying knife, capable of effortlessly slicing through metal and stone, causing the ground to tremble. Under the onslaught of the tempest, trees were uprooted, and flowers and grasses were swept away, omnipresent and all-consuming, enveloping everything in its terrifying grasp. A thunderous might. The Cloud Master wore a grave expression. Possessing the rhythm of battle, he quickly discerned that this was likely Qingyi's ultimate technique. Behind him, a beast with the head of a dragon and the body of a fish emerged, clutching a golden bell in its mouth, swimming through the sea of thunder. The sky was cloaked in dark clouds, a pitch-black expanse, with the wind howling and thunder rumbling, reminiscent of an apocalyptic catastrophe. Bolts of lightning cleaved through the night sky, bringing both boundless light and dread, causing the entire world to tremble as if on the brink of annihilation. Alas! Wushang sighed, reluctantly intervening. The Cloud Master was manageable. But Qingyi was already at her limits. Continuing to fight would likely result in her being backfired by her own powers. He had no desire for further complications. Descending the mountain was paramount. Amidst this doomsday-like scene, Wushang stood alone against the raging winds, absorbing the tumultuous forces of the toot. The thunder roared like battle drums, pounding against his eardrums, as if proclaiming the world's end. The gusts howled, causing his garments to sway unpredictably, yet he remained steadfast, as if an invisible force was nullifying the laws of the two. Wushang snapped his fingers, causing the winds to gradually subside, the thunder receding into the distance. A glimmer of dawn began to pierce through the once darkened world. Wushang cast an apologetic glance at the somewhat weakened Qingyi, tossing her a restorative pill. He also did not forget to glare at the obstinate fellow. Were it not for his repugnant laws, he would have preferred not to let the Cloud Master take action. Chapter 65. The Nine-Headed Serpent Seeks Revenge. West Kunlun. After the clash between the Cloud Master and Qingyi, the crowd did not hasten to depart. Instead, they engaged in lively discussions, philosophical debates, and marveling at the scenery. With the melodious sounds of nature surrounding them, accompanied by delightful refreshments, no one seemed eager to leave. Ultimately, it was under Jin Guang's dissatisfied, deathly glare that they decided to take their leave. As they departed, everyone paused at the edge of Kunlun Mountain for a long moment, exhaling deeply. We have finally emerged from Kunlun Mountain. This is the breath of freedom. The three exchanged glances and transformed into three streaks of light, soaring westward. Behind them, Qingyi smiled gently, while at the same time, a blue lotus at the East Kunlun barrier manifested into a young Taoist, who, seemingly peering through endless voids, beheld their hurried flight, the corners of his mouth curving upward. Little Nyo, oh little Nyo, it appears you are indeed destined to be far removed from a life of tranquility. If that is the case, go forth and make your commotion. Shaking his head helplessly, he transformed once more into the proud and solitary blue lotus. Along the way, the three journeyed together, their conversation never faltering. With Wushang silently observing the Cloud Master while mocking him, "Oh, you are actually discussing sword techniques now. Come, showcase it for your senior brother to witness." He could not stand that smarmy expression on the fellow's face. What was supposed to be merely a request had somehow turned into flattery. Alas, it seems you have much to learn. As a disciple of the Master, how could you not know a thing or two about swordplay? The Cloud Master was somewhat taken aback, rubbing his hands nervously in an attempt to mask his embarrassment, unaware that his schemes had long been seen through by Jin Guang and his own senior brother. "Pa, I can hardly be bothered to expose you. Ever since you set foot on Kunlun Mountain, I had no idea you even knew the way of the sword. Your life's treasures are still a bell and a hammer. And you dare claim to know swordsmanship?" Wushang disdainfully cast a glance at him, no longer wishing to engage with this character. In the primordial chaos, strength reigns supreme. In this world where propriety is still in its infancy, the weak easily develop a sense of admiration for the strong. He could understand. Yet he found the flattery distasteful. It would bring shame to our East Kunlun. As for Jin Guang, he was simply disinclined to engage with him. In his eyes, in this world of gods and immortals, there were only the dead and the living, and Qingyi appeared to him as nothing more than a so-called red-skinned skeleton. He did not comprehend but respected her nonetheless. The two continued to jest about the Cloud Master while soaring towards the far west, their pace leisurely. After all, they were on a treasure hunt. If they hastily activated their escape light, they could traverse tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, missing any fortuitous encounters along the way. Since the primordial beginning had stated that the golden life was in the west, he had no reason to doubt it. The three bantered and laughed, discussing scriptures and marveling at the wonders of the world, their camaraderie in stark contrast to the frustration and repression they experienced on Kunlun Mountain. Although their paths of cultivation differed, they were all disciples of the same master. And once their dispositions were loosened, both their cultivation and insights saw a considerable enhancement, allowing them to revel in the experience. However, just a moment later, Wushang suddenly felt a surge of alarm, his primordial spirit warning him incessantly as a terrifying pressure rendered him instantly rigid. His heart thundered within his chest like a storm, and the air around him seemed thick with an indescribable sense of oppression that made it hard for him to breathe. as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his throat. This was Wushang was horrified. Under this overwhelming aura, his primordial spirit felt as if it were being torn apart, an endless tide of fear and despair surging within him, a great Luo golden immortal. In his mind, the primordial immortal tower shone brilliantly, its innate divine light enveloping him, allowing him to laboriously lift his head, transforming into a colossal bull demon with a human body and a bull's head. He fixed his gaze on the diminutive figure ahead. The Cloud Master and Jin Guang also reverted to their true forms, employing their respective methods to withstand the terrifying pressure. Before them stood an eerily beautiful youth, clad in a robe of water and fire, with 9 massive serpent heads roaring behind him, as if eager to devour the entire universe. His pace was unhurried, yet with each step, Wushang felt an acute sense of his own insignificance and powerlessness. As if the entirety of the world were converging upon him, intent on swallowing him whole. I am the 9-headed serpent. I wonder if you have encountered my offspring. As the youth spoke, their voices were soft yet resonated persistently in their minds. We, the disciples of the supreme clarity and spiritual treasure, have never encountered the disciples of the esteemed predecessors. The colossal figure of the bull-headed jar spoke in a deep, sonorous tone, attempting to intimidate the 9 infants with its grandiose title. The 9 infants, a creature of both water and fire, and a newly ascended great Luo golden immortal, had only one entity that could be associated with him, the monstrous serpent suppressed within the Hunyuan immortal tower. Indeed, he had underestimated the situation. Although the divine light of primal divine gold could obscure heavenly secrets, it could hardly conceal the perception of bloodlines, especially at such close proximity. Seeking death, enraged, the 9 infants, with a smile still lingering on his face, witnessed a formidable python charging towards them. Although it was merely a phantom, it represented a strike from a great Luo, and the boundless Tao principles danced joyfully upon the serpent's head, rendering each scale distinctly vivid. The serpent clan has always been ruthless and cautious, showing little regard for their offspring. Under normal circumstances, disciples of the 3 purities caliber would avoid confrontation, even if they did not actively seek to appease. How could they dare to seek revenge? However, this progeny was of utmost importance, pivotal to his future path, and could not be allowed to manifest externally. Thus, he specially requested the Emperor Lord for the He-Tu and Luo Shu to aid in his calculations. After a long wait for the second lecture from the Tao ancestor, with the 3 purities departing, he had yet to see any disciples descend the mountain. Just as he was about to give up, he felt the pull of his bloodline so vividly that at last, he sensed his own lineage in a young calf. Sacrifice. With a furious shout, Wushang unleashed the immortal tower, enlarging it to 1,000 zhong. Bearing down upon the serpent's head, he had hoped for an element of surprise, yet was unexpectedly flung away by the serpent's elongated forked tongue. Wushang was astonished. This was the first time he truly felt the might of a great Luo golden immortal. Run! Wushang, in despair, cast a glance at the golden light and dark clouds, activating his sealing laws to temporarily confine them, and with a forceful throw, sent them flying into the distance. The consciousness of a great Luo golden immortal is indestructible, their true essence eternal. Even if their corporeal form perishes, their awareness and soul will persist forever. After all, they transcend the river of time, having surpassed its constraints. As long as there remains an imprint of their existence in the world, they shall one day return. Wushang, unable to perceive the chasm between himself and the 9 infants, could only prepare for the worst, expelling these 2 individuals lest they implicate others, for such was not his nature. Chapter 66. The accompanying elder 2 beams of light shot forth in a peculiar manner towards the horizon. The golden light and dark clouds attempted to struggle, but the sealing laws abruptly rendered their powers null. No, do not, the 2 shouted. Though the disparity in their cultivation levels was likely beyond imagination, they were not without their trump cards. They could not allow themselves to leave Wushang behind. Attempt to flee? In your dreams, the 9 infants, unperturbed, scoffed derisively. Before this great Luo golden immortal, how could these mere golden immortal juniors hope to escape? I doubt it. Infinite sand of time. Transform. As the 9 infants prepared to strike, Wu Shang wasted no words. The bull demon's true form shattered abruptly, and though the realm remained unchanged, the ground transformed into endless grains of sand, each particle akin to a sword pellet, radiating five-colored brilliance. The light surged forth like a blade unsheathed, sharp and dazzling. The 9 infants felt themselves drawn to this power, as if entering an entirely new realm in the world of infinite sand. Sword chi surged into the skies, obliterating the clouds above. The grains of sand rolled, moving without wind, continuously climbing upon the 9 infants' form, intent on shredding him to pieces. A formation? The aura of primal divine gold. The 9 infants furrowed their brows, casting a disdainful glance at the sand scattered about, and waved their sleeves to disperse the grains. Yet, whenever the grains attempted to approach again, they found it impossible, a commendable formation, though its power is too feeble. Had I merely been a Tai golden immortal, I might have felt troubled, but now, break. As the 9 infants' words fell, an overwhelming tide of poisonous fire and toxic water surged forth from their being. The dual forces converged, forming a swirling vortex of purple chi that consumed the grains of sand entirely. The infinite sand rapidly coalesced, soon transforming into a fair-faced young Taoist. Wu Shang desperately activated the sealing laws, yet could not even alleviate the slightest pain, only able to wail in anguish amidst the poisonous flames. Transforming the body into a formation, becoming infinite sand was indeed wondrous, yet the formations might relied on the strength of its creator. The disparity between him and the 9 infants was akin to divine retribution. I have no intention to harm you. If you are willing to surrender my progeny, I would not mind granting you a path to survival. The 9 infants found satisfaction in Wu Shang's agonizing struggles and momentarily lost interest in pursuing the fleeing duo. Oh, is that so? Suddenly rising amidst the toxic flames, Wu Shang stood composed, a jade-hued divine light repelling the poisonous fire. No matter how fierce the flames roared, they could not harm him in the slightest. How is this possible? The 9 infants were taken aback, even if he had only exerted a fraction of his strength. It was not something a mere golden immortal could withstand. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed the jade crown atop the calf exuding an imposing aura. Before he could scrutinize further, a figure slowly emerged from within the crown, bearing a dignified and benevolent countenance, with eyes deep as swirling galaxies, brimming with wisdom and boundless light. His brows resembled distant mountains, his long hair cascading like a waterfall, shimmering with golden radiance, swaying gently in the breeze. Although it was but a phantom, it exuded an aura as formidable as the majestic Mount Kunlun, instilling terror. Yuqing Qinyuan? The 9 infants gazed in disbelief at the apparition before him, then transformed into a rainbow, desperately fleeing into the distance. Was this not a disciple of the heavenly Tao? How could it be Yuan Shi who emerged? Who in the primordial world does not know that Yuan Shi Tianzuan harbors a deep-seated aversion to evil? And even the Sun Star Lord, his master, would not wish to confront him. The Yuan Shi phantom waved his sleeve, and boundless spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing into a long sword. With a casual flick, he unleashed an endless stream of sword light, dazzling and resplendent. The sword light radiated an overwhelming might, as if capable of tearing asunder any obstacle in its path. Wherever it passed, the space shattered like a broken mirror, revealing the profound darkness of the void. Time seemed to freeze in that instant, then swiftly flowed, the disorienting sensation sending shivers down the spine. The 9 infants felt their souls tremble. They had never anticipated that such a card lay hidden within this young calf. Had they known, they would have never come. Surviving such an assault was a challenge, let alone attaining enlightenment. The direction of the Yuan Shi sword's edge altered the winds and clouds, summoning thunderous roars. The surrounding air appeared to be compressed by this power, emitting a deep, resonant hum. The might of the celestial sword caused the distant mountains to tremble, as if they were bowing in submission to this force. The 9 infants gritted their teeth, transforming into the true form of the 9-headed serpent. Just as Wu Shang believed this creature was prepared to fight to the death, the 8 heads on either side erupted in a violent explosion. The entire firmament was instantly shrouded in blood, which ignited in midair, forming a primordial blood essence that merged into the remaining serpent head. Iti, the center of the serpent's brow. A golden symbol morphed into a crow engulfed in golden flames, its cries obstructing the celestial sword's assault. The entire sky trembled at its call, as it unfurled its blazing wings, spewing forth torrents of golden flames that roared like a colossal dragon across the sky. The clash between the flames and the sword's chi erupted into deafening booms, the golden sun's true fire intertwining with the fierce sword energy, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. With each collision, the surrounding air trembled, as if the entire world were stirred by that moment. The golden crow lacked sentience, while Yuan Shi possessed it. Ultimately, the confrontation concluded with the golden crow sacrificing a foot at a great cost, allowing the sword light to dissipate. Then, it transformed into a golden streak, carrying the 9 infants into complete oblivion. The golden crow transformed into a rainbow. This wretched creature truly spared no expense. The Yuan Shi phantom snorted disdainfully, then turned to Wu Shang. Disciple Wu Shang expresses gratitude to his second uncle for the saving grace. Wu Shang, still trembling with trepidation, sighed in relief and sincerely knelt in gratitude. This must have been his most helpless moment since traversing the primordial realm. Spare the pleasantries. Let us find a place to tend to our wounds. Should he dare return, even with that wretched creature present, escape from the cycle of death and annihilation would be nigh impossible. Before he could utter another word, Yuan Shi transformed into a beam of light. Retreating back into the jade crown, he found everything surreal. How had his confrontation with the 9 infants turned into a duel between his own master and the Eastern sovereign Tai? Furthermore, his accompanying elder turned out to be his own master, a formidable quasi-saint. Even a fragment of his primordial spirit could not be swayed by a great Luo golden immortal. Now, he was eager to see who would dare to provoke him further. This was far more effective than any talisman wielded by that rotund figure, Ta Ba. Wu Shang glanced at his tattered Taoist robe and the grievous injuries from the searing flames, offering a resigned smile. Observing the lone peak that had survived the clash between the two quasi-saints, he casually struck open a large hole and stepped inside. This was perhaps the swiftest method to establish a cave abode in the entirety of the primordial realm. Chapter 67. Serpent Soup in the Tranquil, Secluded Cave. A flickering divine light danced gently, infusing the oppressive darkness with a modicum of warmth. A delicate young Taoist gradually transformed into a black water buffalo of considerable size. Its fur as dark as steel needles, scattered in disarray across the ground, while its body was marred with numerous purple wounds. An ancient stone tower stood suspended in midair, casting streams of chaotic divine brilliance to safeguard his well-being. His injuries were grave, rendering him incapable of setting up protective formations or employing spiritual treasures to shield himself, which would have been most suitable for the current predicament. Wu Shang circulated his entire magical essence, striving to dispel the accursed poison, his body convulsing unnaturally. Yet, no matter how fervently he exerted himself, it proved futile. A persistent violet mist continued to infiltrate his body, corroding his internal organs. The poison of the 9 infants was not easily remedied. It had already encroached upon the realm of the Tao. If left unchecked, it might even erode his very essence. Alas! Wu Shang sighed helplessly. From within the primordial immortal tower, a trinity of divine elixirs gradually emerged. Descending into his mouth, the 3 light divine water continuously emanated the truth of creation, swiftly coursing through his limbs and bones, as the violet poison vapor seemed to encounter its nemesis, dissolving incessantly. While the remaining stubborn toxins expanded outward from his body, as the purple mist spread, the walls emitted a terrifying crackling sound, causing his temporary retreat to expand slightly. A sickly sweet scent that made one's heart race permeated the air. Wu Shang couldn't help but exclaim, "A Deluo golden immortal, indeed worthy of the title. Even the toxins are so troublesome, let alone the undying nature of the 9 infants." He could even envision the terror this foe could unleash in a desperate struggle. If nothing else, self-detonating a single head would certainly qualify as a war machine of fearsome might. "Senior brother, are you there?" Just as he was lost in thought, 2 furtive voices echoed at the cave entrance. Tinged with urgency and a hint of caution, Wu Shang glanced at his visibly recovering form, nodding in satisfaction before transforming back into the delicate young Taoist and slowly making his way toward the cave's exit. As soon as he laid eyes on the two figures, they rushed forward eagerly, engulfing him in an affectionate embrace. Had he not dodged swiftly, he might have truly found himself at a disadvantage. Let us speak of matters at hand. If there is nothing urgent, be gone. Did I not instruct you to flee quickly? Why have you returned? Wushang shot a displeased glance at the two, perplexed as to why they had turned back. Senior brother, what do you take us for? Though we may lack the strength to confront a Deluo golden immortal, we are certainly not the sort to cower in survival. Your actions, senior brother, suggest you do not regard us as brothers. After the initial surprise, Wu Yunxian looked at Wushang with indignation, as though he had committed some unforgivable transgression. It is precisely because I regard you as brothers that I urged you to flee. After all, that creature is indeed my doing. Observing their expressions, Wushang suppressed the warmth swelling within him and spoke with a calm demeanor. You are unaware, but I have my own means, Wu Yunxian declared, rolling up his sleeves as if to showcase his strength. Be why the way. Where is that nine-headed serpent monster? They had already glimpsed the battlefield outside, unable to believe the magnitude of the chaos wrought by their own senior brother. Casting questioning glances his way, It fled. Although I cannot best a Deluo golden immortal, I do possess some techniques bestowed by my second master. He refrained from mentioning it was the primordial avatar of Yuan Shi. Fearing it would make the two uneasy, second master? Wu Yunxian asked, puzzled, shouldn't it be our master? What is this about a second master? Considering their senior brother's exaggerated favor, he couldn't help but curl his lip. He had joined the sect early, having only seen second master a handful of times, and that formidable figure had left him stuttering in speech. He'd think he would bestow a protective treasure. But wait, if you have a protective treasure from second master, a mere Deluo golden immortal should be unable to escape. Jian Guangxian reasoned astutely. He had communicated little with that esteemed master, but understood that he was a master craftsman. If he were to bestow a life-saving item, it would undoubtedly be something capable of delivering a decisive blow. It's not as simple as you think. That nine infants also has a quasi-saintly powerhouse backing it. Wushang stated, gesturing toward the sun above them. Wu Yun and Jin Guang exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting undeniable shock. They had not anticipated their senior brother to have such a formidable adversary. The two figures associated with the Sun Star were now immensely renowned, their names echoing throughout the vast cosmos. Ignoring their astonishment, Wushang sighed in resignation, feeling a twinge of regret. His enmity with the nine infants had surely deepened. Bound by karmic ties, they would inevitably clash in the future. However, given the current circumstances, that creature's injuries would likely take thousands of years to heal. Why then? Who could say how powerful it might become? Perhaps he could even encounter it before the calamity of the Wu and Lich concluded. Yet, that creature was indeed ruthless, having sacrificed 8 of its own heads. If he were to sacrifice to his second master, perhaps he could hiss. He would likely be struck down by his second master. Besides, he was averse to pain. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never resort to such measures. After all, it was merely a grudge with a Deluo golden immortal. He could confront it head-on. One dies and the bird flies to the heavens, while the other endures for countless years. However, for the time being, perhaps he could harvest some interest. With that in mind, Wushang dove into the depths of the primordial immortal tower, on the topmost level. Countless chains dangled, securely binding the little 9 infants. You foolish, obstinate creature. My father is the esteemed Dijuan, lord of the 9 infants, a rare Deluo golden immortal. Offending me, I shall surely flay your skin, strip your bones, and torment your soul in the purple flame poison until you meet your demise. Despite being bound, the little serpent monster remained unruly, incessantly hissing at him, as if it yearned to swallow him whole. Pa! Do you think the primordial chaos belongs to your family? Everyone has their own backing. I am a direct disciple of the 3 pure ones. Am I not proud? Do not think your father dares to pressure me on Kunlun Mountain. In truth, your father has already sought me out. If your consciousness still functions, You should be able to sense the remnants of poison fire that once scorched me. Had he not fled quickly, he would have left his head behind. However, between father and son, blood is thicker than water. Surely your pain is something the 9 infants can perceive. Saying this, Wushang waved his sleeve, unleashing a pure sword light that severed the edge of its head. After sustaining considerable injury, consuming some serpent soup to replenish himself was a fine choice. Yet, with 3 of them, would it not be too stingy to feast upon just one? Contemplating this, heedless of the cries of the little 9 infants, Wushang waved his sleeve once more and decapitated 2 massive serpent heads. He nodded in satisfaction thereafter. Chapter 68. Familiar faces. Ha ha ha. Senior brother, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. Within the medicinal cauldron, Wu Yunxian devoured the dish with unabashed greed, wolfing it down as if fearing his share would be consumed by another. Senior brother, in this regard, I would call you the strongest. Jian Guangxian also found it difficult to set down his chopsticks, savoring every bite while reflecting on their previous tasting of Wushang's culinary prowess back in the Death Secret realm. Though they had long attained the state of fasting, having emerged from the depths of the primordial chaos, their rigorous training necessitated sustenance. Thus, none wished to be the kind of immortal to simply partake of celestial dew and nectar, meditating on vital energy. Upon reaching Kunlun Mountain, they dared not indulge, fearing discontent from their elders. Senior brother, where did you procure this serpent soup? It is truly exquisite. If given the chance, I too wish to wield the knife. Wu Yunxian mused, casting a puzzled glance at Wushang, who had not previously been seen venturing out. It's a long story. This delicacy comes from the offspring of the 9 infants. Each time it pursues me, I shall relish its progeny until I capture the 9 infants themselves, Wushang replied. His expression earnest, his words chilling, causing both to glance askance. After a moment of contemplation, the 2 exchanged awkward smiles, offering half-hearted praises about their senior brother's aspirations. Internally, they marveled at the stark contrast between themselves and others. Having witnessed the 9 infants' ferocity, they couldn't fathom how their senior brother would dare to consume it. It was hard to determine whether to commend his bravery or deem him overly audacious. They chuckled nervously, hastening their eating pace. One must say, the flavor of the offspring of a Deluo golden immortal was indeed extraordinary. However, this serpent was a creature of both water and fire. Boiling it was a formidable task. Damn. Even eating is fraught with unrest. Wushang sensed the intensifying combat aura drawing near, and the meat that had once tantalized his palate suddenly lost its appeal. What is happening? Wu Yunxian inquired. Noticing Wushang had set down his bowl and chopsticks, his voice animated. Just as he finished speaking, his brow furrowed slightly, sensing the fierce fluctuations of magical energy, and he turned to his senior brother in confusion. Could it be that you still bear some calamity's essence? Ignoring the 2 lively souls, Wushang's eyes sparkled with a sharp divine light as he fixed his gaze upon the distant battle. To call it a battle would be more accurately described as a desperate flight for survival. A beautiful woman clad in white rode atop a majestic purple beast, galloping at an extraordinary speed. This creature bore resemblance to a Qilin, its body adorned with hard scales, and clouds of auspicious vapor swirled beneath its feet, presenting an otherworldly spectacle. Yet, despite its Qilin-like form, the beast exuded no aura of good fortune. Its mouth was lined with fearsome fangs, lending it a chilling and terrifying appearance. Behind them loomed a pristine, winged giant tiger, its lithe form radiating a sacred glow with each movement. The giant tiger soared into the air. The gusts from its wings emanated an almost lethal energy. Senior brother, you must not meddle in this matter. This is surely the lineage of the Western Extreme's white tiger sacred beast, Wu Yunxian observed keenly, recognizing the creature before him and casting a wary glance at his senior brother. Just when he thought his senior brother would remain uninvolved, he was startled to see Wushang stride forward with purpose, directly intercepting the beautiful woman. Madam, you are exceedingly bold to dare steal my mount, Wushang proclaimed with grandiosity, his imposing presence shattering the tranquility of the surrounding landscape. Is this a joke? Wu Yunxian and Jing Guangxian exchanged bewildered glances as the absurdity of the situation dawned upon them. Who among the Kunlun mountain denizens did not know that Wushang's steed was the fearsome Zhu Huai? Although powerful, it was hideously unattractive. How had it transformed into this Qilin-like beast? Cease your nonsense. You wretched calf, Wushang, you better take that scoundrel down. The Qilin beast roared in outrage, its words sharp and venomous, leaving all who heard them in awe. Wushang, taken aback, chuckled softly and transformed into a towering giant. Seizing a celestial mountain and hurling it forcefully at the white giant tiger. He then turned leisurely to regard the beast. Purple Cloud, you old cur, your tongue remains as foul as ever. After a millennium. Your cultivation has hardly improved. Wushang clapped his hands, disregarding the beast's furious cries, and once more focused on the white tiger. Impudent. The white tiger bellowed, an overwhelming aura of royal might surging forth, though merely at the golden immortal level. It already bore an essence reminiscent of the Tai golden immortal. The unseen pressure radiated outward, instilling fear in the onlooking beings. The aura of auspicious gold in the sky coalesced into countless divine spears. Tightly surrounding him, the spears moved at the white tiger's command, thrusting fiercely towards Wushang. Is this all? Such flamboyance. Wushang scoffed, rolling his eyes, expecting something more formidable. All methods are but illusions. With a languid utterance, he watched as the multitude of spears vanished the moment they approached him, as if eroded by an enigmatic force. What sorcery is this? In the bewildered gaze of the white tiger, Wushang stepped into a golden light, approaching him with an incredible speed. It was too late for the tiger to evade. It could only watch helplessly as Wushang's enormous fist struck its head. A crisp sound echoed where the tiger's head met its body. A deity of slaughter. The white tiger was adept at seizing the moment in battle. But how could Wushang, who clawed his way up from the depths, let such an opportunity slip? He swung his fists recklessly. The white tiger had lost its advantage, left to witness the unrelenting torment inflicted by the figure before it. What a farce! Easily vanquished, Wushang exhaled disdainfully, dismissing the beast with a flick of his hand. It's merely the way of metal, as if anyone could not accomplish such a feat under the full force of his attack. The white tiger was utterly incapable of retaliation. Observers stood in stunned silence at the sight of the battered white tiger, especially Wu Yunxian, who was at a loss for words. Senior brother, this is the Western realm. Is it wise to act so recklessly? Wu Yun stammered, swallowing hard. What concern is there? Do not be deceived by its pitiful appearance. It is merely superficial wounds. Its primordial spirit and essence remain intact. With a few centuries' worth of celestial herbs, it will likely heal completely, Wushang replied nonchalantly. Having slain the offspring of the Qinglong, he cared little for another white tiger. Let that old white tiger emerge from the Western world and see if the Dao ancestor will not send him back. With that, he shifted his attention to the woman he was dragging along. He sensed an inexplicable connection with her. Wushang yearned to gaze upon the woman but hesitated, feeling an unexplainable bond with her. He shyly glanced at the old cur, Ziyun. Unbeknownst to him, he shared a similar interest with Chao Mengda. Although the woman was with child, she emanated a serene and natural beauty, her jade-like visage seemingly sculpted by the Tao itself, rendering anyone who dared to meet her gaze a sacrilege. Ziyun, it has been far too long. Jingguang approached excitedly, recognizing the one who had saved him, along with Ziyun. Regardless of the reasons, the debt of gratitude was undeniable. And thus he was thrilled to see Ziyun once more. It is Jingguang. Quite a rarity. But why are you accompanying this wretched calf? Come, follow me, and I shall treat you to the finest delicacies. The old cur, thrilled to see an old friend, clapped Jingguang on the shoulder, sensing the profound aura of laws, a fleeting astonishment crossing his face. After centuries apart, you have ascended to the golden immortal realm. Truly, congratulations are in order. To be honest, I have joined the sect of the upper clear real person and am now a junior to senior brother Wushang. Listening to Ziyun's exaggerated praise, Jingguang smiled shyly, recounting his recent circumstances clearly. This revelation drew a scoff from the old man, realizing that despite being loose cultivators, these two somehow had the fortune to join the Three Clear sect. Wushang is understandable. For that little calf possesses formidable strength and a robust lineage. But who would have thought you would have such fortune as well? Ziyun brooded, feeling envious. Enough about me. Who would have thought that you already have a partner and a child? Why not introduce us to this esteemed companion? Jingguang inquired upon noticing the enchanting woman, sensing the same golden immortal level aura emanating from her. What nonsense! I have no such fortune to win the hand of a princess from the Tushan clan. Ziyun exclaimed in shock. I am Tushan Yunshi, grateful for your life-saving grace. The woman interjected gracefully, offering a respectful bow to Wushang. Tushan, you hail from the Qingqiu Fox Kingdom? Upon learning that the woman was not Ziyun's partner, Wushang scrutinized her with newfound calmness. In the vast wilderness, the beautiful women of the Tushan clan were renowned for their extraordinary beauty. Only the Qingqiu foxes could boast such breathtaking appearances. Indeed, though merely a casual conversation, the woman exuded an intangible charm that captivated all who beheld her. Bewie the gods! What a powerful bewitchment! Noticing Wu Yun in a daze, Wushang discreetly stepped on his foot, bringing him back to reality and saving him from further embarrassment. Wushang sensed that Tushan Yunshi had not actively cast any spells. It was almost as if she had integrated the Tao into her being. The depth of heritage from the ancient clans of the wilderness was indeed formidable. Could it be that Ziyun, this old cur, was so sycophantic, perhaps akin to a Han Dynasty version of Chaomengda? Set aside your sordid thoughts. I have lived my life with integrity. It is merely that Miss Yunshi is not adept at evasion, which is why I chose to assist her. Having known each other for centuries, Wushang's eyes turned as he sensed the unspoken tension. He could tell that something was amiss. The Qilin, proud of its bloodline transformation, would never willingly carry another. You would do well to speak the truth. Otherwise, should the White Tiger clan pursue you relentlessly, you will find it impossible to escape the Western continent. Wushang was oblivious to the reason behind their pursuit. But he was certain it was far from simple. He had no desire to be unwittingly entangled in any cause. Friend Yunshi is the eldest princess of the Qingqiu Fox clan, with child. However, the unborn child does not possess the lineage of foxes. She requires the soul-melding water from the Western realm to help maintain the divine form of the fox lineage. That white tiger merely became infatuated and, after suffering a minor humiliation at my hands, was incensed enough to pursue us. The old fellow could discern the earnestness in Wushang's eyes and refrained from unnecessary chatter, honestly recounting the circumstances at hand. Had it not been for his physical ailment, the little kitten might very well have been his match. But what relevance does that hold for you? Wushang shot him a glare. This rascal was indeed seasoned, well versed in the survival tactics of the primordial world. To expect him to adhere to moral principles was as futile as hoping a wild boar would plant trees. As for me, my primordial essence has been marred, and even the path of the great Tao has encountered issues, compelling me to seek counsel from the goddess Nuwa of Fengqi Mountain. The Fox and Serpent clans have now pledged their allegiance to her. Hence this predicament. The old fellow intended to brush it off casually, yet upon witnessing Wushang's piercing gaze, he decisively unveiled the truth, a flaw in the primordial essence. He mused that this old chap's cultivation still lingered in the mid-stage of golden immortal. And after centuries, not only had he failed to make progress, but there were signs of regression. After all, being a hybrid Qilin, he inherited the talents of the Qilin clan without bearing their burdens. Under such circumstances, how could his cultivation pace be slow? Ziyun, belonging to the fire element, while the path of the Qilin encompasses all, he evidently was not evolving towards the fire Qilin. A clash of primordial essences was inevitable. After understanding the situation, Wushang's gaze returned to the belly of Tushan Yunshi. He could sense a connection with the child within her womb. But how could that be? Was it possible she carried a fragment of life gold? Heaven's grace had bestowed divine gold upon him in this manner. Yet, he had never heard of life gold being conceived through artificial means. That was primordial gold. Even innate beings could scarcely give birth by consuming gold, let alone a postnatal being. What could it be? Surely it wasn't the chaos bell. Reflecting on his previous whimsical desire, Wushang couldn't help but chuckle softly. Perhaps his gaze was too fervent, and Yunshi instinctively took a couple of steps back. A hint of crimson appearing on her cheeks. Brother, There is something amiss with this child. At an unknown moment, Jingguang had also arrived by his side, fixated on Yunqi's abdomen, his eyes swirling with dark mist. The essence of death permeating the air. Chapter 70. A losing trade. Something is wrong? What's wrong? Wu Shang looked at Jingguang in confusion. This fellow never spoke without reason, yet here he was making such claims. Others had also heard Jingguang's words and turned to him with puzzled expressions. The child within her, though not of pure nine-tailed fox lineage, radiated a vibrant life force even before birth, indicating robust health. How could there possibly be an issue? I'm not sure, but that genuine essence of death entwines with the child's primordial source, continuously devouring its vitality. I dare swear to the heavens that the moment the child is born, it shall be the moment of its demise. Jingguang's tone was grave yet resolute. What could have caused this essence of death? It couldn't be a clash of primordial essences, could it? Though they had not known each other long. Ziyun was aware that Jingguang was not one to jest, especially concerning such serious matters, and he inquired bewilderedly among the crowd. Please, fellow cultivators, save my child. I am willing to exchange my life for her well-being. Tu Shan Yunqi, initially merely anxious, was now utterly distraught, kneeling on the ground, beseeching those present. Ziyun was unaware, but through their conversation, she had discerned that these individuals were disciples of the three pure ones, undoubtedly possessing extraordinary capabilities, and should not be treated lightly. Please rise. The child within you is fated to me, and I shall not allow her to come to harm. Wu Shang used his powers to lift the white fox, casting a radiant aura to restore her tranquility. The child's father is a wondrous moon Yutan who has attained enlightenment, mastering the path of dreams, aligning harmoniously with my own great Tao, and thus there is no conflict. To ensure the child's safety, Tu Shan Yunqi, disregarding all else, revealed the lineage of the child's father. Wondrous moon Yutan? The crowd was taken aback. Though not a primordial entity, it was said to be a fragment of the laws of illusion, each spirit flower being a natural master of illusions. Logically, one would expect the nine-tailed foxes to covet such a being, as consuming one would be far more effective than any elixir. Who would have thought that the emotional entanglements of this Qingqiu fox would fall upon its own sustenance? It was remarkable that she could endure. And what of the father? Why inquire further? It has been established that there cannot be a conflict of laws, as the dark clouds of the immortal were about to probe further. Wu Shang swiftly interjected. He could see that when Tu Shan Yunqi spoke of the child's father, a lingering sorrow shadowed her features. It seemed that the deceased had long departed this realm. In truth, when Ziyun first posed this query, he had already wished to intervene. In the primordial world, the innate spiritual essence permeated the cosmos. Even fire and water could merge, and yin and yang could collide. Where were all these conflicts of laws? This was sheer nonsense. Fear not. My partner perished in the golden immortal tribulation, yet I temporarily salvaged his life with a sacred artifact from my clan. Although the artifact sustained his vitality, it could not restore his shattered primordial essence. He could not accompany me for long before he perished, and it was at that moment that the child was conceived. At this juncture, a flicker of sorrow crossed Tu Shan Yunqi's face once more. Damn. The others exchanged glances, a shared look of disbelief washing over them. The ailment had been identified. Those marked by the tribulation of the heavens were doomed to perish. That fellow's body was already brimming with the essence of death, and having been intimate with the white fox, it was no wonder that the fetus within her would encounter issues. Brother, this matter has become complicated. If the child were to cultivate the path of death, there would be no need to wait for her birth. The dense essence of death would swiftly devour the mother's vitality, leaving neither her primordial essence nor spirit intact. The only outcome would be the child surviving at the cost of the mother's life. To eradicate this essence of death completely, one would need to nurture it with innate spiritual treasures of creation over a prolonged period. Regardless of the approach, it would require the white fox to give birth in advance. Jingguang furrowed his brow, uncertain of how to resolve the predicament, and discreetly conveyed his thoughts to Wu Shang. Wu Shang, too, was at a loss, only able to present two options to Tu Shan Yunqi. It was she, the mother, who held the right to choose. Fear not about the spiritual treasures of creation. I am fated to this child and wish to take her as my disciple. The great Tao can influence a person's nature to a certain degree. Any mother would strive to prevent her child from choosing the path of death. Yet, even if the Qingqiu Fox clan boasted great resources, it was improbable they would produce a surplus of innate treasures of creation. Even if they did, the clan would not endorse her lavish efforts to save a child. Wu Shang's words were akin to a windfall for her. Aside from preserving her offspring, simply being able to enter the sect of the Three Pure Ones was already an immense fortune. I am deeply grateful, esteemed Tao brother. I shall teach my child to respect and cherish you. Tu Shan Yunxi, overwhelmed with emotion, hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Wu Shang accepted the gesture with grace. He was worthy of such reverence as for the treasures of creation. He was not lacking in them, the abundant Sanguang divine water. Even if consumed as mere water, could last for hundreds of years. The fated connection that transcended time compelled him to cling to this, resulting in his previous actions. Of course, he had not yet reached the qualifications to accept disciples. But considering the child's circumstances, it would take at least 1,000,000 years, perhaps several epochs, to recover. He had all the time in the world. Alas! This expedition was initially intended for the collection of primordial treasures. Yet here he found himself unexpectedly gaining a disciple while expending numerous treasures. What a loss! It was truly a significant loss. As Wu Shang pondered the pros and cons, he suddenly sensed a surge of potent magical energy radiating nearby. Turning to look, he saw Tu Shan Yunxi, her face contorted in pain as she collapsed to the ground, staring at her abdomen in torment. "She is giving birth, brother," Jingguang and Wu Yun excitedly exclaimed, their words tumbling over one another. "Already? Is it possible that I, the illustrious Wu Shang, could be untrustworthy?" Observing Tu Shan Yunxi as she exerted her powers to expel the child, he couldn't help but admire the determination of motherhood. "Brother, she is in such agony. Can you assist her in the delivery?" Wu Yun blurted out, stunned by his own request, as he never imagined his brother would possess such skills. "Considering your state of confusion, I shall refrain from striking you." Wu Shang shot him a glance, too weary to engage in both past and present. He had no experience in this realm and could only watch helplessly. Tu Shan Yunxi's involuntary screams triggered the resonance of her own laws, easily affecting others. He truly wondered how Wu Yun had succeeded in the second trial. Could it be that the entertainment of the primordial world was so lacking that a blind cat stumbled upon a dead mouse? Surely not. Chapter 71. The female spirit moon listening to the anguished cries of Tu Shan Yunxi. A crowd of onlookers became increasingly tense amidst the urgent atmosphere. Several times, that fellow Wu Yun seemed poised to assist in the delivery. Yet each time he recoiled under the stern gaze of Wu Shang. Even Jingguang, who was typically indifferent to feminine allure, was influenced, making several attempts to reach out. Aside from Wu Shang, who was impervious to all forms of magic, the ancient figure Ziyun remained curiously unaffected by the enchantment, let alone taking action to assist in the birth. Those who had undergone great trials and the transformation of their bloodlines naturally possessed extraordinary temperaments. The little one within her belly appeared anything but compliant, refusing to emerge quietly and instead struggling incessantly, causing Tu Shan Yunxi great distress. Already possessing a flawless celestial body, beads of sweat trickled down her forehead, dampening her hair tips, likely a result of the pain. Her delicate hands clutched her skirt tightly, the pallor of her knuckles stark against her skin. Thus, the originally ethereal beauty of hers became quite disheveled. The entire birthing process was indeed a tragic spectacle. "Come out." Tu Shan Yunxi channeled all her magical energy into her palms, a surging radiance of celestial laws swirling around her hands as she continuously smoothed her abdomen. With a painful roar, a plump little orb gradually floated out from beneath her skirt. As soon as this orb appeared, it emanated a brilliant red light, radiating a powerful celestial glow. Its tender, rosy flesh stirred the very essence of the world, causing phenomena of dancing phoenixes and dragon tails to manifest in the sky, while the heavenly sound of Tao resonated from above, as if celebrating its birth. Before anyone could react, the orb, under the gentle caress of the breeze, began to sprout black fur, each strand as deep as the abyss of the 9 netherworlds, instilling a sense of dread. The orb, now covered in black fur, underwent a transformation, slowly morphing into a foot-long black-furred fox. Emitting a delicate whimper, with 9 fluffy tails swaying enticingly in the air, exuding a fatal allure, the moment the black fox took shape, all celestial phenomena dissipated instantaneously, and an overwhelming essence of death erupted from its very core. The once vibrant little fox rapidly deteriorated. Its flesh and fur began to fall away and decay in large patches, and in the blink of an eye, only a skeleton remained, as if spurned by the heavens. An endless aura of death seemed to be nourished by some unseen force, spreading swiftly in all directions. Dao brother! To Shan-yun she gazed sorrowfully at this scene, her eyes pleading as she looked towards Wu Shang. Wu Shang frowned slightly, and with a casual wave of his hand, as if the great Dao had descended, the laws of sealing transformed into intertwining threads that wove together, ultimately manifesting an intricate seal. The seal landed upon the skull of the little fox, and the overwhelming essence of death recoiled as if encountering a nemesis, swiftly retracting back into the fox's core, with a radiant light emanating from his brow. Wu Shang summoned drops of tricolored divine water, which entwined around the little fox, gradually seeping into its bones. A vast amount of transformative essence rapidly blossomed, and a surge of vitality enveloped the little fox like a green lotus. Upon closer inspection, one could glimpse the birth and demise of stars within the lotus. The onlookers watched in astonishment as the little fox's once fallen flesh and fur rapidly regenerated, transforming in an instant into a delicately carved little girl who gazed at them quietly. She neither cried nor fussed, as if scrutinizing this unknown world. Though merely a child, her features held a captivating charm that could enchant the world. My child, my dear child. Tu Shan-yun she, summoning her weakened body, struggled to stand, cradling the green lotus and gazing lovingly at her child, her eyes brimming with maternal affection. I am eternally grateful for your rescue, Dao brother. Given this, why not bestow a name upon this child? She sensed the innate death energy within her child, one that devoured all living beings, yet also felt the green lotus's suppression and nourishment of that energy. A parent's love for their child is profound and far-reaching. Should Wu Shang grant this child a name, the bond between them would deepen, ensuring the child's future was free from worry. Let her be named Mingyu. How could Wu Shang refuse such a request? After all, to invest so much only to deny himself the right to name her would be a tremendous loss. Yet, just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, he felt a supreme will descend upon him, compelling him to utter the child's name. By the heavens, is this truly so mysterious, that it is the Tao bestowing a name? Beneath Wu Shang's seemingly calm exterior, a tempest of emotions surged within him. What a protagonist's template! An ominous birth, assistance from a great being, and now a name granted by the heavens. This child appears more like a protagonist than I, the transmigrator, had it not been for the assurance that her primordial spirit remained intact. He might have instinctively sought to eliminate her. I shall thank you on behalf of Mingyu. To Shan-yun she gracefully bowed, cradling her child, offering a respectful salute to him, and no need for such formalities. This child and I share a fated connection as teacher and student ordained by the Tao. I possess little in the way of wealth, so let this exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the 6 desires heavenly demon zither, be a gift to her. As he spoke, Wu Shang waved his sleeve, sending an ancient 9-string zither into the essence of the child. Upon the green lotus, the indestructible innate spiritual light flickered to life, and the heavenly sound of the Tao resonated throughout the heavens, grand and majestic, elucidating the most primordial truths of existence, accompanied by seductive melodies that seemed to emanate from an endless abyss. Luring one into temptation, the little girl curiously regarded Wu Shang, a hint of affinity flashing in her eyes as her tiny hands waved toward him, babbling excitedly. The onlookers were taken aback. From where had such an exquisite, innate, spiritual treasure come? Their own senior brother was indeed extravagantly wealthy. This was a display of pure ostentation. To Shan-yun she was equally astonished by this overwhelming wealth. She had anticipated that her child would receive Wu Shang's attention, but never did she expect him to bestow such a treasure of that caliber. It is worth noting that their entire Qingqiu Fox Nation possessed but a single mid-grade innate spiritual treasure to safeguard their lineage's fortune. A top-tier innate spiritual treasure was something they dared not even dream of. Dao brother, this is far too precious. Such a gesture left her somewhat uneasy. Not precious at all, Wu Shang chuckled, shaking his head. He had never regarded this treasure with favor. Despite its high grade, it was utterly impractical. It was as if it were a foil to him. Having been refined for centuries, it was difficult to even produce sound from it, a most peculiar item. The moment he decided to take on a disciple, he had resolved to part with this item. The dream path was the most fitting means to wield the six desires' heavenly demon zither. After all, the fortunes of teacher and student were intertwined, and he had not incurred a loss. Chapter 72. Mount Wanshou in the western continent, a handsome young Taoist rode upon a cow, a slumbering crow perched upon his shoulder. Swiftly traversing through the clouds, wherever he passed, all beings retreated, and a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, for the overwhelming pressure from the ferocious beasts deterred ordinary creatures from approaching. Following closely behind were two streams of light, one golden and one purple, attempting to draw near yet wary of the overwhelming aura of death. They could only helplessly keep their distance. I knew my senior brother would be so generous. With the tricolor divine water and the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, it turned out he intended to keep the little fox by his side, gaining a disciple without incurring any loss. Truly astute. Wu Yun's expression was peculiar as he secretly conveyed his thoughts to Jin Guang. This was a necessary course of action. One cannot take lightly the debt of saving a life, however. That Tu Shan Fox was indeed overly presumptuous. Recalling Tu Shan Yu and Xi's bewildered expression, Jin Guang couldn't help but chuckle. Wu Shang cast a glance at the two, and the black crow upon his shoulder moved at his command, transforming into a streak of light that lunged toward them. The two dodged in a panic. Even Jin Guang, who practiced the path of death, was reluctant to confront the Ming Yao, let alone Wu Yun. Observing their clumsy evasions, Wu Shang chose to remain silent, recalling the crow and focusing on his journey. Occasionally, he would probe into the waters of the cleansing bowl, monitoring the condition of Mingyu. They had been separated from the ancient figure Ziyun for nearly a century. At their parting, Tu Shan Yun, she had naively wished to return to Qingqiu with her child. What a joke. There was no way Wu Shang would allow her to take her away. He did not doubt Tu Shan Yun she's maternal love, but he was unwilling to gamble the entire Fox clan. Greediness akin to a snake swallowing an elephant. Whether it was the transformative essence coursing through the child's body or the top-tier innate spiritual treasure in her primordial spirit, both were enough to tempt any nefarious individual to take risks. He had no intention of risking the child's life to test whether the Fox clan possessed benevolence. Driven by greed, it was not just Tu Shan Yunxi, the princess of Qingqiu, who could not protect this child. Even the ruler of Qingqiu might struggle to safeguard her. Moreover, this child required a continuous supply of tricolor divine water to cleanse her innate death energy. Could she expect to visit every few hundred years? If she found it bothersome, Wu Shang would certainly not welcome it. He had no desire to cultivate ambitions unbefitting the Fox clan. After a fervent exchange of reasoning, Tu Shan Yun, she could only relent to Wu Shang's demands with a heavy heart as she departed. Her expression was one of barely suppressed tears. Whether genuine or feigned, Wu Shang chose to disregard it. Ziyun closely followed. The debt of gratitude owed was ample enough for the Fox clan to carry him to Fengqi Mountain, which he hoped would prove fortuitous. Nevertheless, before he left, Wu Shang repeatedly cautioned him against becoming embroiled in any disputes concerning Fengqi Mountain. The involvement of Nu Hua in the demon court was inevitable, and a moment's carelessness could plunge him into the calamity of the witch-demon conflict. Although this fellow was astute, there was no guarantee he could navigate this tribulation unscathed. The outbursts of heaven and earth's calamities grew increasingly terrifying. During the last calamity, despite the interference of two formidable beings, Dao Zhu and Imo Zhu, only a scant few quasi-saints perished. This calamity, however, was markedly different. With 9 ancestral witches of the Wu clan already fallen, and the demon race severely wounded, with both Sun Star Lords annihilated. Such battles, once entangled, would make it exceedingly difficult to emerge unscathed, with the gravity of the situation laid bare. Even the king of hell did not advise the doomed. They shared a strong bond, yet in the face of calamity, the outcome remained uncertain. They could only tread cautiously, step by step. Is that not Wushang, the disciple of the three clear Taoists? Just as he was lost in thought, a delicate sound drifted up from the mountains below. The sound was crisp, akin to the chirping of ethereal birds, and the mountain springs exuded a sense of warmth and familiarity. Glancing down, he beheld two young Taoist acolytes standing atop the mountain, their features exquisitely chiseled, resembling sprites of the mountain. Their garments billowed gently in the wind, adorned with subtle cloud patterns that harmonized beautifully with the surrounding verdant hills. Their hair was neatly tied back, with a few strands dancing in the breeze, enhancing their vivacity and spirit. I am indeed Wushang, he mused, puzzled by the acolyte's recognition, for he could not fathom that his reputation had reached such distant realms. We are Qing Feng and Mingyu, disciples of the great immortal Zhan Yuan. Our master instructed us that upon his departure to the Zishao Palace for teachings, a noble guest would arrive, and he specifically mentioned your name. The young acolyte spoke with a melodious voice, his curiosity evident as he scrutinized the youth astride the ox. Being merely at the golden immortal realm, it was remarkable that their master, a prominent quasi-saint, would deem him a distinguished guest, hinting at something extraordinary about him. Zhan Yuan de Xian? Could it be that I have unwittingly arrived at Wanshou Mountains 5? Wushang marveled, astonished to find himself in such a revered location. He surveyed his surroundings. Wanshou Mountain, its peaks resembling a dragon, sprawled majestically across the western lands, serving as a natural barrier. The forest was lush, teeming with innate spiritual energy, where countless beings thrived. Sunlight filtered through the uneven canopy, casting dappled shadows upon the stone paths, while the air was imbued with the refreshing scent of earth and pine, occasionally accompanied by distant birdsong and the gentle murmur of streams. The primordial spiritual essence seemed nearly liquid, a convergence of countless ley lines, truly wondrous in its nature. I, Wushang, humbly greet the two esteemed juniors. He descended from the clouds, bowing slightly. Despite his youthful appearance, he had long been a companion to the great immortal Zhen Yuan, a figure to be respected. He also subtly reminded them of the presence of the dark clouds and golden light, dissuading any thoughts of underestimating him. There is no need for such formalities. Please, come inside. Though young, Qing Feng and Mingyu were no fools. They eagerly ushered him into the mountain's embrace. Wushang hastily escorted Zhu Huai and Mingya into the Hunyuan Immortal Tower, wary of unintentionally offending the two acolytes. Given their cultivation and background, even a slight misstep in Zhu Huai's breathing could scatter them, leaving no room for carelessness. As Wu Yun and Jin Guang exchanged glances, they closely followed suit. The great immortal Zhen Yuan was well known to them, regarded as one of the top powers in the primordial realm. They were taken aback by their senior brother's connections. Appearances could indeed be deceiving. Counting his treasures, techniques, and connections, it seemed that with ample time for cultivation, he would undoubtedly emerge among the elite of this world. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they were awestruck by the grand entrance, the abode of immortals, where one defies age, a place where mortals share longevity with the heavens. Gazing at the couplet, Wushang and the others could not help but express their admiration. Truly, only a being of such immense power as the great immortal Zhen Yuan could utter such words. Chapter 73. The ginseng fruit tree within the 5 of Wanshou Mountain, Wushang and the acolytes. Qing Feng and Mingyu reveled in their camaraderie over cups of wine. With his emotional intelligence and wit, deceiving these two naive youths was child's play. At the table, Qing Feng and Mingyu were so inebriated that their words became a tangled mess. Yet they remained animatedly embracing Jin Guang, chattering incessantly. Senior brother, you frightened me upon our first meeting. I thought you were some reckless demon cultivator emerging from the fissures of the demon ceiling. That overwhelming aura of death nearly deterred me from approaching. Qing Feng recounted, playfully patting Jin Guang's back in a display of camaraderie. Little brother, speaking like that wounds my heart. As a disciple of the esteemed Ling Bao Tianzun, how could I possibly be a mere demon cultivator? You shall drink 3 cups in penance. Jin Guang's face flushed, his expression stiffening as he feigned indignation towards Qing Feng. He was well aware of his own disposition, practicing the path of death. In the entire primordial realm, none were more affable than he, which often led to misunderstandings among those who did not know him well. In truth, the beings he had slain were far fewer than the newly born Mingya. Ha ha ha! Qing Feng, drink up. That lad Mingyu is relishing your misfortune. Wu Shang observed the scene, maintaining his composure as he sipped wine leisurely. Strangely, it seemed that all disciples of Tong Tian enjoy drinking, yet each had a capacity that could only be described as extraordinary. Even Wu Yun, skilled in brewing, was no exception. The wine's effects brought a hint of purple to his otherwise dark visage. With his objective achieved, Wu Shang felt it was time to broach the main topic. He had long heard that the Five was the domain of the great immortal Zhen Yuan, a top figure among primordial powers, and upon witnessing it firsthand, he was indeed impressed. This land, filled with spiritual energy and innate mechanisms, was remarkable, though it lacked a certain grandeur. If adorned with primordial spiritual roots, it could undoubtedly claim the title of a top-tier cave abode in the primordial realm. Wu Shang sipped his wine, setting down the golden goblet, and expressed his slight regret. Having come to the Five, if I were to miss out on tasting the ginseng fruit, I would not be worthy of the name Wu Shang. Wu Yun and Jin Guang simultaneously placed down their goblets, exchanging knowing glances, aware that their senior brother was about to play a trick. Ha ha! Wu Shang, you are mistaken. I have long heard of your vast knowledge and experience. How could you not know of the treasure of the Five? Qing Feng and Mingyu laughed heartily at this revelation. On that day, Wu Shang's eloquence and knowledge left them in awe. Finally spotting a gap in his knowledge, they were determined to enlighten him. The treasure of the temple? Is it? Wu Shang feigned surprise, pausing to await their response. Indeed, it is the ginseng fruit tree, Qing Feng replied proudly, his words echoing with an impressive fervor despite the slurring of his tongue. Brother, what is this ginseng fruit tree? Wu Yun inquired, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he turned to Wu Shang. The ginseng fruit, also known as the grass-returning elixir, is a primordial root formed during the chaos before the separation of heaven and earth, ranking among the finest. This tree blossoms every 3,000 years, bears fruit every 3,000 years, and takes another 3,000 years to ripen. It is said that merely inhaling its fragrance can extend one's life by several hundred years, and consuming one grants a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. Enhancing one's Tao achievements, it is truly an essential item for attaining immortality. Junior brothers, am I correct in what I say? Wu Shang responded nonchalantly, gazing steadily at Qing Feng and Mingyu. Brother, your knowledge is commendable. Qing Feng and Mingyu were once again astonished by his erudition. Though many in the primordial realm knew of the ginseng fruit tree within the Five, few comprehended its supreme benefits. We are indeed ignorant. It is rare for us to encounter such a primeval spiritual root. Would it be convenient for the two juniors to share? Sensing that the conversation had progressed sufficiently, Wu Shang rubbed his hands together, gazing at the two with anticipation. This is no difficulty at all. Our master instructed me to bring some fruits for the senior brother and his companions. Had it not been for your warm invitation, you would have already tasted them. Upon hearing this, Wu Shang's countenance darkened as if he had been scalded. Why not say so earlier? Had I known this, I would have foregone the wine. At this moment, he was beyond caring for modesty, dragging the two individuals towards the backyard with haste. The copper of Shoshan within his body continuously exuded a profound and weighty energy, guiding him towards his destination. As a spirit of the earth, Shoshan's copper possessed an innate sensitivity to the primordial spiritual roots that flourished upon the land. Thus, from the instant he entered Wuzhuang Temple, he had already sensed the unparalleled spiritual essence. Qing Feng and Mingyue, caught off guard, found themselves being yanked by the collar as they began to sprint furiously. The terrifying speed left them in utter shock. They had never imagined that this senior brother harbored such an intense desire for the ginseng fruit tree. As guardians of the tree, they were perplexed and unable to comprehend his fervor. They had previously agreed that the fruits would be shared among them, so why the urgency? Perceiving the disdainful expressions of the two, Wu Shang was rendered speechless, embodying the classic case of being oblivious to one's own blessings. This was indeed a premier primordial spiritual root, one of the finest treasure trees in the primordial world. Were it not for the formidable Xinyuanzi, countless beings would likely flock to contest for it. Even a mere whiff of its essence could enable an ordinary being to break through their own limitations, yet they remained dismissive. Golden light and dark clouds followed closely, having deciphered the underlying meaning in Qingfeng and Mingyue's words. It was evident that the great Xinyuan Daxian had generously ensured their share. If they lagged even slightly, who could say whether there would be any left? Although their senior brother was indeed generous, none dared to underestimate a bovine's yearning for miraculous fruits. According to their knowledge, the Qinghua tree had already been stripped bare by their senior brother. Sensing the primordial spiritual essence, Wushang seized Qingfeng and Mingyue, transforming into a streak of golden light, hurtling forward. The ginseng fruit tree, though not towering, standing no more than 2 zhang, pulsated with vibrant life, as if imbued with boundless vitality. Each leaf shimmered with a faint golden glow, reminiscent of the virtues manifested, whispering secrets from the dawn of creation. He extended his hand, gently caressing the rough bark, feeling a warm force radiating from his fingertips. Closing his eyes, he seemed to hear the heartbeat of the tree, steady and powerful, akin to the pulse of the earth. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, rustling the leaves as if they were engaged in hushed conversation. Each fruit, resembling an infant, swayed gently on the branches, exuding an aura of mystery. The alluring fragrance incessantly tantalized his taste buds. Wushang yearned to touch the fruit, yet recalled the legends of the elemental mutuality, instinctively retracting his hand. His gaze, filled with urgency, turned towards Qingfeng and Mingyue, as if imploring them, "What are you waiting for? Act quickly." Chapter 74. The gold of life indeed. His senior brother was extraordinary, possessing knowledge of such hidden truths. Qingfeng and Mingyue, initially intending to enjoy the spectacle, exchanged glances filled with unspoken astonishment as Wushang withdrew his hand. Go pluck the ginseng fruit. One must employ the divine artifact known as the golden hammer. Otherwise, it remained unattainable. Furthermore, this fruit was bound by the elemental mutuality. It would fall upon contact with metal, wither in the presence of wood, dissolve in water, char in fire, and sink into the earth. An ordinary wanderer might find themselves ridiculed if they failed to secure the fruit. Why, dear brothers, do not jest with our senior brother any longer. Quickly, let us harvest it for a taste. Wushang, brimming with impatience, wiped his hands eagerly, the enticing aroma overwhelming his senses. Jian Guangxian and Wu Yunxing stood behind him, wearing similar expressions of anticipation. Observing the unfolding scene, the two ceased their hesitation, seizing a small hammer that appeared neither entirely golden nor jade-like. Striking at the juvenile fruits, with resounding, crisp sounds, each fruit fell steadily onto the tray. "Brothers, please." Without further delay, each took a fruit, savoring it cautiously. The moment the fruit touched their tongues, it melted away, intertwining rich primordial spiritual energy and eternal divine light within their bodies, continuously enhancing their physical potential. The surging magical power flowed through them like tumultuous waves, leaving every cell in their bodies basking in unparalleled satisfaction. Wushang let out a slight burp, carefully stowing away the fruit pit in his hand. Jian Guang and Wu Yun mirrored his actions, sensing the extraordinary transformations within their bodies, and promptly sat cross-legged. Entering a meditative state, it was said that the pit of a premier primordial spiritual root could take a lifetime of effort to cultivate. Yet he was different. With an ample pool of 3 lights divine water, even modern hydroponic methods could yield such seeds. Within the confines of the Hongyuan Immortal Tower, the seeds of Huang Hongli had already begun to show signs of germination. "Senior brother, do you not need to retreat for cultivation? Perhaps you could achieve a breakthrough." Observing Wu Yun and Jingguang entering their training state, Qingfeng regarded Wushang with curiosity. Achieving a breakthrough is no simple feat. Wushang shook his head, reluctantly explaining the reasons to Qingfeng. There was no need for concealment. Having more allies opened more paths. Wuzhuang Temple had existed in the Western lands since the dawn of creation. Perhaps they truly possessed some clues. The gold of life? Is this what you speak of, senior brother? Just as Wushang was about to meticulously describe the characteristics of this extraordinary substance, he suddenly noticed Mingyue bending down, vigorously digging beneath the ginseng fruit tree. The hard soil yielded to the swift strokes of the small spade, until he glimpsed a glimmer of golden-green light coalescing around the roots of the ginseng fruit tree. Leaving him utterly astonished, the golden-green substance, reminiscent of jelly, radiated immeasurable divine might, clinging tightly to the roots of the ginseng fruit tree. Although it appeared soft, it ignited a fervor within his bloodline. It was undoubtedly metal. What? I have never heard of the gold of life. Is it truly born from a primordial spiritual root? The ginseng fruit tree, although bound by elemental mutuality, had affinities with earth and wood, yet he had never encountered one that could yield the gold of life. Could it be that the heavenly Tao truly favored him? With this thought, he hastily set aside his desire to observe the gold of life and knelt upon the ground, gazing skyward, fervently muttering, "I wish to become a saint. I wish to become a saint. I wish to become a saint. I wish for the chaos bell. I wish for the chaos bell. I wish for the chaos bell." Regardless of whether such wishes would come to fruition, if he did not express his desires, how would the heavenly Tao know what its favored child longed for? Qingfeng and Mingyue exchanged glances, a flicker of concern flashing in their eyes. Could he have lost his sanity? It had never been said that consuming the ginseng fruit could lead to such symptoms. Surely, Wushang was not plotting to deceive their master. Wushang deeply bowed several times, then rose to take the small spade from Mingyue's hands, digging fervently. The gold of life, he had never imagined it would be so easily obtainable. He observed Genuine Daxian burying this substance as if it were a potato. Seemingly of no use, better off bestowing it upon him. With each stroke, his excitement grew, his gaze fixated on the revealed divine gold, sparkling with increasing intensity. After excavating several portions of the divine gold, he finally ceased, realizing that to take it all would be sheer greed. He then proceeded to consume and refine it, stuffing his mouth with the golden green jelly. For reasons unknown, he felt nauseous for the first time. Though delectable, he could not shake the sensation of consuming chocolate-flavored excrement. The color and texture only heightened his revulsion. Were it not for the continuous influx of life essence coursing through his body, he would have surely vomited. The Hongyuan Immortal Tower and the Jing Shin emerged from his brow, enveloping vast quantities of the gold of life, as ethereal flames ignited upon the two precious artifacts. The Jing Shin flute remained steady. Although newly birthed, it had been forged by the primordial heavenly sovereign, a stable upper-grade postnatal spiritual treasure capable of withstanding this amount of divine gold. However, the Hongyuan Immortal Tower was different. This was his personally forged supreme treasure, intrinsically tied to his very life, embodying his path. During the last integration with Shoshan Copper, it had already begun to approach the might of a superior-grade primordial spiritual treasure. And now was the prime opportunity for advancement. As the flames engulfing the tower surged, intricate green divine patterns emerged upon its surface. These patterns seemed alive, writhing and growing within the flames, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. The air surrounding the tower warped under this power, allowing Wushang and the others to witness vivid illusions. Within the visions lay ancient battlefields, deities whispering, dragons soaring, and phoenixes dancing. These illusions appeared as fragments of history, reassembled and presented before their eyes by the tower's power. Mingyue, could this possibly be a scene from the Long Han Cataclysm, the Great War of the Three Races? Qingfeng whispered, yet none answered his inquiry. All transfixed by the unfolding spectacle. The auspicious clouds in the sky were also stained a fiery red by the blazing light, resembling a magnificent painting. Suddenly, a blinding radiance erupted from the pinnacle of the tower, shooting towards the heavens. Subsequently, the entire tower began to gracefully ascend, hovering in mid-air. Each layer of the tower radiated intense light, as if revealing its mystery and majesty to the world. Ha ha ha! An upper-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. It is complete. With an exhilarating shout, Wushang felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the primordial immortal tower. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, with only the radiance of the tower shimmering magnificently in the sky. Chapter 75. Ashes in the fire. The sky was high and the clouds were light. It was yet another splendid day under the blazing sun. At the entrance of Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple, The gentle breeze and bright moon bid farewell to several departing figures, tinged with a hint of reluctance and a touch of relief. Wushang, truly an extraordinary individual. Qingfeng pretended to be mature as he shook his head, reflecting on the matter. Extraordinary? What brings about such sentiment? As the moon who had accompanied him for countless years, she was most attuned to his thoughts, her expression now one of puzzlement. You and I were guided by the ginseng fruit tree and enlightened by our esteemed master. In these countless years, I have yet to encounter anyone like Brother Wushang, who enjoys such carefree indulgence. Observing the unrestrained disciples of the Three Clear, envy practically radiated from his eyes. What nonsense! What do you mean by carefree indulgence? Did you not notice the 10 or so drops of Sangguang divine water he left behind when departing? Mingyue shot him a glare, unwilling to engage with this melancholic fellow, and directly returned to the Wuzhuang temple. To claim one is not envious would be a lie. After all, who would not yearn for true freedom? Yet, he understood very well that given their current cultivation level, if they sought to venture out, they would barely manage to step beyond the confines of Wanshou Mountain. A moment's carelessness could lead to being skinned and devoured by ferocious beasts. Meanwhile, the three individuals and one beast traversed swiftly through the clouds, moving like streaks of light. Brother, why the rush? Are we not in search of opportunities? At this pace, even the greatest fortune would elude us. Wangxian looked curiously at his senior brother, puzzled by his urgency. The opportunity for my breakthrough lies with the Zhenhai divine iron. Such a thing could hardly be encountered in the vast wilderness. Wushang shot him an annoyed glare, quickening his pace once more. Compared to the other 4 elemental divine metals, Zhenhai divine iron is not particularly rare, I cannot say for certain, but the Dragon Palace undoubtedly possesses a considerable collection. Thus, I am eager to fly southward to the South Sea. I've lingered long enough in this golden immortal realm. Given my current status and the awkward circumstances of the Dragon Clan, I imagine they would be quite willing to befriend me. Wangxian was momentarily taken aback, but held no resentment. Once again channeling his magic to closely follow. After all, he had nothing pressing to attend to. Following his senior brother would never lead them to excitement or fortune. The excursion to Wuzhuang Temple had already revealed the barriers of mid-golden immortal. With a bit more effort, they might even break through before their master returns. Seeing Wangxian's puzzled expression, Jingguang smiled wryly, keeping close behind. Brother Wuyun is loyal, but his greatest asset lies in his willingness to enlighten his junior brothers. They never need to approach him with doubts, for he is often the most restless among them. Wushang's desire for the Zhenhai divine iron intensified, his speed increasing. Yet the incessant chatter of these 2 fools became a source of irritation. I ask you 2 to quiet down. If you keep pressing me, I'll toss you back to Kunlun. Wushang felt somewhat vexed, casting an irritated glance at the duo. Even the tranquility of his long-cultivated heart was stirred at this moment. Wuyun and Jingguang exchanged bewildered glances. Brother, we haven't spoken at all. Wushang was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically as he surged forward. However, no matter how fast he flew, it felt as though he were ensnared in a spatial prison, endlessly shifting in place, with no changes visible beneath the mountains or within the wells. Something is amiss. This is definitely not right. To trap them without a sound, the force responsible must at least begin at the Tai Golden Immortal level. Observing his senior brother's condition, Jingguang and Wuyun also sensed the anomaly and frantically flew ahead. Yet Wushang remained unresponsive as he watched their figures fade into the distance, only for them to reappear behind him. His face darkened as he realized the predicament. Great, trapped. The Sarira. Form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. Form is precisely emptiness. Emptiness is precisely form. Sensation, perception, volition, and consciousness are likewise. The Sarira exemplifies the emptiness of all phenomena, neither born nor extinguished, neither defiled nor pure, neither increased nor decreased. Thus, in emptiness, there is no form, no sensation, perception, volition, or consciousness, no eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, or mind, no color, sound, smell, taste, touch, or dharma, no I realm, down to the absence of consciousness realm. There is no ignorance. Nor is there the end of ignorance. down to no aging and death, nor is there the end of aging and death. There is no suffering, accumulation, cessation, or path. There is no wisdom, nor any attainment. Just as he simmered with indignation, a melodious sound suddenly wafted from the land. Its tone resonated like the deep toll of a great bell, yet also like a gentle stream. It expressed sorrow and longing, simultaneously echoing a sense of parental guidance, compelling one to seek the profound truths within the scriptures. Wushang sighed helplessly, leading Wuyun and Jingguang toward the source of the scripture's resonance. If given a choice, he would prefer to remain within Wanshou Mountain for the rest of his life rather than approach such an existence. Curiosity not only may kill a cat, but could also spell doom for an ox. As he descended from the clouds, he beheld a resplendent golden tree rooted in the earth. The tree towered into the clouds, its canopy unfurling like an umbrella, shading the entire sky. The golden leaves sparkled under the sun, as if embedded with countless golden gems. Each leaf radiated immeasurable wisdom and divine light, soft yet profound. As if capable of perceiving all the mysteries of the world, brilliant divine light cascaded from every crevice of the tree trunk, illuminating everything around it and instilling a sense of reverence. The rich golden light of virtue enveloped the divine tree, radiating outward in concentric circles, merging with the surrounding spiritual energies of heaven and earth, creating a magnificent spectacle. Beneath the divine tree, 10 enchanting maidens knelt in reverent worship, their faces filled with awe and anticipation. At the forefront was a serene Taoist in azure robes, exuding an ethereal grace. The scriptures flowed from his mouth like golden lotus blossoms rooted in the earth, harmonizing with the radiance of the divine tree. As the Taoist ceased his teachings and opened his eyes, it seemed as if time and space itself dissolved into nothingness, instilling a deep sense of trepidation. Blessings abound. As the resounding voice echoed, golden light descended upon the faces of the 10 alluring maidens, eliciting anguished cries. They clawed at the earth, their flesh beginning to rot and fall away, crimson flames erupting around them. In the blink of an eye, one could see bones dancing amidst the flames, gradually turning to ash. Only one maiden remained seated amidst the fire, her skeletal form flickering with golden sparks. The Taoist smiled gently, casually releasing a drop of potent divine blood, and the white bones within the flames gradually sprouted tendrils of flesh, transforming in an instant into a peerless beauty who gracefully emerged from the fire. Kneeling in reverent worship, Wushang lamented, "This has become troublesome." Chapter 76. Reluctantly listening to the teachings. From whence do these young friends hail? From whence we came. Where do we go? To where we are destined. Listening to the Taoist's gentle inquiries, Wushang maintained a respectful demeanor, yet spoke only in ambiguous terms. Had he known he would encounter this individual, he would have preferred to rot away within Wanshou Mountain rather than emerge. "Ah, your words carry profound wisdom. It seems we are quite fated." The Taoist smiled, as the gentle breeze rustled through the leaves of the divine tree, producing a sound akin to heavenly music. Holding a jade whisk, with each step he took, faint golden light rose from the ground. The golden light transformed into golden lotuses, enhancing his ethereal presence. Under the teachings of the three clear, I am Wushang, accompanied by my junior brothers Yangxian and Jingguang. Here to pay respects to Master Putuo. Wushang slightly bowed, standing before Jingguang and Wuyun, raising his voice in greeting. His words resonated throughout the universe. Though he knew it likely bore little significance, he still held a glimmer of hope. At this moment, the three clear had yet to formally acknowledge the honored ancestor Hongjun, yet they indeed shared a connection with the teachings of Putuo, allowing him to tenuously assert a relationship as a disciple. So, these three young friends are esteemed disciples under the guidance of Tongtian? Truly remarkable. However, I am not Putuo. You may simply refer to me as Patriarch Bodhi. The Taoist, though astonished, maintained a calm demeanor, his expression unperturbed. The Grand Luo Golden Immortal could already glimpse the past and future to a certain degree, let alone a powerful being who had reached the quasi-saint realm. The Tao ancestors' teachings on the Great Path attracted all quasi-saint powers to the Purple Cloud Palace. Had it not been for this resplendent Bodhi divine tree, he would not have recognized that this was indeed the Putuo known for his shamelessness in later generations. "Since you call me an uncle," Why harbor such wariness? Observing the young bull's awkward demeanor, Patriarch Bodhi felt somewhat speechless. Was he not renowned for his benevolence as a teacher? Why the reticence? No, no. Wushang felt somewhat embarrassed, yet managed a slight smile. He could not blame himself. Holding precious treasures, he dared not gamble on the character of Patriarch Bodhi, known for his affinity with the dead. Should it come to pass that this item was indeed fated to him, he would surely weep. In that case, let us forge a good connection. At that time, Shirdi Huanin, along with his 2 myriad sons. Once again, the venerable Bodhi ancestor settled into a meditative posture, and before Wushang could refuse, profound scriptures flowed from his lips. The verses echoed like ancient winds, deep and resonant. His eyes were closed, and an ethereal tranquility graced his countenance. The air surrounding him seemed to be drawn into tiny whirlwinds, gently swirling in the atmosphere. As the sun dipped low, its rays filtered through the gaps in the Bodhi tree, casting dappled golden light upon him, enveloping him in a radiant glow. His fingers moved delicately, as though he were playing an invisible melody. With the scriptures growing louder, the Bodhi tree began to sway gently, as if dancing to the rhythm of this celestial symphony. Wushang, feeling helpless, exchanged a glance with the figures of Wuyun and Jingguang, who also assumed seated positions, eyes tightly shut. This was a reluctant concession. He had attempted to seal his senses, but even with the application of restrictive laws, the sound penetrated his ears unimpeded. With no other option, he decided to listen first before making any judgments. Their status was insufficient to provoke a confrontation with these 2 from the West, so he harbored no concerns about any ulterior motives embedded within the scriptures. The old adage holds true. Life is akin to a certain something. Since resistance is futile, one might as well indulge. Upon learning the identity of the venerable Bodhi ancestor, Wuyun and Jingguang dared not utter a word, choosing instead to mimic his actions. Whatever their senior brother did, they followed suit. Simultaneously, they marveled at their senior brother's remarkable ability to forge connections with such esteemed figures, having only ventured out briefly to receive fruits from genuine Daxian and teachings from the Bodhi ancestor. Should this news spread, it would likely incite envy and madness among countless beings of the primordial world. Amidst this serene atmosphere, the aura of the Bodhi ancestor gradually deepened and strengthened, his figure appearing increasingly mysterious and majestic under the sunlight. The entire realm seemed to be enveloped by the resonance of the scriptures, absorbing the wisdom and power of ancient times. As the verses grew louder, rather than descending into a state of enlightenment, he felt more alert. Both his primordial spirit and Tao heart appeared to be cleansed by an unseen force. The energies of the 5 elements surged within him, weaving through his being, yet for reasons unknown. Perhaps due to the absence of the sea-calming divine iron, he was unable to manifest a harmonious convergence, eventually succumbing to the depths of his essence. Just as he was about to concede defeat, a stream of yin and yang energies surged forth from the core of his being. These energies converged around his closed eyelids, and suddenly, his eyes flew open, revealing pupils no longer mundane black but shimmering with brilliant golden and silver hues. The yin and yang energies danced like 2 ethereal serpents, swirling around his eye sockets before coalescing into a profound vortex within his pupils. The vortex spun increasingly faster, revealing the image of a great sun and a bright moon. The yin and yang energies were incessantly absorbed by the eyes of the sun and moon until the vortex finally stilled, returning everything to a state of tranquility. Was this a new divine ability? Wushang found it hard to believe. He was aware of the yin and yang energies within him, as his practice of the 8-9 mysterious art was fundamentally based on the transformations of yin and yang. Yet, he never anticipated that, under the influence of the Bodhi tree and the scriptures, these energies would undergo such a transformation. This divine ability was not yet complete. To fully awaken it, he would need to absorb the energies of the Taiyin and Taiyang. At that moment, the true fire of the sun might not necessarily remain the exclusive domain of the Jinwu clan. In a sense, he had grasped a fragment of the authority of the Taiyin and Taiyang. However, with the 3 pure ones as his backing, he felt no fear of those 2 feathered beasts. As for the 2 female immortals of the Taiyin star, he did not regard them with any concern. Before romance clouded their minds, they were solely focused on the Tao, not overly concerned with their own authority. Young friend, what good fortune you possess. If you find yourself with idle time, feel free to visit my Shumi mountain. Though the western lands may be barren, they still hold some beautiful sights, the Bodhi ancestor remarked, his gaze piercing into Wushang as he concluded his retreat. Under the Bodhi tree, bathed in golden light, a true immortal gazed far into the distance, eye in his eyes. It seemed as if he had traversed endless time and space, witnessing the vicissitudes of the world. His fingers gently caressed the rough bark of the Bodhi tree, each groove seemingly narrating an ancient tale. A gentle breeze carried the distant fragrance of flowers and a hint of earthy aroma. The Bodhi ancestor smiled faintly, a wave of inexplicable emotion surging within him. Master, why do you not keep him here? A beautiful woman questioned, perplexed as to why such a high being as her master would let those three depart. If there is a connection, why not retain them? You do not understand. Now is not the time. If I were to forcibly detain them, the Tongtian Taoist would likely come charging towards Shumi Mountain. The Bodhi ancestor sighed softly, turning slowly to gaze through the dense foliage, his vision settling on the distant mountain peak. For now, you must thoroughly refine the phoenix blood within you. Though it can transform you, it has yet to fully integrate with your essence. Your essence is pure yin, while the phoenix blood is yang. Only upon complete refinement will you transcend to the golden immortal stage. The Bodhi ancestor looked at the woman before him with a gentle smile, a glint of profound meaning in his eyes. He waved his hand lightly, a golden light shooting from his fingertips, transforming into a radiant flow that illuminated her mind. You must diligently study this Bodhi Heart Sutra and strive to break through to the golden immortal realm as soon as possible. From this day forth, your name shall be Balanzu. Thank you, Master, for bestowing a name and teachings, the beautiful woman exclaimed, her excitement evident as she bowed repeatedly, a golden lotus mark appearing at her brow. Wushang soared like a meteor piercing the night sky, trailed by the steadfast silhouettes of his two younger brothers, who followed closely behind, their speed reaching its zenith high in the sky. The stars flickered as they raced, and the clouds parted like threads under their swift passage. Wushang's expression was unusually grave, his eyes shining like the brightest stars in the dark night, radiating determination and resolve. He clutched a jade token tightly, as if an invisible force were approaching from behind, resembling a colossal dark hand attempting to pull the three of them into an abyss of darkness. For him, the poverty of the West indeed felt like darkness. Senior brother. Why the urgency? That elders should not pursue us, Jingguang and Wuyan remarked, somewhat perplexed by their senior brother's anxiety. Although their enlightenment had taken a bit longer than anticipated, the rewards were substantial. They had successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm. Yet, they had not expected their senior brother to hastily take his leave before they had the chance to settle down. How unfortunate to waste the Bodhi tree's enlightening influence. Wushang had no time to explain, propelling himself forward with fervor. What is there to panic about? Just as he was caught in his turmoil, his jade crown emitted a faint glow, and an authoritative voice resonated from within his primordial spirit. He gives it to you, so accept it. Since we are disciples of the three pure ones, such a gift requires no hesitation. Though Yuan Shi's words implied acceptance, Wushang could still discern the elder's displeasure. It was only natural. Who could tolerate another's coveting their disciples, especially through such unorthodox means? Second martial uncle. This scripture is no trivial matter. Wushang voiced his concern, fearing that Yuan Shi might not grasp the significance of the scripture. Unable to contain his alarm, he had never anticipated that Zhuanti would part with such a remarkable gift. What is there to worry about? It is merely a method of enlightening oneself through dreams. Though profound, we can withstand it, Yuan Shi replied, expressing genuine admiration for the ingenuity of the method crafted by the one who created it. The Tao ancestors' respect for the great wisdom and perseverance of the two from the West was sincere. Then, should I pursue this method? Are there any traps? Wushang harbored persistent apprehension towards the two saints of the West, wary of falling into their schemes. After all, they were notoriously unscrupulous, employing deceitful tactics to ensnare countless beings of the primordial world. While their ambition to revitalize the West was understandable, It was hardly justifiable. This is akin to using my wealth to fill your pockets. While you find satisfaction, I suffer loss. Do not worry. Focus on your cultivation. Your path is singular, yet broad, and your heart is pure. Simply forge ahead without hesitation. The Bodhi ancestor was but a fragment of Zhuanti's divine thoughts, and he could discern whether any deception was at play. Listening to his martial uncle's proud response, Wushang initially nodded, then paused in surprise. It was merely a fragment of a primordial spirit. He had thought it was a benevolent corpse. However, it is only natural to consider that within the primordial chaos, those with profound abilities who have cultivated to the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm have already exhausted their potential. After the Tao ancestor commenced his teachings on the great Tao, these powerful beings were favored by the heavenly Tao and subsequently broke through to the quasi-saint level. Logically speaking, there should not have been the three corpses technique at this time. Fortunately, he remained astute and refrained from uttering anything foolish. Otherwise, he would have found it difficult to retract his words, perhaps even attracting the attention of the Tao ancestor Hongjun. With that said, Wushang could only relax, no longer in haste to continue his journey, leisurely admiring the wondrous sights of the Western lands. Although the spiritual essence of the West was not overtly apparent, the scenery was undeniably exquisite. The clouds billowed and rolled, resembling a flowing ink painting that vividly showcased the capriciousness of the sky. Wushang closed his eyes, inhaling deeply the fresh air, savoring the harmony and tranquility of nature. The golden light and dark clouds behind him gradually grew accustomed to their elder brother's unpredictable temperament, yet could only follow him resignedly. Regardless, they were assured in their hearts that following this elder brother would bring continuous opportunities. With the ginseng fruits and the Bodhi trees, they felt almost embarrassed. Since their elder brother was willing to pause, they naturally welcomed the chance, as it would provide an opportunity to consolidate their recently achieved breakthroughs. Feeling inspired, Wushang descended from the clouds and approached the stream. Crouching down to gently scoop a handful of clear water, experiencing its gentleness and vitality. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept by, carrying with it a faint floral fragrance. Wushang looked up to see not far away a sea of flowers. Vibrant blossoms swaying gently in the breeze as if beckoning to him. A smile blossomed on Wushang's face, and he resolved to explore this beautiful floral expanse, eager to immerse himself in the natural beauty surrounding him. Chapter 78. Fleeting beauty immersed in the floral sea, Wushang found himself irresistibly drawn to the breathtaking spectacle of nature. No one could have imagined that such a wondrous sight existed upon the primordial earth. Within this vast expanse of flowers, blossoms vied for attention, bursting forth in a riot of colors and exuding intoxicating fragrances. However, what was even more astonishing was that amidst the floral aroma lingered the faint scent of the sea. As if the essence of the ocean had traversed boundless distances to gently caress this floral paradise. In the distance, the shimmering surface of the sea sparkled under the sun, casting a silvery glow that harmonized beautifully with the flower-laden landscape, creating a breathtaking tableau. The sea breeze caressed the air, bringing with it the briny essence of the ocean and the lilting melodies of distant fishing boats, instilling a sense of serenity in the heart. Wushang suddenly heard the sounds of young maidens frolicking nearby and couldn't help but turn to observe. At a glance, he noticed a group of youthful girls at the edge of the flower sea, carefully gathering various floral essences in their baskets. Their faces radiated youthful smiles as they playfully teased one another, their laughter echoing through the floral expanse. "Who are you?" The leading girl furrowed her brow slightly, a delicate cloud in the autumn waters, evoking a sense of compassion in those who beheld her. Her countenance was refined and transcendent, akin to a fairy illuminated by moonlight, leaving an indelible impression. Even her mild tone of surprise was extraordinarily melodious, like the gentle plucking of strings, resonating in the night sky. Wushang found himself momentarily entranced, but still bowed respectfully from a distance. "I am Wushang, drawn to the beauty of this place and unable to resist lingering here. I hope the fairy will grant me understanding." His voice was humble, reasonable, and not at all intrusive. "It appears the calamity that follows our elder brother has begun. Indeed, I suspect the two of them will soon engage in a fierce confrontation, after which our elder brother will undoubtedly claim all these celestial flowers." The golden light and dark clouds exchanged knowing glances. Whispering amongst themselves, Wushang shot them both a glare, silently admonishing them. Must you speak so indiscreetly? Can't you see the displeasure on her face? The girl's brow deepened further, her gaze as profound as autumn waters, seemingly capable of piercing the hearts of those before her. Cold, murderous intent flickered in her eyes, as if she wished to eliminate the few before her without hesitation. Her long hair danced in the wind, cascading like a waterfall and shimmering with a faint silver glow. She elegantly waved the gauzy fabric in her hand, her form graceful, akin to a butterfly in flight, and suddenly an enigmatic aura enveloped him, bringing an unexpected sense of comfort. Before he could further contemplate this force, an invisible torrent surged over him. Within this torrent, flowers and grass floated, beauty interlaced with peril. Each petal resembled a meticulously crafted work of art, yet harbored immense energy. They danced through the air like a vibrant floral rain, but every petal that touched his skin resonated like the beating of drums. Elder brother, something feels amiss. The dark cloud furrowed his brow slightly. While the collision of petals posed little harm to him, it instilled a sensation of regression in his cultivation. This woman, not even a golden immortal, must surely harbor some ulterior motives. Is it related to the laws of time? How intriguing! Wushang chuckled softly, directly manifesting the realm of emptiness, isolating the ethereal shadows of the river of time. The power of time flowed like a gentle stream, silent yet unfathomable. He extended a finger, trembling slightly as if attempting to grasp something in the air. The light in his eyes gradually intensified, and he delicately touched a seemingly tranquil yet intricately concealed petal upon the river of time. In an instant, everything around him appeared to freeze. He envisioned a long river composed of countless petals, each representing a fleeting moment in time, shimmering with mysterious luminescence. His fingertip brushed against one petal, as if transcending time itself, allowing him to feel the rhythm and pulse of time. The surrounding scenery began to shift, and he found himself within a flowing painting. He witnessed ancient tribes rising and falling under the baptism of time. He saw the birth, growth, decline, and demise of life, each leaving indelible imprints along the river of time. Fleeting beauty, morning dawn fairy, Wushang spoke slowly, a conjecture forming in his mind. He had once heard of a secret tale. A celestial flower named Fanghua, a spirit of flora traversing the river of time. It was inherently attuned to the path of time, appearing in the guise of a woman. After each demise, it would re-emerge in the next epoch. Yet its name would forever be Morning Dawn. Impudent! How dare you invoke the true name of the master of all flowers? The girl cast a sidelong glance, and soon, various charming maidens behind her drew their swords in unison, their expressions solemn as they regarded him, as if he were an irredeemable criminal. Humph! Wushang snorted coldly, unleashing his aura, instantly sending those maidens tumbling away. What nonsense is this? A group of mysterious immortals dares to draw swords against me. Were it not for the grace of the Fanghua divine flower, they would have perished long ago. I am called Morning Dawn, the keeper of the authority of all flowers. Might I inquire if my esteemed friend could show mercy? Morning Dawn's movements were graceful and composed, as if everything lay within her control. Well said, well said. I am one who cherishes beauty. Wushang chuckled, dismissing the gazes of the swarming maidens as he fixed his eyes upon the enchanting fairy before him. He felt no romantic inclination towards her, only a keen interest in her true essence. Setting aside everything else, her immortal qualities were undeniably alluring. I have long been fascinated by the path of time. May I discuss the great Tao with you? He was a man of action, disinterested in trivialities, and spoke directly, producing a drop of divine water as a lure. Although he was unaware of why she possessed the cumbersome authority of the master of all flowers in this epoch, he suspected that the divine water would surely pique her interest. You are indeed an intriguing individual. Observing Wushang's candid demeanor and pure gaze, Morning Dawn's lips curled into a subtle, elegant smile that captivated all who beheld it. The divine water of the three lights is precious, yet offering it to me would be akin to casting it away. Why method of rebirth cannot be achieved even by those who share the path of time. Morning Dawn gently shook her head, directly declining his proposal, clearly aware of Wu Shang's intentions. However, I do know the whereabouts of the divine iron of the sea. Something feels off. Upon hearing this, Wu Shang did not feel elated. Instead, he frowned slightly. He had sealed the laws of cultivation, impervious to all, and if her cultivation surpassed his, it would be acceptable. Yet, with her current peak of the mysterious immortal realm, how could she discern his objectives? No matter how profound the Fenghua divine flower, it should not reach such a level. He harbored serious doubts that this was a trap aimed at him. With that thought, he secretly circulated his power, gathering it within his palm. Chapter 79. The Dragon Clan's assault acting on his thoughts, he was not one to be indecisive. His arm extended, gleaming with a metallic sheen, the laws of sealing acting like a tyrant, pushing aside the protective divine light beside morning dawn. Although the laws of time were formidable, they depended on who wielded them. Morning dawn was evidently at a disadvantage. Her garments fluttered as she was taken aback by Wu Shang's sudden assault. Yet she remained composed. Her eyes sparkled with determination and wisdom, as if she had anticipated this scene. She gracefully sidestepped Wu Shang's lethal strike, while simultaneously, the petals in her hand transformed into a torrent of sword light, aimed directly at Wu Shang's throat. The two figures intertwined, the sword light flashing like a dance. Wu Shang's expression turned astonished. He had not expected this woman to respond so calmly to his full-force attack. He moved again, transforming into a fleeting shadow, launching another assault towards morning dawn. Dear friend, how could it come to this? As the dawn light smiled faintly, her form danced like willow catkins, ever elusive, deftly evading the relentless assaults of Wu Shang with each graceful movement. Her swordplay was as light as a feather yet incisive, yet her physical prowess paled in comparison to Wu Shang's formidable strength. The brief clash had surprisingly shaken her spirit. Not going to speak? Wu Shang smirked, amplifying his aura, as a terrifying silhouette of a bull demon materialized behind him. He transformed into a golden flash, gripping her neck tightly before her astonished gaze. The river of time manifested before her, washing over his corporeal form, yet failing to dislodge even a single hair. It would be prudent for you, O Dawn Fairy, to refrain from any frivolous maneuvers. Even if you were to ascend to the golden immortal realm, I would harbor no fear. Wu Shang chuckled lightly, for his words were not mere bravado. His body contained the essence of eternal divine gold, rendering him impervious to myriad laws, untouched by the passage of time. Master Feng, a group of female immortals, witnessing their leader's peril, cast worried glances her way, yet she merely smiled gently, signaling them not to fret. It was not that they were unwilling to assist, but at the moment Wu Shang launched his offensive, a barrier of golden light had intercepted them. The overwhelming essence of death enveloped them, threatening to consume them entirely should they dare to move. The aura of death was inherently restraining to their kind. The plant spirits, a mere breath of golden light, could easily extinguish their fragile existence. Dawn Fairy, shall we engage in a conversation? Satisfy the curiosity of a mere mortal. Wu Shang tightened his grip on her delicate neck, his fingers exerting a slight pressure, as though wielding a scepter of life and death. Dawn smiled lightly, her eyes betraying no hint of fear. If you wish to inquire, simply ask. There is no need for such theatrics. She maintained an air of detachment, undisturbed by Wu Shang's rudeness. How brazen! Release her. Just as he prepared to resort to severe coercion, the previously tranquil surface of the sea erupted in tumult. Dozens of vividly colored divine dragons surged forth from the depths. As the once serene sky darkened with gathering storm clouds, lightning flashing and weaving a tapestry of thunderous chaos, the dragons writhed and twisted, their forms shimmering in the shadowy clouds, akin to flowing bolts of lightning. Their scales glimmered with a prismatic radiance, as if the very sky had been painted with vibrant hues. The roars of the dragons reverberated, shaking the entire maritime expanse. This is grave, pure-blood dragons, the Cloud Fairy frowned, murmuring to the golden light. Though he had transformed using the blood of the ancestral dragon, sporting a dragon's head and a fish's body, he could still be classified as a variant dragon species. Unperturbed by the overwhelming pressure, should it come to a direct confrontation, he would not shy away. Yet the question remained, where had all these pure-blood dragons emerged from in the West Sea after the calamity? Had they not retreated to the dragon realm? The sheer number was fearsome. On the surface of the sea, waves surged and roiled, as if rejoicing in the arrival of the divine dragons above. Lightning flickered incessantly, intertwining with the dragon's roars to create a breathtaking spectacle. Amidst this thunderous purgatory, a dragon suddenly ascended skyward, its body contorting in the air like a colossal serpent. Its eyes gleamed with a chilling light. Yet upon spotting Wu Shang and the others, it momentarily froze. "Hold your fire! Hold your fire!" The rain cascaded like a celestial river, drowning out his voice. When he attempted to call out again, a gigantic hand swatted him away, and he felt as if he had collided with a mountain forged of divine gold. As he lost consciousness, he faintly glimpsed a bull demon of immense stature, standing imperiously between heaven and earth, its every movement exuding overwhelming might, dispersing thunder and reversing the flow of rainwater, scattering all clouds and mists with a dreadful force. Though colossal in size, it moved with surprising agility, battling fiercely among the dragon horde. Its massive form shone with a metallic luster, carving deep gashes into the scales of the divine dragons. Golden dragon blood flowed freely, nourishing the myriad living beings below. "Brother, this is utterly unfair," one of the dragons lamented. Retreating as it fought, the innate abilities it had conjured dissipated silently. But why was that foolish bull allowed to wield the laws of gold? How could one fight against such odds? Wu Shang grew ever more invigorated in the fray. Though he did not know which divine dragon was entangled with Dawn, if it meant he could fight to his heart's content, he was not averse to sparing her. Chaos Dragon Refinement.